are the data members I created? Serial number, student name and marks. Now for these data members, if I go for serial number which type of data member? Integer type of member. If I want to create with serial number, what type of member? Student name. What type of member? Marks. What type of member? Serial number is a integer type. Integer means 2 bytes memory. Student name is a character type. Character means each character 1 byte. Marks is a float type, 4 bytes. Now these all 3 different type of elements stored under students. Serial number integer type, student name character string, marks. These all are the different type of elements that is stored on structure. Structure indicates you can store different type of elements. Different type of elements can be stored under structure. Now that is each element different memory addresses created, different memory addresses created. Suppose serial number, what is my value? 10, serial number 10. Student name, something name, XYZ, and student marks I used 45. But these all elements stored at a different address. Serial number integer, how much memory creates? If I mention the serial number, 2 bytes memory creates. And for the student name, how much memory? If it is string, 20 character string suppose. If I use 20 character means 20 bytes. If the marks float means here I used suppose 4 bytes. Totally this structure 2 plus 20 plus 4, 26 bytes memory creates. How to create of this complete structure? How to create this complete structure in C programming language? How to define this student structure? You see that based on the syntax, struct. How to create the structure? Struct student. Struct students. Student is my name of structure. Maybe student details or employee details or customer details or item details based on our requirement, based on our business logics. Enter student number, character student name, it's a string size, float I want to define as marks. Every structure declaration ends with semicolon. Inside main function to call the structure. Struct, what is my name of structure? Students, what is my variable? Tag name, S1. Now in this statement, struct is a keyword. Struct is a keyword. Student is a students. Students is a name of structure. What you declare? S1 is a variable for the students. It's a tag name. Under S1, serial number 1 integer, student name Guna string, and student marks 56. It's a float. Now these are the 3 categories of element, 3 types of element. 56.5 suppose this is float. 3 categories of elements stored into S1. Now I want to print off these details. How to print that? Printf serial number equal to %d. It's integer. How to print? S1 dot SNO. S1 called as tag name or student 1 serial number. I want to print the student name. Student name equal to %s string. S1 dot S name. It is called as name prints. S1 student name. If I want to print with marks, %f, I want to print S1 dot marks like this. Finally, what is my conclusion? In this example program, students structure created with serial number, student name, marks. These are the different type of elements. S1 is a tag name or variable of students, 1 student access. In this S1, 3 elements are there, 1 Guna 56.5. Using dot operator, you can print the elements. Suppose I want to create another student, comma S2. S1 for indicate 1 student details. If I created same student structure, S2 for another student. For S2 also you can enter the number, name, marks. If I want to create another student, S3. Totally for student structure 3 students. Each student number, name and marks. But instead of this many student variables, just you can refer structure with array. Structure with array. What is the difference of S and S of 3? If I put S1, only one student. If I put S of 3, square bracket 3, it is called as structure with array. Each student number, name, marks, like that how many students? 3 students. Whenever structure with array, index value starts from 0, index ended with size minus 1, index plus plus with index variable to read. Finally, what is the reason of structure? Why you have to use for the structures? What is the usage of structure now? Structure called as, it's a user defined data type. It's a collection of different type of elements with single variable, and a structure created with a struct keyword, structure declaration end with a semicolon, structure variables called as tag names or thread name, structure elements how to access, dot operator, single dot. If you want to describe the student details, student structure, student ID, student name, marks. If I want to describe the employee details, employee ID, employee name, employee marks. If I want to describe the bank customer details, bank customer, account number, customer name, date of deposital, type of account, like that any details can be stored with the help of structures. If I want to create structure with array, same structure can access multiple records. That is the reason of structures. Under naming notations of C programming language, similar to structure, one more notation also there. Similar to structure, one more notation, it is called as union. You see that union? Union also one more naming notation. It is also user defined data type. It is also user defined data type. It is similar to structure. It is similar to structure. It is created with the union keyword. Structure created with struct keyword, but it is created union keyword. It is also collection of different type of elements. Collection of different type of elements. Different type of elements can be collected here, union also, with a single address. Union indicates collection of different elements stored with single address. Combination, all elements stored at single address. Structure means different type of elements stored at a different address, but this is single address, that is different address. That is only main difference. Union declaration ends with a semicolon. Union declaration also ends with a semicolon. Union variable is called as tag name. Union variable also called as tag name. Union variable also tag name. Union elements how to access? Union element access with the dot operator, using dot operator to access the union elements. Now see, compare to structure, what is the difference? Structure, each element separate memory allocates, but union all element at a single address. How it is decided? Which is the highest memory allocation? In that only all elements stored. Highest memory allocation. It is basically used, for memory saving. Compared to structure, memory saving purpose. But in this, one element at a time enter. Every union at a time one element can enter. In this one element only at a time can enter. One element only at a time can enter this. Only one element. Now you see, whenever you created with union, union also dot operator to be accessed. Now you see the syntax of union. How to create union? Union name. Union name. data type element 1, data type 2 element 2, collection of different type of elements. Union declaration also ends with semicolon. Structure declaration also ends with semicolon. Union declaration also ends with semicolon. Structure also collection of different type of elements. Union also collection of different type of elements. Union keyword. Inside of main to call the union. Union name, original name, tag name, original name, tag name. Tag name called as variable of union. Here also, but in this location you can store at a time one element. At a time one value only you can store. Tag name dot element 1 equal to value. At a time one element only store. All elements cannot store. You see the make difference of union. If I go for structure here, student structure, suppose in the student structure, suppose serial number stored at 65500, suppose serial number address. What is the next element address? 65502, next element address. If I go for third element address 65522, I mean 20 bytes difference. Now in this structure, you observe what is the ampersand. Ampersand means address. Ampersand SNO. Ampersand SNO equal to 65500, suppose 65500. Ampersand SNAME equal to 65502, 2 bytes difference. Ampersand marks equal to 65522, 20 bytes difference. Serial number separate address and student name separate address and marks are separate address. Coming to the union, these all elements, when I am working with the union, these all elements stored with a single address. These all elements not stored with a different address, these all elements stored with only single address. Which address only it will be stored? Here, which is highest memory? Student name 20 bytes, this is highest memory. In that address only all will be storing. But at a time single element only storing. At a time single element. You see that? Coming to the union, the same process. Coming to the union. If I go for union, how it is stored? Check it. Union. How it is use of that union? How it is process? How it is process of union here? First it is taken to the serial number. Serial number it will be stored. Union serial number it will be stored. Serial number. After that it is stored with the student name. After that it is stored with the marks. Whenever I created union, these are like horizontally it will be stored in the physically. Now this is for serial number location, this is for student name storage purpose, this is for mark storage purpose. When I use with unions, serial number, student name and marks, all elements stored with a single address. Which address, how it is decided? Serial number integer 2 bytes, student name 20 bytes because string, and marks are 4 bytes. In this 3 element which is highest memory, in that address only all elements are sharing. In that address, I mean 502. 65,502 is the name address. In this address only all element will be storing or sharing. In this address first storing 10, serial number storing. Whenever I store the serial number, student name cannot be stored. Initially I am storing 10, at that time student name cannot store. If I enter the name, serial number cannot be there. Serial number will be erased. If I enter the name, serial number value will be erased. Instead of serial number only, the 10 will be stored. Whenever, if I enter the third one, suppose if I enter the third one is marks 56. I am entering suppose 56, any mark. If I use with 56 mark, it is stored. If I use with 56. At that time, this name is not stored. It will be erased. The name is not stored. Finally, which element is stored? 56. That is only you can retrieve. Now here union means how much memory created? Total memory for union 20 bytes only created. If I go for structure, total memory 2 plus 20 plus 4, 26 bytes memory. Finally, structure means 26 bytes, union means 20 bytes. 6 bytes memory saved compared to this 6 bytes saved memory 6 bytes. That is a major difference between the structures and the unions, and storage is same. Now you see that what is the discussion about the union? Union called as what? Union also user defined data type. It is similar to structure. Union is similar to structure here. It is also a collection of different type of elements, single address. Using one address only collection of elements are stored. Structure means each element stored at a different address. Union declaration ends with semicolon. Structure declaration also ends with semicolon. Union elements accessed with the dot operator. Structure elements also accessed with the dot operator. Union at a time one element only stored, but structure at a time all elements can be stored. Structure memory bytes are wastage. Union memory bytes can be saved. But anyway, both are user defined data types. The work is same. And what is one more type of naming notation you have? Pointer will be discussion. Pointer is a naming notation. What is meant by pointer? Pointer is nothing but point out the value address. Pointer is nothing but address of given variable value. Pointer is nothing but point out the address of given variable value. Every pointer value stored, the value stored based on address only stored. Every pointer variable address will be stored. Normal variable address is stored every pointer. Now for the pointer main usage to allocate memory dynamically. Using pointers to allocate memory dynamically. What is meant by dynamically? Execution time you can create the memory. After usage of that, destroy the memory. Memory dynamically called as runtime with help of pointers. And one more is using pointers memory bytes can be saved with the help of pointers. After usage memory can be erased. And one more is how much memory completed, how much memory free. You can identify total memory holes. But while working of pointer, three symbols very important while working of pointers. Ampersand symbol. What is the ampersand symbol? Indicates address of variable. While working of pointer, three very important symbols to be understood. Ampersand called as address of variable. Star called as pointer variable. Value at address of. I want to find out the value based on address. One more is double star. What is meant by double star? Indicates here value at address of. It's a double point. While working of pointer, three symbol is major important symbols. Ampersand address of variable. Star indicates pointer, it's a value at address of. Star indicates double pointer, value at address of. How to create the pointers in the C programming language? How to declare the pointers? Data type. How to declare the pointers? Data type. Now here if I use normal variable, comma star ptr1, it's a pointer variable. One more is star ptr2, it's a another pointer variable. In this declaration, variable 1 is a normal variable, general variable to store value. Now this is pointer variable to keep the address of other variables. Normal variable just keep the value. Pointer variable keep the address of that another variable. Double pointer can keep the address of pointer variable. Pointer variable can keep the address of variable. Double pointer can keep the address of pointers. Now, in this notation, you when you define the pointer variable, pointer 1 equal to ampersand variable 1. What is the mean that pointer variable equal to address of another variable. One more variable pointer 2, it is a double pointer equal to address of pointer 1. Pointer 1 address copy to pointer 2 and variable address copy to the pointer 1. 3 variables it will be declared. You see some example here, you see the example int, integer. Now, I want to declare x, x is a normal variable, suppose x equal to 10, x is a normal store with 10, star y, it is called as pointer. Every pointer variable how to declare, before variable star symbol, star indicates. Next is star star z, it is a double pointer. X is a normal variable, y is a single pointer, star star z is a double pointer. Y equal to address of x, because y is a pointer, I want to call address of x variable. X address I want to copy to y because it is a pointer. Z equal to ampersand y. Now, the z is a double pointer, it is calling address of pointer variable. Now, these are the pointer notations, how to work off the pointers, it is a direction of pointers. Pointer completely for addresses. You see that how it is processing of pointers, you see that how it is process the pointers. Suppose I am declaring 3 variables here, 3 memory holes, because of 3 variables I created, that is the reason 3 variables it will be stored, 3 memory holes, 3 memory holes it will be creates. Now, here I created int x is a variable, x equal to 10 I have, and star y, it is a pointer variable, star star z, it is a double pointer. At the time x is a variable, x created some memory address. When I create the x, x is stored some memory address. What is the x memory address? 65500 suppose, it is a address of x. In this address 10 is stored, 10. Now, what is one more variable I have? Y, y is a pointer. But every pointer other variable address will be copied here. Now, this y variable, its y is a pointer, address of x it is calling. Now, here address of x is 65500, this address send to the y value is 65500. Now, here what is the value here? Y value 65500, it is a x address. Anyway, y also created address 65502, another address. Now, I want to create with a z variable. If I use for the z variable, z is a double pointer. Now, for this z variable, this y address, pointer address, this pointer address will be sent to the z, it is a double pointer, z is calling to the pointer address. Under z, which value will be keeping here? 65502. But anyway, y is allocated some another address, y is stored with some address. What is the y address it will be keep here? 65504. I mean 2 bytes difference, because all are integer pointers. 2 bytes it will be allocate the memory, 2 bytes. This is a z address, this is z variable address. Now, this is for y address. Now, in this example you see that if I work off this, how to refer these directions? X is 10, x value 10, ampersand x equal to 65500, address of x. Now, y is a pointer, here y calling for which address? Ampersand x. What is the mean that? What is the y value? 65500. Now, y is 65500. Now I want to go for ampersand y. What is the ampersand y? Y address 65502. Now I want to refer, now here I want to refer this star y. What is meant by star y? Star means value at address. Already y x address will be there 65500. In that address which value? 10 prints. Star y means value at address. Now I want to print z. Z equal to ampersand y, I mean y address. What is the z value? 65502. It's y address. Now I want to print with a star z. What is meant by star z? Value at address of. Under z 65502 y address. Under y address 65500. I mean x address. 65500. It's x address y value. Now this is called as ampersand x. This is called as y value. This is y value. Now I want to giving with the star z value at address of. Under z 65502 y address, under y 65500 x address, under x value 10. This will be process. Now this is called as x value and this is called as star y value. If I want to refer the z address, how to refer that? Ampersand z equal to 65502, sorry 504. Like this it can be referred. Finally, these all directions are used for pointers. X variable, y variable, z. X address 65500, y address 65502, z address 65504. Here y is a pointer, keep the x address. Z is a pointer, keep the y address, double point. Now for the pointer, what is the major usage? Memory can be saved. Dynamically you can make a memory. Using pointers only, dynamically you can make a memory. C language author created some functions, dynamic memory functions. C language author created some library for dynamic memory functions. Dynamic memory allocation functions author already defined. Which are the dynamic memory function? You have MALLOC, malloc, memory allocation, CALLOC, calloc, cache allocation, free means memory to free, destroy. But these all three functions used for pointers. With the help of pointer only, dynamically to make a memory. After usage you can destroy the memory. But these all functions, how it is working, with the help of which header file you can run off these. The above functions working on above functions executed under which header file? Under which header file you want to run these? Alloc.h to be used, allocation.h for the reason of dynamic memory function. What is the syntax of malloc function? Now malloc function syntax, how to run the malloc function? What is the syntax? Pointer should be that variable, it's a pointer equal to, here to use with the pointer equal to data type star. Which type of pointer, I mean which data type pointer? MALLOC, malloc, memory allocation, size of operator, size of data type, size of data type, each integer how much memory size. After that you want to mention into number of elements, how many number of elements you want to enter, that should be defined. Pointer equal to data type star MALLOC malloc, size of data type into number of elements. But this malloc problem is garbage value also memory allocates. Calloc function also similar to malloc, garbage value never allocate the memory. Garbage value never allocate the memory. Calloc function, size of data type, comma number of elements. Malloc function star indicates, but here comma will be there, 2 arguments. But anyway both are for memory allocation. Which memory already allocated by malloc or calloc? You want to destroy the memory with the help of free function. Which memory allocated by malloc or calloc? With pointers, that memory to delete, free function. How to run the free? Free of pointer, pointer memory to be free. Pointer, dynamic memory pointer to be free, free the memory. Finally, What is the conclusion here? Pointer is also one of the naming notation. Pointer is nothing but address of the variable to be find out. Using pointers, dynamic memory can be created. What is meant by dynamic memory? Execution time you can allocate the memory. After usage you can destroy the memory. Which are the dynamic memory functions? malloc, calloc, free functions. Using those functions you can save the memory bytes. Pointers are very important in the C programming language. If you want to work with the data structure programs, compulsory to make with the pointers. These are the naming notations in C programming language. Variables, arrays, functions, structures, pointers, unions. These are the naming notations. Okay. In the next session, I discussed with the data structure introduction part I giving. What is the need of data structure in C programming language? In the next session, I can continue. Thank you for this video. Hello students, welcome to the C language training program. Today I want to discuss about data structures. What is the need of data structures? Why you have to use the data structures in C programming language? Today I want to discuss about introduction about data structures. Actually C is a programming language. Data structure is not a programming language. C is a programming language. C++, Java, .NET, these are the programming languages. But data structure is not a programming language to implement applications with the help of data structures. What you learn in the C language program, what are the concepts you learn in C language program, like arrays, functions, structures, pointers. Using that you can develop any application with the help of data structures. Data structure is one of the storing structure. You want to store any data information with help of data structures. It is a application for the C programming language, or it is an application for the C++, or you can apply for the Java or .NET. Finally, what is my conclusion? C language, C++, Java, .NET, those are programming languages. Using those languages, you can develop some apps. If you learn the C language, you can develop system softwares, like operating system can be developed. Originally, Unix operating system developed based on the C language coding. Unix OS developed based on the C language coding. When you learn the Java or .NET, based on the Java and .NET, you can develop which type of applications. You can develop application softwares like web applications, standalone applications, mobile applications. Using Java, .NET, you can develop application softwares like different type of applications. Desktop applications, web applications, mobile applications. Java.NET is an advanced programming languages. Using that you can develop any category of applications. C language, C++, basic programming languages. Using that you can develop the operating systems like system softwares. What is meant by data structure actually? Data structure means it is not a language. Data structure is not a language. With help of data structure, you can develop some application for the storing of data purpose. You are learning C programming language. You learn some coding of about C, arrays, functions and structures and pointers, dynamic memory allocation. With the help of these all programming links, you can develop some application with help of data structure. It is called as application to develop. For that reason, you can go for data structures. Actually, what is meant by data? Data called as information. Data is nothing but information. Suppose if I want to store the student details, about students I want to give the information. Every student, which information have? Student ID, student name and student marks and student codes. If I want to give the employee details, employee ID, employee name, employee job, employee salary and employee phone number, like so and so. If I want to give the customer details, customer ID, customer name, which product is purchased, that is called as data. Data called as type of information which is logically exist. Data is nothing but information which is really exist, which is logically represent. That is called as data. What is meant by data structure? Data structure means you are collecting some information that you represent one standard structure, one storage mechanism. You are collecting some information that is stored into one mechanism, that mechanism called as data structure, storing purpose. Permanently you want to store your data. One day you are creating data, any day open your details and you can modify your details and you can add the new details and you can delete the details. What is the reason of data structures? You are collecting information that you want to put it as one standard structures. That is important storage structures. Every data structure, which are the operations you have? First operation, adding the details. One day you are creating structure, in the next day you can add the details. If I want to modify the details, updation, the existing structure details we can update, modify. Unnecessary details we can delete. Which data is not required, you want to erase this. And which is already available the data, that I want to select it, retrieving. These are the major operations of data structure. Which are the major operations of data structures? One is for insertion. Insertion called as add the details. Updation. Updation called as old details to be changed to the new details. Deletion. Deletion called as existing details to be delete or erase. Selection. I mean which structure already created, any day you want to retrieve or selection. These are the major operations of data structures: insertion, updation, deletion and display. Now see the data structures, the main importance, it's permanently stored. Suppose today I created one student structure. Today I created student structure. In that student structure I want to add the details about students. Student 1, student 2, student 3, many student details I want to add. Once I create the student structure, any day I can add the details of students. Which student is completed the course, I want to remove that. Which student initially one phone number giving, but you want to change that phone number, you can change also, updation. And whenever I store the complete student details, any day I want to select the details. One structured way to be represented. That is called as data structure. Finally, what is the definition of data structure? Actually, data is nothing but information. Information means any kind of information. Maybe numbers, maybe names, maybe photos or maybe tables or any kind of data. Structure is nothing but it's a standard manner to represent your data, you want to give some standard structure. Data structure means you collect some information, represent one standard structure. Different type of structure techniques are there. Using those techniques, you want to store your data. But these are all data structures permanently to store manipulations. What is meant by manipulations? Insertion, deletion, updation and selection. Now see data structure concept applicable with any programming language. Using C language also you can develop the data structures. Using C++ also develop the data structures. Java, .NET also develop the data structures. I mean the structure is standard, structure is same, but the coding is different. Suppose if I want to work with C language with the data structures, C language with the data structure means structure creation and manipulations with help of C language coding. If you want to develop the data structure concepts, the coding is C language. If you want to develop the same data structure with Java also, at that time Java coding, structure is same, manipulations also same, logics also same, but which only different? Programming language code different. If you work with C++ data structure also, data structure same, but the programming language different. Finally, what is my conclusion? Data structure is one of the structured format to implement your data, to manipulate your data, to retrieve your data with help of different type of programming codes. Maybe C language, maybe C++, maybe Java, maybe .NET. See, generally in the C programming language, when I use with the C programming language, how to store the data in the C programming language? Array concept will be there, arrays. Array is also one of the data structure. Using array also you can store your data. But array is a which type of data structure? Linear data structure. Data structures are basically two types you have, linear data structures, non-linear data structures. Linear data structures is nothing but which is store the data with links. Your data will be stored, some links will be there, only one link will be there. Suppose if I go for array, array is nothing but store the data in the sequential manner. Every array, first element stored in the next immediate address, next element stored. If I have array with 5 elements, first element stored with 0 index, next element stored with 1 index, next element stored with 2 index, so on so like this. Array is a linear data structure. It is called as one element will be stored, the link of that next elements. One link only there. One more type of data structure you have, non-linear data structures. What is meant by non-linear data structure? Your element is stored, very first element is stored, but that link with 2 or more elements. Which data structure linked with only one element or one link? It's a linear. Non-linear is nothing but you are storing that element in one structure, but it is linked with 2 or more links. Either 2 or more links can be represent your data. That non-linear data structure examples are graph and trees. Trees also non-linear data structure, graph also non-linear data structures. Now for the data structure techniques nowadays, mostly nowadays used for data structures in the Java.NET to implement collection framework used. C language, C++ data structures, the structure and manipulation will be created your coding only, based on your coding only to implement the data structures. C language, C++ data structure completely user to create the coding. You have to create that everything. But when you go for Java.NET, it's advanced programming languages. In that you want to create the data structure with the help of collection framework. That means it's already predefined packages, it's already predefined classes. With help of predefined class, with the help of predefined method, you can create the data structures. It's very easier. But in C, C++, if I want to develop the structure and store and manipulations, every functionality, everything you have to create based on the user code. If you want to understand the data structures in C programming language, implementation data structure with C, which is the knowledge required? Arrays. Arrays compulsory to understand, functions, function compulsory to understand, structures, user defined data type, structure to be understand, pointers, what is the need of pointers, how to create pointers, dynamic memory allocation. Whenever you perfect of these all chapters, then only you can understand the data structures. Before going to work of data structure, these concepts compulsory to understand. C language or C++, even C++ also same concepts will be there. Java.NET also same concepts. Arrays to be understand, functions, structures, pointers, dynamic memory. Because data structure, every program implemented heavy lines of coding. You are not created limited coding, heavy lines of code. Because everything you have to build. There is no any built-in function, there is no any built-in classes. But when you go for Java.NET means you have the built-in classes, you have the built-in methods, it's very easy to implement. Nowadays the data structures, data importance is giving. Nowadays in the market data structure more importance is giving, but instead of data structure which is started nowadays, databases. Nowadays every data stored in the help of databases. Like you have some data representations are there, DBMS, RDBMS. Which are the RDBMS programs? Oracle, SQL Server, MySQL, Oracle, SQL Server, MySQL, MS Access. These are also data storage in the help of tables. Under Oracle database to store the data with the help of tables, and with the help of queries you can operate these. There is no coding. I mean initially data structures are there. Instead of the data structures, nowadays you have database logics. Data storage purpose, database logics are used. Oracle database, SQL Server. And nowadays data is giving to the very important structures. Data is very important. You want to represent your data correctly, correct manner. That is the reason you have many data science programs, you have data representation programs in the market. Python also data storage purpose. Creation of data perfectly, manipulations of your data perfectly, retrieving also Python. Data science also there. It is also data representations. You want to store your data perfectly and you want to manipulate your data perfectly. But Python, data science, these all are for latest data storage mechanisms. But initial days, how it is store your data with the help of data structures, the data structure implementations completely by user. Other not defined any functions like C language, C++, there is no any predefined functions. How to implement your data structure with the help of C language coding or with the help of C++. Every data structure, the data how to represent, some algorithms are giving, algorithms. Every data structure, different type of algorithms are there, algorithm. What is meant by algorithm? It's a step by step to represent your data. Algorithm called as steps based to define your data, steps based. Step number 1, I create array variable. Step number 2, I can initialize the array. Step number 3, I can access my array elements. Step number 4, with help of index I want to retrieve. Similarly, you want to go for step by step, you want to define. That is called as algorithm, steps wise to represent your data. Under data structures, everything is algorithms you have, list of algorithms. You have the stack algorithm, queue algorithm, linked list algorithm, graph algorithm, tree algorithm, many algorithms are there. Based on the algorithms only, you can define your data. Data structure represent a abstract data type. What is meant by abstract data type? You are defining your own type. Using that type only you want to store your data, you want to manipulate your data, and you want to retrieve your data. Every data structure you have some algorithms you have. Those algorithms you want to implement your data. Now before going to data structures, compulsory what is the knowledge required? Arrays, functions, and pointers, and structures, dynamic memory allocation. Now here today I want to discuss about a data structure with help of C language program. Data structure with help of C++ also possible. Data structure with help of Java also possible. The concept is same, but programming language is different. Data structure logics are same, stacks, queues, linked lists, trees, graphs, but that implementation programming source code different. I am using C language. If I want to use for Java, Java with data structure, C++ with data structure. But compared to C, C++ data structure, what is the advantage of Java.NET data structures? Everything is built-in classes you have. Stack is a class. Built-in classes you have, built-in methods are there. With help of built-in class, built-in method, easy to you can maintain your data. That is the reason you have to go for data structures. Now, what are the definitions are there and what are the concepts will be covered for data structures. You see that what are the structures and what are the concepts will be covered. You see that while working of data structures, which are the concepts will be covered under the data structures, which are the concepts. Searching will be there. Searching is nothing but one of the data structure, how to search specified elements. You are already created some list of elements, maybe arrays or maybe stack or maybe linked list. The list of element I want to search a particular element. That is the reason you can go for searching. Searching is one of the technique to search specified element in the list of elements. What are the types of searching will be there? Linear search algorithm. Everything is algorithms. Linear search algorithm you have, binary search algorithm. Linear search algorithm I have, binary search algorithm. Under searching, two types of searching techniques you have, linear search, binary search. But anyway, both the searching techniques used to search the element or to find the element, the list of array elements. List of array elements to find the element. But linear search algorithm different, binary search algorithm different. What is one more type of data structure technique you have? Sorting. What is meant by sorting? I am collecting some list of elements. Those list of element I want to arrange in ascending order or descending order. I created some list of elements, but that I want to arrange in ascending or descending order. For the sorting also different algorithms giving. Different type of sorting techniques. Bubble sort. Using bubble sort algorithm to arrange the elements in order. One more type of sorting you have, selection sort. With help of selection sort also you can list of elements can be arranged in order. Selection sort technique. One more type of sorting you have insertion sort, that is also one type of sorting, insertion sort. One more type of sorting technique you have quick sort algorithm. With help of quick sort also you can arrange the elements ascending or descending order. One more type of sorting you have heap sort with help of tree based sort. This sorting is based on the tree based heap sort, heap tree based. The last type of sorting technique you have merge sort, based on the merge property to list of elements to be sorted. Which are the sorting techniques we have? These are the sorting techniques. But these all sorting techniques, what is the main reason? To arrange the elements in ascending order or descending order. Which are the techniques are there? Bubble sort algorithm, selection sort algorithm, insertion sort algorithm, and quick sort, heap sort and merge sort. These are the techniques. Each sort algorithm different, but main work is to sort the elements. And next one is stack will be there. What is meant by stack actually here? Stack is one of the data structure representation. Stack is nothing but to store the data in the form of LIFO manner, last in first out. Stack is one of the data structure storage technique. LIFO manner you have last in first out. What is meant by last in first out? Which element is last inserted, that should be removed first. Which element is first inserted, that to be removed last. LIFO technique. Now the stack mechanism can be used with stack with arrays also. Stack can be created with arrays also, and stack can be created with pointers also. LIFO manner. What is meant by LIFO manner? Last in first out. If I am creating a list of elements in the stack, which element is last inserted in the stack, that element first to be removed. Which element is first inserted in the stack, that should be removed last. What is the real application of stack? Pile of plates on the dining table. If you place on the dining table, you place the pile of plates. Which plate is last placed on the top, that is first removed. Which plate is last placed in the top, that should be removed first. Which plate is first placed, that should be removed last. Last in first out manner. Insertion at the top, deletion at also top. What is one more type of data structure technique you have? Queue technique. Queue will be there. Whenever you are working with the queue is a data structure technique. How to implement? FIFO manner. What is meant by FIFO manner? First in first out. Which element is first inserted, that element is first to be removed. FIFO manner. Queue mechanism. Now for the queue is also one of the linear data structure. Queue also, queue with array. Queue with array you have. How to create the queue with arrays. And one more algorithm you have. Queue with pointers. Everything is queue with array will be there. Queue with pointers. Queue with array means statically. Queue with pointer means dynamically. Queue can be created with arrays also. Queue can be created with pointer also. But the stack algorithm different, queue algorithm different. What is the difference of stack and queue actually? Stack also storage data structure technique, but the stack is one of the LIFO manner. In your stack last in first out, which element is last inserted, that should be removed first. But the queue is also one of the data structure. How it is represent your data? FIFO manner. First in first out. Which element is first inserted, that should be removed first. Which element is last inserted, that should be removed last. Those are the technique. Next you have linked list. Linked list you have. What is meant by linked list? You want to represent your data. You want to represent your data with help of links. Your data will be represented with help of linked list. Each list consists with two partitions, element and next element address. Linked list basically for pointers. Every list you can represent element and next pointer address. Linked list also one of the mechanism to represent the data in any way, any manner. What is the mean that you can store the linked list anywhere you can insert elements, anywhere you can delete your elements, anywhere you can update your elements. What are the problems of stack? First element is last deleted, last element is first deleted. But what is the drawback of the queue? It's a FIFO manner. Which element first inserted, that only first deleted. Which element is last inserted, that only last deleted. When you go for linked list, any element you can delete anywhere, any element you can insert anywhere, any element you can update anywhere. Anywhere data manipulation possible. Linked list anywhere data manipulation possible, anywhere. What type of linked list you have? Linked list types are there. Single linked list, it is called as one link will be there. Single list means one way direction travel, only one link, element and next element link, only one way direction. One more type of linked list you have, doubly linked list. Doubly linked list means the linked list elements you can represent two-way directions. Two-way directions can be travel. Singly linked list, the list of elements can be travel only one way. Doubly linked list direction, the list of elements can be indicate two-way. Each list consists two pointers, previous pointer, next pointer. Singly linked list, each list contain only one pointer, next element address. But this is a doubly linked list consists with the two pointers, previous and next. You can find out the previous element address, you can find out the next element address, doubly linked list. One more type of linked list also there in the linked list only, circular linked list. It's a circular manner. Circular linked list means you can work with circular linked list. Last element pointer linked to the first element pointer. Singly linked list ended with the last pointer. Doubly linked list also ended with the last pointer. But circular linked list last pointer connect with the first pointer. It's a circular manner. But these all linked list compulsory to manage with the pointers. With the pointers only to create this. With the pointers only to create the linked list. Next type of data structure you have, tree data structure you have. Now stacks and queues can implement with arrays as well as pointers. But linked list completely for pointers. Pointers and dynamic memory allocation. One more type of data structure you have, tree mechanism. What is meant by tree? You have tree called as, it is a non-linear data structure. Previously stacks, queues, stack also, queue also, linked list also, linear data structures. But trees is a non-linear data structure. What is meant by non-linear data structure? The data can be represented with the different links. The data can be represented one link with the different links. Every tree how to represent your data? Parent node, child nodes. Every tree first started with the parent node. The parent node connected to the childs. Left child, right child. Again traveling this. Left child, right child. Tree basically to represent your data hierarchical manner. Under hierarchical representation, you can store your data, hierarchical representation. Which are the types of tree you have? Binary tree, it is one type of tree to store the data in the traveling method, parent and child nodes. And one more type of tree you have, binary search tree, BST. It is called as BST, binary search tree. While working of trees only, you can use with traverse methods, traveling methods. These are called as traverse methods. Once you create your tree, how to traveling your elements in the different traverse methods. Which are the traverse methods you have? Pre-order traverse, pre-order. One more type of traverse, in-order traverse. One more type of traverse, post-order traverse. These are the traverse methods, traveling methods of tree. Finally, trees are nothing but to store your data. Hierarchical representation, hierarchically to represent your data. Different type of trees, binary tree, binary search tree, traverse methods. But every tree you want to store the hierarchical manner. Parent and childs, parent node and child nodes to be represented. What is one more type of data structure mechanism you have? Graph will be there. What is meant by graph? It is also one type of data structure. To store your data based on, you can work with different type of vertices and edges. The graph is one of the data storage. To implement the graph, vertices, starting vertex, ending vertex, start vertex, ending vertex. In between you can link with some edges based on the vertices and edges. Different type of graphs are there. Graphs also you have some type of directed graph, you have directed graph. Undirected graph you have, there is no any direction. Undirected graph you have, undirected graph. One more type of graph you have that is called as weighted graph, weight graph. Weighted graph is there. And graph traveling methods are there. Graph also you have some traveling methods. Graph traverse methods. Which are the graph traverse methods are there? Two types of graph traverse methods. Breadth first search, breadth first search. It's one type of graph, breadth first search graph, BFS. It is called as BFS graph, breadth first search. One more type of graph also there, it's called as depth first search. Breadth first search we have. One more type of graph is there, depth first search, DFS, depth first search. Graph is also one type of data structure to store your data representation of vertices and edges. Starting vertex, ending vertex, you have some roots. Directed graph you have, undirected graph you have, weighted graph is there. And graph also you can travel different techniques, graph traveling methods. BFS called as breadth first search technique you have, DFS called as depth first search technique you have, depth first search. Finally, for the data structure, these are the concepts will be to implement C language data structures. Whenever you learn for the data structures, two types of actually the data structure techniques, what type of data structures? Linear data structures. One more category, non-linear. Linear means it's a one element link with only one link. Which are the linear data structures that I discussed? Linear data structures, the introduction part I discussed stacks, and a linear data structure, one more is queues, and one more type of linear data structure, linked list. This is for linear category you have, linear data structures. And non-linear data structures. Which are the non-linear data structure categories we have? Tree also non-linear data structure, and a graph also non-linear data structures. These are the concepts you have for that linear and non-linear topics. C language data structures. Which are the major data structure? Actually, searching technique will be there. You want to search the element. If I want to search the element in array, two different algorithms, linear search, binary search. Sorting technique you have to arrange the list of elements. Ascending order you want to arrange the list of elements, different algorithms, bubble sort, selection sort, insertion sort, quick sort, heap sort, merge sort. These are the techniques to arrange the elements in order. And one more, storage of data structure, stack will be there. Stack indicates your data stored in the form of LIFO manner, last in first out. Which element is last inserted, that should be removed first, last in first out manner. Stack can be defined with array, stack can be defined with pointers. One more data structure queue will be there. It's a FIFO manner, first in first out manner. Which element is first inserted, that should be removed first. Which element last inserted, that should be removed last. Queue with array, queue with pointers. Linked list also one type of data structure. You want to store your data linked manner. Linked manner, it's nothing but pointer. One element linked with the next pointer. Singly linked list, singly linked list one way direction travel. Doubly linked list two way direction travel, previous and next. Circular linked list, anywhere to anywhere you can link off this. Last pointer connected to the first pointer. This is completely linked list algorithms. Tree data structure you have. Tree called as to represent your data in the form of hierarchical representation. Hierarchically to represent. Parent node, child nodes, parent and childs. Different type of trees you have. Binary tree, binary search tree, and traverse methods also there. Which are the traveling methods you have? Pre-order, in-order, and post-order. Graph is also one data structure you have to store your data in the vertices and edges. Directed graph, undirected graph, weighted graph is there. Graph traveling methods are there. Breadth first search graph, depth first search graph. Finally, what is my conclusion? Data structure to be represent. Data structures are used to store your data standard structure. Permanently to store your data standard manner. Once you store your data standardly, anytime manipulation will be done. Manipulation means you can insert data, you can update data, you can delete data, you can select data. Data structure is not a programming language. Data structure is one of the technique how to keep the data, how to manipulate data, how to retrieve. With the help of programming languages code. Every data structure you have some list of algorithms. Algorithms are there. Based on algorithms only you can represent your data. Settings, sorting algorithms, searching algorithms, stacks, queues, linked list, trees, graphs. Based on the algorithms you can represent your data. But data structure can be developed with any programming, maybe C language, C++, Java, .NET. Compared to C, C++, what is the advantage of Java data structures? Predefined classes, predefined methods you have. Collection framework can be used. But C language, C++, stack also, queue also, linked list also, everything user defined code, programmer code. There is no any built-in methods, there is no built-in classes. Before to understand of data structure, must and should you have the knowledge about arrays, functions, and structures, pointers, dynamic memory allocation in C programming language. Then only you can understand complete data structures, because that the coding is heavy lines of code, 100 lines, 1000 lines. It's very difficult to understand. Must and should you have the knowledge about these concepts. Okay. In the next class, start with the data structure programming, how to use of the data structures. In the next session, I started first data structure, searching techniques I discussed. Thank you for this video. Hello students, welcome to the C language training program. Today I want to discuss about data structures, searching techniques. In C language data structures, how to work the searching methods or searching techniques. Now see what is meant by data structure. Data is nothing but information. Structure is nothing but to perform standard process to store the data, to manipulate the data, to retrieve the data. What is the reason of data structures? Your collection of some information stored into standard structure techniques. You want to insert the data, or you want to update the data, or you want to delete the data, or to retrieve the data. That is possible with the help of different type of data structure techniques. The techniques can be implemented with C programming also, or C++ also, Java or .NET also. Data structure is not a programming language. Data structure is not a programming to implement different algorithms. It is developed with any programming. It is not a programming. These are, you have some algorithms and different syntaxes. Based on the algorithms, you can work with the storage data. Any programming languages, maybe C language code or C++ or Java.NET. Now for the under data structures, which is the first technique of data structures, searching methods, searching techniques to be discussed. Generally, what is meant by searching? Searching called as to find an element in the given array list. Under C language program, array concept will be there. What is meant by array? A collection of elements or a list of elements. Whenever user created array or list of elements, after enter the array elements to read a specified element available or not, to search a given element available or not, that is processed with searching techniques. How to define the searching? Searching called as to find an element in the given list of elements. Suppose you are created list of marks. You are created list of marks. In that marks, the given mark is available or not. Suppose you are created list of names. Is that particular name available or not? In your program, you are created list of temperatures. The given temperature matching or not, that should be find out. That is the reason you have to go for searching techniques. Mostly everywhere you can use the searching. Is it particular ID available or not? Particular name is available or not? Particular value available or not? You can search these. Under C language data structures, searching techniques are two types will be there. How to search the element in the list of elements? Two types of methods you have. The first one called as linear search method. It is also called as sequential search. Second type of searching is called as binary search. This is also called as random search. First search called as linear search or sequential search, both are same. Second type of technique called as binary search or random search. Now see what is the difference of linear search and binary search. Linear search, the given key element, searching element, it will be traced line by line. If I want to search the key element in your array line by line to search this, that means is it first element matching to the key element? Is it second element matching to the key element? Is it third element matching to the key element? Until key element is found. Wherever key element is found, to return search is success. Wherever key element is not found, till all elements if you search, the key element is not found, return -1. -1 indicates false. If the key element is available in the array list, in a list of element, key element is matching to any one element, search is success. Whenever the key element not matching of all elements, return -1. -1 indicates false. Your element is not found. What is the work of the process linear search? Line by line to search the element. Each array element matching to the key. Is it first element matching to key or not to verify? If it is not, second element matching or not. If it is not, third element matching or not. Line by line to search the process. Coming to the one more type of searching technique are there, binary search. What is the discussion about binary search? It is not sequentially search the element. If you want to process the binary search, very important point, binary search, the list of elements must be sorted order. If you want to work with binary search technique, initially the list of elements must be sorted order. If the elements are sorted order, then only you can search the binary. Whenever the list of elements are sorted order, the complete list dividing two parts. All list of elements cannot be traced. The complete list partition to two parts, dividing into two parts. How to divide that? Based on the mid element. What is meant by mid element? First element index plus last element index divided by 2. Average of first element index, last element index divided by 2 to find the mid. If suppose I have 10 elements are there, my first element index is 0, last element index is 9, 0 plus 9 divided by 2. At that time, which is the mid? 4.5. 4.5 means it is a fourth position to start the mid. Fourth position is a mid. If I have 10 elements, fourth is the mid element. Now, if my key element is less than mid element, if the key element is less than mid element, to process the left side list, left side part will be processed. If the key element is greater than mid element, to process the right side element, right part of the elements. Whenever the key element is less than mid index, left side part will be searched. If the key element is greater than mid element, right side part of elements to be searched. That means a complete list no need to search. Half of the list only to search. If I have 10 elements, either first 5 elements or second 5 elements to be searched. Whenever key element exactly matching of mid element, return the index. Whenever the searching element equal to mid index element, return the mid. If it is not key element less than a of mid, you forward to the left side to be processed. If it is not key is greater than mid, forward to the right side list until element to be found. What is the difference of linear search and binary search? Linear search, the list of elements, each element compared to the key element. If I have 10 elements, very beginning element first to be searched. Is it first element matching to key element? Is it not? Second element matching to key element? If it is not, third element matching to key element. Wherever matching the key element, stop the process. Return the true. If all elements I trace that, but the key element is not found, return -1, false. But what is the drawback of linear search? Linear search drawback, the list of elements may be sorted, may not be sorted. There is no guarantee all elements should be sorted or unsorted. May be sorted list or unsorted list also, you can search the element. Linear search technique is a easily trace the elements, the list of elements. Linear search is one of the quickly and understandable technique, easy to process, easy to search. But what is the problem of linear search? Suppose in my list 100 elements I have. In my list 100 elements are there, but I want to find out the key element. It is at 99 position suppose. Actually 100 elements, but I want to search the element, my searching element at 99 position. At that time compulsory 98 searchings to be done. At that time it is a time wastage process. Suppose I have heavy number of elements, list of elements, heavy list, I mean bulk list of elements. If I want to particular element to be searched, that is at last position, but directly I can't go the last position. First element, second element, third element, linear wise only to search. You can't go for directly particular element. What is the drawback of linear search? It is a time wastage process. Whenever I have list of elements, heavy elements, your search will be slower because of each element to be traced. It is very difficult to process at that time, it is a time wastage. And one more problem, linear search, the elements no guarantee sorted or unsorted. Unsorted elements also search, sorted elements also search. That is the reason binary search will be started. Compared to linear search, what is the advantage of binary search? The binary search first important point, list of elements must be sorted order. Compulsory first list of elements should be arranged in order, then only you can start the process. If it is not, you can't make with binary search. If it is list of elements sorted, then only continue to the binary search. And whenever I have heavy elements, suppose I have 100 elements are there, 100 elements already sorted. Before that already sorted 100 elements. Whenever I have the 100 elements now, the 100 elements dividing into two parts. 50 is the mid suppose, first to 49 one list, next list 51 to the next 100 is another list. Based on the mid only you can search. At the time no need to trace that each element. If I have 100 elements, I want to search either first 50 or second 50. Within the 50 elements also again 25, I mean 25 will be divided. Within the 25 again dividing 12, again 12 elements dividing to 6, 6 elements dividing to 3, 3 elements dividing to the mid. Until that you can process. Compared to linear search, what is the advantage of binary search? The elements are sorted, guarantee sorted. And one more advantage, if I have heavy list, no need to trace that each element. Just directly go to the based on the mid element. If the key element is less than mid, just you can move to the left side. Key element is greater than mid, just you can move the right side. Either first list or second list. No need to trace the all elements. Easy to process. At that time your key element easy to process. That is the advantage of that binary search. Whenever the list have limited elements, prefer to the linear search. Whenever the list of elements are heavy elements, prefer to the binary search. If my list have limited elements, 5 elements, 6 elements, then go for linear search better. It is easy to understand, easy to process. Whenever my list has heavy elements, then go for binary search technique. These are the searching algorithms available under data structures. Searching algorithms. You see that how it is working of that, and what are the syntax of that binary search and linear search. You see that now what is the process of that linear search and binary search algorithms. Check it here. Linear search is a very basic, it is very basic and a simple search algorithm. Linear search is a very basic searching and a simple search algorithm. In the linear search, When we want to search an element or value in the given array, if I want to search any element or value in the given array by traveling array from the starting to ending element, by traveling from the starting element to till desired element. Suppose I have 10 elements are there, my key element is at 5th position. I have 10 elements, my key element as 5th position. I want to start for first element matching or not, second element matching or not, third element, fourth element, fifth element. There it will be stop. Whenever the desired element is found, stop the process. Now you see what is a syntax, algorithm steps you have. You see that what is the traveling of that linear search. Every iteration compare the target value with the current value. If I have 10 elements are there, I want to go for comparing of the target value with the current element. If the values are match, return the index. If the value is not match, it is false, return -1. If the value do not match, move on to the next element. If the value will be match, return the index. If no match is found, whenever the key element is not found, return -1. -1 indicates false. Whenever key element is matching, return. Whenever key element is matching, index will be returned. Whenever key element is not found, return -1. To search any given number, the given list of elements with the help of linear search, starting to ending. Starting to ending, every element can be searched. You see that now how it is working of that. Now I want to go for some check that how it is processed. Suppose I have one array. Now this is my array. If my array size, if I have array, this is my array. Array size I have. What is my array size? Array size I created here. Array size is 5. Suppose my array size is 5 elements. I am creating one array 5 size, A of 5. Whenever A is the array with 5 size, I want to store some elements. Here I want to store some elements now, array elements I want to store. Totally how many elements I want to store? 5 elements. 5 elements. Whenever my array is 5 size, what is the index of the first element? A of 0. First element index is A of 0, A of 0. What is the next element index I have? Next element index will be there. Whenever I have this, next element index. You see that next element index I have. Now I want to go for A of 0. What is the next element index? 1. What is the next element index? 2. Next element index? 3. Next element index? 4. If my array size is 5, 0 to 4. Now this is array logic. Suppose I am entering some elements. What is my elements? My elements are 10. Next element is 25. Next element is 35. Next element is 56. Any elements. Maybe those elements are sorted or unsorted, no matter. If I use 12, I am creating one array A of 5. 5 elements I have. A of 5 elements I have. A of 0 element is 10. A of 1 is 25. A of 2 is 35. A of 3 is 56. A of 4 is 12. 5 elements. How to process of linear search? When I want to process with the linear search, how it is checked? First I am creating for loop. First I am creating with for loop. What is my for loop? I equal to 0, index value 0. I less than or equal to 4. Every array index value starts from 0 to size -1, 5 minus 1, 4. I plus plus. Within the for loop, suppose I am entering with the key element. What is my key element? I have 5 elements. I want to search key equal to 56. Actually total elements are 5 elements. I want to search 56. Is it 56 available or not? Yes, it is available. 56 element is available, that I want to search. With the help of linear search process, I want to search. How to search of that? I equal to 0, I less than or equal to 4, I plus plus. That is called as first element to last element index reading. What is my logic here? If A of I equal to key, A of I equal to key. What is mean by A of I? Array each element, any element matching to the key. Each array index element, any element matching to the key, I want to give flag equal to 1. Flag equal to 1. Here I taken with flag variable. Initially, flag variable 0. It is nothing but false. Flag equal to 0 means it is checking of false. Whenever A of I equal to key, flag equal to 1, it indicates true. It indicates true val. Whenever the key element is matching to the any one of array element, flag equal to 1, break the process. Now close the if to be closed, and close the for. Close the if, close the for. Finally, what is my message? When I want to print the search is success message, when I want to print the message, if whenever flag equal to 1, whenever flag variable equal to 1, I want to print the message. Which message I want to print? Whenever flag equal to 1, I want to print the message. Printf linear search is success, or key is found. The element is found, key is found. Whenever key element flag is not equal to 1, else. Whenever flag is not equal to 1, I want to print the message. You see that if the flag equal to 1, printf, which is my message, key is found, the element is found. Element is found. Now I want to work with the else. Whenever key element is flag is not equal to 1, printf, what is my message? Key is not found. Now key is not found, I mean that element is not found. I want to print the message, key is not found. Whenever flag equal to 1, key is found. Whenever flag is not equal to 1, key is not found. That I want to print the message. I want to print the message, key is not found. Now you see here how to verify this. How to verify this logic now here. Check it now. What is my first I value? 0. I want to trace this program. My first I value is 0 I have. I is 0. Now if, now here I want to check with if A of 0. What is my A of 0 element? A of 0 element is 10. When I given with A of 0 element is 10. When I use with A of I value initially 0, 10. 10 is the very beginning element. A of 0 is nothing but 10. Now I want to verify, is it 10 is matching to the A of 0 is nothing but 10. Here I have that this is A of 0, 10 elements. What is my first condition tested here? Is it 10 equal to key? What is my key element? 56. My key element is 56. Here I want to verify. Is it 10 equal to 56? False. 10 equal to 56? False. Move on to the next element searching. Move on to the next element to be searched. What is my next element? I have 25. My next element is 25. Now I want to search, is it 25 equal to 56? Second element to be move on. 25 equal to 56. Is it true or false? False. 25 equal to 56 false. Does not match to the second element. Move on to the next. Now what is my third element? I have 35. My third element is 35. Now I want to verify this. Is it 35 equal to 56? Is it 35 equal to 56? It is also false. It is also false. I want to move the next element. What is my next element? 56 I have. Fourth element. Now I want to check with is it 56 equal to 56? Yes. 56 equal to 56 true. Whenever true, now I want to break that. Now I want to stop the process, return the index. Whenever key element is matching, stop the process, return the index. Now here which position I want to find out that key element I have? Third position. Actually it's a fourth position. Fourth position key element is found. Fourth position key is found. This is the process of linear search. How it is working of linear search? Is it first element is matching to key? First element 10. Is it 10 equal to 56? Suppose my key is 56. Is it 10 equal to 56? False. 25 equal to 56? False. 35 equal to 56? False. 56 equal to 56? True. Fourth position key is found. Stop there and print the message. Suppose I want to take with another key element. Instead of 56, I want to create with another key element. I want to change my key. Previously key is the 56. Now I want to change my key. What is my key I want to take here? See that. Suppose my key equal to 79. Key equal to 79. How to verify that? Again same process. My very beginning element 10. Is it 10 equal to 79? No. False. 10 equal to 79? False. Move on the next. Is it 25 equal to 79? No. False. Move on the next. Next 35 equal to 79? False. Move on the next element. And next I want to trace with 56 equal to 79? No. It is also false. Move on the next element. 12. 12 also checking. 12 equal to 79? No. False. Entire list there is no matching of 79 elements. All cases 79 does not match. Finally, I want to end off this process because the key element is not found. All elements I searched here. Key element is not found. Any position there is no key element. At the time no key is found. That means the key element is not found. No key. No key is found here. There is no key element matching to any element. That is called as search is fail. Now in this, if I create the key equal to 56, search is at the fourth position. If I have key is 56, search is at the fourth position. If my key is 79, search is fail because all elements, any element does not match the key, does not found the key. Everywhere false. No key element is found. This type of process called as linear search process. Now you see this is the process to be worked with linear search. I want to make a program. How it is working of linear search? I want to make one program, linear search program. How it is working of linear search process? Check it. With help of function. Write a program to demonstrate linear search using functions. Mostly every data structure program must and should implement with functions, using functions only to follow the process. Must and should implement the functions. Now I want to create linear search using functions. Hash include stdio.h, hash include conio.h. Now here I want to create with one function declaration void. Every function 3 steps are there. First declaration step void L search, linear search. My function name is L search, linear search. Linear search int, this is my array argument, int square brackets. Next I want to indicate with here I used with int. This is for int index, one more is size, and one more is int key element. Totally 4 arguments. I passed here 4 arguments. Now this is for int, now this is for size, this is for index purpose, now this is for size, and this is for key element. Otherwise 3 arguments also I can mention, like one is for array, another one size, another one key element. Now I want to create void main function to be processed. How it is process of that int a of 100. A is an array with 100 size. I want to declare with n. N is the size of array. N is the size of array and one more variable I for index. Now here first I want to enter the size of array, enter n. How many elements to enter the array? Scanf. %d ampersand n. N is nothing but size of array. Once I enter the array size, enter the array elements. Enter array elements. How to enter that array elements now? For loop to be used. For I equal to 0, I less than or equal to 4, I less than or equal to n minus 1, I plus plus. For loop. How to read the array elements? Scanf. All elements are integers. %d ampersand a of I. Read the array. Ampersand a of I. Ampersand a of 0, a of 1, a of 2 until n minus 1. I want to read the array elements up to n minus 1. Once I read the array elements, first time enter the size, next time enter the array elements. After that I want to call the enter the key element. Enter key element. Which element I want to search? That should be enter. Which element I want to search? That key element should be enter. That is my input. %d ampersand key element to be enter. Once I enter the list of array elements, then I want to enter the key element. Now is it key element matching to array or not? How to process that? L search function. I want to call L search. Before main L search function I used, this is declaration of function, but that function I want to call here L search function I want to call. Now in this L search function, A for array, after that n is for size, key for searching element. Now in this process now L search function I want to call, A is the array, n is the size, key for searching element. Now this step is called as function calling. I want to call the function this. Once I call the L search function, I want to say get ch. L search function is no return. It is void function, no return. Now I want to explain the body void L search. I want to explain the body now void L search. Here which I want to use now? Int A is my array, first argument. Next int n, size of array. Next int key, searching element. 3 arguments I have. Now here A is my array elements to be called. Through the main I want to call the array elements. Through the main I want to call the size. Through the main I want to call the key. Inside of L search body I used flag variable. Flag is one of the variable. Now this is for true or false purpose. Initially flag equal to 0, it indicates false. I for index. Initially flag variable equal to 0, it is initially false. Now I want to work with the for loop. I equal to 0, I less than or equal to n minus 1, each element to be compared. Whenever if array of any element equal to key element, whenever array of any element equal to key element, flag becomes 1. Whenever flag is equal to 0, false. Whenever flag equal to 1, indicates true. If the key element is matching, break the process. Whenever key element is matching, to break the process, key element is found. Now I want to close the for loop. I want to write the message. Which message? If a flag equal to 1, whenever my flag equal to 1, I want to print the message linear search is success or key is found. Linear search is success and key is found. Whenever the key element is not available in the list of element, I want to print the message. Which message I want to print? key is not found. The element is not available in the list, key is not found. If any array element matching to the key element, flag is 1. If any array element not matching to the key element, flag is 0. At that time key is not found, search is unsuccess. And finally, to close the function also, the L search function. Now I want to save this program, linear search function. Now I want to save. Now here I go to the save, where I want to save here under Turbo C location, Turbo C++ under disk, under Turbo C3 folder under bin I want to save. What is my name of the program? lsearch.c, lsearch.c, linear search.c. Now I want to open under Turbo editor, Turbo C editor, lsearch.c, linear search.c, open lsearch.c. Now I want to open the linear search process with the help of function. Now I want to compile this. I want to compile this here, key element. You see that key also to declare. I missed that key variable also to declare. Now I want to search, compile and run. Enter the n. N is nothing but list of elements. How many elements I want to enter now? 10. 10 elements I want to enter, suppose. What is my elements I enter? Any number of elements. What is my elements I enter? Now here 10, 5, 26, 75, 89, any elements, 10 elements to be entered. The elements may be order, may not be order. There is no order, may be order, may not be order. After that 70, 78. Enter the key element. I enter 10 elements. After that enter the key element. Suppose my key element 90. My key element is 90. 90 available in the array list. Which position available? That is on actually 6th position available. 90 element available actually 6th position. But index is 5. 0 to 5. Index is 5. Because of 6th position means 5. What is the message? Key is found. The element is found. Line by line it will be search. Suppose if I enter the n value 5. What is my array elements are? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I want to key element is 20. How it is process of linear search? First element comparing to key. Is it 10 equal to 20? No. Move the next element. 11 equal to 20? No. Move the next element. 12 equal to 20? No. False. 30 equal to 20? False. 40 equal to 20? False. All elements not matching. At that time what is the message? Key is not found. The given key element is not found. Finally, what is the process of this linear search? When I used it with linear search process, what is the function I used? Void L search. Now this linear search function 3 arguments. First argument is array, second argument is size, third argument is key element. Once I declare the function, through the main I want to call the function L search, A for array to be passed, N for size to be passed, key is the searching element. Now under L search body, array value to be take, size value to be take, key to be take. What is the logic here? If A of I equal to key, whenever array element matching to the key, flag becomes 1. Initially flag is equal to 0. Whenever any array element matching to the key, flag becomes 1, true, it is break. Whenever key element is not matching, at that time I want to print the message, key is not found. If anywhere matching the element, key is found. It is line by line to search the process. Finally, what is the drawback of that linear search? Linear search, what is the drawback here? Whenever key element is matching at any one of the element, search is success. Whenever the key element is not matching of all elements, searching is unsuccess. But what is the problem now? I have 100 elements are there. Suppose in my list 100 elements are there. I want to search 99 elements. I want to key at the 99 position searching element to be processed. At that time 98 steps will be processed, 98 searches will be done. What is the problem here? Line by line to search the element. Even 5th position also, even 10th position also, even 100 position also, even last element position also, compulsory from the beginning. From the beginning every element trace that, line by line it will be traced. If the list is limited elements, it's okay, it is working fine. If the list is heavy number of elements, the process will be difficult, compilation will be difficult, debugging will be difficult, and one more problem, list of elements may be sorted order, may not be sorted order. That is a problem. That is the reason which search will be started? Binary search. The linear search problem overcome by binary search. But whenever linear search is better, if the list is a limited number of elements and it is a simple technique, easily understand. The logic is easy and simply understand. The elements may be ordered, may not be ordered. This is the complete process of linear search algorithm. Then tomorrow class I want to continue binary search technique and binary search algorithm, how to trace out that binary search. Tomorrow session I will continue. Thank you for this video. Hello students, welcome to the C language training program. Today I want to discuss with the binary search process and different type of sorting techniques. Binary search and sorting techniques or sorting methods. What is mean by search? Search is nothing but to find an element, the given array list. Search is nothing but to process to find an element, the given array list. What are the types of search you have? Linear search and binary search. What is mean by linear search? If I want to search the element line by line, if you want to trace the element line by line until element is found, that is called as linear search. What is mean by binary search? The search is random search or quickly access search. While working of linear search, the given elements may be sorted, may not be sorted. The list of elements may be ordered, may not be ordered, but you can search the process. Whenever the key element, the search element matching to the any one of the element, search return success. If any element is not matching to the key element, entire list, search return unsuccess. It is called as -1 indicates. What is mean by -1 indicates? Search is failed. If any one of the element matching to the key element, search is success. If all elements not matching to the key element, search is unsuccess. What is the drawback of linear search? It is line by line to search the element. It's a time wastage process. And one more problem, the list of elements may be sorted, may not be sorted. Unsorted also you can search the elements. Whenever you have the heavy list of elements, this search technique is not recommended. Whenever the list of elements are limited number of elements, linear search is a very important technique and easy to process. It's a simple technique and easy to process. If the list is heavy number of elements, then you want to move on binary search process. What is the work of binary search process? The first point of binary search, the list of elements must be sorted order. If you want to search the given element in the array list, first the list of elements must be sorted order. Whenever the list of elements are sorted order, how to trace the element, key element, how to trace the entire list splitted to the two parts. Based on the mid element, entire list will be dividing into two parts. The first element index called as low index, the last element index called as high index. First to be find out the mid. How to find out the mid? Low plus high divided by 2. Average of first element index plus last element index divided by 2. If the key element is less than mid element, if the key element is less than A of mid element, to process with the left side part of list. If the key element is greater than mid element, to process with the right side part of elements. Whenever the key element matching to the mid element, return the index and the search is success. It is very important method and easy to search the elements. If I have heavy number of elements also, it is very easy to process. Because if I have 100 elements, either first 50 to search or second 50 to search. The first 50 also divide to two parts, 25. Next 25 elements divided to two parts, 12. 12 elements divided to two parts, 6. 6 elements divided to two parts, 3. Under 3 you can find out the mid. That is the process of binary search. How it is processed the binary search? You see that how it is work of binary search. The binary search is one of the important technique to search the elements, a random method based on the mid element only to process. Suppose I created some list of elements. I want to create some list of elements 5, 6 and I used 8 and 31 and 46 and 75. That elements I want to make into sorted order. Order wise I want to put the elements. Order wise you want to put the element here 89. Now this is my list. Now in this list how many number of elements I created? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. How many number of elements I created? 7 elements. Now these list of elements already sorted. These list of elements are already sorted ascending order now here 5, 6, 8, 31, 46, 75 and 89. Then I want to follow the binary search. If the list of elements are sorted order, then only start for search. If the list of elements are not sorted order, first you arrange in order, then only to follow the binary search. Now I want to go for the first element is called as low index. What is mean by low? The first element index called as low. What is mean by high index? Last element index. High equal to n minus 1. What is my total size of array? N equal to how many elements I giving? 7. N is nothing but number of elements 7. Low index is 0. High index is n minus 1. 7 minus 1, 6. How to find out the mid element? How to find out the mid? Mid equal to low plus high divided by 2. Average of low plus high divided by 2. Based on that you can find out the mid. Mid equal to low plus high divided by 2. What is my low index? 0. What is my high index? 6 divided by 2. 3. That means what? What is my mid index? 3. This is mid index. Low index is 0. High index is 6. Mid index is 3. Now I want to work with the binary search process. Based on the mid only, list will be splitted based on the mid. Now here 0, 1, this is 1, this index is 1, this index is 2, this index is 3. That means what? What is my mid element here? 31. 31 is my mid element because this is 3 mid, 3 index. Now this index is 4, this index is 5, that index is 6. Now here you see that what is my A? Suppose A is my array. What is my A of mid element? A of mid element is 31. A of mid equal to 31. Now you see 31 left side all elements are lesser elements. 31 right side elements are greater elements. 31 lesser, left side elements are lesser, 31 right side elements are greater. Which is my mid element here? 31 is the mid element. Suppose my request is I want to search with the key. What is my key element I want to search? Suppose 75. I want to search with 75. In this list of elements, 75 element is available or not? That to be searched. With the help of binary search technique, I want to search. If I want to find out with 75, linear search means line by line. Is it 5 matching to 75? No. Is it 6 matching to 75? No. Is it 8 matching to 75? No. Is it 31 matching to 75? Like this. So on, so wherever 75 matching, stop there. That is the process of linear search. But coming to the binary search, every element no need to search. Every element no need to search. First you find out the mid. Based on the mid, if the key element is less than mid, left side to be traveled. If the key element is greater than mid, right side to be traveled. Now what is the logic of here? You see that if, what is the logic here? If the key less than A of mid, if the key element is less than A of mid, at that time which to be processed? High to be changed. High value to be changed. High equal to mid minus 1. High equal to mid minus 1. That means index minus 1, mid value minus 1. Else, if suppose, else if the key element is greater than A of mid, key is greater than A of mid. Whenever key is greater than A of mid, low to be changed. Low will be changed. Low equal to mid plus 1. If the key element is less than A of mid, high value to be changed, mid minus 1. If the key element is greater than mid, low equal to mid plus 1. Else, whenever if key matching to exactly mid element, whenever key matching to exactly mid element, return. Which to be returned? Mid index. Mid index to be returned. This is the logic. What is the logic here? Mid equal to low plus high divided by 2. After that, if key less than A of mid, high equal to mid minus 1. If the key greater than A of mid, low equal to mid plus 1, low value change. Key less than A of mid means high value move to the mid minus 1. If key is greater than A of mid, low value move to the mid plus 1. If the key exactly matching to the mid, return the mid. Now this entire process, when I want to continue here, entire process, whenever low less than high, I want to continue this logic. Whenever low less than high, I want to continue this logic. Whenever low is greater than high, I can't continue. At that time, return minus 1. What is the indication of minus 1? The element is not found. The given list of element, minus 1 indicates the element is not found. Your key element is not searched. This is the logic to be done for the binary search. Suppose I am entering key equal to 75. I am entering with key equal to 75. What is my mid here based on this example? What is my mid 3, mid index 3? What is my element? 31. What is my key element? 75. First I want to search the first condition. If I want to search the first condition, if key is 75 less than, what is my mid? 31. Is it 75 less than 31? No, false. 75 less than 31, false. Whenever it is false, this is cancelled. It is not working. High equal to mid minus 1, not working. High is same position. High is same position. There is no any changes. Else if key greater than A of mid. Now I want to check with if 75 greater than 31. Yes, true. 75 greater than 31, condition is true. Whenever condition is true, which to be changed? Low equal to mid plus 1. Low index to be changed. Actually, what is my low? 0 will be there. Low is 0. Whenever this condition true, low will be moving. Which position low will be moving? Here I want to move the low at 4th position. At 4th index, low will be moving. Because of already mid is 3. 3 plus 1, 4. Now what is my low here? Low index. What is my low index? 4. At this list, what is my high index? High index is 6. At that time, these list of elements will be sorted. These are cancelled. These are cancelled here. These list of elements sorted. These list of elements sorted. Now this list, what is my low? 4. Low index is 4. What is my high index? 6. Now I want to continue for again same formula to be continued. I want to repeat the step again. Mid equal to low plus high divided by 2. Now here, what is my low? 4. What is my high? 6. Now I want to go for mid equal to 4 plus 6 divided by 2. What is the value? 10 divided by 2, 5. Now what is my mid index? 5. Mid index is 5. Now here mid index is 5 here. Now you see here this is 5. Mid index is 5. Mid index is 5 now. Now actually here which element I want to search here? 75 I want to search. My mid index value also 75. At that time, what is the process here? You have 75. Actually here 75 is my key element. What is my mid element? 75. 75 equal to 75, condition true. Whenever condition true, return mid index. What is the mid index? 5, fifth position. At the fifth position, the element is tracing. At the fifth position, element is tracing. Suppose I want to search with key element is 6. Key is 6. Initially my mid is 31. Now the key is 6. At that time, how to process of that? Is it 6 is less than 31? Yes, true. Whenever 6 is less than 31, true. Which to be processed now? High value changes. High value changes mid minus 1. I mean this is my high. What is my high now? High equal to 2. Low is 0, high is 2. 0 plus 2 divided by 2, 1. At that time 1 index. What is the 1 index element? 6. My key element is 6. My mid element also 6. Whenever that element is matching, stop the process and return the index. Finally, this is the logic of binary search logic. You see the diagram of that binary search program, how it is working of binary search. What is the function of the binary search? Here how it is working of binary search. What is the functionality for the binary search? Same logic to be implemented. While making of program also same logic, but function to be run. Every data structure program must and should implement with functions. Every data structure program must implement with functions. What is my function? I used void b search, binary search, void b search. Otherwise, this function I want to go for return type, int, integer return, int b search. After that int a, it's an array. After that int n, it's a size. After that int key element search. 3 arguments I have. A is array, n is size, and a key element. Now I want to work with now I want to check with int low equal to 0, low equal to 0, high equal to n minus 1. Low equal to 0, high equal to n minus 1, mid. These are my variables declared. Low equal to 0, high equal to n minus 1, mid. Now first while loop, because I want to repeat the steps. Low less than high, whenever low less than high. Whenever low is less than high, mid to be processed first. Mid equal to low plus high divided by 2. After that statement, if previously whatever I explained, key less than a of mid, if my key element is less than a of mid, at the time high should be changed. High equal to mid minus 1. Else if the key element is greater than mid, a of mid element, key element greater than mid. Whenever key element is greater than mid, low equal to mid plus 1. Low equal to mid. Now here, whenever key less than a of mid, high equal to mid minus 1. Now here, high equal to, sorry, this is mid plus 1, this is low equal to mid minus 1. Else if else if, whenever key exactly matching of mid, whenever key exactly matching of these, whenever key matching of mid, whenever key is exactly matching of these, here I used a high equal to mid minus 1. Now I want to return, what to be returned? Mid to be returned, mid index. If key less than a of mid, whenever my key element is less than a of mid element, now high will be changed, high equal to mid minus 1. Whenever key greater than a of mid, second list, low equal to mid plus 1, second list. Whenever key matching to a of mid, return the mid index. If the condition false, low less than high false, stop there, return minus 1. Return minus 1, I mean your given key element is not available, search is unsuccess. Whenever minus 1 is there, search is unsuccess. Now here if it is success means mid value return, integer return. Finally, this is the logic of, this is the function of binary search logic. Now see, now I want to discuss with some sorting techniques. Just now I completed with a linear search and binary search process. Under C language data structures, which are the sorting techniques are there? Sorting to be processed. What is meant by sorting? Generally, what is the meaning of sorting now? The list of elements arranged into order, either ascending order to be arranged or descending order to be arranged. If I created array list, the list of elements to be arranged, either ascending order to be arranged or descending order to be arranged. Now the C language data structure, different type of algorithms giving. How to arrange some list of elements, you have some different type of sorting techniques, sorting algorithms you have. Based on the algorithms, you can implement the sorting, which is best sorting technique that you can apply and which is the best time saving that you can apply. Which is the best sorting technique and the time saving and memory saving, that techniques can be applied. Which are the sorting algorithms you have under data structure C language? Which are the sorting techniques are there? Bubble sort, different type of sortings. Bubble sort, it is one of the sorting technique. One more type of sort you have selection sort, it is also one type of sorting technique. One more type of sorting technique you have insertion sort, insert the element sort. One more type of sorting technique you have quick sort technique. One more type of sorting technique you have merge sort. One more type of sorting technique you have heap sort. Now this sorting is based on the tree. Now these are some sorting techniques are there: bubble sort, selection sort, insertion sort, quick sort, merge sort, heap sort. These are some sorting algorithms to arrange the list of elements, either ascending order or descending order. In these sorting techniques, which is the user understandability sorting? Which is the user easy to understanding sorting? Bubble sort. User friendly and user easy to process, bubble sort. Which is the compiler easy to process the sorting? Quick sort. Our understandability, bubble sort. The compiler easy to process, quick sort. Now you see that how it is work of heap sort is tree based. Now I want to discuss with bubble sort, the first type of sort, bubble sort. How to arrange the list of elements with the help of bubble sort mechanism. With the help of bubble sort mechanism, how to arrange the list of elements? Bubble sort. How to arrange the list of elements on bubble sorter? Suppose I have some elements 3, 2, 5, 1, 3, 4. These are my list of elements. Now here how many elements I have? 6 elements. These elements I want to sort it. Actually, 3, 2, 5, 1. I used a 6. There is no repeated elements. 3, 2, 5, 1, 6, 4. There is no duplicate elements. These elements I want to sort it. Actually, these elements are unsorted. I want to arrange the sorted. With the help of which technique? Bubble sort. I want to arrange the technique of bubble sort. How it is working of bubble sort? Listen. Pairwise to be compared. What is the logic of bubble sort? Two elements you make as pair. Pairwise comparison. Comparison of pairwise. If the first element greater than second element, interchange. If the first element greater than second element, interchange. If the second element is greater than third element, interchange. If the third element is greater than fourth element, interchange. Pairwise to be comparison. Same process to be continued. Until all elements to be sorted, pairwise to be compared. If the first element greater than second element, interchange the elements. Swapping. Second element greater than third element, interchange. Until all elements to be sorted. You see that what is my pass number 1? I mean step number 1. Pairwise comparison. 3, 2, 5, 1, 6, 4. How it is works? First I want to compare 3, 2. I want to compare 3, 2. Is it 3 greater than 2? Yes, true. 3 is greater than 2? Yes, true. Whenever condition true, interchange. These positions to be changes. 2 will be move first, 3 will be next. 2 will be move first, 3 will be next. 5, 1, 6, 4 remaining same. Next I want to compare with second and third. 3 greater than 5 false. 3 greater than 5 false. There is no changes, same position. There is no changes, same place. 2, 3, 5, 1, 6, 4. I want to compare 5 and 1. Yes, 5 is greater than 1, true. Interchange the position. 2, 3, 1, 5, 6, 4. I want to compare with 5 and 6. 5 greater than 6, false, no changes. 5 greater than 6, false, no changes. Now I want to move on the next. 2, 3, 1, 5, 6, 4. I want to compare 6 and 4. I want to compare with 6 and 4. 6 greater than 4. Yes, true. 6 greater than 4, true. Finally, at end of this first pass, what is my elements coming? 2, 3, 1, 5, 4, 6. My final list at end of the first pass, final list is 2, 3, 1, 5, 4, 6. Now in this, which is my last element? 4. 4 is correctly positioned. You make a bubble. What is meant by bubble here? Whenever the element is correctly positioned, the element is process. Now here 6 is correctly positioned. In this list, which is highest element? 6, making at last. Which is least element? 1, making at first. Now this list of elements 6 is at last. It is correctly positioned. Now I want to go for second pass. Moving on second pass. Pass number 2. Second step or second pass. Remaining element. 2, 3, 1, 5, 4, 6. Already 6 is bubble. Already 6 element is bubbled. Now I want to compare 2 and 3. 2 and 3 condition false. 2 greater than 3 condition false. No changes. 1, 5, 4, 6. 3 greater than 1. Yes, true. Condition true. 2, 1, 3, 5, 4, 6. After that I want to compare 3 and 5. Condition false. 2, 1, 3, 5, 4, 6. After that I want to compare 5 and 4. Condition true. 5 greater than 4, true. Condition true. 2, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. At that time what happened now? 6 is correctly positioned. Similarly at this 5 also correctly positioned. At end of the pass number 1, 6 is correctly positioned. At end of the pass number 2, 5 is correctly positioned. Second pass, 5 is correctly positioned. First pass, 6. In the next pass, 4 will be correctly positioned. Already 4 is correctly positioned. In the next pass, what is the next pass? We have the elements. Pass number 3, next elements. Pass number, now in the pass number 3, 3 also correctly positioned. Again, what is the next? 2, 1 will be compared. 2 greater than 1. 2 greater than 1, condition true. Interchange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Finally, all elements are bubble. All elements are correctly. All elements are bubbled because all elements are correctly positioned. Finally, what is the conclusion of bubble sorter? the given list of elements, how to arrange in order in the bubble sorter. In the first pass, pairwise, first and second element to be compared. If the first is greater than second element, interchange. Similarly, second and third element to be compared. If it is true, interchange. Until last element, it will be pairwise comparison. At end of the first pass, highest element at last, it is bubbled. Highest element at last. At end of the second pass, second element will be bubbled. At end of the third pass, fourth element will be bubbled. Like that. Actually, how many number of elements? 6. N value 6. N value 6 means maximum number of passes 5. Maximum number of passes 5. I have 6 elements. Maximum number of passes 5. N minus 1. Bubble sort is very easy technique. Easy to process the elements. Pairwise comparison. So and so. First pass highest element compare. Second pass second highest will be bubble. Third comparison third highest will be bubble. Fourth comparison fourth highest will be bubble. Like that move on. What is one more type of sorting technique you have? One more sorting algorithm you have under sortings. What is one more type of sorting algorithm you have? Selection sort algorithm. Selection sort. It is also one type of algorithm. Selection sort. How to arrange the elements in sorted order. Selection sort. Now the bubble sort is arrange the elements based on the pairwise comparison. Suppose if I have n number of elements, how many passes? N minus 1 passes. The first pass, first and second element to be compared. If it is true, interchange. Second and third element to be compared. If it is true, interchange. At end of the first pass, highest element bubbled. Bubbled called as processed. That element is bubbled at last. Second highest bubbled at last second position. Least element is bubbled at first position. It is very easy process and easy to work the understand. What is one more type of sorting technique you have? Selection sort. One more type of sort. Selection sort. How it is working of selection sort? Second type of sorting, selection sort. I have 3, 1, 2, 5, 6, 4. Again the same elements I taken 6 elements. These elements are not sorted order. I want to arrange in order. Actually my given list of elements not sorted order. I want to arrange in order with the help of selection sort. How it is work the selection sort? You see the logic of selection sort. Every selection sort, what is the step number 1? I mean pass number 1. In that list of element, which is the minimum element? Which is the smallest element that to be selected? Which is the minimum element? 1. First I want to find out with which is the minimum. Minimum is 1. Now that minimum element should be interchanged by first position element. First you be find out to the minimum element, that will be interchanged with the first position element. In the next step, second minimum to be find out, that we move to the second position. Third minimum should be find out, that move to the third position. Fourth minimum to be find out, that should be moved to the fourth position. That is the logic. Minimum equal to 1. Now 3, 1, 2, 5, 6, 4. Now this for minimum element interchanged by first position element. This minimum element interchanged by first position element. 1 and 3, 2, 5, 6, 4, remaining same. In the second pass, second step, second pass, second minimum to be find out. What is the second minimum in this list of elements? Second minimum 2. Second minimum element is 2. The 2 will be interchanged with the second position element. 1, 3, 2, 5, 6, 4. Second minimum interchange with the second position element. Second minimum 2, that will be interchanged by second position. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 4. Next pass number 3, step number 3. Third minimum to be find out, that is move to the third position. Third minimum. What is the third minimum? 3. Third minimum 3. 3 is already at third position. Actually here third minimum 3 and 3 is also at the third position, correct position. No need to sort here, correct position. After that, pass number 4. Next step. Fourth minimum to be find out. What is my fourth minimum? 4. Fourth minimum 4. That should be interchanged with the fourth position elements. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 4. 4 is at 6th position. That will be interchanged with 4th position. Fourth minimum is 4. That is changed with the 4th position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 5. Next I want to go for pass number 5. Pass number 5. Fifth minimum. Which is the fifth minimum? 5. Fifth minimum 5. Now this fifth minimum 5 interchanged with the fifth position. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 6, 5. Now this 5 changed with the 6. Finally, what is my list of element? Final list of element you are getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. After interchange the elements, final list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is correctly ordered. This type of sorting is called as which type of sorting? A selection sort. What is the logic of selection sort? The given list of element first minimum to be find out. In this list of element minimum is 1. That should be interchanged with first position element. Next pass second minimum to be find out, that to be interchanged with second position element. Third pass third minimum to be find out, interchange with third position. Fourth pass fourth minimum to be find out, that be interchanged with fourth position. Fifth pass fifth minimum to be find out, that will be interchanged with fifth position. Finally, the list of elements will be sorted. That is the logic of selection sort. What is the logic of selection sort? The given list of element minimum to be find out, that should be interchanged with the first index element, next interchange with second position element, next interchange with the third index element, like this up to n minus 1. That is also n minus 1. Suppose my n number of elements 6, 5 passes, 5 steps to be required. What is one more type of sorting technique you have? One more type of sorting you have, sorting algorithm, insertion sort. One more type of sorting you have, insertion sort. How it is working of insertion sort technique now? Insertion sort algorithm or insertion sort. What is the logic of that insertion sort? Insertion sort, suppose I have the elements. What are my elements I have? 3, 1, 2, 6, 5, 4. These are my elements. Insertion sort, what is the logic? Very number, first pass. What is my first pass? 3 element, first 3. In the first pass, first element very beginning 3. Next I want to insert 1, this 1 to be inserted. How it is inserted 1? The very beginning element to be compared to 1, very beginning element compared to 1. Is it 1 is less than 3? Yes. Now this 1 is shifted to here, this position to insert. 1 will be moved at this position. This marker called as insertion marker. This is called as insertion marker, this marker. 1, 3. In the next pass, next element to be moved on. 1, 3. What is my next element? 2. Upcoming element is 2. Now the 2 where to be insert? 2 to be compared with 1 and 3. Now the 2 is greater than 1, 2 is less than 3. In middle, here to be process 1, 2, 3. Pass number 3. What is the next pass to be used? 1, 2, 3, 6. I want to insert 6. Now the 6 element to be compare with 1, compare with 6 is compared to 1, greater. 6 is compared to 2, greater. 6 is compared to 3, greater. Right side 1, 2, 3, 6. Next pass number 4. Pass number 4. 1, 2, 3, 6, 5. I want to insert 5. 5 compare. Now is it 5 is greater than 1? Yes. 5 is greater than 2. 5 is greater than 3. 5 is less than 6. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Pass number 5. Which element to be insert? Which element to be insert? 4. I want to insert 4. 4 compared to 1, greater. 4 compared to 2, greater. 4 compared to 3, greater. 4 compared to 5, lesser. In middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Finally, the list of elements will be ordered. How it is working of insertion sorter? In the first pass, very beginning element to be insert. The second element, second element to be compare with first element. If it is lesser, left side to be keep. If it is greater, right side to be keep. Now 1 is less than. After that 2 is between 1 and 3. After that 6 is greater than 3. After that 5 is greater than 1, greater than 2, greater than 3, less than 6. After that 4 is greater than 1, greater than 2, greater than 3, less than 5. Wherever it is suitable, that position to be inserted. This type of sorting is called as insertion sort. Each pass one element to be insert. If it is lesser, left side to be move on. If it is greater, right side to be move on. That is the logic of insertion sort algorithm to be processed. What is one more type of sorting you have? One more type of sorting technique is that merge sort. One more type of sorting you have, merge sort. How it is working of merge sort? Merge means combine the list. Merge sort. When I want to use for merge sort, I have some list of elements. Suppose 3, 7, 16, 5, 13, 14, 9 and 12. How many elements I have? 8 elements. How many elements? 8 elements are there. Well, how to working of these elements I want to work with divide and conquer method. 2 elements to be paired. 2 elements to be divided. I want to divide these 2 elements to be one file. 3, 7. These 2 elements. 16, 5. These 2 elements to be divided. 13, 14 and this element to be divided. 9, 12. Actually 8 elements, but 2 elements. If I have 9 elements, third element should be last list. If I have 9 elements, third element should be last list. After that, these 2 files make into 4 elements. These 2 files making into 4 elements. But that should be order wise. That should be order wise. 3, 5, 3, 5, 7, 16. And here 9, 12, 13, 14. Now again these 4 elements finally to make it as final list to become. Actually 8 elements, 2 elements dividing. After that 2 list combined to 4 elements and that should be separately ordered. And finally 4 elements merged to final elements. How it is working of final list? You see that final list. Suppose this is my list 1, this is my list 2. I consider this is L1, this is L2. L1 element compared to L2, which is lesser, that should be keep to the final list. L1 element compared to L2, which is the lesser, that should be keep to the final list. Now 3 and 9, which is lesser? 3 to be move on. Now 3 will be cancelled. 3 will be moving on to final list. 3 is less than 9, 3 will be looking into final list. After that 5 and 9. 5 and 9, which is the lesser? 5 will be move on here. After that 7 and 9, which is lesser? 7 will be moving here. After that 9 and 16 to be compared. 9 and 16, which is lesser? 9. Second list will be move on. After that 16 and 12 to be compared. 16 and 12 is lesser. After that 16 and 13 to be compared, which is lesser? 13. After that 16 and 14 to be compared. 16 and 14 to be compared, which is lesser? 14. And finally 16. Finally what is my final list? 3, 5, 7, 9, 12, 13, 14, 16. Order wise coming. How it is processed that merge list? Entire elements to be divided to 2 elements. First it is divided to 2 elements. 3, 7, 16, 5, 13, 14, 9, 12. If I have 9 elements, that should be move on the last list. If I have 9 elements, that should be move on to the last list. After that, these 2 list combined to the one list. 4 elements. That elements to be made into the 4 elements. But these 4 elements should be order wise. Separately order wise. Finally, this list 1 plus list 2 making into L3 final list. L1 plus L2 list into L3 final list. How to make of that final list? First element is less than second element, first element to be move on. If the second element is less than first element, second element to be move on. Now 3 and 9, 3 lesser, 5 and 9, 5 lesser, and 7 and 9, 7 lesser. 7 will be store, 9 will be lesser. After that 16 and 12, 12 will be keep. After that 16 into 13, 13 will be keep. After the 16 into 14, 14 will be keep. Finally 16. These all elements will be sorted. This type of sorting is called as merge sort. Merge sort means divide and conquer method. First the entire list will be two elements dividing, again combining. Finally that is process of merge sort. Today whatever sorting techniques I discussed, the programs in the next class I will explain that, algorithms and programs. Thank you for this video.
Hello dear students, today I am going to tell you about biology of Macrobrachium rosenbergi and Macrobrachium malcolmsoni. Before going into the topic, I would like to give you a small introduction on aquaculture. What is aquaculture? Culturing or rearing of aquatic organisms under controlled or semi-controlled conditions is called aquaculture. Aquaculture has a great demand all over the world. It is especially important in our Asia. China ranks first with a total of 40% of the production, total aquaculture production, whereas India ranks third in the shrimp production and seventh in the fish production. So the picture shows about the growing exports of aquatic exports of our India to various other countries. Our India exports various aquaculture products like shrimps, crabs, prawns, mussels, lobsters, etc. to other countries like USA, Japan, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Germany, etc. Aquaculture reduces our need to import various fishery products. It also promotes employment opportunities and provides reliable source of protein to the people. Aquaculture can be divided into two types. They are fin fisheries and non-fin fisheries. Culturing of true fishes is called fin fisheries, whereas culturing of other aquatic organisms like molluscans, crustaceans, frogs, sea cucumbers and seaweeds is called non-fin fisheries or shell fishery. If we see the prawn culture can be again divided into two types. They are marine prawn culture and freshwater prawn culture. Culturing of economically important marine species of prawns like Penis indicus, Penis monodon is called marine prawn culture, whereas culturing of freshwater prawns like Macrobrachium rosenbergi and Macrobrachium malcolmsoni is called freshwater prawn culture. Now let us see the biology of Macrobrachium rosenbergi. The slide shows the picture of Macrobrachium rosenbergi. Macrobrachium rosenbergi is a freshwater prawn that inhabits inland freshwater bodies like rivers, streams, ponds and reservoirs. It is commonly called scampi or giant water fresh prawn. It grows to a length of 31 centimeters and attains a weight of 100 grams. It is cultured on a large scale in India for supply to the export markets. AP is one of the important contributor in its production. It is an omnivorous and feeds in the bottom regions of the habitat. They feed on worms and other benthic organisms. Males and females have different growth stages. The body is dark grey in color with longitudinal, dark and light stripes over the body, and the joints are orange in color. Males are relatively larger than those of females. Sexual dimorphism is present, and second pair of chelate legs in males are longer than those of females. The species is nocturnal and feeds actively during night times, and it feeds on decomposing matter, benthic organisms, worms, small crustaceans, insects and their larvae. The seed of the prawn, that is post larvae, can be collected from the rivers and can be reared in culturing ponds. They periodically enter the brackish water during breeding season, and the eggs hatch out into post larvae in the brackish water. The species becomes mature in 4 to 5 months in natural habitat. The gravid females migrate to estuaries where the eggs hatch. During metamorphosis, the larvae pass through various zoal stages and metamorphose into juveniles. Now here the slide shows the development and the life cycle of our freshwater prawn Macrobrachium rosenbergi. They pass through, once they mature and become post larvae, these post larvae, they start migrating from estuaries back into rivers. Larvae swim actively with the tail facing forward and ventral side uppermost. From juveniles onwards, these juveniles, they swim forward with the cephalothorax facing forward and dorsal side uppermost. Once they are fully grown, the juveniles or post larvae, they start migration upstream into the rivers. So that's all about the Macrobrachium rosenbergi. Now let us see another freshwater prawn, that is Macrobrachium malcolmsoni. Macrobrachium malcolmsoni is also a freshwater prawn. It is commonly called as monsoon river prawn. It is the second largest prawn in India. It belongs to the phylum Arthropoda, class Crustacea, order Decapoda, family Palimonidae. It is also dark greyish in color dorsally, paler ventrally. It can be identified by its long serrated rostrum. The males are generally larger than those of females. They live in freshwater bodies like rivers, streams, ponds and other reservoirs. The males and females exhibit different growth rates, and males are usually larger than those of females. Males can be identified by their second pair of chelate legs, which are longer than those of females. They attain full maturity after 4 to 5 months. During breeding season, they move towards estuaries. Mating takes place between male prawns and female prawns throughout the year. During mating, males deposit spermatophores onto the female genital openings. When the eggs are released by the females, the eggs are fertilized and they remain attached to the pleo parts of females in chambers. The eggs hatch out after 2 to 3 weeks and they release the napli larvae. The development of prawn need the saline water. These larvae, they are dispersed into the water by the vigorous shaking of pleo parts by females. In the saline water, the eggs hatch out into the larvae. The napli larvae, they pass through 8 to 11 distinct zoal stages and metamorphose into post larvae or juvenile prawns. These juvenile prawns, once they become fully grown, they start migration from estuaries upstream into the rivers. Macrobrachium malcolmsoni, like Macrobrachium rosenbergi, is also a freshwater prawn. It is also omnivorous, bottom dwelling and nocturnal prawn. It feeds actively during night times on benthic organisms like small crustaceans, worms, phytoplankton, zooplankton as well as insects and their larvae. During breeding season, females migrate they travel for a distance of 1400 kilometers in rivers to reach towards the Bay of Bengal. So that's all about the biology of Macrobrachium rosenbergi and Macrobrachium malcolmsoni. Now let us see the seed production in Macrobrachium rosenbergi and Macrobrachium malcolmsoni. What is seed here? Seed means post larvae or juvenile prawns supplied to the farmers for culturing in grow-out ponds. Seed production involves two stages. One is spawning and second one is development of post larvae or juvenile prawns. Seed production is carried out in both natural conditions and is also in artificial conditions. In natural conditions, after a growth of 4 to 5 months, the prawns attain maturity with the commencement of rainfall. Mating occurs throughout the year. During mating, male prawns deposit eggs on the genital openings of females. When the females release eggs, the eggs are fertilized and they remain attached to the pleopods of females. What are pleopods? Pleopods are abdominal appendages in prawns. Female incubates the eggs for a period of 2 to 3 weeks. During this period, female aerates the eggs by vigorous shaking of legs. After 2 to 3 weeks, the bright orange color eggs, as we can see here in the picture, the bright orange color eggs, gradually they turn to greyish color. Now these greyish colored eggs, after 2 to 3 weeks, they hatch out into larvae. These Napley larvae, now they are planktonic in nature and they are dispersed into the water by the vigorous movement of pleopods by females. The eggs hatch out into larvae. The Napley larvae, they pass through. Now you can see the slide here with the eggs attached to the pleopods of Palimon prawn. The eggs, they hatch out into Napley larvae. These Napley larvae, they pass through 8 to 11 distinct jovial stages and gradually they metamorphose into, this is the life cycle, they gradually metamorphose into post larvae or juvenile prawns. These post larvae, they swim upstream from estuaries into rivers. That is what happens in natural conditions. Now let us see the seed production in artificial conditions. Because of its lot of demand in both domestic and export markets, the seed production is also carried out in artificial conditions, that is in hatchery tanks. In hatchery tanks, fully grown males and females are selected with the help of scoop nets. They are introduced into the hatchery tanks in the ratio of 1.5:1. In the hatchery tanks, fertilization that is mating occurs between males and females. Males deposit spermatophores onto the genital openings of females. The eggs are fertilized over there. Once the eggs are fertilized, these fertilized eggs are collected with the help of submerged nets in the hatchery tanks. So the picture shows an hatchery tank where the spanning takes place after mating between males and females. In the hatchery tanks, with the help of submerged mesh, the eggs are collected and these eggs are transferred to hatchery tanks. In the hatchery tanks, the eggs hatch out into the larvae. The larvae are fed with both natural feed and artificial food. Natural food contains finely chopped fish as well as earthworms. Fish seed is also given to the larvae. After 25 to 28 days, the larvae, after passing through several zoial stages, they metamorphose and become post larvae. These post larvae are collected and are supplied to the farmers. So that is about the spawning in the case of artificial conditions. That's all about the seed production in freshwater prawn culture. Now let us see the third topic, that is pond preparation, stocking and management of nursery ponds. Prawn culture can be carried out in 3 ponds. They are hatcheries, nursery ponds and grow out ponds. What are hatcheries? Let us see the first type of ponds, hatcheries. Hatcheries are the ponds where eggs hatch out and develop into post larvae. These post larvae are supplied to the farmers. Here is the slide that shows how the prawn culture takes place in prawns. So these prawns are grown here and they give larvae. Now here these are the various nursery and hatchery ponds, and the last category of ponds is grow out ponds. What are hatcheries? So hatcheries are the ponds, as I have already said. These are the ponds where eggs hatch out into larvae and the larvae become juvenile prawns or post larvae, and these juvenile prawns are supplied to the farmers. Hatcheries are designed and managed successfully to provide healthy seed to the farmers. Hatchery tanks are of various sizes and shapes. Here we can see the hatchery ponds. They may be circular with flat or conical bottomed or they may be rectangular or square shaped. Rectangular tanks are more preferred than those of circular and square shaped. A 10-meter rectangular tank with water inlet and air intake at one end and outlet at the other end is constructed. Aeration system is set up at the bottom, which helps in proper mixing of the food particles and water. These are the water quality parameters. The slide shows the water quality parameters in hatchery tanks. Water temperature should be 28 to 30 degrees centigrade, pH 7 to 8.5. Nitrites concentration should be less than 0.1 ppm and nitrates concentration should be less than 20 ppm. So these are the water quality parameters in hatchery tanks. Hatchery tanks are filled with the clean green water. This green water contains a lot of phytoplankton dominated by chlorella. The water should be always clean and fresh. Once in a week, the water is fertilized by using urea and NPK in the ratio of 4:1 to maintain the plankton bloom. The eggs are stocked in the ponds from spawning tanks. The eggs hatch out after 8 hours and the napulae are released. Once the napulae are released, the aeration is stopped. A dark color cover with a hole in the center is placed over the tank. A bulb is suspended above the hole. Within half an hour, healthy napulae aggregate below the cover. These healthy napulae are collected using buckets or siphon. They are then transferred to rearing centers. In the rearing tanks, larvae are fed with natural fresh feed and artificial feed. So here is the picture that shows different types of feed pellets used in prawn culture. Fresh feed contains finely chopped fresh squids, oysters, fish, earthworms and mussels. The fresh feed that is given to the larvae should be clean and hygienic. Feeding is carried out in hygienic conditions and feeding trays should be always clean. The food should be finely chopped so that they can be easily ingested by the larvae. Artificial feed is also given as a supplementary to the natural feed. Artificial food contains balanced nutrients like vitamins, pigments, fatty acids and immunostimulants. Pigments include carotenoids, vitamins include vitamin C and E are given to these growing larvae. So feed should be always prepared in hygienic conditions. Feeding containers and utensils used for this purpose should be always clean. The larvae, after releasing out from the eggs, they feed on these food. They are planktonic in nature and they pass through 8 to 11 jovial stages. Then after they become post larvae or juvenile prawns. So the second type of ponds are nursery ponds. What are nurseries? Nurseries are the ponds where the juvenile prawns which are brought from the hatcheries are stocked and acclimatized to the conditions of grow-out ponds. These nursery ponds are generally rectangular or square shaped. The nursery ponds are smaller in size. You can see the picture over here. These ponds are smaller and rectangular in shape. They are mostly dugout earthen ponds. So these are dugout earthen ponds. They are rectangular in shape here. They may also be square shape. During preparation, aquatic weeds are removed manually or mechanically from the ponds. Then the pond is allowed to expose sunlight. Sun drying helps in the killing of disease causing pathogens and other parasites. Once the pond becomes dry, the pond is fertilized using natural fertilizers as well as chemical fertilizers. So here is the picture that shows various types of seaweeds which are generally grown in ponds. And here is another picture that shows the fertilization of the ponds that is carried out here. So what is fertilization? Fertilization means addition of fertilizers to the ponds. These fertilizers may be either natural fertilizers or chemical fertilizers. Natural fertilizers include cow dung, poultry manure or vermicompost. Chemical fertilizers like ammonium nitrate, superphosphate, lime and NPK are added to increase the soil fertility. After fertilization, the tank is filled with the water to a depth of 3 to 4 feet. When the pond is filled with the water, what happens here is aquatic insects will rapidly grow. So the picture shows various types of aquatic insects which are found in the ponds. These aquatic insects are very dangerous and they eat up the entire larvae in a night, and they may damage the crop production also. So aquatic insects and their larvae are collected repeatedly by using nets. Vegetable oil mixed with the soap is also sprayed on the water to prevent the growth of larvae and the insects. Now once the pond is ready, the pond is now filled with the water and the pond is ready now, and it is stocked with the post larvae brought from the hatchery tanks. These post larvae are stocked in the pond at a rate of 30 to 40 numbers per square meter. They are stocked either in the morning hours or in the evening hours. Post larvae are grown by giving natural and supplementary feed. Nursery phase will last for a period of 45 to 60 days. The natural feed includes finely chopped fish, prawns, fish, mussels, squids, earthworms. This natural feed should always be fresh and feeding trays should always be clean, and feeding is carried out totally in hygienic conditions. Artificial feed that contains vitamins like E, C, carotenoids, immunostimulants are also given to these growing larvae. These larvae, they pass through several zoial stages and gradually they metamorphose into juvenile prawns. Juvenile prawns, when they weigh about 2 grams, they are transferred to grow out ponds. So that is about the growth in nursery ponds. Nursery phase will last for about 45 to 60 days. These grown out post larvae are juvenile prawns. When they grow to a size of 2 grams, when they weigh 2 grams, they are then transferred to the third category of ponds called grow out ponds. So the picture shows the juveniles or post larvae which are introduced or stocked in the grow out ponds. What are the grow out ponds? These are the ponds where juvenile prawns are grown to marketable size. Grow out ponds are generally larger in size. Rectangular grow out ponds which are constructed in an area of 1 to 5 acres are more preferable. During preparation, these grow out ponds, they are dewatered and all types of aquatic weeds are removed from the ponds. They are exposed to sunlight, and usually grow out ponds are constructed in the soils which contain a mixture of sand, silt and clay. When they are exposed to sunlight, the bottom becomes dry and it gives cracks. This allows the penetration of oxygen into the soil. Now these rectangular tanks are now fertilized by adding natural fertilizers and chemical fertilizers. As I have already said, natural fertilizers include cow dung, vermicompost, poultry manure. And artificial fertilizers include superphosphate lime, ammonium nitrate. When these fertilizers are given to the or added to the ponds, this will promote the growth of phytoplankton. The bottom of the pond should always be slopy from inlet area to outlet area. Now the pond is ready to fill with water. The water depth should be 0.65 at the inlet area, and it should be 1.25 meters at the outlet area. These are the water parameters in grow out ponds. The water temperature should be 25 to 30 degrees centigrade and pH in the range of 7 to 8. Dissolved oxygen levels are 5 to 7 ppm. Salinity should be less than 4 ppt, and nitrate concentration should be less than 2 ppm. Nitrate should be less than 10 ppm. So these are the water parameters that should be maintained in the water of grow out ponds. So here is the picture that shows different types of grow out ponds. The water here is light green in color. It should be always clean because it contains lot of phytoplankton dominated by chlorella. So before stocking the pond, now once the pond is ready, they are stocked with the juvenile prawns at a rate of 3 number per square meter. The culture period here lasts for about 175 days to 210 days. The juveniles are also fed with the natural feed and the artificial feed. The natural food contains squids, mussels, fish as well as fish seed and earthworms. The food which is given to these juvenile prawns should always be fresh. The clean trays are used for feeding, and the trays are arranged along the margin of the ponds. The natural feed is also supplemented with the artificial feed that contains more amount of protein. 40% of the feed is given during daytime and the remaining 60% is given after sunset. Because the prawns are nocturnal, they actively feed during night time. That's why 60% of the feed is given only after sunset. So supplementary feed contains more amount of protein, that is at a rate of 30 to 32% protein at 2 to 5% of the body weight. Prawn harvesting. After 180 days onwards, these prawns, juvenile prawns, can be harvested. From 175 to 210 days, the prawns grow to a maximum size. Once they attain maximum size, that is from 180 days onwards, now they are ready to harvest. During harvesting, the pond is drained and the water is removed from the pond, and the prawns are collected and captured at the sluice gate using cast net or bag net. So that's all about the different types of ponds used in freshwater prawn culture. Thank you.
Good morning students. In this presentation I am going to discuss about 3 important topics in polymer chemistry that you are going to study in the 6th semester as a cluster elective paper. The 3 topics I am going to discuss today are: first one is glass transition temperature, the second one is the experimental method which is used to determine the glass transition temperature, and third one is different polymerization techniques that are used for the industrial production of the different polymers. The first topic I am going to discuss is glass transition temperature. Before going to the topic, I want to give a brief description about the polymers. The word polymer was derived from two words, what is poly and mer. Poly means many and mer means parts, means there will be repeating unit in the polymer. We know the two commonly used polymers. First one is polyethylene, second one is polyvinyl chloride. As you see in the slide, there is a repeating unit. This unit is repeated several times, therefore we get a macromolecule having a large molecular mass. Then the polymers are classified into different categories based on whether they are available naturally or they are synthesized in the lab, based on the structure, so on. In this presentation, I am going to concentrate on two different types of polymers based on the arrangement of the molecules or the packing of molecules in the polymer. One is crystalline polymers, second one is amorphous polymers. Crystalline polymers are the molecules that are very ordered, and they have a ordered arrangement. Generally, the polymer chains will not be linear and they will be folded like this as shown in the slide. The chains are arranged in a layered manner and each layer is known as a lamella. Lamella is nothing but a stack of folded chains. In the case of polyethylene, the chain will undergo folding after a stretch of 100 angstrom units. Because of this ordered arrangement, the polymer is rigid and it will have the strength. Whereas in the case of amorphous polymers, the polymer chains are not orderly arranged, they are having a random arrangement. Because of the random arrangement, they are having a flexibility and elasticity. Therefore, due to the difference in the way the polymer molecules are arranged in a sample, they are having different properties. If they have a very good ordered arrangement, very well ordered arrangement, then they will be rigid, whereas if there is no orderly arrangement, then they are flexible. It was observed that in almost all the polymers there is a mix of the amorphous part and crystalline part. That means a given polymer sample contains both the amorphous regions and the crystalline regions, and therefore the polymers are generally considered as semi-crystalline in nature. Then coming to the topic, glass transition temperature. The first question that arises is why we have to study glass transition temperature, because it is an important property of the polymers. If you want to use a polymer for a particular purpose, for example you want to use a elastomer at a particular temperature, then you have to know its Tc. Once you know the Tc, the operating temperature at which we can use the elastomer, then we can make use of the polymer in a better way. Therefore, it is an important property which dictates the mechanical properties of the polymer, whether the polymer is a hard or brittle or it will be soft at a given temperature. It all will depends on the Tc. Therefore, it is a temperature boundary above which all amorphous polymers will remain the soft, flexible and rubbery state, and below this temperature they will be hard and brittle. Therefore, the soft flexible state is known as glassy state, known as rubbery state, whereas a hard brittle state is known as glassy state. Therefore, it is a temperature at which there is a transition from the soft rubbery state to hard glassy state. The different polymers are having different Tc values. It will depend on the nature of the polymer under several other conditions about which I will discuss afterwards. There are polymers which are having Tc well above the room temperature. For example, elastomers. The elastomers are having a Tc. For example, there are two types of elastomers. One is polyisoprene, the cis isomer of polyisoprene, and the second one is trans isomer of polyisoprene. And the Tg for cis isomer is minus 73 degrees centigrade, whereas the trans isomer is minus 53 degrees centigrade. That means we have to use this elastomer well above their Tc. If you cool the elastomer to a temperature below minus 73 degrees centigrade, then the rubber will become brittle and we can break the rubber very easily. Therefore, these isomers cannot be used below the Tg. These are the structures of the two isomers of polyisoprene. One is cis isomer, the first one is cis isomer, second one is trans isomer. The natural rubber which we obtain from the rubber plants will contain this cis isomer of the 1,4 polyisoprene, which is known as natural rubber. Whereas the trans isomer is synthesized in the lab, is a synthetic polymer and it is known as gutta percha. Therefore, the lower limit of elastomer, that is natural rubber for example, is determined by its Tg. That means you cannot use the natural rubber, that is cis 1,4 polyisoprene, as elastomer below its Tg, that is minus 73 degrees centigrade, because below its Tg it will become hard and brittle, it will lose its elastic property, it is no longer flexible and it will not undergo any stretching. Whereas some polymers are used below the Tg, for example the polystyrene and polymethyl methacrylate, which are having a temperature in the range of 100 degrees to something like 120 or 130 degrees centigrade. They are generally used in the glassy state. Suppose if you cool, for example, if you increase the temperature of these polymers above their Tg, then they will become elastic in nature. They can no longer used as the plastic material. These are structures of the polystyrene and polymethyl methacrylate. Therefore, for example, if you have a 100% crystalline polymer, then if you heat the polymer, then the temperature will rise, but at a particular temperature it will undergo melting. At the melting temperature, even if you heat the sample, there will be no increase in the temperature. That means there is a point at which the heat energy will be taken by the polymer, but it will not undergo any increase in the temperature. That means it will have a latent heat of melting. All the heat energy will be hidden. Whereas if you take 100% amorphous polymer, then if you increase the temperature by heating, by supplying the energy in the form of heat, then it was observed that up to a particular temperature known as Tg, the temperature will increase, but after Tg also there will be again a rise in the temperature, and there is no latent heat observed in this particular 100% amorphous polymer. Therefore, what is happening in the case of amorphous polymer, even though we are increasing the temperature by heating, even after the Tg, there is no stoppage of the increase in the temperature. The temperature shoots up, and that means it will increase again. But one thing you have to observe from the diagram is that before Tg, the specific heat is different from the specific heat after the Tg. After Tg, generally the specific heat of the material increases. This is what is happening. The below Tg, the amorphous polymer is in the glassy state, and above Tg it is going to the rubbery state. Therefore, there is a change in the physical state by when we are heating the amorphous polymer at a Tg. As I explained already, most of the polymers are partially crystalline, therefore they contain amorphous portion and crystalline portion. That means in the crystalline sample, you are having the amorphous regions of the molecules and the crystalline regions of the molecule, crystalline regions in the sample. Therefore, when you heat the partially crystalline polymer, it will pass through two transitions. One is Tg, one is Tm. Tg is characteristic of the amorphous region, whereas Tm is the characteristic temperature for the crystalline region. Therefore, whenever you take a polymer sample which is partially crystalline or semi-crystalline, then it will undergo on heating two transitions. The Tg is due to the amorphous region and Tm is due to the crystalline region. At Tg, what will happen is the rubbery state will undergo a transition to the crystalline state. It will undergo a transition from crystalline state, from solid, that means from glassy state to rubbery state. Whereas At a TZ there will be no change in the crystalline regions. The crystalline regions will remain intact. Only the amorphous regions will undergo a phase transition, physical state change from the glossy state to rubbery state. Beyond TM, what we will observe is both the crystalline amorphous regions will become liquid. That means at TM only the crystalline regions will undergo melting and they will convert it into liquid state. These are the TZ and TM of some of the most widely used polymers. For a polyethylene, the TZ is minus 20 degrees centigrade, whereas TM is 115 degrees centigrade. For polyvinyl chloride, the temperature is plus 80 degrees centigrade, whereas TM is 310 degrees centigrade. One thing you have to remember is the TZ and TM values will vary depending on the nature of the sample. Even for the same polyethylene sample, there will be different TZ and TM values. Therefore, it will depend on several factors, whether the polymer is highly crystalline or highly amorphous, or it contains any additives, or the method which we used to determine the TZ and TM. Therefore, the TZ and TM values of the polymers will vary due to the factors I have explained now. Then the question arises, why some polymers are polymers are different macromolecules, all these are having very high molar mass, then why there is a change in the TZ? Some polymers are having lower TZ values, some are having higher TZ values. It will all depend on the segmental motion. The more flexible the chain, polymer chain, the chain can move very easily. Therefore, it will have more segmental motion. The more the segmental motion, the lower the TZ. The higher the rigidity of the ring, the higher the temperature you have to reach to get the segmental motion. Therefore, now I will explain the relation between the free volume and TZ. Therefore, the TZ is the temperature at which the free space available for the molecular motions will achieve a minimum value. That means when you move from this portion is the glossy state and this is a rubbery state. When you move from rubbery state to glossy state, as you see in the diagram, you are reaching a critical value of the free volume, and below TZ there will be no change or a very small change in the free volume. Therefore, the gloss transition, that is nothing but gloss rubber transition is accompanied by, that means when you are moving from the glossy state to rubbery state, there is increase in the free volume of the polymer. Then how we can define free volume? Free volume is the difference in the specific volume of the polymer and the volume occupied by the atoms in the polymer. We know that the polymer is having large number of atoms, is a macromolecule. In each and every atom will occupy certain space. Therefore, the entire space occupied by all these huge number of atoms is nothing but the VP, that is the volume of the polymer. Whereas the VS, that is specific volume, will take into consideration not only the volume occupied by the atoms but also their motion, because the atoms are not static, they will move. Therefore, their movement they require certain space, certain volume. Therefore, that volume is known as specific volume. Therefore, the difference between the specific volume and the volume occupied by the atoms in the polymer will give the value of free volume of the polymer. Therefore, this particular diagram will explain how the specific volume varies with the temperature in the case of semi-crystalline solid and crystalline solid. As you see in the particular diagram, for a crystalline solid at a TZ there will be no abnormal change in the specific volume, but once you reach the TM, the volume increases to a greater extent from this point to this point. Whereas for a semi-crystalline solid up to TZ there will be no greater change in the volume, but after TZ there is a rapid increase in the volume. Whereas in the case of crystalline solid, with the increase in temperature there is a increase in the specific volume. This is the main difference between the crystalline solid and the semi-crystalline solid, or we can say a semi-crystalline polymer and a crystalline polymer. Therefore, below TZ what is happening? Below TZ the bond rotation between the atoms is highly restricted in the amorphous region. in the crystalline region, the atoms can only vibrate from their equilibrium positions. There is no translation motion. That means the polymer molecules cannot move, cannot make a transition from one position to other position. Therefore, there is no translation motion. Whereas at TZ, we observe that there is a segmental motion. What is segmental? What is the segmental motion? What is a segment in a molecule? The segment is nothing but a part of the molecule. For example, in the case of polymers, the segment may contain anything between 20 to 50 chain atoms. These atoms now will undergo a segmental motion. That means the entire molecule will not move, but a part of the molecule can move. It is like the tail of a snake. The snake may not move from one position to another position, but at the static position itself, it can move its tail up and down or right to left. It is like a snail tail motion, you can say, a snake tail motion. Let us consider this particular semi-crystalline polymer. In this particular red molecule, the red chain, the molecule polymer chain is undergoing the wiggling motion. The wiggling motion means it will undergo motion from top to bottom or from left to right, whereas the remaining portions, these are the crystalline portions which are remaining intact. Therefore, what will happen is, when we are increasing the temperature of the polymer to up to the point Tz, at Tz there is a wiggling motion for the, there is a segmental motion for the molecule. The molecule undergoes wiggling motion, therefore it can move, the part of the molecule can move freely. Therefore, the segmental, how we can define segmental motion? Segmental motion is the motion in which the portions of the molecule wiggle around. Therefore, as the segmental motion increases, there will be increase in the free volume. Larger the segmental motion, lower the Tz value. Therefore, the Tz will depend on the free volume, which will in turn depend on segmental motion. The greater the segmental motion of the polymer, the greater the free volume and the lower the Tz value. It was observed that for most of the polymers up to Tz, the volume fraction remains at 0.025. That means the fractional free volume will be only 2.5% of the total volume. That means only 2.5% of the total volume which is available for the polymer will be free. Then now I will discuss about the factors that will affect the Tz value. There are several factors, but I am going to discuss about 5 important factors that will affect the Tz. It was observed that as the molecule weight increases, Tz increases, because as the molecule weight increases, the end segments will decrease. As the chain end segments decrease, then automatically there will be increase in the Tz, because the smaller the molecular chain, the more will be the end segment motion. Because if you take a large molecule having a molecule having large chain, then automatically the segmental motion will be less. Therefore, the larger the chain having segments, the larger will be segmental motion, and therefore larger the segmental motion, then automatically larger will be the free volume and lower the Tz value. And the relation between Tz and the number average molecular weight is given by this particular relation. It was observed that in the case of polystyrene, the Tz value rises from 40 degrees to 100 degrees centigrade, when the molecular weight rises from 3000 gram per mole to 3 lakh gram per mole. The second important factor that will affect the Tz is structure of the monomer. It was observed that the greater the stiffness of the rigidity of the monomer structure, the greater the Tz value. Therefore, because if there is a rigid monomer molecule, then automatically the stiffness will be low. Therefore, the segment motion will be low and the free volume will be low. Therefore, Tz will be high. Therefore, the change stiffness or flexibility depends on the size and nature of the side chain. In the examples you can see, for polyethylene, the Tz is minus 20 degrees centigrade. For polypropylene, the temperature is 5 degrees centigrade. That means when you replace one of the hydrogen atoms in the polyethylene by a methyl group, the methyl group is bulky when compared to hydrogen atom. Therefore, because of the presence of this bulky methyl group, the CC rotation is restricted to some extent. Therefore, the TZ increases. The same is observed in the case of polyvinyl chloride. In the case of polyvinyl chloride, what we are doing is, in the polyethylene, if you replace the hydrogen atom by chlorine atom, then we will have the polyvinyl chloride structure. If the hydrogen atom is replaced by a bulky Cl group, a chlorine atom, chloro group, which is also polar, therefore there will be increase in the Tz value. Therefore, with the increase in the polarity of the side chain also, there will be increase in the Tz value. Now we will discuss about the effect of cross linking on Tz. The cross linking, when the two chains are cross linked to each other, that means one chain will be linked to another chain, and they will bridge between these two polymer chains. This is nothing but cross linking. Therefore, whenever there is a cross linking, automatically the mobility of the molecule will be restricted. Therefore, lower the mobility, we know that lower the mobility, the lower the free volume, automatically the Tz value will increase. Therefore, for polystyrene, the Tz is 100 degrees centigrade. When you replace some of the polystyrene molecules by some of the styrene molecules in polystyrene by divinyl benzene, then automatically you will observe that the Tz increases by 4 degrees centigrade. A copolymer is one which is made from two different monomer molecules. In the case of polystyrene, the monomer is styrene, whereas in the case of copolymer of divinyl benzene and styrene, that we are using two different monomers. One is divinyl benzene, second one is styrene. When some of the styrene molecules are replaced by divinyl benzene molecules, because there is a cross linking, the Tz value increases. Now we will see the effect of crystallinity of the polymer. The greater the crystallinity of the polymer, the greater the Tz value. But this relation always not holds good. In certain cases, it was observed that there will be increase in the Tz with the increase in the crystallinity, and in some cases there will be decrease in the Tz value. The last important fact I am going to discuss about is the stereochemistry of the polymer. The tacticity will have an effect on the Tz value, and from polymer to polymer, because of the tacticity, there will be a change in the Tz value. In certain cases, the tacticity leads to the increase in the Tz value. There are three different types of polymethyl methacrylate molecules. One is isotactic, second one is syndiotactic, third one is atactic. In the case of isotactic polymer, all R groups are on the same side, that means all alkyl groups are on the same side, whereas in the case of syndiotactic, they are alternatively up and down. You can see here the R group is on this side, whereas in the alternates the second R group is on the alternate side. Like this the R groups are alternating, whereas in the case of atactic isomer, the R groups are in the random arrangement. Two R's are in the same side, again the third one is on the other side, again the fourth one is on the different side. Therefore, like this, if there is a random arrangement of alkyl groups, then that is known as atactic isomer. And it was observed that the three different isomers, even though they are having the same molecular formula, they are made from the same monomer, are having different Tz values because of the difference in the arrangement in which the R groups are attached. Now I am going to discuss about the determination of Tz by differential scanning calorimetry. DSC is a thermoanalytical technique. Means what is a thermoanalytical technique? When you take a particular molecule and when you increase the temperature of the molecule by supplying the temperature of the sample by supplying the energy in the form of heat, then it will undergo a physical or a chemical change. It may undergo a phase transition, or it may undergo decomposition, or it may undergo oxidation. We can identify the physical and chemical change when a sample is heated by using the thermoanalytical techniques. And DSC is one of the important thermoanalytical techniques which is used to determine the glass transition of a polymer sample, and it was developed by two scientists, Watson and Neal, in 1960s. Then what is DSC? And in DSC we can measure the energy transferred as heat to the sample or from the sample when the sample is kept at a constant temperature. What will happen is when the sample is heated by supplying the energy, then it will undergo a physical or a chemical change, and whenever a physical or chemical change occurs, there will be a change in the temperature. Therefore, by measuring the temperature, how the temperature changes, we can determine the phase transitions, or we can determine the physical change or chemical change. The term differential refers to the fact that the behavior of the sample is compared to that of the reference material. That means in DSC always we take two types of substances. One is the compound of interest, for which we want to determine the TZ, the polymer molecule, and the second one is a reference molecule. And the two molecules are subjected to the same thermal cycle. That means they are heated to the same extent by supplying the same extent of heat energy. Then since the reference molecule will not undergo any physical or chemical change, there will be no change in the temperature. The temperature of the reference material will increase as long as we are supplying the heat energy, whereas since the polymer molecule will undergo a TZ or any physical or chemical change, its temperature will change. It will either increase or decrease based on whether it will undergo exothermic process or endothermic change or exothermic change. Therefore, by determining the temperature difference between the sample and the reference when they undergo the same thermal cycle, we can determine the physical change or chemical change. For example, we can determine the TZ of a polymer. The scanning refers to the fact that we are scanning. That means we are going to measure the temperatures of the two compounds, that is sample and the reference, when they are subjected to the thermal cycle. It is important to note that there are several types of reference materials that are used in the DSC, and we have to select a particular reference material based on the temperature range in which we are going to use the reference material. Therefore, reference material should not undergo either a chemical change or a physical change. And second important point is we should know the heat capacity of the reference material over the temperatures in which we are going to apply to the sample and the reference material. There are basically two types of DSC systems that are in use. One is heat flux type DSC, second one is known as power compensation type DSC. I am going to explain about each type. The first one is heat flux DSC. As shown in the diagram, there will be a sample pan and a reference pan. The sample pan we take the sample, the reference pan will take the reference compound. As I already explained you, the reference compound will be selected based on the heat energy we are supplying to the sample and the reference based on the temperature range in which we have to use the reference compound. These two are heated at the same extent by using the single heat source. That means by using the same furnace, we will increase the temperatures of both the sample and reference at the same rate. But what will happen is when we are increasing the temperature of both the sample and reference at a particular temperature, the sample will undergo a physical or chemical change, whereas the reference will remain in the same state. Therefore, depending on whether it will undergo endothermic change or exothermic change, the sample temperature will increase or decrease. Therefore, there will be a difference in the temperature whenever the sample undergoes a physical or chemical change. That difference in temperature is nothing but delta T. this delta T is measured in the heat flux type DSC, and by using the back calculation and by using calibration methods we can determine how this temperature change, why this temperature change occurring, whether it is due to a physical change or a chemical change, or whether it is due to the endothermic change or exothermic change. The second type is the PC type DSC, that is nothing but power compensation type DSC. The main difference between heat flux and PC type is, in the heat flux type we use a single heat source, whereas here we use two different furnaces, that means two different heat sources. This is a sample pan in which we take the sample, this is a reference pan which take the reference material, and they are heated by different furnaces. Even though we are using two different furnaces, the sample and the reference are heated at the same rate, that means the temperatures are increased at the same rate, but due to the difference there may be difference in the heat capacity of the sample and reference, therefore there may be difference in the rate at which the temperatures may increase in the case of sample and the reference. The important component in this PC type DSC is the platinum resistive thermometer. This platinum resistive thermometer detects the temperature change in the sample when the sample will undergo a physical or chemical change. When we are increasing the temperature of the sample by using the heat energy, therefore it may undergo a endothermic or exothermic change. For example, in the case of a polymer, at a TG it will undergo a endothermic change, therefore the glass transition is a endothermic change. Therefore what will happen at a TG, when the temperature of the polymer reaches the TG, it will undergo endothermic change. Because of the endothermic change, the heat energy will be transferred from the sample to the surroundings. Therefore there will be decrease in the temperature. To maintain the sample at the same temperature as that of the reference material, we have to supply the heat energy externally from our surroundings. That can be done by using the electric power. By using electric power, we will increase the temperature of the sample, so that the temperature will be same as that of the reference material. Therefore the system will be always in a thermal null state as far as PC type DSC is concerned. Even though there is a change in the temperature of the sample, we are making sure that by using the electric power we are making sure that there is no change in the temperature between the sample and the reference. Since we know how much electric power we have to supply to maintain this null state, we can determine the TG. Therefore the electric power required to maintain the system at equilibrium is proportional to the energy change occurring in the sample. The greater the energy change, the greater the electric power we have to supply. Therefore how we can get the TG? From a DS experiment. When you carry out a DSC experiment, that is differential scanning calorimeter experiment, you will get a DSC curve. DSC curve is a plot between heat flux, which is measured in watts or watts per meter square, versus a temperature. Therefore based on this curve we can determine the TG. Before TG and after TG we will draw the tangents to the curve, and based on the tangents we can get the TG temperature. Therefore this is the DSC curve for a styrene butadiene rubber known as SBR. See, this is the glass transition. Before glass transition there is we will draw a tangent. After the glass transition we draw a tangent, and the midpoint of this particular line will indicate the TG, and it was found that TG of SBR rubber is minus 19.8 degrees centigrade. We can also determine CP from this experiment. Therefore in this particular topic I have discussed about how we can determine the DSC from the how we can determine the TG of a polymer from the DSC, and what are the different types of DSC, how we can make use of DSC curve to arrive at the TG. Thank you. I am now going to discuss about the polymerization techniques. There are several types of polymerization techniques which are used to synthesize the polymer in a large scale in industries. Here in this particular presentation, I am going to discuss about 4 important polymerization techniques. They are bulk polymerization, solution polymerization, suspension polymerization and immersion polymerization. The first one is bulk polymerization. The important feature of bulk polymerization is, here we take a monomer which is in the liquid state. The initiator will be there and it will be dissolved in the monomer. Whenever we want to carry out the polymerization, we need a monomer, because monomer has to undergo the polymerization process. N number of monomers will undergo polymerization to form a polymer. Then maybe 100 or 200 or 3 or it may be several thousands. It will depend on the nature of the polymer which you want to synthesize based on its uses. Therefore, for every polymerization process we need a monomer and an initiator if it is a free radical polymerization process. If it is a cationic or anionic polymerization process, we need a cation or anion to initiate the polymerization. Bulk polymerization is mainly used for the free radical polymerization. Therefore, in addition to the monomer, we require a initiator, and both the monomer and initiator are in the liquid state. There is no solvent in the bulk polymerization process. That means we generally won't use any solvent. Therefore, the system will be homogeneous. We also use a chain transfer agent in the polymerization process. Then what is a chain transfer agent? It is used to control the molecular weight of the end polymer molecules. It is generally a halogen molecule like carbon tetrachloride or tetrabromomethane. It will contain a weak chemical bond. Therefore, it will undergo the fission in a facile manner, and it can take up the radical from the growing polymer chain, and it can supply the same radical to another monomer or another growing polymer chain. Like this, it can transfer the free radical from one polymer chain to another monomer molecule or another polymer molecule. The reaction system is heated, or it can be exposed to radiation. Because why we are heating or exposing it to radiation? Because the free radicals have to be generated for the free radical polymerization process. Therefore, it can be done either by heating or by radiation. This is a brief description about the bulk polymerization process. This is a reaction vessel in which we take the monomer and the initiator, and we will stir the solution, and finally we will get a polymer molecule like this. And the entire system is in the homogeneous. That means monomer is in the liquid state. Then we will take initiator in such a way that it will dissolve complete in the monomer. Then what are the advantages of bulk polymerization process? This is simple technique. We are taking the monomer, a chain transfer agent and an initiator, and by applying the heat energy or by using the radiation, we are starting the polymerization process, and at the end we are getting the polymer. The polymer will be having high purity because there is no solvent, there is no need of any separation of the polymer, extraction of the polymer from the solution, and the polymer can be used as such because there will be no impurities generally associated with the polymer. Then what are the disadvantages? Because of the increase in viscosity, there will be a polymer which is having very broad molecular weight distribution. And another thing is, since we are using free radicals, the acceleration of the polymerization process may be very high. That means the rate of polymerization will be very high. It will be auto accelerated. Therefore, sometimes explosion may take place. The second polymerization process I am going to discuss is solution polymerization. As the name indicates, here we will form a solution of the monomer, chain transfer agent and the free radical initiator. We will select in this particular polymerization technique, we will select a neutral solvent, inert solvent. The inert solvent will dissolve the monomer and the chain transfer agent and also free radical initiator. That means we have to take such a inert solvent which can dissolve the monomer, chain transfer agent and the free radical initiator. All these are dissolved in a particular inert solvent, and sometimes we have to use a ionic or coordination catalyst. That means in solution polymerization technique can be used not only for the free radical polymerization but also for the ionic and coordination polymerizations. In the case of, if you want to carry out the ionic polymerization using the solution polymerization technique, then we have to use ionic catalyst. If you want to carry out a coordination polymerization, that means if you want to form a coordination polymer, then we have to use the coordination catalyst. Why we are using inert solvent? Because by using inert solvent we can control the viscosity increase, and also it will, because of the presence of the solvent, the heat can be transferred from one part of the reaction vessel to another part of the reaction vessel. Therefore, there will be no increase in the heat, and proper heat transfer can takes place. This is the description of the solution polymerization process. Here the monomer, initiator and the inert solvent all are mixed in the same solution. In the homogeneous, they are in the homogeneous phase. The monomer, initiator are dissolved in the inert solvent, and the catalyst when required is also added, and on polymerization we will get a polymer molecule. Then what are the advantages? I already told you, because we are using inert solvent, the solvent acts as a heat transfer medium. Therefore, we can control the temperature of the reaction system. And second one is, we can reduce the viscosity of the medium. Therefore, the molecular weight distribution will be not very high. And what are the disadvantages? Disadvantage is, since we are using a solvent, we have to separate the polymer obtained from the solution, and it may contain also, the polymer has to be purified because it may contain the impurities also. And even though we are using a inert solvent, chain transfer may occur to the solvent. Therefore, it may lead to very different molecular weight polymers. Now I will discuss about the suspension polymerization. Suspension polymerization is also popularly known as the bead polymerization or pearl polymerization, because in the suspension polymerization we will obtain a spherical beads. It is generally used for the polymerization of styrene, methyl methacrylate, vinyl bromide and vinyl acetate. And the important feature of suspension polymerization is we use insoluble monomers. That is very, very important. We have to use the insoluble monomers. That means we have to form a suspension of the monomer molecules in the solution. That means we will take a water as a solvent. We will take water as a solvent, and we will mix monomer, which is water insoluble, with the water. Then what will obtain is monomer. What we will obtain are monomer droplets, and these droplets are stabilized and prevented from coalescing by using suspending agents or surface active agents. Generally, we use a inorganic salt as a suspending agent, like for example calcium sulfate can be used. And the size of the monomer droplet that will obtain will depend on several factors like monomer water ratio, type and concentration of the stabilizing agent that we are using, and the speed of agitation. Therefore, the initiators are also soluble in monomers. That means the initiators are taken in such a way that they are monomer soluble and they are not soluble in the water. And each monomer droplet acts as a independent bulk polymerization nucleus. This is a description of the suspension polymerization. Here in water is a solvent, and we are mixing the monomer, water soluble initiator and suspending agent. When we agitate a solution, then we will get the monomer droplets, and in the monomer droplet there will be several hundreds of monomer molecules, and this monomer droplet is stabilized by suspending agent, and the initiator is soluble in the is present inside this monomer droplet. And finally, after polymerization we are getting the beads, spherical beads. Therefore, this is known as the pearl polymerization and bulk or bead polymerization. Therefore, how the monomer droplets are formed? We are taking a water insoluble monomer and we are mixing it with the water and we are agitating the solution. Therefore, we will get a suspension of the monomer in the solution, and this suspension contains monomer droplets like this. In each droplet there will be hundreds of monomer molecules, and the droplets will not combine with or will not undergo aggregation to form a large droplet because of the presence of this suspending agent. This suspending agent will form a colloidal particles. Because of the presence of the charged colloidal particles, they will undergo repulsion and they will not combine with one another. Because of the suspending agent, there will be a formation of colloidal like particles in the solution, and these colloidal particles, since they contain the identical same charge, they will not combine and coalesce with one another and form a aggregate. And the free radical initiator will enter into the monomer droplet and will initiate the polymerization process. Now this will create a monomer radical, and this monomer radical will combine with this monomer. Like this, there will be a propagation of the polymer chain, and since this droplet will be spherical in size, we will get a polymer which is in the spherical shape in the form of a bead. What are the advantages? It is economical because we are using water as the heat transfer medium. In the case of solution polymerization, we have used inert solvent. When compared to inert solvent, water is a cheap material, therefore it is economical process, and we get the narrow molecular weight distribution of the polymer. And also isolation is also easy because the polymer beads will be insoluble in water. Just by filtration we can get the end polymer. There are certain disadvantages also. We have to purify the polymer because we are using inorganic material like a suspending agent, we are using initiator and other materials. Therefore, the end polymer has to be purified. The last polymerization technique I am going to discuss is the immersion polymerization technique. It is predominantly used for vinyl acetate, chloroprene, butadiene, styrene, acrylonitrile copolymers and various acrylates. The important feature of this immersion polymerization is at the end we will obtain a solution in which the polymer particles are dispersed as milky white particles, and this suspension is known as dispersion is known as latex, and we can use this latex solution as such as water soluble paints, or if you want to extract the polymer from the latex, then you have to use a destabilizing agent to destabilize the emulsion. Therefore all these polymer particles will be extracted from the solution. Then in this polymerization process also, like suspension polymerization, the monomer is water insoluble and the emulsion is stabilized by the surfactants. We will get emulsion of the monomer droplets, and this monomer droplets are stabilized by the surface active reagents, and the surface active reagents or surfactants are generally used to decrease the surface tension at the interface between the monomer and the water. And what will happen is there will be two types of particles which are present in the immersion polymerization. One is monomer droplets, in which the monomer molecules will be present, and second one is micelles. Actually in the micelles only the polymerization occurs, and the polymerization will not occur in the monomer droplets as in the case of suspension polymerization. There are two main reasons for this. One is the micelle is having high contains more number of monomer molecules, and second one is it is having very high that means it will be having more number of monomer molecules. Then I will briefly discuss about the surfactants and micelles. How micelles are formed on the surfactants. A surfactant contains a head which is hydrophobic in nature and a hydrophobic tail which is heated by the water, and this is example of a surfactant molecule. This contains a long hydrophobic carbon chain and a head which is generally ionic in nature. The surfactant may be cationic, anionic or non-ionic, and micelles are formed when the surfactant molecules undergo aggregation. Like this, these are the individual surfactant molecules, and they will be in equilibrium with the micelles. These are formed by the aggregation of all these surfactant molecules. Interior will be hydrophobic, whereas exterior will be hydrophilic. This is the diagram which will explain about the formation of micelles. Initially, when there is no surfactant molecule, this is the interface between the air and water. When the small concentration of surfactant molecules are present, then some of the molecules will be on the surface, and they will be present in such a way that the hydrophobic part will be pointed towards the air, and some of the molecules will be inside the inside the water. And as we increase the concentration of the surfactant, then they will form a layer at the interface between air and water, and they will decrease the surface tension. When the concentration of the surfactant reaches a particular optimum value known as the critical micelle concentration, CMC, then the micelles are formed in the water. And this is the brief discussion about the emulsion polymerization. And we will see in the reaction mixer, where we are in the solution in the water, we are having two types of monomer. Monomers are present in two different forms. One is one form is a monomer. In one form it is present as monomer droplet. In the second form it is present inside the monomer droplets. And it is important to note that the free radical initiators should be soluble in water and should not be insoluble in the monomer. If they are soluble in the monomer, what will happen is they can enter. For example, if the free radical initiator is monomer soluble, then it can enter inside the monomer, and we will get a suspension polymerization. We get a suspension polymerization. But the important point we have to remember is the free radical initiator is insoluble in the monomer. It is water soluble. Therefore, when it comes close to the exterior of this micelle, then it will enter into the interior, because the interior is hydrophobic in nature. It will combine with the monomer molecules and start the polymerization process, and finally the micelle will be filled with the growing polymer chain. As the size of the micelle will increase, it may burst to form the polymer chains. Or sometimes what we will do is, after the polymerization process is over, we can destabilize the micelle by using the demulsifying agent, and this demulsifying agent will destroy the micelle formation from the surfactants. Therefore, the polymer will be released into the solution. And what are the advantages? The polymer molecular weight may be increased without decreasing the rate of polymerization, and the latex that is obtained will be used as such. The polymer particles which are released into the solution are stabilized by the surfactant molecules. Therefore, we will get a latex. And there are two disadvantages. One is, since we are using emulsifier and demulsifier, the polymer will be contaminated with the emulsifier and demulsifier. Therefore, we have to purify the polymer from these impurities, and this can be only used for water insoluble monomer. If we use a water soluble monomer, then the entire technique will become a suspension polymerization technique. Therefore, in this particular presentation, I have discussed about 4 different techniques for the synthesis of polymers in the large scale, which are generally used in the industry. Thank you.
Dear students, today I am going to take up a very important topic of your analytical chemistry. As you all know, analytical chemistry includes deals about the qualitative as well as the quantitative analysis of a given substance. This is a very important point. This involves, the analytical chemistry involves two main parts. One is the qualitative, the other one is the quantitative. Under the qualitative analysis, you have already discussed different type of topics, and you have done different type of practical analysis under your first year, second year, and even in final year also. Under the qualitative analysis, you have analyzed the simple salt and a mixer in inorganic chemistry, and you have done the analysis of organic compound in the final year 5th semester part also. So now I am going to take up a very important topic of your quantitative analysis. Basically, I am going to touch few very important principles of quantitative analysis. Okay, let us take up in detail about the quantitative analysis. The quantitative analysis basically involves the characterization in the sense the exact quantity of the substance that is present in the given material. So, as you all know, the chemical analysis includes any aspect of chemical characterization of a sample material. That means we are going to characterize the quantity of the substance present in a given sample. That's what we are going to take up in this particular part, and this is this particular part includes under your elective paper, that is the quantitative separations and analysis, and this is a important part of your that elective paper. And now let us take up in detail about the analytical chemistry. And here in this chemical analysis, this includes different type of topics. That includes, one is the quantitation. Quantitation, that means how much quantity of substance is present in your given sample. This is the first part we are going to deal. The second one is the detection. Does the sample contains what is the type of sample, that is the substance that is present in that particular organic or inorganic sample, that is the detection. The third one is the identification. Identification means what is the identity of the substance in that particular sample. And the last one is the separation. Separation is nothing but the isolation or the removal of impurities and getting a pure substance. These are the four different type of parts that includes in the chemical analysis. One is the quantitation, that means the exact quantity we have to identify by means of using different type of techniques, which includes the volumetric analysis, gravimetric analysis, and so on and so forth. Detection, the sample, what is that exact substance that is present in it. And that the third one is the identification. We are going to do different type of tests to identify that particular substance. And then the separation. Separation is nothing but the purification or the isolation of different type of mixtures into individual components. And now let us take up what a chemist or an analyst that is that he is going to do in industry or in a laboratory. As you all know, after doing your graduation or post graduation in chemistry, you may occupy different type of positions in an industry or in a research laboratory. You may find positions in the qualitative quality analysis, quality control rather, and the research and the development wings, and even the production wings also. So an analyst applies his knowledge of chemistry to identify or to define the exact characterization of that particular compound. And a researcher or an analytical chemist, what he do is he will develop new measurements, new types of measurements or the new types of techniques based on his knowledge to analyze the new given compound. And these are the different important things you have to bear in mind about the chemical analyst. Chemical analyst in the form of a quality control analyst or even in a research and development wing. Okay. Now let us take up what is the analytical science. Analytical science or the analytical chemistry provides the methods and the tools that are needed for identifying the material. So finding solutions or the answers for four different type of four important things. That means what is that particular substance that is present in it. First one is the what, and the second one is where. The third one is how much quantity of substance present in that particular sample. The last one is what arrangement of that particular structure or the form, that is the exact speciation of that particular given substance. These are the four things which an analytical chemist thinks about. The first one is the what is the particular organic substance or the inorganic substance, the given sample, and where it is, and how much quantity, that is the quantitization, or which is nothing but the quantitative analysis. And the last one is the arrangement of structure and which type of forms it is involving. And these are the different type of things, and I have given few different type of methods for identifying the above said four different things like precision, sensitivity, selectivity and speed capabilities. I have given few examples: the gravimetric, trigonometric, potentiometry, electrogravimetry, voltammetry, and different type of metrics, and even the chromatography is also there to identify the substance both in the form of qualitative as well as the quantitative. And these techniques also involves are based on the size of the sample. What is the size you are going to get, that means the sample weight and the sample value. Based on that particular substance, particular quantity also, you are going to analyze different type of methods. And as I told you, this particular topic, the quantitative analysis, is a part of your elective paper, and the title of the paper is Analytical Methods in Chemistry. So, Analytical Methods in Chemistry, which can also be called as the art of science of chemical analysis. Under that, I am going to explain the first part, the volumetric analysis, and the second one is the gravimetric analysis, which is a part of your syllabus. These are the first two units of your that particular chapter. This is the Analytical Methods of Chemistry. This is the elective paper under this semester 6. Let us take up the things one after another. The first one I am going to take up is the volumetric analysis. Before actually going into the volumetric analysis, you need to understand certain very important keywords like what is volumetric analysis, what is a titration, what is a standard solution, and what is a non-standard solution. If you know all these things, you can understand, and you can tell about a lot more things related to the titrations, the simple acid-base titrations, and the indicators, the nature of indicators, and then the different type of theories that are involved in the acid-base indicators. These things I am going to take up, and after that I will take up the gravimetric analysis also in detail. This is these are the two topics which I am going to under this module. One is the volumetric analysis, the second one is the gravimetric analysis. The volumetric analysis is about, as the name itself indicates, we are going to analyze that given organic compound and come to know the how much exact volume of the sample that is present in it. That is about the volumetric analysis. And then let us take up the definitions of these particular things. First, a titration. A titration is a lab procedure where a measured volume of one solution, which we generally take in burette, is added to a known volume of flask, and which we use the volume conical flask we use for that particular purpose until the reaction is complete. So, we are using a burette with one solution, and in conical flask with exact volume of the substance in another thing, and we are going to perform the chemical reaction to take place by adding one to another. And now, before going into that, let us take a few very important definitions like standard solutions and non-standard solutions. One, there are certain very important characteristic points laid down to be called as a standard solution. A standard solution is nothing but a solution of known concentration, exactly known concentration. A solution of exactly known concentration is called as a standard solution. And to be called as a standard solution, to prepare a standard solution, that particular substance, the solute, should have certain very important qualities, like that particular substance should be of very high quality, the first point, and the second one is it must be stable in air. That means it should not change its chemical composition or the chemical form by means of kept in open air. So that is a very important thing we should bear in mind. The another important point to be thing is it should be easily be soluble in water. Next, it should have a fairly high relative molecular weight, and these are the very important things. That means the standard solution for which we are preparing, it should have some very important qualities like this. And once the standard solution is prepared, its concentration should not vary. Once you keep it for a while, 1 or 2 days or 3 days, that concentration should not vary. And these are the very important things to be kept in mind while selecting a substance to prepare a standard solution. What are the different type of substances we come across in laboratories to prepare the standard solutions? Once a few such are sodium carbonate. One is a sodium carbonate solution. You can prepare a standard solution. Oxalic acid, and then the potassium dichromate, potassium permanganate, ferrous ammonium sulfate. These are the few very important substances which can meet the requirements as I laid down for a standard solution. And now let us take up the solutions which cannot be prepared as a standard solution. So that means non-standard solutions. Then, as I told you, if the substances could not able to satisfy the conditions laid down by that, they are non-standard solutions. One, the sodium hydroxide absorbs carbon dioxide from atmosphere, and so it's a deliquescent substance. It absorbs the moisture from the atmosphere, and so it cannot be used as a prepare a standard solution. And HCl, it can also be not used for that particular purpose. So nitric acid, it easily gets oxidized and interferes with the reactions, and so these are the substances which cannot be used for standard solution. There are so many. I have given very few examples for that also. Even sulfuric acid absorbs moisture because it is a powerful dehydrating agent, and it absorbs water from air. So these are the substances which cannot be used for making a standard solution. What are the different methods to determine the endpoint? That means to do the titrations, different type of equipments, different type of methods that are available. One is the pH indicator. The simple pH acid base indicator is used to identify an acid base titration, whether the reaction is complete or not, how the equivalence point can be known, which that we are going to discuss. And another one is the potentiometry. By means of using the potentiometric titrations, the potentiometer, you can identify the different type of complexometric titrations can be performed. The redox titrations can be performed by using the potentiometer, and even the pH meter. pH meter, different type of acid base titrations, not necessarily one acid and one base. You can use 2 acids and 1 base, and all these things can be performed with the help of pH metry. The pH meter is using the instrument, and the conductance, conductivity meter. These things you will also come across in your degree course while doing the practicals and all those things. In the next semester also you are going to, 6th semester also you are going to do these practicals. The color change, as I told you, the visual indicators also used to do the identify the equivalence points and all. There are certain precipitation reactions are also there. Once you want to do the titration between the silver nitrate with the potassium dichromate and all, precipitation titrations are used for that particular purpose. And now let us take up the acid base indicators. If we want to do the acid base titration, we need to have a visual indicator which is known as an acid base indicator. There are different type of acid base indicators that are available. Acid base indicators are nothing but a weak organic acid or a weak organic base, and I have given few examples for the different type of acid base indicators. One such one is the litmus paper. Simple litmus paper can be used, and the phenolphthalein solution, methyl orange, methyl red. In addition to that, I have given a lot number of indicators which can be used to identify the equivalence point in acid base titration, and these are the few things. I have given the pH range of each and every indicator. I have given the pH range of litmus as 5 to 8, methyl orange as 3.1 to 4.4, phenolphthalein 8.3 to 10. Based on the pH range, we are going to select an indicator for a suitable titration. And the litmus paper, as I told you, this litmus paper can be used for identifying an acid or a base. This is the simple mechanism that is involved in the identifying the acid and a base. The phenolphthalein is a weak organic acid, and its structure is given like this, and these indicators functions at a exact range of pH range is also given to that. Methyl violet, bromomethanol, and then the methyl orange, methyl red. I have given phenolphthalein and all these things. These indicators give one, they show one type of color in acid medium and another type of color in the basic medium. I have given the colors for an indicator which it exactly shows in acid medium and a basic medium. And the very important thing you have to bear in mind is there are two such important theories that explains the functioning of acid base indicators, the quinoid theory and the benzenoid theory, which I am going to take up later. Let us take up the titration curves for different type of acid base titrations. First, I have taken the curve is the titration curve is a plot between pH of that particular solution versus the amount of titrant that is being added. This is a very simple titration curve. If you can see a titration curve for a titration between a strong acid and a strong base, it will look like this. And in the x-axis, I have taken the volume of sodium hydroxide that is added to the HCl. So it is a titration between HCl and sodium hydroxide, and you can find the equivalence point, exact equivalence point at 7, because a strong acid and a strong base is the one which can ionize completely. And this is a simple thing, and for that we can use indicator of methyl red as well as the phenolphthalein. Both the indicators can be used. Mostly the methyl orange and the methyl red is used for this particular titration. And the very important thing to be remembered is the sudden rise in pH takes place, and the equivalence point comes at 7 for a strong acid and a strong base. Let us take up a titration between a weak acid and a strong base. I have taken a weak acid as a propionic acid, or you may take as a oxalic acid or any such, to titration with a strong base like sodium hydroxide. You can see this is the ideal one. That means for a strong acid and a strong base, you should have a curve like this. But for a weak acid, a buffer region will be like here, like this, and its pH range falls at 8 to 10. So obviously we need to use an indicator which can show a sharp color change in that particular range. So phenolphthalein is a suitable indicator to identify the titration between a weak acid and a strong base. And here these are not used for this particular purpose. And these are the important things for a weak acid and a strong base. And another one, let us take up the titration between a weak base and a strong acid. The titration curve will be like this, and here the indicator that can be used is a methyl red, because the equivalence point is in between 4 to 6 and the pH range of methyl red falls in between that. Okay. Now let us take up the pH range of acid base indicators. I have given few examples for that, and these are the different type of definitions and other things which we have to bear in mind to understand the different type of indicators. And the functioning of indicators can be understood by using different type of theories like quinoid theory and the benzenoid theory, and this is all about the volumetric analysis. Now let us take up the second part of the quantitative analysis, which is nothing but the gravimetric analysis. So volumetric analysis is related to the identifying the volume of the substance, whereas the gravimetric analysis is to identify the exact weight of that particular substance given in the sample. And this particular gravimetric analysis finds use in the analysis of ores and industrial materials, and the calibration of instrumentation, and elemental analysis of inorganic compounds. Here you can use this gravimetric analysis, and gravimetric analysis is a much more accurate, and you are going to get the exact quantity of the weight of the substance very easily. And there are different type of gravimetric analysis methods that are available. One is the physical gravimetry, the second one is the thermogravimetry, the third one is the electrode position gravimetry, and the fourth one is the precipitation gravimetry. And of all these gravimetric methods, we are going to discuss the method that is known as the precipitation gravimetry. And of course, when you go to the higher classes, you will come across with TGA, thermogravimetric analysis, and all those things, which are of very important and highly useful to know the exact quantity of the substance that is present in the sample. And the different type of things that are involved in this gravimetric analysis are once we take the volume of the substance, and we need to, for the precipitation gravimetry, we have to use a precipitating reagent. A dilute reagent is used in excess to get the exact precipitation. Once the precipitation is done and it is dried and it's weighed, and by knowing the weight of the substance, you can analyze the rest of the things. And these are the different type of steps that are involved. And once you know the different type of gravimetric analysis are there, one such is the estimation of barium from barium chloride solution. For that, we need to add the dilute sulfuric acid, take the exact volume of the barium chloride solution, add dilute sulfuric acid in excess, and once the sulfuric acid is added, you will get a barium sulfate precipitate, filter it, clean it, and then dry it. You will get the exact weight of the substance that is present in the sample. There are different type of gravimetric analysis methods are there available, and you can analyze the same thing. You can do it for the silver chloride also, and different type of mechanisms that are involved for the precipitation. Induction period is there, nucleation is there, and how the silver nitrate gets precipitated as silver chloride by means of adding the hydrochloric acid. These things you can understand by means of going into the mechanism of precipitation and all those things. And to understand the gravimetry, we need to have the different type of terminologies that are available in this particular concept, and these are the things which you need to understand to understand the gravimetry in depth. Precipitation from hard solution, the precipitation from dilute solution, pre-precipitation and post precipitation. These are the different type of terminology and the terms that are involved in the gravimetric analysis. And now let us discuss once again the topics related to these things, the volumetric analysis as well as the gravimetric analysis. As I told you, the volumetric analysis is about identifying the volume of the substance, and the gravimetric analysis is about the exactly knowing the weight of the substance. And the chemical analysis is useful in identifying different type of things like physical chemistry. You will find this organic chemistry, and then the analytical chemistry and all those things, and it finds the place in the biochemistry and different type of things like material science and all those things. And these are the important things which we have to understand to know the quantitative analysis in detail. So I have taken up only two methods. One is the volumetric analysis, and the second one is the gravimetric analysis. Students, under this topic I am going to explain the separation techniques. Separation techniques, different type of separation techniques that are available under a part of your elective, that is the chemistry elective paper. And the separation techniques in chemical analysis, the important topics that are included in your syllabus are mainly that deals with the solvent extraction. One such important topic included in your portion is the solvent extraction, and the different type of methods of solvent extraction methods are there, which we are going to discuss now. And in detail, let us take up different type of separation techniques that are available. In your syllabus, mainly the syllabus is for the solvent extraction and all, and their applications, and then the determination of different type of metal ions and something. Let us take up in detail about different type of separation techniques that are available in general. I will take up the most of the separation techniques which you have already studied in your lower classes and till now. I will take up in detail or in a quick session about these separation techniques. Depending upon the physical and chemical properties of the substances in the mixture, we can appropriately separate techniques to isolate them from the mixture. Let us take up one after another. Based on their capabilities and the separation principles, we use different type of separation techniques like chromatography, filtration, evaporation, crystallization, simple distillation, fractional distillation, separating funnel, sublimation, and magnetic attraction. These are the different type of techniques. For each technique, there is one such physical property that is exploited to use this particular method. For example, if you want to use the chromatography technique, compounds in a solution with the same properties, that should be the main important key point for doing this chromatography. For doing the filtration, solids of a group of solids and liquids in a mixture. Such type of solutions can be used separated by using filtration and evaporation, crystallization, simple distillation, fractional distillation, and then the separating funnel can also be used for certain things, sublimation and magnetic attractions. Let us take up one after another in detail. This is a very simple decanting method which we come across in our day-to-day life also. Simply, insoluble solid is there and a liquid. Decanting method is used as a separation technique here. And then the filtration technique. Here in this particular part, you can do the filtration by using a suitable filter paper whose pores are smaller than the pores of the liquid that comes in. And now let us take up the evaporation. Evaporation is also a very important separation technique that is used, and here for evaporation you take a solution and heat it, and then the unwanted substances will be removed at the bottom of the substance, and the pure substance will get separated by using this particular part. And the crystallization method is also there. There is a simple crystallization method, and where we use this dissolved heat liable substances. That is also a very important point to be remembered. A saturated solution is a solution that contains the maximum amount of solute dissolved in a given volume of solvent at a particular temperature. Here such type of solutions can be used, this crystallization. And now a very important thing is the distillation. This is a very important distillation separation technique which is used for separating purification or the separation of liquids. This particular process is used for using the solutions having different type of boiling points. And for example, if you want to separate alcohol from water, you can separate by using this particular simple distillation, because the boiling point of alcohol is 70 degrees centigrade, whereas the boiling point of water is 100 degrees centigrade. If you have to separate this particular mixture, boil it, and once the temperature reaches to 70 degrees centigrade, you will get alcohol gets separated, and then the water remains in that. Next, fractional distillation. This is a very important technique which is being used in industry in a large scale. And here the fractional distillation is used where the separation of liquids we are considering having the boiling points of 20 degrees centigrade apart. Then only this particular fraction distillation method is used. For example, if you want to separate the BTX, benzene, toluene and xylene, whose boiling points differs from 10 to 15 degrees centigrade, we can use this particular method for separating the benzene, toluene, xylene mixture, BTX mixture, popularly we call it as. And for that the instrument will be like this. This is a fractionating column fractionating column, where the separation is done here. And then the sublimation, the substances which has got the property of a sublimating property, like a camphor, ammonia, iodine, or such type of substances can be purified or separated by using this particular sublimation technique. This is a simple china glass is there, glass, and above that a funnel is put and heated. Once it is heated, sublimation, as you all know, this is a very simple physical property where a solid substance goes directly into the vapor state without undergoing into the liquid state. Such type of substances can be used, can be separated by using the sublimation process. And then the centrifugation. Centrifugation we use in the laboratory for separating the different type of groups in the mixture analysis or the salt analysis. And in the large scale, the centrifuge instrument is used to separate the blood from the liquid portion. By centrifuging the blood, you will get a different type of components of the blood, which we use it for analysis. And simple method, another method is called as the magnetization or a magnetic attraction. This is a substances which has got the magnetic property of the substance mixed with some other substance. By using a simple magnet, you can separate this. These are the simple separating methods. And the electrolysis is also a method where you can going to separate by means of electrolysis. You can split water into oxygen and hydrogen, something like that. And these are the different type of methods, simple methods for separating. And now let us come to a very, very important concept of your portion, that is the solvent extraction. By means of using the solvent extraction, we are going to separate liquid extraction. We are going to do the liquid extraction. For example, we are taking a mixture of different type of liquids mixed together. By means of using this particular method, we can separate this mixture into individual components. We can separate one particular component and keep leaving behind the rest of the components into it. There is one such important law, that is the Nennes distribution law, that governs the separation of this particular property. And now let us take up this distribution law, or the Nennes distribution law. This Nennes distribution law states that it is a relationship between a solute, a non-volatile solute, when is added to two immiscible or the non-miscible solvents. When a substance is added, when a solute is added to two non-miscible solvents, and which has got the ability to dissolve in both the non-miscible solvents, we can use this particular relationship as KD, distribution coefficient, which we call it as a distribution coefficient D. And here the C1 and C2 are the concentrations. C1 denotes the concentration of the solute X dissolved in the solvent A. One solvent, A and B are the two solvents we have taken, and C1 is the solution that is formed by adding the solute to the solution, so solvent A, and C2 is the concentration of the solution that is formed by adding this non-volatile solute to the that particular solvent B. By means of using this Nennes distribution law, the ratio of these two concentrations of the two solutions remains same. That is given by distribution constant, or the KD. And here the same thing you can view here. There are two immiscible liquids that are taken, two immiscible liquid. One is the organic solvent, which is in the orange, and the other one is the non-miscible liquid, a water-like solution. And here this is organic liquid is the ether and the water we have taken. In this case, if you see, the substance, the solute is more soluble in the organic layer, and here this particular substance is more soluble in the water layer, aqueous layer rather. And this is what we have explained by means of this Nernst distribution law. And now the same solvent extraction can be done by means of successive extractions, like by means of adding this particular solute repeatedly you will get a number of times if you do it. That means the batch extractions if you do, you will get more quantity of substance will get extracted into that particular substance. And this is one such method. This is the one where the organic compounds can be made to the water soluble methods, and this for that we need to use the substances, the water soluble substances. We can use the organic acids and then the amines, which has got the ability to dissolve water in it. And here something like there are certain other substances also that can be separated by using the beta naphthalene we can separate, and the benzoic acid we can do it, and these can be done by means of using the pH. pH is a very important criteria. pH less than 7, both non-ionic both will transfer to benzene, and we are using the benzene and benzoic acid here in separating. If the pH is 5, benzoic acid is deprotonated and says with the water, and if the pH is maintained at 11, both dissociate and both stay in water. These are the very simple concepts which we have to bear in mind while using the solvent extraction. And the solute should not associate or dissociate with that particular substance. This is a very important point to remember while using this solvent extraction method. And now let us take up certain very important applications of the solvent extraction. The different type of metal ions can be extracted by means of using a suitable chelating agent. Here the 8-quinol can be used as a very important chelating agent to separate metal ions from a given solution. Different type of methods can be used, and this is one such very important method. Here by means of using the solvent extraction, you can extract copper, uranium and other rare earths also from their substances. The very important application of this solvent extraction in industry is in petroleum refining industry. The extraction of automobile lubricating oils, aromatic hydrocarbons, paraffins and naphthenic hydrocarbons can be separated by using the solvent extraction method. And there is another such industry where hydrometallurgy is used. Rare metal recycling can be done by using the solvent extraction, where the bioseparation and the environmental samples can also be separated by using this particular concept. The very important another very important application of the solvent extraction is sweetening of gasoline. Sweetening is nothing but removing of sulfur from a petroleum product is called as the sweetening. The very important impurity that is present in gasoline is the sulfur, which can be extracted by using this solvent extraction method. And there are other type of purification methods, the applications of this solvent extraction, which includes industrial purification, extraction and recovery of metals such as uranium, copper, nickel, cobalt and rare earths from solutions. In all these cases, we make use of the principle, the solvent extraction. There are different type of solvent extraction methods that are available, very simple methods. Batch extraction, as I discussed earlier. Continuous extraction, continuously by means of adding the non-volatile solute to the solutions, we can extract one particular substance. And the other one is the counter current extraction. Counter current extraction, where both the substances are meeting in opposite directions. That is the Craig counter current extraction method is also there. As I told you, these are the different applications of this particular method. Craig counter current method, this is another extension of the solvent extraction method. And now students, we have discussed a different type of separation techniques which includes a commonly used fuse techniques we have discussed, and the very important concept of solvent extraction also discussed. The solvent extraction, a full length video, full length presentation was also available in the Mana TV YouTube lesson, where I have done some experimentation to show the exact solvent extraction concepts in detail about. Students, now I am going to take up another important separation technique which we come across in our chemistry. Not only in chemistry, you can find this chromatography technique being used in other biologicals, biotechnology, biochemistry and other subjects also. You will come across this type of topics. I have shown the portion, that is the syllabus that is included in your the same lesson as a chromatography. We are going to take up the different type of classifications of chromatography methods. I am going to take up now different type of principles. So what are the different type of principles that are involved in this chromatography, and in general I am going to take up two different techniques at this moment. One is the paper chromatography, the other one is the thin layer chromatography. These two things I am going to take up in this module, and this is about the entire syllabus of one particular unit present in your elective paper. And now let us take up in detail about the chromatography. What is the main history and how what are the things that are led to the discovery of chromatography. This is the scientist, the Russian scientist Michael Sweat, who discovered the chromatography. As the name itself indicates, chromo means the color and graphy the separation. Based on the color pigments, he separated the plant pigments at the beginning, and based on that, chroma means a color and graphene means a writing. This is the main history and the invention that was done by this Russian scientist. And very important thing to be remembered is as many as 12 Nobel Prizes, 12 Nobel Prizes were won by different type of scientists based on the applications of this chromatography subject. The very important thing, between 1937 to 1972, 12 scientists have won Nobel Prizes based on the chromatographic techniques, different type of techniques. Let us take up the very important basic concepts related to the chromatography. Chromatography, as we all know, it is a physical method and used for separation of components distributed between two phases. One is a stationary phase, the other one is a mobile phase. A stationary phase is a one which remains stationary, and the mobile phase is a one which moves over the stationary phase. These are the two very important things involved in this chromatography. Whatever be the type of chromatography technique you use, you have to bear in mind about the stationary phase and the mobile phase. What is the stationary phase? What is its physical state? What are its properties? We have to understand. And the same way about the mobile phase also. The chromatography process occurs due to the differences in the distribution constant of individual sample components. These are the important principles that are involved in this particular technique. And let us take up in detail about the chromatography. Let us take up the classification of chromatography on the basis of the mobile phase. If we take the liquid as the mobile phase, then we have different type of techniques like liquid chromatography, liquid chromatography and liquid solid chromatography. And if the mobile phase is a gas, we will call it as gas chromatography. That includes gas solid chromatography and gas liquid chromatography. These are the different type of chromatographic techniques, a higher end instrumentation technique which are used to separate. Let us take up the another type of a classification based on the packing of the stationary phase. If you use the stationary phase as the thin layer, that is a thin layer that is coated over the glass or the plastic or the aluminum plates, then we call it as a thin layer chromatography. This is another type of classification based on the packing of stationary phase. Earlier we have discussed the classification based on the mobile phase, the nature of the mobile phase, as the liquid mobile phase or the gas mobile phase. And here, depending upon the packing of the stationary phase, we can classify as the thin layer chromatography, where the thin layer is coated over the glass, plastic or aluminum. And another one is the stationary phase, where a thin film of liquid supported on an inner support. The paper is used, the filter paper, specially made filter paper is used as a stationary phase. And in the column chromatography, where the stationary phase is packed in glass column, we take a different type of columns, the different sized columns are there. We use the stationary phase is packed into that particular glass column. And here I have done two different type of classification. One is classification based on the physical state of the mobile phase, and the second one, depending upon the packing of the stationary phase, we can categorize it into the thin layer chromatography and the paper chromatography and then the column chromatography. And now, like another type of classification can be done based on the force of separation. I told you a mixture of substance is distributed between the stationary phase and the mobile phase. What is the binding force that binds the molecules onto the stationary phase moving along the mobile phase? Here if you can see the adsorption chromatography, where the adsorption, the surface phenomena, the concept is used to separate the mixture of components into individual components. Here you can see this adsorption under this adsorption chromatography is possible in paper chromatography, and then the thin layer chromatography. This partition chromatography is also there. Partition chromatography, in the column chromatography you can find this particular part, and the ion exchange chromatography, where different type of ions are separated in the anion exchange resins and the cation exchange resin that comes under this ion exchange chromatography. Gel filtration chromatography. These are the different type of classification based on the force of separation that separates the mixture into individual components. The last one is the affinity chromatography. These are the different type of techniques we make use of. Now let us take up the paper chromatography in brief. In the paper chromatography, we take a specially made filter paper, a cellulose fiber filter stationary phase, and here the second is the organic solvent flows past the sample on the paper. I will show you this particular. This is the paper we use, and here this particular paper is hanged from top to bottom. This is a simple beaker we have taken. Here the solvent front, this is the solvent front, the mobile phase and the stationary phase. This is the paper. Here we keep a line by using a pencil, not the pen or any such other material. By using a pencil, we put the standard line, reference line, where we put the sample which is to be separated here, and here the sample molecules. These particular molecules will flow along with the mobile phase to the top. While moving, these components will get interact with the stationary phase as well as the mobile phase. The molecules which has got the greater affinity towards the mobile phase will move farther, and the one which have less will move bit less. and depending upon the movement, we call it, we use the RF factor, the retention factor. The retention factor will help you understanding the nature of that particular substance. And here there are the different type of things we have to keep in mind while doing the paper chromatography. Choice of paper and the solvent are very important, and then the desalting of sample, application of sample, equilibration of paper, development and detection. For detection, we sometimes a naked eye cannot be used to identify the spots of that particular sample. We need to use the UV chamber or the iodine chamber to identify certain amino acids or such. Okay. Now let us take up in detail about the other techniques. The multiple development of the chromatogram is also done by using this particular process. Multiple chromatography includes all procedures in which the development is repeated after one development is completed. Here is a two-dimensional type of chromatography technique is also available, where a large number of substances are to be separated on a single chromatogram. That can be done by using the two-dimensional chromatographic technique, and which can be done by using or by doing like this: injecting the eluent from the first column on a second onto a second column. This I will show it on the paper. This is the one such paper where one particular sample is kept here, and another one is kept tilting towards, yes, this is the one particular thing we have done, one particular injection. You can see here, by means of tilting allowed to 90 degrees, we can do another one. This is the two-dimensional paper chromatography. And here in this slide, I tried to show different type of techniques and a different type of phases, the stationary phase and the mobile phase and the mechanism that is involved. I have shown in detail about the paper chromatography, the partition chromatography and all those things I have shown here. Here in the last slide, I try to explain the adsorption chromatography, partition chromatography, ion exchange chromatography, molecular exclusion chromatography and affinity chromatography. I try to explain only one particular technique, that is the paper chromatography, in this module, and in the other modules we can come across with other important techniques like thin layer chromatography, HPLC, GC and so on and so forth.
Good afternoon, dear students. I am Dr. B.V. Tirupanyam. The economic development of any country depends on its energy resources, especially in a country like India, where we have got around 135 crores of population. If you want to provide economic opportunities, job opportunities for all its masses, three sectors of economy, namely agriculture, industry as well as service sector, should improve. You know that for all these sectors, the driving agent is energy. మనకి ఇండియాలో ఇప్పటికీ 80% ఆఫ్ ఎనర్జీ రిసోర్సెస్ ఫాజిల్ ఫ్యూయల్స్ మీద ఆధారపడి ఉంటున్నాం. ఈ ఫాజిల్ ఫ్యూయల్స్ అన్నింటినీ కూడా మనం వేరే కంట్రీస్ నుంచి 80% మనం ఇంపోర్ట్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం. దీనివల్ల మన ఎక్స్టర్నల్ రీసోర్సెస్ మీద చాలా భారం పడుతుంది. అలా కాకుండా ఉండాలంటే మనమే రెన్యూబుల్ ఎనర్జీ రీసోర్సెస్ని మనం ట్యాప్ చేసుకుంటే, ముఖ్యంగా సోలార్ ఎనర్జీని ముఖ్యంగా ఉపయోగించుకుంటే మన ఇండస్ట్రీ సెక్టార్కి, అగ్రికల్చర్ సెక్టార్కి, అలాగే సర్వీస్ సెక్టార్కి కావాల్సినటువంటి ఎనర్జీ అంతటినీ కూడా మనమే డెవలప్ చేసుకుని ఆ విధంగా మన మాసెస్ యొక్క పర్ క్యాపిటల్ ఇన్కమ్ని మనం ఇంప్రూవ్ చేసుకుంటే వాళ్ళ లైఫ్ స్టాండర్డ్స్ పెరిగితే ఆ విధంగా ఎకనమిక్ డెవలప్మెంట్ అనేది బాగా ఇంప్రూవ్ అవుతుంది. ఆ విధంగా ఎకనమిక్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఎ కంట్రీ డిపెండ్స్ సోల్లీ ఆన్ ది ఎనర్జీ రిసోర్సెస్ అవైలబుల్ ఇన్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ కంట్రీ. ఇన్ దిస్ కాంటెక్స్ట్ మనకి ఎక్కువగా పర్మనెంట్గా ఎటర్నల్గా ఎనర్జీ అవైలబుల్ అయ్యే రెన్యూబుల్ ఎనర్జీ సోర్స్ సోలార్ ఎనర్జీ. ఈ సోలార్ ఎనర్జీకి చాలా ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ ఉంటాయి, జాబ్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ చాలా ఉంటాయి. ఈ ఎనర్జీ గురించి కొంచెం అవేర్నెస్ తెలుసుకుంటే డిగ్రీ కంప్లీట్ అయిన తర్వాత సెల్ఫ్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ మనం పెట్టుకోవచ్చు. ఇప్పుడు ఫోటోవాల్టాయిక్ ఇండస్ట్రీ బాగా డెవలప్ అవుతుంది. ఎక్కడ పడితే అక్కడ గవర్నమెంట్స్, సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్స్ అండ్ స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్స్ మన ఈ సోలార్ పవర్ ప్లాంట్స్ నెలకొల్పుతున్నారు. దానిలో మనకి ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ పొటెన్షియల్ చాలా ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి ఈరోజు ఈ సోలార్ ఎనర్జీ దాన్ని మెజర్ చేసే టెక్నిక్స్ గురించి నేర్చుకుందాం. ఫస్ట్ I will present on the importance of the solar radiation, followed by physical properties of solar energy. Solar radiation, its spectral distribution. Similarly, solar constant gurinchi, solar irradiance and insolation gurinchi, adhe vidhanga thermopiles and pyranometers and pyrholometers. Ee moodu kuda manaki sensing devices for measuring సోలార్ రేడియేషన్. వీటి గురించి ఈరోజు నేర్చుకుందాం. ఫస్ట్ మనం లెట్ us ఫోకస్ అవర్ అటెన్షన్ ఆన్ ద నెసెసిటీ ఫర్ ది స్టడీ ఆఫ్ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్. ఈ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ మీ స్లైడ్ చూడండి. ఈ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ చూస్తే ఈ సోలార్ ఎనర్జీనే మిగిలిన అన్ని రెన్యూబుల్ ఎనర్జీ సోర్సెస్కి మూలం అని తెలుస్తుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనకి విండ్ ఎనర్జీ కూడా ఒక రెన్యూబుల్ ఎనర్జీ రిసోర్స్. సిమిలర్లీ జియోథర్మల్ ఎనర్జీ, సిమిలర్లీ ఓషన్ ఎనర్జీ, అదేవిధంగా ఇతర రెన్యూబుల్ ఎనర్జీ రిసోర్సెస్ ఉన్నాయి. సిమిలర్లీ దట్ మీన్స్ హైడ్రో ఎనర్జీ. వీటన్నిటికీ కూడా ప్రైమరీ సోర్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎనర్జీ ఈ సన్ ఉన్నంత వరకు కూడా, సూర్యుడు ఉన్నంత కాలం కూడా మనం విండ్ ఎనర్జీని ట్యాప్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. అలానే జియోథర్మల్ ఎనర్జీ ట్యాప్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, భూమి నుంచి శక్తిని ట్యాప్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. అదేవిధంగా మనకి వర్షాలు పడితే సన్ ఉన్నంత కాలం ఆ విధంగా హైడ్రో ఎనర్జీని మనం ఉత్పత్తి చేసుకోవచ్చు. సో దట్ ఈస్ ది నెసెసిటీ ఆఫ్ దిస్ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇంకోటి చూస్తే మనకు తెలిసిందే, సన్ ఈజ్ ద సోర్స్ ఆఫ్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ అన్ఇమాజినబుల్ ఎనర్జీ. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ సోర్స్. దానివల్ల మనకి ఎనర్జీ వస్తుంది స్పేస్ నుంచి. తర్వాత మన అర్త్ చుట్టూ ఉన్న అట్మాస్ఫియర్లోకి ఎంటర్ అయిన తర్వాత అట్మాస్ఫియర్ కొంత అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకుంటుంది, కొంత స్పేస్లోకి రిఫ్లెక్ట్ చేస్తుంది. ఆ విధంగా అట్మాస్ఫియర్ వేడెక్కుతుంది, కొంత భూమి కూడా వేడెక్కుతుంది. కానీ అదేవిధంగా భూమి మీద ఉన్నటువంటి కొన్ని వాటర్ బాడీస్ ఉన్నాయి, సముద్రాలు, నదులు ఇలాంటివి ఉన్నాయి. అవి అంత త్వరగా వేడెక్కవు, కానీ భూమి కొంచెం త్వరగా వేడెక్కుతుంది. సో ఆ విధంగా డిఫరెంట్ లేయర్స్ అంటే వాటర్ బాడీస్ కొంచెం నెమ్మదిగా వేడెక్కుతాయి, భూమి కొంచెం త్వరగా వేడెక్కుతుంది. ఈ విధంగా ఈ టెంపరేచర్స్లో డిఫరెన్సెస్ వస్తాయి. ఈ టెంపరేచర్లో డిఫరెన్స్ రావడం వల్ల హీట్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ జరుగుతుంది ఈ లేయర్స్ మధ్య. ఎప్పుడైతే హీట్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ జరిగిందో ఆటోమేటిక్గా కొన్ని టెంపరేచర్ గ్రేడియన్స్ డెవలప్ అవుతాయి. హీట్ ఎనర్జీ ఒక లేయర్ నుంచి ఇంకో లేయర్కి ట్రాన్స్ఫర్ అవుతుంది. మనకు తెలిసిందే కదా, ఎప్పుడైతే మనకి టెంపరేచర్స్లో డిఫరెన్స్ ఉందో అప్పుడు హీట్ ఎనర్జీ ఎక్కువ టెంపరేచర్ ఉన్న లేయర్ నుంచి, ప్రాంతం నుంచి తక్కువ టెంపరేచర్ ఉన్న లేయర్కి ప్రవహిస్తుంది, ఫ్లో అవుతుంది. సో దానివల్ల ఈ హీట్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ వల్ల మన భూమి యొక్క క్లైమేట్ కానివ్వండి, అలానే వెదర్ కానివ్వండి ప్రభావితం అవుతుంది అనమాట. సో అంతేకాకుండా ఇట్ ఈస్ ద డ్రైవింగ్ ఏజెంట్ ఫర్ ది అట్మాస్ఫియర్ హీట్ ఇంజన్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఏ హీట్ ఇంజన్. సో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనకి వర్షాలు పడుతున్నా సరే, అదేవిధంగా మనకి ప్రెషర్ గ్రేడియన్స్ డెవలప్ ఉన్నా సరే, ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే మనకి విండ్ రిసోర్సెస్ అన్నీ కూడా ఈ టెంపరేచర్స్లో డిఫరెన్స్ ఉండడం వల్ల ఏర్పడతాయి. ఎప్పుడైతే టెంపరేచర్స్లో డిఫరెన్స్ ఉన్నాయో ప్రెషర్ డిఫరెన్సెస్ ఏర్పడతాయి, పీడనాల్లో తేడాలు వస్తాయి. ఎప్పుడైతే పీడనాల్లో ఆటోమేటిక్గా తేడా ఉందో ఆటోమేటిక్గా మనకి విండ్ అనేది డెవలప్ అవుతుంది. ఆ విండ్ ఎనర్జీని ఉపయోగించుకుని మనం ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. సిమిలర్లీ ఇదే టెంపరేచర్ గ్రేడియంట్స్ ఉండడం వల్ల ఓషన్స్లో కరెంట్స్ డెవలప్ అవుతాయి, అదేవిధంగా అట్మాస్ఫియర్ సర్క్యులేషన్స్ డెవలప్ అవుతాయి. సో దస్ దిస్ సోలార్ ఎనర్జీ ఈజ్ ది డ్రైవింగ్ ఏజెంట్ అండ్ ఇట్ సస్టైన్స్ అండ్ ఇట్ ఆపరేట్స్ atmospheric circulations as well as the oceanic currents. For example, you see here using solar energy, different layers, especially atmosphere and earth are heated up differently, so that results in a heat exchange. So the result is that you can have precipitation, వర్షం పడవచ్చు మనకి, అదేవిధంగా మనకి క్లౌడ్స్ కొంత రేడియేషన్ అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకుంటే, అలాగే విండ్స్ ఫామ్ అవుతాయి, అదేవిధంగా స్నో కూడా ఈ టెంపరేచర్ డిఫరెన్సెస్ వల్ల ఈ సోలార్ ఎనర్జీ వల్ల మనకి ఫామ్ అవుతుంది. ఆ విధంగా ద క్లైమేట్ అండ్ వెదర్ కండిషన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఏ పర్టిక్యులర్ ఏరియా ఈజ్ సోల్లీ ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్డ్ బై ది సోలార్ రేడియేషన్. సిమిలర్లీ ఇఫ్ యూ సీ దిస్ స్లైడ్, ద గ్లోబల్ క్లైమేట్ సిస్టమ్ ఈజ్ కంప్లీట్లీ ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్డ్ బై దిస్ సోలార్ ఎనర్జీ. మనకి హైడ్రోస్ఫియర్ ఉంది, అలాగే లిథోస్ఫియర్ అంటే మన భూమి లోపల రాళ్ళ పొరలు ఉంటాయి, దాన్ని లిథోస్ఫియర్ అంటాం. అదేవిధంగా బయోమాస్ ఫామ్ అవడం కూడా. అదేవిధంగా మనకి క్రయోస్ఫియర్ అంటే ఐస్ బర్గ్స్, అలాగే మనకి పోల్స్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్తే ఐస్ బర్గ్స్ అవన్నీ ఉంటాయి, ఇవంతా కూడా క్రయోస్ఫియర్ అంటాం. సో లో టెంపరేచర్ బాడీస్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా, ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఈ సన్ ఎనర్జీని అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకుని వాటి వల్ల ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ అయ్యి ఆ క్లైమేట్ కానీ అదేవిధంగా మనకి వెదర్ అనేది ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ అవ్వబడుతుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ అలానే ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే సోలార్ ఎనర్జీకి ఎంత పొటెన్షియల్ ఉందంటే ఒక అవర్లో ఉత్పత్తి అయినటువంటి సోలార్ ఎనర్జీని తీసుకుని మనం 1 ఇయర్ అంతా కూడా ప్రపంచంలో మనం ఉన్నటువంటి పాపులేషన్ అందరికీ కూడా ఎనర్జీ, మన కరెంటు అవసరాలు మనం తీర్చవచ్చు. అంత పొటెన్షియల్ ఉన్నటువంటి సోలార్ ఎనర్జీని గురించి మనం నేర్చుకోవడం చాలా అవసరం. అదేవిధంగా నేను చెప్పాను హీట్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ జరుగుతుందని చెప్పాను, అట్మాస్ఫియర్కి, వాటర్ బాడీస్కి, సిమిలర్లీ అర్త్కి మధ్య. దీనివల్ల మీకు ఓషన్స్లో టెంపరేచర్ గ్రేడియంట్స్ డెవలప్ అవుతాయి, దానివల్ల ఓషన్ కరెంట్స్ డెవలప్ అవుతాయి. ఓషన్ కరెంట్స్ అంటే సముద్రాల లోపల డిఫరెన్షియల్ టెంపరేచర్స్ ఉండడం వల్ల వాటర్ ఒక ప్రాంతం నుంచి వేరే ప్రాంతానికి మీకు ట్రాన్స్ఫర్ అవుతుంది అనమాట. సో దానివల్ల అందుకని మనకి ఎల్నినో ఎఫెక్ట్స్ అన్నీ కూడా వీటి వల్ల జరుగుతాయి. అది ఎందువల్ల జరుగుతుంది? ఈ సన్ ఎనర్జీ పెరగడం వల్ల. ఒక చోట ఎక్కువ ఉండొచ్చు సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ ఇంటెన్సిటీ, ఒక చోట తక్కువ ఉండొచ్చు. అందువల్ల ఈ ఓషన్ కరెంట్స్ ఒక చోట నుంచి వేరే చోటకి ప్రభావం అవుతాయి. సో మనకు తెలిసిందే ఎల్నినో ఎఫెక్ట్స్ ఏ విధంగా అగ్రికల్చర్ని ప్రభావితం చేసిన వాటి అడ్వర్స్ ఎఫెక్ట్స్ మనకు అన్నీ తెలుసు. వీటన్నిటికీ కారణం కూడా మన సోలార్ రేడియేషనే. సిమిలర్లీ అట్మాస్ఫియరిక్ సర్క్యులేషన్స్, ఎప్పుడైతే మనకి సన్ ఎనర్జీ అట్మాస్ఫియర్లోకి వచ్చిందో అట్మాస్ఫియర్ కొంత అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకుంటుంది, కొంత సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ని డైరెక్ట్గా స్పేస్లోకి రిఫ్లెక్ట్ చేస్తుంది, స్కాటరింగ్ చేస్తుంది. దానివల్ల అట్మాస్ఫియర్లో ప్రెషర్ డిఫరెన్సెస్ డెవలప్ అవుతాయి. సో ఈ ప్రెషర్ డిఫరెన్సెస్ వల్ల మనకి తెలిసిందే కదా, మనకి లో ప్రెషర్ ఓషన్స్లో లో ప్రెషర్ ఏరియాస్ ఫామ్ అవడం, డిప్రెషన్స్ ఫామ్ అవడం, ఇవన్నీ కూడా వీటన్నిటికీ సోర్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎనర్జీ మన సోలార్ రేడియేషన్. సిమిలర్లీ మనకి తెలిసిందే ఈ సోలార్ ఎనర్జీ సముద్రాల మీద పడినప్పుడు పైన ఉన్న సర్ఫేస్ లేయర్స్ ఎక్కువ అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకుని టెంపరేచర్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. రిలేటివ్గా డెప్త్కి వెళ్ళే కొద్దీ కూడా మనకి టెంపరేచర్ తగ్గుతుంది, కోల్డ్ వాటర్ ఉంటుంది అనమాట. సో ఈ టెంపరేచర్ గ్రేడియంట్ డెవలప్ చేయడానికి మన సోర్స్ మన సోలార్ రేడియేషనే. సో ఇప్పుడు మనకి ముఖ్యంగా అడ్వాన్స్డ్ కంట్రీస్లో ఈ టెంపరేచర్ గ్రేడియంట్ ఉండడం వల్ల ఆ ఎనర్జీ డిఫరెన్స్ని టెంపరేచర్ డిఫరెన్స్ని యూజ్ చేసుకుని ఆ ఎనర్జీని ట్యాప్ చేసుకోవడం జరుగుతుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఈ నెక్స్ట్ స్లైడ్లో చూడండి, దిస్ ఈజ్ ఏ టర్బైన్ that makes use of this thermal gradient to generate electricity. Next and this slide shows the thermal gradient when we go deep into the ocean from its surface. నెమ్మదిగా మనకు వెళ్ళే కొద్దీ పైన టెంపరేచర్ వాటర్స్ సర్ఫేస్ వాటర్ టెంపరేచర్ 20 degrees సెంటిగ్రేడ్ ఉంది, లోపలికి వెళ్ళే కొద్దీ నెమ్మదిగా ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 3000 feetకి వెళ్ళే కొద్దీ కూడా ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఇంచుమించు 1 degree సెంటిగ్రేడ్కి తగ్గిపోతుంది. ఈ థర్మల్ గ్రేడియంట్, ఈ టెంపరేచర్ డిఫరెన్స్ని యూజ్ చేసుకుని మనం థర్మల్ వాష్ అండ్ థర్మల్ ఎనర్జీని ట్యాప్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. సిమిలర్లీ విండ్ ఎనర్జీ, మీకు మొట్టమొదటి చెప్పాను, విండ్ ఎనర్జీ అనేది ప్రెషర్ డిఫరెన్సెస్ వల్ల ఫామ్ అవుతుంది, ఏర్పడుతుంది, ఉత్పత్తి అవుతుంది. సో ఎప్పుడైతే ఈ సూర్యుడి ఉష్ణోగ్రత వల్ల ప్రెషర్ డిఫరెన్సెస్ ఏర్పడతాయో దానివల్ల విండ్ జనరేట్ అవుతుంది. దాన్ని కూడా మనం ఉపయోగించుకొని మన రెన్యూబుల్ ఎనర్జీ సోర్సెస్కి ఉపయోగించుకోవచ్చు. ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే ఈ విండ్ ఎనర్జీని ఆన్ షోర్, ఆఫ్ షోర్, ఈవెన్ సముద్రాల్లో కూడా విండ్ టర్బైన్స్ యూజ్ చేసుకుని మనం రెన్యూబుల్ ఎనర్జీని, క్లీన్ ఎనర్జీ, దీస్ ఆర్ ఆల్ పొల్యూషన్ ఫ్రీ ఎనర్జీస్, క్లీన్ ఎనర్జీస్, ఎన్వైరన్మెంటల్ ఫ్రెండ్లీ ఎనర్జీస్. సో ద సోర్స్ ఫర్ ఆల్ దీస్ అదర్ రెన్యూబుల్ ఎనర్జీ రీసోర్సెస్ ఈజ్ అవర్ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్. సిమిలర్లీ బయోమాస్, మనకి ఫుడ్ చైన్ మనకి చక్కగా ఒక సైకిల్లో వెళ్ళాలంటే మన సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ చాలా అవసరం. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చూడండి, మనకి ప్లాంట్స్ అలాగే ట్రీస్, వాటిని ఫుడ్ చైన్లో మన యానిమల్స్ తీసుకుంటే తింటాయి. దాని తర్వాత వాటిని మనం అలాగే మనుషులు కూడా వాటి మీద డిపెండ్ అవుతారు. అదేవిధంగా ఈ విధంగా బయోమాస్ ఫామ్ అవడానికి కూడా ఈ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ చాలా అవసరం. ఈ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ లేకపోతే ఫోటోసింథసిస్ యాక్టివిటీ అనేది జరగదు. సో ఫైనల్గా ఈ ప్లాంట్స్కి అలాగే ట్రీస్కి కావాల్సిన ఫుడ్ ఏమీ అవైలబిలిటీ ఉండదు. దాని మీద వాటి మీద అవి సక్రమంగా పెరగలేవు. వాటి మీద డిపెండ్ అయినటువంటి ఇతర యానిమల్స్ కానివ్వండి, మనుషులు కానివ్వండి, వాటి కూడా ఫుడ్ అనేది అవైలబిలిటీ ఉండదు. సో బయోమాస్ ఫామ్ అవ్వడానికి కూడా సోలార్ ఎనర్జీ ఒక ముఖ్యమైనటువంటి సోర్స్. సిమిలర్లీ ఫోటోసింథసిస్, సో దిస్ స్లైడ్ షోస్ ద వే ద ప్లాంట్స్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ దేర్ ఫుడ్ త్రూ ఫోటోసింథసిస్. నెక్స్ట్ ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే మనకు తెలిసిందే కదా, ఇప్పుడు మనకి ఫాజిల్ సోర్సెస్ అంటున్నాం. ఫాజిల్ ఎనర్జీ సోర్సెస్ ఏంటి? పెట్రోల్, డీజిల్, కోల్ రీసోర్సెస్. ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఆఫ్టర్ ఏ పీరియడ్ ఆఫ్ 100 years ఇంకవన్నీ కూడా డిప్లీట్ అయిపోతాయి. సో కానీ ఇప్పటి వరకు మనం ఉపయోగించుకుంటున్నామంటే అవన్నీ కూడా అర్త్ లేయర్స్లో దొరికేవి. వాటన్నిటికీ కూడా అలా ఫామ్ అవడానికి కూడా కారణం మనకు ఇండైరెక్ట్గా ఈ సోలార్ రేడియేషనే. అంతేకాకుండా ఫాజిలైజేషన్, ఇప్పుడు కొన్ని ఫ్లోరా అండ్ ఫౌనా అంటే జంతువులు, అదేవిధంగా చెట్లు అన్నీ కూడా కొన్ని వేల సంవత్సరాల క్రితం చనిపోయి సముద్రాల్లో బెడ్కి వెళ్ళిపోయి తర్వాత వాటి మీద సెడిమెంటేషన్ జరిగిపోయి సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ వల్ల ఏర్పడినటువంటి ప్రెషర్స్ వల్ల అలాంటి సస్టైనబుల్ కండిషన్స్, ఆ కండిషన్స్ కావాల్సిన కండిషన్స్ ఉన్నప్పుడు అవి ఫాజిల్స్ అయిపోతాయి. సో అవర్ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ ఈజ్ వన్ ఆఫ్ ది conditions necessary for the fossilization of certain organic and inorganic animals. So similarly and మన సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ వల్లే జియోథర్మల్ ఎనర్జీని కూడా మనం ట్యాప్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. మనకు తెలిసిందే కదా, సర్ఫేస్ అర్త్ సర్ఫేస్ రిలేటివ్గా అర్త్ కోర్తో చూసుకుంటే తక్కువ టెంపరేచర్ దగ్గర ఉంటుంది. కోర్ చాలా ఎక్కువ టెంపరేచర్ ఉంటుంది, లిక్విడ్ ఫామ్లో ఉంటాయి, ఐరన్, నికెల్, కోబాల్ట్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా. సో ఈ టెంపరేచర్ డిఫరెన్సెస్ వల్ల కూడా మనకి ఎనర్జీని బయటకు తీసుకోవచ్చు. సో ఈ గైజర్స్ అనేవి, ఈ వాటర్ ఫౌంటైన్స్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఈ అర్త్లో ఉన్నటువంటి వేరు లేయర్స్లో ఉన్నటువంటి టెంపరేచర్ డిఫరెన్స్ వల్ల బయటకు వచ్చేవి. సిమిలర్లీ ఈ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ ఉపయోగించుకుని ఇప్పుడు లేటెస్ట్గా ఫోటోవాల్టాయిక్ ఇండస్ట్రీ డెవలప్ అవుతుంది. అంటే సూర్యునిలో ఉన్నటువంటి కాంతిని ఉపయోగించుకుని, ఆ ఎనర్జీని ఉపయోగించుకుని మనం కరెంట్ని ఉత్పత్తి చేసుకోగలుగుతున్నాం. సో దిస్ ఇండస్ట్రీ ఆల్రెడీ ప్రూవ్ టు బి ద పొటెన్షియల్ ఇండస్ట్రీ ఫర్ రెన్యూబుల్ ఎనర్జీ రీసోర్సెస్. సో నెక్స్ట్ వచ్చేటప్పటికి మన సస్టెనెన్స్ ఆఫ్ లైఫ్, బోత్ ఫ్లోరా అండ్ ఫౌనా, మనకి రైట్ టైంలో మంచి ఎన్వైర్న్మెంట్ ఉండాలి. అంటే వర్షాలు పడాలి అంటే కంపల్సరీగా మనకు అడవులు అవన్నీ కూడా పెంచుకోవాలి. అదేవిధంగా మనకి యానిమల్ లైఫ్ను కూడా మనం చక్కగా ఈకో సిస్టమ్ బాగా డెవలప్ చేసుకోవాలి. బికాజ్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఒకదాని మీద ఒకటి ఆధారపడేవి. ఈ సైకిల్లో ఏం డిస్రప్ట్ అయినా సరే మొత్తం అంతా కూడా ఇప్పుడు మనం చూస్తూనే ఉన్నాము. టెంపరేచర్స్ పెరిగిపోవడం, వాషింగ్ టెంపరేచర్స్ పెరిగిపోవడం, అదేవిధంగా సీ లెవెల్స్ పెరిగిపోవడం అన్నీ జరుగుతున్నాయి. అలా కాకుండా అంత మనకి ప్లాంట్ లైఫ్, అదేవిధంగా యానిమల్ లైఫ్ అంతా కూడా చక్కగా ఉంటేనే, ఒక బ్యాలెన్స్డ్గా ఉంటేనే మనకి ఎన్వైర్న్మెంట్ కూడా చక్కగా ఉంటుంది. సో ఈ లైఫ్ అంతా కూడా సస్టైన్ అవ్వాలి అంటే కూడా ఈ సోలార్ ఎనర్జీ కూడా మనకి చాలా ఉపయోగమే. సిమిలర్లీ ముఖ్యంగా ఈ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ యొక్క వాల్యూ దాని ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ అగ్రికల్చర్ ఫీల్డ్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. మనకు తెలిసిందే మన ఇండియాలో డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ సాయిల్స్ ఆర్ దేర్. లాటరైట్ సాయిల్స్ ఉన్నాయి, రెడ్ సాయిల్స్ ఉన్నాయి, బ్లాక్ సాయిల్స్ ఉన్నాయి. వీటన్నిటిలో కూడా మనకి మాయిశ్చర్ ఉంటుంది. సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ ఎక్కువ ఉన్న ప్రాంతంలో మాయిశ్చర్ బాగా ఎవాపరేట్ అయిపోతుంది అనమాట. సో దాన్ని ఎవాపో ట్రాన్స్పోర్టేషన్ అంటాం. సో దానివల్ల అక్కడ ఆ పరిస్థితులకు అనుగుణంగా అంటే సాయిల్ ఏంటి, ఆ సాయిల్ అక్కడ రేడియేషన్ ఎలా ఉంది, సో ఎవాపో ట్రాన్స్పిరేషన్ ఎలా ఉంది, సో దానివల్ల ఈ అగ్రికల్చరల్ ప్రొడక్షన్ పెరగాలి అంటే ఎలాంటి స్ట్రాటజీస్ మనం అడాప్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి అనే డెసిషన్ మేకింగ్లో కూడా ఈ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ యొక్క ఇంటెన్సిటీ, ఎంత సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ వాటి మెజర్మెంట్స్ బాగా తీసుకుంటారు. సో అది అక్కడ ఉపయోగపడుతున్నారు. అందుకనే ఈ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ని అగ్రికల్చరల్ ఫీల్డ్ వాళ్ళు కూడా చక్కగా స్టడీ చేసి మెజర్ చేసి అక్కడ స్ట్రాటజీస్ని అగ్రికల్చరల్ లేదా ప్రొడక్టివిటీ పెంచడానికి డెసిషన్స్ మేకింగ్లో తీసుకుంటారు. సో దట్ ఈస్ ది ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఆఫ్ స్టడీ ఆఫ్ దిస్ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్. నౌ లెట్ us ఫోకస్ అవర్ అటెన్షన్ ఆన్ సమ్ ఫిజికల్ ప్రాపర్టీస్ ఆఫ్ సన్. మనకు తెలిసిందే సన్ ఈజ్ ఏ హ్యూజ్ బాల్ ఆఫ్ గ్యాసెస్ అండ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ మిడిల్ సైజ్డ్ అండ్ మిడిల్ నార్మల్ స్టార్. యాక్చువల్లీ దాన్ని జీ టైప్ స్టార్ అంటారు. దీన్ని మీకు చెప్పాను, మిగిలిన అదర్ ఎనర్జీ రీసోర్సెస్ అన్నిటికీ కూడా ఇది ప్రైమరీ సోర్స్. నౌ ఇఫ్ యూ సీ ది ఇంటర్నల్ స్ట్రక్చర్ ఆఫ్ ది సన్ డయామీటర్ ఆల్మోస్ట్ 13,92,000 కిలోమీటర్స్ ఉంటుంది. దీనిలో సెంటర్ మీకు కోర్ అంటాం. దాని చుట్టూ రేడియేటివ్ లేయర్ ఉంటుంది, కొన్ని లాక్స్ కిలోమీటర్స్ ఉంటుంది. దాని చుట్టూ కన్వెక్టివ్ లేయర్ ఉంటుంది. తర్వాత దాన్ని ఫోటోస్ఫియర్ అంటాం. సన్ టెంపరేచర్ జనరల్గా 5800 కెల్విన్స్ అంటారు. ఆ ఫోటోస్ఫియర్ టెంపరేచరే సన్ టెంపరేచర్గా తీసుకుంటాం. లోపల మీకు రేడియేటివ్ లేయర్ టెంపరేచరు కొన్ని 20 మిలియన్స్ లేదా కోర్లో 20 మిలియన్ కెల్విన్స్ ఉంటుంది. కానీ సన్ టెంపరేచర్ అంటే ఫోటోస్ఫియర్ టెంపరేచర్నే మనం జనరల్గా ఎక్కువగా తీసుకుంటాం. అదేవిధంగా ఫోటోస్ఫియర్ తర్వాత మీకు రివర్సల్ లేయర్ ఒకటి ఉంటుంది. దాని తర్వాత ఇంకా క్రోమోస్ఫియర్ ఉంటుంది. దాని తర్వాత కరోనా ఉంటుంది. సో ఇవన్నీ కూడా సన్స్లో లేయర్స్. నౌ ఇఫ్ యూ సీ ది కెమికల్ కాంపోజిషన్ ఆఫ్ ది సన్, దీనిలో 92.1% హైడ్రోజన్ ఉంటుంది. అలానే 70.8% హీలియం ఉంటుంది. ద రిమైనింగ్ ఎలిమెంట్స్ కాన్స్టిట్యూట్ 0.1% ఓన్లీ. ఇంకా ముఖ్యంగా ఏం చెప్పాలంటే ఇక్కడ సన్కి గ్రీక్లో హీలియోస్ అంటారు. గ్రీక్ దేవుడి పేరు హీలియోస్. అందుకనే హీలియం 7.8% ఉంటుంది. హైడ్రోజన్ అంతా కూడా న్యూక్లియర్ ఫ్యూజన్, కేంద్రక సంలీనం అనే పద్ధతి ద్వారా ఈ హైడ్రోజన్ అనేది రిలేటివ్లీ లైట్ న్యూక్లియస్ హీలియంతో కంపేర్ చేసుకుంటే. 2 హైడ్రోజన్ న్యూక్లియై కలిపి ఒక హీలియం న్యూక్లియస్ ఫామ్ అవుతుంది. సో దిస్ ఈజ్ కాల్డ్ న్యూక్లియర్ ఫ్యూజన్ ప్రాసెస్. సో దీనిలో ఎనార్మస్ అమౌంట్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎనర్జీ ఈజ్ రిలీజ్డ్. సో ఆ ఎనర్జీనే మనకి సన్ నుంచి వచ్చే ఎనర్జీ. సో లెట్ us see ది సన్ అండ్ ఎర్త్ ఆర్బిటల్ ప్రాపర్టీస్. మనకు తెలిసిందే సూర్యుని చుట్టూ భూమి తిరుగుతూ ఉంటుంది ఎలిప్టికల్ ఆర్బిట్స్లో. భూమి తన చుట్టూ తను ఒకసారి రొటేట్ చేయడానికి, భ్రమణం చేయడానికి ఒక రోజు పడితే సూర్యుని చుట్టూ భ్రమణం చేయడానికి ఆల్మోస్ట్ 365 and 1/4 days పడుతుందన్నమాట. నౌ లెట్ us go some more deep into sun earth physical properties. మనకి ఇఫ్ యూ మేక్ a comparative observation between sun and earth, the diameter, mass, surface temperature, gravities లో సన్ డామినేట్ చేస్తుంది. సన్ డయామీటర్ ఎర్త్ డయామీటర్తో కంపేర్ చేసుకుని ఆల్మోస్ట్ 100 times ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. అలాగే సోలార్ మాస్ ఎర్త్ మాస్తో కంపేర్ చేసుకుంటే 3,33,000 ఎక్కువగా ఉంటుంది. అదేవిధంగా సన్ టెంపరేచర్ 5,800 Kelvin, whereas the temperature of the earth is 300 Kelvin, almost 19.3 times సన్ టెంపరేచర్ ఎక్కువగా ఉంటుంది. గ్రావిటేషన్కి వస్తే సూర్యుడి మీద గ్రావిటీ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది, 274 meters per second square, whereas it is only 9.81 meters per second square on the earth. So the gravitational force of the sun is almost 28 times that of earth's. ఇంకా డెన్సిటీకి వచ్చేటప్పటికి మనకు తెలిసిందే సన్ గ్యాసియస్ స్టేట్లో ఉంటుంది, మన అర్థం తెలిసిందే కొంచెం సాలిడ్ స్టేట్లో ఉంటుంది. రిలేటివ్గా డెన్సిటీ భూమి యొక్క డెన్సిటీ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది, 3.7 టైమ్స్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది సూర్యుని డెన్సిటీతో కంపేర్ చేసుకుంటే. సో ఇవన్నీ కూడా మనకి చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్ అబ్జర్వేషన్సే. అండ్ వన్ మోర్ థింగ్ ఈజ్ దట్ the distance between the center of the sun and the center of the earth is almost 150 million kilometers, and the radius of the sun is, as I said, 6,92,000 kilometers, and the radius of the earth is almost 6,042 kilometers. And this is a typical distance between the sun and the earth. It is 149 million kilometers. Now if you see this slide, you will observe that the earth makes revolution about the sun, but the orbit of revolution is not perfectly circular, it is slightly elliptical orbit. అందువల్ల ఏమవుతుందంటే ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే ది యాక్సిస్ అబౌట్ విచ్ ద ఎర్త్ రొటేట్స్ ఈజ్ ఇంక్లైన్డ్ 23 degrees ఇంక్లినేషన్ ఉంటుంది. ఎక్లిప్టిక్ ప్లేన్తో కంపేర్ చేసుకుంటే 23 degrees యాంగిల్ ఉంటుంది అనమాట. సో దిస్ 23 degrees యాంగిల్ మేక్స్ ఎ డిఫరెన్స్. సో దట్ ఈస్ ద reason for the formation of the duration of day and night. Similarly, different seasons ఏర్పడడానికి కూడా ఇదే కారణం. And let us see the amount of energy emitted by the sun. As I said earlier, sun produces enormous amounts of energy. Even we cannot imagine that amount of energy. It is about 3.86 into 10 power 26 watts of energy. And దానిలో ఆల్మోస్ట్ 1 billionth of energy is distributed or it is spread into space. It goes into space, and only 1.74 into 10 power 10 watts of energy is intercepted by the earth. సో చాలా తక్కువ ఎనర్జీ మనకి ఎర్త్ అట్మాస్ఫియర్లో ప్రవేశిస్తుంది అనమాట. ఎక్కువ ఎనర్జీ అంతా కూడా మళ్ళీ స్పేస్లోకి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది. ఎర్త్ అట్మాస్ఫియర్లోకి వచ్చేది ఓన్లీ చాలా తక్కువ. సిమిలర్లీ మనకి ఫిజిక్స్ ఆఫ్ రేడియేషన్ చూద్దాం. అసలు రేడియేషన్ ఎలా రిలీజ్ అవుతుంది అంటే, అకార్డింగ్ టు థియరీ, ఎనీ బాడీ ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ అబౌవ్ 0 Kelvin టెంపరేచర్ కంటే ఎక్కువ టెంపరేచర్ ఉన్న ఏ బాడీ అయినా సరే రేడియేషన్ ఎమిట్ చేస్తుంది, ఉద్గారిస్తుంది. సో ఫర్ దట్ స్టీఫెన్ బోల్ట్జ్మన్, 2 scientists have given a law which is called as Stephen Boltzmann law, according to which if a body is at a temperature T, then the energy emitted by that body which is at a temperature T is equal to epsilon sigma into T power 4 joules per meter square per second. ప్రతి ఒక సెకండ్కి 1 square meter, 1 చదరపు మీటర్ వైశాల్యం ఉన్నటువంటి ఒక బాడీని తీసుకుంటే దాని ఎనర్జీ ఈ ఎప్సిలాన్ ఇంటూ సిగ్మా ఇంటూ T power 4. సో దట్ మీన్స్ టెంపరేచర్ పెరిగే కొద్దీ కూడా మనకి ఎనర్జీ కూడా పెరుగుతుంది. సిమిలర్లీ అండ్ అదేవిధంగా ఎనర్జీ పెరుగుతుందంటే టెంపరేచర్ పెరుగుతుంది, వేవ్ లెంత్ తగ్గుతుందని అర్థం. ఇఫ్ వేర్ దట్ ఎప్సిలాన్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ది ఎమిసివిటీ ఆఫ్ ద ఆబ్జెక్ట్, జనరలీ ఇట్ ఈస్ టేకెన్ యాజ్ 1 ఫర్ అన్ ఐడియల్ రేడియేటర్, వేర్ సిగ్మా ఈస్ ది స్టీఫెన్స్ కాన్స్టెంట్ విచ్ ఈస్ ఈక్వల్ టు 5.67 into 10 power -8 watt per meter square per equivalent power 4. సిమిలర్లీ మన సన్ తీసుకుంటే సన్ టెంపరేచర్ అంటే మనం ఫోటోస్ఫియర్ టెంపరేచర్గానే మనం కన్సిడర్ చేస్తాం కాబట్టి ఫోటోస్ఫియర్ టెంపరేచర్ 5800 Kelvin కాబట్టి ఇఫ్ యూ క్యాలిక్యులేట్ ది ఎనర్జీ రేడియేట్ బై ద సన్ విత్ ద హెల్ప్ ఆఫ్ స్టీఫెన్ బోల్ట్జ్మన్ ఈక్వేషన్, దట్ కమ్స్ అవుట్ టు బి 64 into 10 power 6 watts per meter square. For every 1 meter square area of the body of the sun, the radiation released is 64 into 10 power 6 watts. అండ్ సో సన్ రేడియేషన్ రిలీజ్ చేసిన తర్వాత, ఎమిట్ చేసిన తర్వాత కొంత స్పేస్లోకి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది, కొంత ఎర్త్ అట్మాస్ఫియర్లోకి ఎంటర్ అవుతుంది. సో ఓన్లీ 22.5% ఆఫ్ ది టోటల్ రేడియేషన్ ఎమిటెడ్ బై ది సన్ ఈజ్ ఇంటర్సెప్టెడ్ బై ది ఎర్త్. సో దానిలో మళ్ళీ సో ఎందుకంటే క్లౌడ్స్, అలాగే వాటర్ వేపర్ కంటెంట్, సో అలాగే ఏరోజోల్స్ అండ్ డస్ట్ ఉంటాయి మన అట్మాస్ఫియర్లో. ఏరోజోల్స్ అంటే వెరీ స్మాల్ పార్టికల్స్ అనమాట, స్మోక్ పార్టికల్స్, డస్ట్ పార్టికల్స్, ఇలాంటివన్నీ కూడా పార్టికల్స్ అన్ని కలిపి ఏరోజోల్స్ అంటారు. అదేవిధంగా అల్బెడో అంటే అర్త్ అట్మాస్ఫియర్లోకి వచ్చిన తర్వాత, అర్త్ని స్ట్రైక్ చేసిన తర్వాత రేడియేషను కొంత రిఫ్లెక్ట్ అయిపోయి మళ్ళీ అట్మాస్ఫియర్లోకి వెళ్తుంది, దాన్ని అల్బిడో అంటారు. అదేవిధంగా ఓజోన్ కొంత అల్ట్రావైలెట్ రేడియేషన్ని అబ్జర్వ్ చేసేసుకుంటుందని మనకు తెలుసు. అలాగే సిమిలర్లీ కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్, నైట్రోజన్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా గ్యాసెస్ ఉంటాయి. ఇవన్నీ కూడా కొంత సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ని అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకుంటాయి. సిమిలర్లీ లొకేషన్ ఈజ్ వెరీ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ యాజ్ ఫర్ యాజ్ ది అబ్జర్ప్షన్ ఆఫ్ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ ఈజ్ కన్సర్న్. ఎందుకంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ లాటిట్యూడ్ని బట్టి, అదేవిధంగా మనకి సోలార్ ఇంక్లినేషన్ బట్టి, సన్ డైరెక్షన్ బట్టి కూడా అమౌంట్ ఆఫ్ రేడియేషన్ అబ్జర్వ్డ్ బై ది అర్త్స్ అట్మాస్ఫియర్ సిమిలర్లీ పర్టికులర్ ప్లేస్ డిపెండ్స్. సో ఇవన్నీ కూడా సూర్యుని సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ని ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ చేసే ఫ్యాక్టర్సే. అండ్ వన్ మోర్ థింగ్ ఈజ్, ఈ స్లైడ్లో మనకి తెలుస్తుంది కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్, వాటర్ వేపర్, ఓజోన్ లేయర్స్ అన్నీ కూడా రేడియేషన్ అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకుంటాయి అండ్ రీరేడియేట్ చేస్తాయి కొన్ని. అదేవిధంగా అర్త్ అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకున్న తర్వాత మళ్ళీ కొంత రిఫ్లెక్ట్ చేస్తుంది, రీరేడియేట్ చేస్తుంది అనమాట. అది మళ్ళీ అట్మాస్ఫియర్కి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది. ఆ విధంగా ఏమవుతుందంటే ఎక్స్చేంజ్, హీట్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్, ఎనర్జీ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ జరుగుతూ ఉంటుంది అట్మాస్ఫియర్కి, అలానే క్లౌడ్స్కి, అదేవిధంగా మనకి అర్త్కి మధ్య. ఇవన్నీ కూడా క్లైమేట్ ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ చేసే ఫ్యాక్టర్సే. అండ్ ఇఫ్ యూ సీ దిస్ లైట్, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ సన్ అనేది మనకి ఇక్కడ నూన్ జనరల్గా కరెక్ట్గా పైన ఉంటాడు. తర్వాత టైం గడిచే కొద్దీ మధ్యాహ్నం నుంచి వెళ్ళే కొద్దీ మీకు ఈ యాంగిల్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్సిడెన్స్ కూడా పెరుగుతుంది అనమాట. ఇది దిస్ లేయర్ మీరు చూస్తున్నారు, ఈ లేయర్ అంతా కూడా అట్మాస్ఫియరిక్ లేయర్. ఎప్పుడైతే మనకి ఈవినింగ్ టైం పెరిగే కొద్దీ ఏమవుతుందంటే ది లెంత్ ఆఫ్ ది పాత్ ట్రావెల్ బై ది సన్స్ రేస్ ఇంక్రీజెస్. దానివల్ల ఎనర్జీ కూడా తగ్గుతూ ఉంటుంది. సో మనకి ఎప్పుడూ కూడా యాంగిల్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్సిడెన్స్ అనేది కాస్తేటికి ప్రపోర్షనల్గా ఉంటుంది. థీటా వాల్యూ పెరిగే కొద్దీ కూడా మనకు చూస్తున్న థీటా వాల్యూ పెరిగే కొద్దీ కూడా మనకి కాస్ థీటా వాల్యూ తగ్గుతూ ఉంటుంది. సో ఎనర్జీ కూడా అనేది తగ్గుతుంది. సో ఏరోజోల్స్, అలాగే వాటర్ వేపర్, అలాగే క్లౌడ్స్, అలానే ఓజోన్, ఇవన్నీ కూడా అబ్జార్బ్ చేసుకుంటాయి. అదేవిధంగా కొన్ని స్కాటరింగ్ చేస్తాయి, పరిక్షేపం చెందిస్తాయి. అదేవిధంగా కొన్ని రిఫ్లెక్ట్ చేస్తాయి ఈ రేడియేషన్ని. అలానే మనకి ముందు చెప్పాను 22.5% అర్త్ అట్మాస్ఫియర్లోకి ప్రవేశిస్తుందని చెప్పాను. మళ్ళీ దానిలో 34% రేడియేషను ఈ క్లౌడ్స్, అర్త్ అండ్ అట్మాస్ఫియర్ ద్వారా మళ్ళీ స్పేస్లోకి రిఫ్లెక్ట్ అయిపోతాయి. సో నెక్స్ట్ ఈ స్లైడ్ చూస్తే మనకి క్లియర్గా తెలిసిపోతుంది. సన్ నుంచి స్పేస్లోకి రేడియేషన్ వస్తుంది. వచ్చిన తర్వాత అర్త్ అట్మాస్ఫియర్ ఇంటర్సెప్ట్స్ దట్ రేడియేషన్. కొన్ని రిఫ్లెక్షన్ జరుగుతాయి, కొంత అబ్జార్ప్షన్ జరుగుతుంది. మళ్ళీ అబ్జార్ప్షన్ అయిన తర్వాత మళ్ళీ రీరేడియేట్ జరుగుతుంది స్పేస్లోకి. సో దిస్ స్లైడ్ tells you various kinds of parameters that take place on the surface of the earth, similarly in the atmosphere. 100% of solar radiation వస్తుంది అనుకుంటే దానిలో 6% రేడియేషన్ని అట్మాస్ఫియర్ రిఫ్లెక్ట్ చేస్తుంది. 20% రేడియేషన్ని క్లౌడ్స్ స్పేస్లోకి రిఫ్లెక్ట్ చేస్తాయి. 4% రేడియేషన్ని అదేవిధంగా అర్త్ రిఫ్లెక్ట్ చేస్తుంది. సో అదేవిధంగా 51%, ఆల్మోస్ట్ 51% ఆఫ్ ది ఇన్కమింగ్ రేడియేషన్ ఈజ్ అబ్జర్వ్డ్ బై ది అర్త్. మళ్ళీ అది కొంత వేడెక్కిన తర్వాత మళ్ళీ రీరేడియేట్ చేస్తుంది. సో 64% స్పేస్లోకి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది, మళ్ళీ 6% స్పేస్లోకి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది. ఆ విధంగా ఈ ఎనర్జీ కన్జర్వేషన్ అనేది మొత్తం కూడా ఇది జరుగుతుంది. అదేవిధంగా ఈ ఒక ప్లేస్ దగ్గర, ఒక ప్లేస్లో, ఒక లొకేషన్లో ఉన్నటువంటి సర్ఫేస్ ఎంత సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ని అబ్జార్బ్ చేసుకుంటుంది అనేది సన్స్ రేస్ యొక్క యాంగిల్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్సిడెన్స్ మీద లాటిట్యూడ్ అంటే ఎత్తు మీద, అలాగే సీజన్ ఋతువుల మీద, లెంత్ ఆఫ్ ది డే, అలాగే అక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి బాడీస్, ఐస్, అలాగే డిజర్ట్, వాటర్ బాడీస్, డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ బాడీస్ ఉంటాయి. డిఫరెంట్ అబ్జార్ప్షన్ కోఎఫిషియెంట్స్ కలిగి ఉంటాయి కాబట్టి డిఫరెంట్ అమౌంట్స్ ఆఫ్ రేడియేషన్ అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకుంటాయి కాబట్టి ఆ ఎనర్జీ కూడా వేరువేరుగా ఉంటుంది. అండ్ నౌ కమింగ్ టు సోలార్ రేడియేషన్. సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ అంటే సూర్యుడి నుంచి వచ్చే వికిరణం. అది ఎలక్ట్రోమాగ్నెటిక్ రేడియేషన్. ఎందుకంటే న్యూక్లియర్ ఫిజన్ జరుగుతుందని చెప్పాను. న్యూక్లియర్ ఫిజన్లో జరిగి లైట్ న్యూక్లియర్ని కూడా హెవీ న్యూక్లియర్గా ఫామ్ అవుతాయి. ఈ ప్రాసెస్లో చాలా ఎక్కువ ఎనర్జీ అనేది రిలీజ్ అవుతుంది. అది ఎలక్ట్రోమాగ్నెటిక్ ఎనర్జీ, విద్యుదయస్కాంత వికిరణం. జనరల్గా విద్యుదయస్కాంత వికిరణం అంటే ఛార్జెస్ యాక్సిలరేట్ అవుతూ ఉంటే ఆ యాక్సిలరేట్ అయ్యే ఛార్జెస్ ఎలక్ట్రోమాగ్నెటిక్ రేడియేషన్ని ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేస్తాయి. మీకు తెలిసిన ఎలక్ట్రోమాగ్నెటిక్ రేడియేషన్ మూవ్స్ విత్ ఏ స్పీడ్ ఆఫ్ 3 lakh kilometers per second. As I said, solar radiation is the energy emitted by the sun. It is electromagnetic energy. It is emitted through nuclear fusion process, and it is also called as short wavelength radiation in relation to the wavelength of the radiation emitted by the earth, because relatively earth sun తో కంపేర్ చేసుకున్న తక్కువ టెంపరేచర్ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి ఎక్కువ వేవ్లెంత్ ఉన్న రేడియేషన్ని ఎమిట్ చేస్తుంది. సన్ ఎక్కువ రేడియేషన్ ఎక్కువ టెంపరేచర్ ఉంటుంది, ఆల్మోస్ట్ 5800 Kelvin కాబట్టి తక్కువ వేవ్లెంత్ ఉన్న రేడియేషన్, అందుకని దీన్ని షార్ట్ వేవ్లెంత్ రేడియేషన్ అని కూడా అంటాం. అండ్ కమింగ్ టు సోలార్ రేడియేషన్, సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ స్పెక్ట్రోమీటర్ ద్వారా పంపిస్తే మనకు ఒక స్పెక్ట్రం ఫామ్ అవుతుంది. ఆ స్పెక్ట్రంలో డిఫరెంట్ వేవ్లెన్స్, డిఫరెంట్ తరంగదైర్ఘ్యాలు ఉన్నటువంటి రేడియేషన్స్ ఉంటాయి. వాటికి ఆ రేడియేషన్స్ రేంజ్ జనరల్గా 100 nanometers నుంచి 1 millimeter లేదా 0.1 micrometers నుంచి 1000 micrometers వరకు ఉన్నటువంటి రేడియేషన్స్, వీటన్ని ఉంటాయి దీనిలో. గామా రేస్, సిమిలర్లీ ఎక్స్ రేస్, అల్ట్రావైలెట్ రేడియేషన్, విజిబుల్ రేడియేషన్, ఫాలోడ్ బై ఇన్ఫ్రారెడ్ రేడియేషన్, నెక్స్ట్ మైక్రోవేవ్స్, రేడియో వేవ్స్ అనేవి అన్నిటికంటే ఎక్కువ వేవ్లెంత్ ఉన్నటువంటి రేడియేషన్స్, అన్నిటికంటే చాలా షార్ట్ వేవ్లెంత్ రేడియేషన్స్ గామా రేడియేషన్స్. సో మనకు తెలిసిందే వేవ్ లెంత్ తక్కువ ఉందంటే చాలా ఎక్కువ ఎనర్జీ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుందన్నమాట. సో మనకి గామా రేస్ నుంచి ఎక్కువ ఎనర్జీ ఉన్న రేస్ నుంచి తక్కువ ఎనర్జీ ఉన్నటువంటి రేడియో వేవ్స్ వరకు కూడా ఈ ఎలక్ట్రోమాగ్నెటిక్ ఎనర్జీలో ఉంటాయి. సో ఈ ఎలక్ట్రోమాగ్నెటిక్ రేడియేషన్ మనం వాట్స్ పర్ స్క్వేర్ మీటర్లో మెజర్ చేస్తాము. అదేవిధంగా కానీ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్కి వచ్చేటప్పటికి మామూలు ఈ వేవ్లెన్స్ అన్నీ ఉండవు. 100 nanometers నుంచి 1 millimeter లేదా 0.1 micrometers నుంచి 1000 micrometers రేడియేషన్స్ అన్నీ కూడా మనకి సోలార్ స్పెక్ట్రంలో ఉండవు అనమాట. ఎందుకు తర్వాత మనకు చెప్తాను. సో యూ కెన్ ఫార్మ్ ఏ స్పెక్ట్రమ్ విత్ ఏ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ దట్ ఈస్ క్లోజ్ టు దట్ ఆఫ్ ఏ బ్లాక్ బాడీ విత్ ఎ టెంపరేచర్ ఆఫ్ 5800 Kelvin. సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ చూస్తే, సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ నుంచి సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత అర్త్ మీద సర్ఫేస్ మీద పడుతుంది. ఏ ప్లేస్ దగ్గర ఎక్కువ ఎనర్జీ అబ్జర్వ్ అవుతుందంటే పర్పెండిక్యులర్గా రేడియేషన్ పడితే అప్పుడు ఆ ప్లేస్లో ఎక్కువ ఎనర్జీ పడుతుంది అనమాట. ఎందుకంటే నేను చెప్పాను ఎనర్జీ, సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ ఎనర్జీ ఇస్ ప్రపోర్షనల్ టు కాస్ థీటా. సో ఎప్పుడైతే పర్పెండిక్యులర్గా పడుతుందో యాంగిల్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్సిడెన్స్ 0 కాబట్టి కాస్ 0 1 కాబట్టి ఎక్కువ ఆ ప్లేసు లో ఉన్నటువంటి సర్ఫేస్ ఎక్కువ ఎనర్జీని అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకోవడానికి వీలుంటుంది. అండ్ వన్ మోర్ థింగ్ ఈజ్ సన్ ఈజ్ నాట్ పర్ఫెక్ట్ బ్లాక్ బాడీ, ఇట్ ఈస్ నియర్లీ బ్లాక్ బాడీ. ఎందుకంటే పర్ఫెక్ట్ బ్లాక్ బాడీలో అన్ని రేడియేషన్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఎక్స్రే రేడియేషన్స్, సిమిలర్లీ రేడియో వేవ్స్, మైక్రోవేవ్స్ అన్నీ ఉంటాయి. కానీ ఈ సన్ నుంచి వచ్చినటువంటి రేడియేషన్స్లో చాలా 3 రేడియేషన్సే చాలా ప్రామినెంట్గా ఉంటాయి. అల్ట్రావైలెట్ రేడియేషన్స్, విజిబుల్ రేడియేషన్స్ అండ్ ఇన్ఫ్రారెడ్ రేడియేషన్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఎందుకంటే ఈ సన్లోంచి వచ్చేటప్పుడు సన్ ఎమిట్స్ ఆల్ కైండ్స్ ఆఫ్ రేడియేషన్ ఇంక్లూడింగ్ గామా రేడియేషన్స్, రేడియో వేవ్స్ అన్నీ కూడా. కానీ ఈ సన్లోంచి వచ్చేటప్పుడు ఈ కరోనా క్రోమోస్ఫియర్స్ ఈ గామా రేడియేషన్స్, రేడియో వేవ్స్, అదే మైక్రోవేవ్స్ అన్ని కొన్ని అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకుంటాయి. అందువల్ల మనకి సోలార్ స్పెక్ట్రమ్ చూస్తే ఇవి మాత్రం ఉండవు, గామా రేడియేషన్స్ కానీ ఎక్స్రే రేడియేషన్స్ కానీ, సిమిలర్లీ మనకి మైక్రోవేవ్ రేడియేషన్స్ ఉండవు. ఓన్లీ ఎక్కువగా ఇన్ఫ్రారెడ్ రేడియేషన్స్, విజిబుల్ రేడియేషన్స్ అండ్ అల్ట్రావైలెట్ రేడియేషన్ మాత్రం ఉంటాయి. నౌ దిస్ ఈజ్ ది కంపారిజన్ బిట్వీన్ ది పర్ఫెక్ట్ బ్లాక్ బాడీ రేడియేషన్ అండ్ స్పెక్ట్రమ్ ఫార్మ్డ్ బై ది సన్. సో మీకు చూస్తే మామూలు నార్మల్ బ్లాక్ బాడీ రేడియేషన్లో లో ఎనర్జీ వేవ్స్ నుంచి వెరీ హై ఎనర్జీ వేవ్స్ కూడా ఉన్నాయి. కానీ అంటే గామా రేస్ ఉంటాయి, ఎక్స్రేస్ అన్నీ ఉన్నాయి. కానీ మీరు సోలార్ స్పెక్ట్రమ్ చూస్తే మీకు ఇన్ఫ్రారెడ్ రేడియేషను, అలానే విజిబుల్ రేడియేషన్, అలాగే అల్ట్రావైలెట్ రేడియేషన్ అయితే ఉంటాయి. సో ఇదే ఒక సోలార్ స్పెక్ట్రమ్ డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ ఆఫ్ రేడియేషన్. మీకు చూస్తే 6.6% దీనిలో అల్ట్రావైలెట్ రేడియేషన్స్ ఉంటాయి, అలాగే 44.7% విజిబుల్ రేడియేషన్స్, అలాగే 48.7% మీకు ఇన్ఫ్రారెడ్ రేడియేషన్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఇంకొక మీకు స్పెక్ట్రమ్ చూస్తే దీనిలో మీకు మనకి అట్మాస్ఫియర్లోకి రాగానే హైడ్రోజన్, సిమిలర్ కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ ఇలాంటివి కొన్ని రేడియేషన్స్ని అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకోవడం వల్ల అబ్జర్ప్షన్ బ్యాండ్స్ కనిపిస్తాయి. సో దిస్ ఈస్ ది స్పెక్ట్రల్ డిస్ట్రిబ్యూషన్ ఆఫ్ ది సోలార్ రేడియేషన్. దీనిలో చూస్తే మనకి నియర్ ఇన్ఫ్రారెడ్ రేడియేషన్ అలానే ఫార్ ఇన్ఫ్రారెడ్ రేడియేషన్ కలిపి ఆల్మోస్ట్ 48% రేడియేషన్ ఉంటుంది. అలాగే 44% రేడియేషన్ విజిబుల్ రేంజ్లో ఉంటుంది. సిమిలర్లీ నియర్ అల్ట్రావైలెట్ రేడియేషన్ 70%, ఓన్లీ ఎక్స్రేస్ అండ్ రేడియో వేవ్స్ అన్ని మిగిలినవన్నీ కలిపి లెస్ దాన్ 1%. ఇది సోలార్ స్పెక్ట్రమ్. దీనిలో పీక్ చూస్తే మనకి బ్లాక్ బాడీ స్పెక్ట్రమ్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది, వేవ్ లెంత్ పెరిగే కొద్దీ ఇట్ పర్టికులర్ వేవ్ లెంత్ రేడియన్స్ చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది, ఎమిటెడ్ ఎనర్జీ చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. మనకి సోలార్ స్పెక్ట్రమ్కి 474 నానోమీటర్స్ ఇస్ ది పీక్ వేవ్ లెంత్. అదేవిధంగా కొన్ని 300 నానోమీటర్స్ ఉన్న రేడియేషన్స్, మనకి సోలార్ రేడియేషన్స్ ఎక్కడి నుంచి స్టార్ట్ అవుతుందంటే 300 నానోమీటర్స్ నుంచి ఆల్మోస్ట్ 4000 నానోమీటర్స్ ఎండ్ అయిపోతుంది. 300 నానోమీటర్స్ లోపల ఉన్న వాటన్నిటిని కూడా, అంటే అల్ట్రావైలెట్ రేడియేషన్స్ అన్నింటినీ కూడా ఓజోన్ లేయర్స్ అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకుంటే, అదేవిధంగా 4000 కంటే ఎక్కువ ఉన్న వాటన్నిటిని కూడా కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ అలాగే వాటర్ వేపర్ కూడా అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకుంటారు. సో ది వేవ్ లెంత్ రేంజ్ ఆఫ్ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ ఈజ్ లిమిటెడ్ టు ఓన్లీ 300 నానోమీటర్స్ టు 4000 నానోమీటర్స్. అండ్ కమింగ్ టు ఈ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్లో ఏమేమి కాంపోనెంట్స్ ఉంటాయంటే, సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ అట్మాస్ఫియర్లోకి ఎంటర్ అయిన తర్వాత కొంత రేడియేషన్ డైరెక్ట్గా వచ్చేసి అర్త్ సర్ఫేస్ మీద పడుతుంది, దాన్ని డైరెక్ట్ రేడియేషన్ అంటాం లేదా డైరెక్ట్ ఇరేడియన్స్ అంటాం. కొంత రేడియేషన్ ముందు చెప్పినట్లుగానే క్లౌడ్స్ అబ్జర్వ్ చేసుకుంటే డైరెక్షన్ మళ్ళీ రీరేడియేట్ చేస్తాయి అర్త్ అట్మాస్ఫియర్లోకి. అదేవిధంగా కొన్ని రిఫ్లెక్ట్ అవుతుంది, కొన్ని స్కాటరింగ్ జరుగుతుంది. స్కాటరింగ్ జరిగినప్పుడు, రిఫ్లెక్ట్ జరిగినప్పుడు వాటి డైరెక్షన్ మారిపోతాయి, ఒరిజినల్ డైరెక్షన్లో రావు. సో ఆ డైరెక్షన్ మారినటువంటి మనం రేడియేషన్ని డిఫ్యూజ్ రేడియేషన్ అంటారు. డైరెక్షన్ మారకుండా డైరెక్ట్గా వచ్చేసే రేడియేషన్ని మనం డైరెక్ట్ రేడియేషన్ అంటాం. రెండింటిని కలిపి గ్లోబల్ రేడియేషన్ అంటారు, దాన్ని గ్లోబల్ ఇరేడియన్స్ అంటారు. And this slide shows the difference between direct radiation and diffuse beam radiation. For example, మనకి క్లౌడ్స్, అదేవిధంగా ఏరోజోల్స్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా స్కాటరింగ్ అలానే రిఫ్లెక్షన్ ద్వారా డైరెక్షన్ మారిపోయి వచ్చినటువంటి రేడియేషన్ అంతా కూడా డిఫ్యూజ్ రేడియేషన్. సో దిస్ ఈజ్ డైరెక్ట్ రేడియేషన్. అండ్ డైరెక్ట్ బీమ్ రేడియేషన్లో మనకి అబ్జార్ప్షన్ ఉండదు, స్కాటరింగ్ ఏముండదు, డైరెక్ట్గా వచ్చేస్తాయి. అదేవిధంగా ఈ డైరెక్ట్ రేడియేషన్ ఇంకొక ప్రామినెంట్ ప్రాపర్టీ ఏంటంటే, ఏదైనా ఒపేక్ ఆబ్జెక్ట్ని, అపారదర్శక పదార్థాన్ని వాటి డైరెక్షన్లో పెడితే షేడ్ ఫామ్ అవుతుంది అనమాట, షాడో ఫామ్ అవుతుంది. సో అది దాని డైరెక్షన్. సో దిస్ ఈజ్ డిఫ్యూజ్ బీమ్ రేడియేషన్. డిఫ్యూజ్ అంటే డైరెక్షన్ మారుతుంది, రేడియేషన్ పడిన తర్వాత క్లౌడ్స్ మీద కానీ లేకపోతే చిన్న చిన్న పార్టికల్స్ మీద కానీ స్కాటరింగ్ చేసి లేదా రిఫ్లెక్షన్ చేసిన తర్వాత రేడియేషన్ డైరెక్షన్ మారిపోతుంది. దట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ రేడియేషన్ ఈజ్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ డిఫ్యూజ్ బీమ్ రేడియేషన్. వీటన్నిటికీ కారణం మనకి అట్మాస్ఫియర్ ఉన్నటువంటి డస్ట్ పార్టికల్స్, అలాగే వాటర్ మాలిక్యూల్స్, అదేవిధంగా హేజ్ అండ్ స్మోక్ పార్టికల్స్. సో మనకు సోలార్ రేడియేషన్, సన్ ఎమిటెన్స్ని చూసాము. అర్త్ కూడా కొంత రేడియేషన్ని ఎమిట్ చేస్తుంది. అది 288 కెల్విన్ దగ్గర మనకి సన్ అర్త్ ఎమిట్ చేస్తుంది. ఆల్మోస్ట్ అది సన్ ఎమిట్ చేసినట్టు, భూమి ఎమిట్ చేసినటువంటి రేడియేషన్ వేవ్ లెంత్ 4 మైక్రోమీటర్స్ నుంచి 10 మైక్రోమీటర్స్ మధ్యలో ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు సోలార్ కాన్స్టెంట్ గురించి చూద్దాం. దీన్ని సౌర స్థిరాంకం అంటారు. ఈ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ మెజర్ చేయాలంటే సోలార్ కాన్స్టెంట్ ముందు బాగా మెజర్ చేయాలి. సోలార్ కాన్స్టెంట్ అంటే ఏదైనా ఒక అట్మాస్ఫియర్లో బయట మనం ఒక 1 మీటర్ స్క్వేర్ ఏరియా ఉన్నటువంటి ఒక సర్ఫేస్ని పెట్టి నార్మల్గా దాని మీద సన్ రేస్ పడేలా చేసి ఒక సెకండ్ కాలంలో కానీ లేదా 1 మినిట్లో కానీ ఎంత రేడియేషన్ అయితే దాని మీద పడుతుందో దాన్ని సోలార్ కాన్స్టెంట్గా మనం పరిగణిస్తాము. ఈ సోలార్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చూడండి, దీని వాల్యూ 1386 వాట్స్ పర్ మీటర్ స్క్వేర్ ఉంటుంది. అది యాక్చువల్గా అది కాన్స్టెంట్ ఏం కాదు, సోలార్ కాన్స్టెంట్ అంటాం కానీ సోలార్ కాన్స్టెంట్ కాదు. ఎందువల్లంటే మనకి భూమి సూర్యుని చుట్టూ ఎలిప్టికల్ ఆర్బిట్లో తిరుగుతుందని చెప్పాను. సూర్యునికి బాగా దగ్గరకు వచ్చినప్పుడు దాన్ని పెరిహిలియన్ డిస్టెన్స్ అంటాం. అప్పుడు రేడియేషన్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి సోలార్ కాన్స్టెంట్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. దట్ ఈస్ అబౌట్ 1422 వాట్స్ పర్ మీటర్ స్క్వేర్. అదేవిధంగా దూరంగా వెళ్ళినప్పుడు దాన్ని అఫిలియన్ డిస్టెన్స్ అంటాం. అప్పుడు సోలార్ కాన్స్టెంట్ మీకు 1322 వాట్ పర్ మీటర్ స్క్వేర్ ఉంటుంది. సో యావరేజ్ వాల్యూ మనకి 1368 వాట్ పర్ మీటర్ స్క్వేర్ ఉంటుంది. ఈ సోలార్ కాన్స్టెంట్ మెజర్ చేయడానికి జనరల్గా మనం పర్ కిలోమీటర్స్ వాడతారు. దీనిలో ఉపయోగించేటటువంటి సెన్సింగ్ ఎలిమెంట్ ఒక డిటెక్టర్ ఉంటుంది, దాన్ని థర్మోపైల్ అంటాం. థర్మోపైల్ అంటే దీనిలో థర్మోకపుల్స్ ఉంటాయి. థర్మోకపుల్స్ అంటే మనకి రెండు డిస్సిమిలర్ వేరువేరుగా ఉన్నటువంటి కాపర్, రెండు వేరువేరు లోహాలతో చేసినటువంటి వైర్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ కాపరు, కాన్స్టెంట్. ఎప్పుడైతే మనకి ఈ జంక్షన్స్ ఫామ్ చేస్తారు, ఒకటి యాక్టివ్ జంక్షన్ అంటాం, రెండోది రిఫరెన్స్ జంక్షన్, లేదా ఒకటి హార్డ్ జంక్షన్, రెండోది కోల్డ్ జంక్షన్. అంటే ఎప్పుడైతే టెంపరేచర్ డిఫరెన్స్ ఉందో ఈ జంక్షన్స్లో ఆటోమేటిక్గా అదర్ అండ్ సో దట్ విల్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ ద వోల్టేజ్ ఎట్ ది అవుట్పుట్. సో ఆ విధంగా మనకి టెంపరేచర్లో డిఫరెన్సెస్ని మనం వోల్టేజ్ కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. దట్ ఈస్ హౌ ఏ థర్మోపైల్ వర్క్స్. సో ఈ థర్మోపైల్ని ఉపయోగించుకొని ఈ టెంపరేచర్ మెజర్మెంట్స్ చేస్తారు. ఈ స్లైడ్లో చూస్తే మనకి టెంపరేచర్ డిఫరెన్సెస్ని మనం వోల్టేజ్కి మార్చుకోవచ్చు. V = S × ΔT, S = సీబెక్ ఎఫెక్ట్. ఎందుకంటే ఇది సీబెక్ ఎఫెక్ట్ అంటారు యాక్చువల్గా దీన్ని. ఈ విధంగా ఇది థర్మోపైల్ ఈజ్ థర్మో ఎలక్ట్రిక్ డివైస్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇది ఆంగ్స్ట్రామ్ పర్ కిలోమీటర్. ఈ ఆంగ్స్ట్రామ్ పర్ కిలోమీటర్ ద్వారా మనం సోలార్ కాన్స్టెంట్ని మెజర్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఇదంతా కూడా దాని వర్కింగ్. దీనిలో ఒక హీటర్ ఉంటుంది, అదేవిధంగా కొన్ని స్ట్రిప్స్ ఉంటాయి, ప్లాటినంతో తయారు చేసిన స్ట్రిప్స్ అన్నీ ఉంటాయి. దిస్ ఈజ్ ది ఈక్వేషన్ విత్ ద హెల్ప్ ఆఫ్ విచ్ యూ కెన్ క్యాలిక్యులేట్ ద సోలార్ కాన్స్టెంట్. అండ్ సోలార్ కాన్స్టెంట్ అట్మాస్ఫియర్ బయట క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేసిన తర్వాత మన అర్త్ సర్ఫేస్ మీద క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేయాలంటే ఈ ఈక్వేషన్ యూజ్ చేయాలి. ఎందుకంటే వీ హ్యావ్ టు టేక్ ఇన్ టు కన్సిడరేషన్ ద అట్మాస్ఫియరిక్ ఎఫెక్ట్స్ ఆల్సో. దానిలో అజిముతల్ యాంగిల్ ఒకటి ప్లే చేస్తుంది, అదేవిధంగా మనకి సోలార్ అవర్ అని ఉంటుంది, అదేవిధంగా మనకి లాటిట్యూడ్ లాంగిట్యూడ్స్ అన్నీ కూడా తీసుకోవాలి. సో ఈక్వేషన్ యూజ్ చేసి మనం అర్త్ సర్ఫేస్ మీద సోలార్ కాన్స్టెంట్ క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేయొచ్చు. ఈ సోలార్ కాన్స్టెంట్ అప్లికేషన్స్ ఏంటంటే యూ కెన్ క్యాలిక్యులేట్ ద టెంపరేచర్ ఆఫ్ ది సన్, అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ హౌ యూ కెన్ క్యాలిక్యులేట్ ద టెంపరేచర్ ఆఫ్ ది సన్. So this is how the variation is there in solar constant. The solar insolation calculate cheyadaniki radiance. Now the important device which we used to measure solar radiation is pyrheliometer. ఈ పైర్హిలియోమీటర్స్ కూడా థర్మోపైల్ ప్రిన్సిపల్ ఆధారంగా చేస్తాయి. దీనిలో రెండు రకాలు ఉన్నాయి, పైరోనోమీటర్ అండ్ పైర్హిలియోమీటర్. రెండింటికి స్లైట్ డిఫరెన్స్ ఉంటుంది. పైరోనోమీటర్ టోటల్ గ్లోబల్ రేడియేషన్ మెజర్ చేస్తే, పైర్హిలియోమీటర్ ఓన్లీ మనకి డిఫ్యూజ్ రేడియేషన్, దట్ మీన్స్ డైరెక్ట్ రేడియేషన్ మెజర్ చేయడానికి ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. ఇవన్నీ కూడా మనకి పైర్హిలియోమీటర్, పైరోనోమీటర్స్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా రేడియేషన్ మెజర్మెంట్ చేసడానికి ఉపయోగించే డివైసెస్. సో దిస్ ఈజ్ ఏ టిపికల్ solar radiation measurement site. You will find pyronometers, pyrheliometers, sensors, similarly sunshine detector, something like that. ఇదంతా కూడా పైరోనోమీటర్ లేదా పైర్హిలియోమీటర్ అవుట్పుట్ వచ్చినటువంటి గ్రాఫ్స్. దీని నుంచి మనం క్యాలిబ్రేట్ చేసి టెంపరేచర్ని వోల్టేజ్లో మార్చి సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ని మెజర్ చేయొచ్చు. ఇది పైరోనోమీటర్. నౌ ద ఇంపార్టెంట్ డివైస్ which is used to measure solar radiation is pyrheliometer. Pyrhelio ante pyr means fire in Greek, helios ante sun, meter ante measuring device. So this is a pyrheliometer in which you will find a long collimating tube and front end lo manaki oka quartz window untundi. దీని ద్వారా solar radiation లోపలికి వెళ్తుంది. ఈ చివర మనకి ఒక రెండో చివర ఈ థర్మోపైల్ సెన్సార్ ఉంటుంది. దీన్ని పైరోనోమీటర్ తో వాడతారు. సిమిలర్లీ ఇది చూస్తే మీకు లాంగ్ ట్యూబ్ ఉంటుంది, 5 degrees యాక్సెప్టెన్స్ యాంగిల్ ఉంటుంది. దీన్ని అపర్చర్ యాంగిల్ అనుకుంటారు. లోపల ఈ ట్యూబ్లో లోపల బ్లాక్ కోటింగ్ వేసేస్తారన్నమాట. ఈ చివర థర్మోపైల్ ఉంటుంది. సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ లోపలికి ఎంటర్ అయిన తర్వాత మీకు ఈ డైరెక్ట్గా ఇట్ ఈస్ డైరెక్టెడ్ టు థర్మోపైల్. ఇది బ్లాక్ అండ్ సర్ఫేస్ అబ్జార్బ్ చేసుకుని, యాజ్ ఎ సెడ్ అంతకుముందు మనకి ఈక్వేషన్ చూసాము, వోల్టేజ్ డెవలప్ చేసింది. ఆ వోల్టేజ్ని మనం యూజ్ చేసుకుని ఆటోమేటిక్ క్యాలిబ్రేట్ చేసేస్తారు. దాన్ని సిగ్నల్స్గా సోలార్ ఎనర్జీగా క్యాలిబ్రేట్ చేసి క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. దీనిలో ఇంపార్టెంట్ పార్ట్స్ collimating tube, thermopile sensor and protection cap. So this is a typical pyrheliometer, and this is a detector which is fitted with far end. Alage 5 degrees solid angle untundi. So this is how it is constructed and how it works. So ఈ డిటెక్టర్ మనం చెప్పింది మల్టీ జంక్షన్ థర్మోపైల్స్ ఉంటాయి. థర్మోపైల్ అంటే అది సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ ఇన్సిడెంట్ అయిన తర్వాత దాన్ని వోల్టేజ్గా కన్వర్ట్ చేస్తుంది. దాని సెన్సిటివిటీ దాదాపు 8 మైక్రోవోల్ట్స్ పర్ వాట్ పర్ మీటర్ స్క్వేర్ ఉంటుంది. దీనిలో ఈ ట్యూబ్లో డ్రై ఎయిర్ ఫీల్ చేస్తారు, ఎందుకంటే ఏమైనా లోపల వాటర్ ఏమైనా మాయిశ్చర్ ఏమైనా ఉంటే ఈ సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ అబ్జర్బ్ చేయకుండా ఉండడానికి డ్రై ఎయిర్ని దీనిలో చేస్తారు. సో అగైన్ ద సేమ్ ఈక్వేషన్ ఈజ్ యూజ్ టు క్యాలిక్యులేట్ ద సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ త్రూ దిస్ పైర్హిలోమీటర్ ఆల్సో. సో దీనిలో క్యాలిబ్రేషన్ కాన్స్టెంట్ యూజ్ చేసి సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ పైర్హిలోమీటర్ పెట్టిన తర్వాత ద డీసీ వోల్టేజ్ కన్వర్ట్ అవుతుంది. ఆ డీసీ వోల్టేజ్ ద్వారా మనకి ఒక కాన్స్టెంట్ క్యాలిబ్రేషన్ యూజ్ చేసుకొని పైర్హిలోమీటర్ ద్వారా రేడియేషన్ని మెజర్ చేయొచ్చు. అండ్ దిస్ ఈజ్ ది కర్వ్ దట్ ఈజ్ అవుట్పుట్ బై ది పైర్హిలోమీటర్. దీని ద్వారా మనం ఏ టైంలో ఎంత సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ వచ్చింది వాట్ పర్ మీటర్ స్క్వేర్లో మనం చూసుకోవచ్చు. అండ్ దీని అప్లికేషన్స్ ఈ పైర్హిలోమీటర్ని మనం మెటీరియల్ టెస్టింగ్కి వాడచ్చు. అలాగే మెటీరియలాజికల్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళు వాడతారు. అదే క్లైమేటిక్ అబ్జర్వేషన్స్, సన్షైన్ మెజర్ చేయడానికి. అదేవిధంగా మనకి లేటెస్ట్గా ఫోటోవోల్టాయిక్ డివైసెస్ ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసుకుంటున్నారు. ఇది సోలార్ పార్క్స్లో, సోలార్ పవర్ పార్క్స్లో. సో అక్కడ మనకి ఈ పైర్హిలోమీటర్స్ని యూజ్ చేసి అక్కడ ఎఫిషియన్సీ ఎంత ఉంది. అదేవిధంగా రీసెర్చ్ ల్యాబొరేటరీస్లో ఒక సోలార్ ప్యానెల్ తీసుకుంటే దాని నుంచి ఎంత సోలార్ ఎనర్జీ బయటకు రావాలి, కరెంట్ ఎంత రావాలి, అది ఎంత ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేస్తుంది అనేదాన్ని దాని ఎఫిషియన్సీ క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేయడానికి కూడా ఈ పైర్హిలోమీటర్ని వాడచ్చు. ఇంకా ఇవి సన్షైన్ రికార్డర్స్. ఈ సన్షైన్ ఎంత ఉంది, ఏ అవర్లో ఎంత సన్షైన్ రికార్డ్ అయింది వస్తుంది అనేది రికార్డ్ చేసే డివైసెస్ ఇవి. అదేవిధంగా ఫోటోవోల్టాయిక్ రిఫరెన్స్ సెల్ కూడా ఉంది. ఇది లేటెస్ట్ టెక్నాలజీ. మనకి సన్షైన్ యూజ్ చేసుకుని, సోలార్ రేడియేషన్ యూజ్ చేసుకుని మనం ఎంత కరెంట్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ అవుతుంది అనేది కూడా దీని ద్వారా తెలుసుకోవచ్చు. సో దిస్ ఈజ్ ద బైబ్లియోగ్రఫీ. ఐ హ్యావ్ కలెక్టెడ్ ది ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Good afternoon everyone, welcome to today's session. I hope you had a great festival back home. So we are talking about communication skills as a part of the ESC program, the Employability Skills Center program. Now this program is getting beamed across the state of Andhra Pradesh. You can either watch it on the satellite television, Mana TV, as well as the YouTube channel of Mana TV. You can watch it live on YouTube. And in case if you have missed, you can look it up in the playlist of Mana TV and you can watch the program and pose your questions. Now, this program as a part of the initiative of AP State Skill Development Corporation is meant to bridge the gap between what the students have in terms of the skills and competencies and what the industry is looking for. And one very essential and critical aspect of that is communication skills. So I had been speaking about communication, where I spoke about the 4 fundamental pillars of oral communication. I am on the first pillar, which is pronunciation. Today we'll talk about the last segment of pronunciation, and then we'll move on to grammar. As the first segment of pronunciation, we learnt the sounds. We learned how there are 24 consonant sounds and 15 vowel sounds, how they are different from vowels and consonants. We have 21 consonants and 5 vowels, but we have 24 consonant sound and 15 vowel sounds. Now the importance of this vowel sound I had been talking about in detail, the importance of consonant sound, vowel sound, everything in detail. The last session we did some practice around words, how to break it into syllables, how to break it into consonant and vowel sounds, and today we'll look it up in detail when it comes to syllable, and we'll also learn something new, which is syllable stress. So syllable is a beat of a sound, like I explained in the last segment, a unit of pronunciation carrying one vowel sound with or without surrounding consonants, forming the whole or part of word. So what I mean to say is, when it says pronunciation carrying one vowel sound, which means every vowel sound will constitute a particular syllable. So number of vowel sound is equivalent to number of syllable. Please do not confuse that with vowels itself. It's vowel sound. Let me show you an example, and that will help you understand. Let me expand this a little bit so that you can see it clearly. All right. Take for example, I have a word which is country. Okay. All right. Now, how many consonants do I have? I am only talking about consonants and not consonant sounds. So I have C, N, T, R, Y. So C, N, T, R, Y, these are consonants, and vowels I have O and U. Now let's look at how many consonant sounds we have. So we have K, N, T, R. Country. We have just 4 consonant sounds. And how many vowel sounds you have? We have K, then we have E, country. So number of vowel sound will define number of syllable. So how do I break it into syllable? If I have to break this word, country. Okay. Now I may have a word where there are multiple or say more number of vowels but less number of vowel sounds. Let's quickly look at one such example. Okay, I have the word photography here. It's actually pronounced as photography. Now how many consonants do I have here? I have P, H, T, G, R, A, P, H, Y. These are the consonants. What are the vowels? I have O, then I have O again, then I have A. So O, O, A. Okay. Now if I have to break it into syllables, I pronounce this as photography. How many syllables do I have? I have 4 syllables, but I have only 3 vowels. So number of vowels doesn't signify number of syllable. Number of vowel sound signify number of syllable. So let's see how many vowel sounds do we have. So I need to break it into all the sounds. It starts with the F sound. Fo. It's photo. Photo. G. R. A. F. E. Okay, it's photography. Photography. So how many vowel sounds do I have? 1, 2, 3 and 4. So photography. Please remember, this is where most of us make mistakes. Vowel sounds are equivalent to number of syllables. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Photography. When you master this entire art of understanding consonant sound vis-a-vis understanding vowel sounds, and when you combine that in terms of syllable, your pronunciation will be absolutely perfect. The reason people fail to understand when somebody else is speaking is because of 2 to 3 reasons. One is you do not have the right pronunciation. One word may sound like something else, and we make a mistake in terms of comprehension. Grammatically, you may not be saying the right thing, and again in terms of tense, in terms of verb, singular, plural, you make a mistake and it conveys a different meaning. You may not be using the right word in terms of vocabulary. When I talk about vocabulary, I'll give you a lot of examples where we end up using wrong words without understanding the context. And then we have fluency. Now fluency will come when you have the right pronunciation, right grammar, and the right vocabulary. Okay, let's continue. So we looked at example. So pen has 1 syllable, pen. Then we have pencil, 2 syllables. Then we have computer, 3 syllables. And then we have technology. Now how do I pronounce this? Technology. It's technology. And there are 4 syllables here. Okay. The point that I was making in terms of the last session was there are certain words which has pretty much the same pronunciation. Some of the word may have the same spelling, but it needs to be pronounced differently, and that is what it denotes differently in terms of parts of speech and in terms of context. Let me give you an example that will help you understand. We have a word which is project. I gave this example earlier as well. I can use this on a sentence, and it says please project the presentation on the screen. It's not in the screen, it's on the screen. I can either use this particular sentence. Let me change the color so that you can understand that this is an example. Or I can say, please now this particular word is common between both the sentences, right? This is what we are talking about. Now when I'm using the first sentence, I'm supposed to pronounce this with a stress where I say project. This is the word, but I need to stress on the second syllable. There are 2 syllables, right? But I need to stress on the second syllable. When I do that, it means it's a verb. Now that's a rule of pronunciation. When I'm stressing on the second syllable, it's a verb. Okay? When I'm stressing on the first syllable, say for example, I'm stressing on this particular syllable, the first syllable, which is pro, that becomes a noun. This particular rule applies to every word which is spelt the same, but the shift of stress, I can either stress on the first syllable or the second syllable. So let me move this down so that we have the second example as the first one. So when I'm stressing on the first syllable, it becomes a noun. That means please submit the project. I say project. This is project. Here I say please project the presentation. Here I say please submit the project. So when I say project, that becomes a noun. When I say project, that becomes a verb. So when you're shifting it, and there is a change in terms of the vowel sound as well. When I say project, I'm using per, r and o, project. When I say project, I'm using per, r, o. So when I have project, it's an o sound. When I have project, I have an o sound. But the bigger aspect which you need to understand is the stress on which syllable. Like project and project, there are other examples. For example, subject. Okay, I'm going to move this down so that I can use the noun as the first example. So let me use the example. Biology is an interesting subject. I'm stressing on the first syllable. So I say biology is an interesting subject. I'm stressing on the first syllable. Okay. Now I'm using another example. Please don't subject the students to any tests. So here my stress has moved to the second syllable. For example, when I say the exam is scheduled at 4 o'clock, the timings is subject to change depending on the circumstances. So that becomes a verb. Okay. Likewise, there are tons of such words where the shift in the sound will lead to change in the meaning. It could mean a noun, it could mean a verb. All right. Now, one word where a lot of us make mistake, where we do not have complete clarity, is this particular word. Okay. Now, let me get rid of this example here. Let me explain what are the two different types of pronunciation. I can pronounce this as now first of all there are two syllables, right? All right. Now I can either pronounce this as ka or na, then tent. I can either pronounce this as content or I can pronounce this as content. So content, content. We don't really understand what to be used where. That is where we make a mistake. Now when we pronounce this as content, the meaning it means an ingredient or index. For example, please give me the content for the training. Okay. Now when I say content, let me change the color here. Now when I say content, this means being happy. For example, are you content with the training? Okay, now that makes a big difference, right? So we have the word content. I break it into two syllables. When I pronounce this as content, it means ingredient or index. When I pronounce this as that means happiness or being self-satisfied. So these are the aspects that you need to clearly remember when you pronounce the words. Okay. Now this is what syllable stress is all about. In linguistics, stress is the relative emphasis that may be given to certain syllables in a word. So whenever you are stressing on a particular syllable, that means it's syllable stress. Now there are certain rules to syllable stress. What are they? There's something called penultimate and there is something called anti-penultimate. So I'll talk about anti-penultimate later. What I want you to do is draw this diagram on your notebook to make a note of it. Penultimate means last but one or second last, right? So this is the word ending. What do we mean by word ending? So these are the word endings. There are a lot of English words that will end with any of these. Now when the rule says when a word ends with these as ending, the stress should be on the second last or the last but one syllable. Let me show you an example that will help you understand what do I mean by this. Okay, we are learning about, let me bring this down. Which rule we are looking at? We are looking at penultimate rule. When you have any word that's ending with IC, IOUS, EOUS, SION, TION, the stress should be on the second last syllable. So let's take a quick look at it. Okay. If I have a word which is panic, I will quickly change the format so that you can understand this better. Panic, tragic, magic, any more words that ends with IC? Picnic. Okay. The rule says in case if you have any word that's ending with IC, the stress should be on the last but one syllable. So let's break this. Panic is panic, which means I will stress on pa and it's pronounced as panic. Tragic, tragic, I will stress on tra. Magic, I will stress on ma. Picnic, I will stress on pick. Let me bring this down. Okay. Now what if I have a word which has more than two syllables? Then what happens? Let's take a look at it. Geographic. How many syllables do I have? Geographic. And the rule says if I have a word ending with IC, I need to stress on the second last syllable. So I'll pronounce this as geographic. If I have another word, photographic, somebody has a photographic memory. So what are the syllable break? It's photographic. And since it's ending with IC, I will stress on gra. So whatever is the word ending, like you saw, look at the word ending and stress on the previous one. So this is the word ending syllable, this is the previous one. Okay, let's look at IOUS now. Examples: pious. Now since this itself is a complete syllable, so it will not apply here. Okay. Conscious. How many syllables do I have? 2. And I will stress on conscious. Okay. Precious. How many syllables again? Precious. I will stress on pre. Same thing applies for EOUS as well. For example, I have a word gorgeous. So gorgeous, 2 syllable, I will stress on gore. SION, tension, pension. So how many syllables in tension? 2. Tension, I will stress on 10. If I have pension, I will stress on pen. So basically wherever I have this particular word ending, I will stress on the previous syllable. TION, again the same example. Station, so I will stress on stay. If I have more number of syllables, information, first I will break it, information. So where do I stress? I will stress on may. Information. If I have the word question, how many syllables? 2. Question. Alright, and I will stress here, question. Clear? So the rule says if I have a word which is ending with any of these, the stress will be on the previous, the last but one. The second rule is anti-penultimate. Now what do we mean by anti-penultimate? In penultimate we have from the end the second one, anti-penultimate is third one. So the dot has moved, which means it will be the third one from the right. Now what are these sounds? Let's quickly take a look at it. These are the word endings. Alright, so let's take a look at certain words where it ends with CY. For example, policy. How many syllables? 3. Policy. Now here the rule says I need to stress on the third from right, which means I will stress on paw. I just bought an insurance policy. Okay. TY. What if I have a word which is city, which only has 2 syllables? It will still take the stress on the first one. Okay. ICAL. Geographical. How many syllables do I have? Geographical. Now this fickle is coming up to 2 syllables, right? But this will still be combined as word ending. and this is the stress. Geographical, PHY, my favorite word. Photography, how many syllables? Photography. So this is my ending. I will stress here. Photography. GY, technology. How many syllables do we have here? Technology. This is the ending. So I leave one, then I go to the next, and I pronounce this as technology. Meter. We all pronounce this as thermometer. Thermometer. It's not thermometer. It's thermometer, right? Now meter is pronounced as meter. It's thermometer. It's not thermometer, it's thermometer. So I will pronounce, or I will stress here, because meter itself has 2 syllables. Clear? So when you work on these aspects of syllable stress, and when you understand these rules, you will be able to not only work on the pronunciation aspect but also on vocabulary. What I want you to do is make a note of these word endings. Number 1, write down as many words as possible you can recollect out of your general knowledge of English communication. For example, I have the word which is ending with IC. Like I said, picnic, traffic, magic, tragic. Likewise, how many words can you think of? Write down those words, then practice the pronunciation. Alright, so these are the word endings. I want you to write at least 15 to 20 words for each word ending. IC, IOUS, EOUS, SION, TION. Then CY, TY, ICAL, PHY, GY, meter. I'm going to pause here so that you can make a note of this. And when you work on these words, that will also become a part of your assignment, and you will learn vocabulary as well. Alright, so I hope this was helpful. Now pronunciation recap, we learnt about communication tree, how we need a language, language broken into sentences, sentences into words, words into sounds. We learnt about consonant sound, we have 24 consonant sound and 15 vowel sound. We also learnt syllable, which is a unit of sound in every word, and syllable stress. So we are done with the first pillar. Now we move on to the second pillar, which is grammar. Now what do we mean by grammar? It's a system of a language, rules of a language. Now why do we face problem in terms of grammar? That is because of mother tongue influence. For example, if I'm thinking in a particular language, I do a literal translation to any other language that I'm speaking in. So what happens is the word order gets changed. When the word order is changing, it leads to grammatical issues, it leads to comprehension issues, whoever is hearing you or listening you. So when we are thinking in a language, we cannot directly translate or literally translate to any other language. That it doesn't work like that. For example, I spoke about this particular Telugu word, which is yendukante. I hear a lot why because. When people talk, they keep using why because, why because, why because. That why because they use because they are using a Telugu word directly translated into English. Please don't do that, because it does not make sense, right? Like we ask, what is your good name? Now, there's nothing called a good name or bad name. It's just a name. So this happens because of mother tongue influence, and mother tongue is a language which we learn from childhood, and that is a language in which we are thinking, our subconscious mind. All right. So it leads to a change in word order. It leads to loss of sentence integrity. misinterpretation and miscommunication. Now we need to understand the parts of speech. I'm going to shift over to another module which I have prepared for you guys. So we just saw that it's a rule of a language. Are there rules in English language? No, in fact no language has rules, but it's a system that you need to follow. Okay. Now common issues that we face in terms of grammar, like I said, mother tongue influence. Now we need to understand the parts of speech. These parts of speech exist in every language. So we have parts of speech. I have written down the parts of speech along with examples. The first one is noun. Noun is name, place, animal, thing. Now a city name or a person's name is all noun. Then we have pronoun. Pronoun is something that replaces a noun. Instead of using the noun again and again, I can use a pronoun. Adjective is something that qualifies the noun. For example, noun is Ravi, pronoun is he, adjective Ravi is a passionate leader. So what kind of leader? Passionate leader. Verb is anything that is an action. So he is driving his new BMW car. Like adjective qualifies the noun, adverb qualifies the verb. How is he driving? He is driving very fast. Then we have preposition. Preposition, like the word goes, position. So here the position in terms of geography, that means the place, also the time. So basically time and place. Ravi will leave for London at 8 p.m. So whatever you see is underlined in these examples are basically the parts of speech. Interjection, wow, wow, he will fly business class. It's basically an expression. And then you have conjunction, anything that joins two independent sentences or phrases. For example, Ravi and his director will go to UK. It could be Ravi will go to UK and his director will go to UK, but instead of writing that, I can just say Ravi and his director will go to UK. So these are the parts of speech. Now let me explain the types. Common noun, for example, the mountain is too high to climb. Sorry, the mountain is too tough to climb. I'm sorry, I read it incorrectly. So something that is very common in nature, that's common noun. Proper noun are names. Now these names are little complicated because these are pronounced differently in different parts of the world because of regional influence. So New Delhi is a capital city. In Hindi, New Delhi is pronounced as Nai Delhi, right? In English, the country Turkey, so we pronounce that as Turkey. But in different languages, it's pronounced differently. A name of a person can be pronounced differently. For example, the name April, it's a month, right? In French, it's pronounced as Avril. The name Clement is pronounced as Clement in French. So the names are pronounced differently. That's why don't focus on the pronunciation part. These are proper nouns and these has influence of the region. Abstract, something which you can't touch and feel, that's a noun. For example, fear is an obstacle, so fear is an abstract noun. Count, the bottle is filled with water. Anything that you can touch, anything that you can count easily is a count noun. But there is also non-count noun, something which you cannot count. For example, you cannot count oil or water or air, right? Now what do you do in these cases? To count a non-count noun, you need to take the help of count noun. For example, I have water. Now this is non-count noun. Now how do I count it? I need to use a count noun. For example, I have bottle, which is a count noun. In order to measure water or to count water, I need to make use of count noun. For example, please buy 3 bottles of water. Now I can add the number 3, that's because I am using a count noun here. Alright. Collective noun, something that is in group. For example, the team wants to celebrate. Okay. Now collective noun, you also need to understand the singular and the plural forms. There are certain word which doesn't have a plural form. For example, let me make it simple for you. Since we are talking about collective noun, I should definitely talk about singular and plural forms. The reason I use a PowerPoint because it's easier to display quickly rather than a board. Say for example, I have a word chair and the plural will become chairs, right? If I have computer, I can just say computers. If I have data, can I say datas? No, it remains data. If I say information, it still remains information. If I say furniture, it still remains furniture. So there are a lot of words which doesn't have a plural form. For example, luggage. Luggage will remain as luggage. For example, this is where a lot of people make mistake. Hair. It remains hair. If I have the word people, now people itself is a plural form. A lot of people make a mistake. Peoples. I met a lot of peoples. Now people itself is a plural form. You cannot add another s to a plural form. Like child. The plural form of child is children. There cannot be a plural of a plural. It cannot be children's. So please keep that in mind and you will learn that the more you dig into vocabulary. Okay. So singular, plural, I just gave you the example. She won a lottery for 1 crore. Plural, they are going to the market. So they is plural, she is singular. Possessive is somebody is in possession of something. I am using Rahul's bike. Whenever you have a possessive noun, there will always be an apostrophe. Okay. Compound noun is basically a word. When you combine the word, it leads to a third meaning. For example, the ceiling fan is not working. Now ceiling is a different word, fan is a different word. When you combine this, then you get a third word out of it. So that's compound noun. Okay. Alright, now let's quickly check if we understood this. I missed the bus because I was late. Identify the noun. What is the noun here? Bus. The queue was very long, so I didn't wait. The noun is queue. The distance was too long to cover. Of course, the distance is a noun here. The singular and the plural form, I just gave you certain examples. I went to the market and bought a lot of fruits. The traffic or traffics, of course it is traffic. There cannot be a plural form. I have to cut my hair or hairs, it's hair. There are so many different type of people or peoples. Now it should be types, alright. I have to buy a lot of furniture or furnitures. It should be furniture. I need help to carry all the luggage. It's not luggages, it's luggage. Likewise, it's garbage, not garbages. Okay. Now pronoun is something, like I said, which replaces the noun, and we'll look at examples of pronoun and examples that will also test you. So in tomorrow's session, I will come with a lot of quick tests that's going to be specially on noun and different kinds of noun, and we'll see if we can have an interactive session tomorrow through phone lines. If somebody can call and ask questions, I'll see if that is possible tomorrow. I'll keep you posted. In case that happens, please do participate. Please understand these programs are meant only for you and only for your benefit. So please make use of this. Whatever questions or concerns you have, if you need clarification, please post it on the YouTube channel. I'll take a look, announce your name, and provide you the answer. I hope this session was helpful. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's session. So we are continuing with the second pillar of oral communication, which is grammar. Yesterday I spoke about the various parts of speech. I gave you examples on noun. So today we're going to talk about pronoun and adjective, adverb, and so on and so forth. In the later part of the session, we're going to have the call lines open. So if you're watching this either on YouTube live or Mana TV live, please dial the number. You will see the number little later. So you can call and ask your questions, anything in terms of pronunciation or grammar for English communication. So let's begin. We are talking about pronoun. Like I said, pronoun is a substitute for noun. You can't be using noun again and again. So that's why we have pronouns, which substitutes the noun. So it's a part of speech which is used in a place of noun or noun phrase to avoid repetition. Examples of pronouns: I, you, we, they, he, she, it, me, us, them, him, her, this, those. So sentence as an example: Mohan is tired, he wants to sleep, but I want him to finish the assignment. So instead of using the Mohan name again, for example, if I say Mohan is tired, Mohan wants to sleep, but I want Mohan to finish the assignment, instead of using the name again twice, I can use pronouns, which is he wants to sleep, but I want him to finish the assignment. So when we talk about pronouns, like I said, it replaces the noun or noun phrase, but there is also an aspect of singular and plural. For example, if I'm talking about one person, I can just say him or he or she, but or him or her, he or she, or it. Now, in case if the count is plural, more than one, then it multiplies. So I can't be using him, I can't be using he, she, I'm supposed to use they or them. So let's look at some quick tests to understand how to use it. The first question: Hari's mom asked Dash to clean the garage. So Hari's mom asked he to clean the garage or him? So obviously the correct answer is him. Hari's mom asked him to clean the garage. It's not garage, it's garage. A student at an all-boys high school should be on Dash best behavior. Now here there is an element of subject-verb agreement. The student, here it says a student, right? Now a student is singular. So a student in all boys high school. So the all boys high school, the entire school has only boys, but the subject here is one student. So a student at an all boys high school should be on his best behavior. So it's there. THERE is also there. THEIR is also there. Let me quickly clarify this. A lot of people do not understand and they interchange this. Okay. So there, THEIR is a possession noun. There is a preposition. So please do not get confused here. Both are pronounced the same way. For example, let me zoom this. please keep the book there. Okay, so there is basically a particular place, so that's why it's a preposition. Now when I say there is THEIR, that's a possession noun. The group will arrive at 8 p.m. And they will make their arrangement. Whose arrangement? Their arrangement. So THEIR is a possession noun, THERE is a preposition. So don't get confused there. So a student at an all boys high school should be on his best behavior. Neither Mary nor Dash knew why the store was closed. Now whenever you have neither Mary, it should be nor I. Now here is an important element which you need to understand. In case if I am talking about more than one person, that includes me as well. So I as a first person. So here is an example. So if I am talking about 2-3 people or even 2 people, and that includes me in the list, we always make a mistake. We put ourselves in first, or we use ourselves first person as I. For example, Harsha, Subhash and me went for shopping. Now that sentence is incorrect grammatically. Let me show you why it is incorrect. This is how people usually speak, right? Now there is a fundamental grammatical mistake here. So basically I'm talking about 3 people here, Harsha, Subhash and me, that is the first person. So Harsha, Subhash and me went for shopping. Now imagine if these 2 gentlemen are not in the list. Can I say me went for shopping? No, that's incorrect. Another way of making a mistake where people usually use this, me, Harsha and Subhash went for shopping. Now here again, if I remove these 2 gentlemen, it still becomes me went for shopping, which means this is incorrect. So what am I supposed to do? The correct form is I went for shopping. Now whenever you are talking about one person, that is yourself, first person, I went for shopping is fine. But in case if I am adding another person, even 1 or 2, so it becomes Subhash and I went for shopping, or I can add more number of people, Harsha, Subhash and I went for shopping. So whenever you're talking about yourself in a group and you have to specifically mention the persons as well as yourself, you will always, or the first person will always be in the end. Okay. So here neither Mary nor I knew why the store was closed. I can't say me knew why the store was closed. No, the correct form is I knew why the store was closed. That's why I is the correct option here. Next, after the training, you and Dash must discuss a few things. Again, same situation. After the training, you and I must discuss a few things. Alright. Now, moving on to adjective. Now, every noun, when it gets qualified, when I'm adding a quality or a type to a noun, that is basically adjective as a part of speech. So, an adjective describes, modifies or gives more information about a noun or pronoun as well, because pronoun is a substitute for noun. Examples: big, happy, green, young, fun, crazy, tree, all these are adjective. For example, the little girl had a pink hat. Now the girl is noun. So let me take this example. Okay. I hope you can see that's blue. Okay. So the blue is nothing but your noun. The little girl had a pink hat. Now if I remove this, the girl had a hat, but what kind of hat? Pink hat. What kind of girl? The little girl. So anything that is adding quality, that is describing or modifying the noun or pronoun is adjective. Now there are different types of adjective which you need to know. Something that adds quality, for example, dangerous chemicals, green vegetables, a square box, quantity as well. So not just quality but also quantity. He has eaten 3 apples. I don't have much money. This long, thin centipede has many legs. So long, thin is also an adjective here. Demonstrative, something that is displaying or demonstrating. This red balloon is mine and those 3 yellow ones are yours. This cute baby is his brother. That cute baby is his sister. So anything that is denoting something is also an adjective. Now adjective in terms of singular and plural also you need to know. For example, my will become our, your will remain same, his, her, its. Remember I spoke about the possessions. So that's a possessive noun for adjective. Now here are some more examples to quickly test your knowledge. I dash a new bike yesterday. Please make a note of this question. Think and tell me what is the correct answer. I bought a new bike yesterday. So the correct answer is A. If you don't hurry up now, you dash late for school. Question number 2. If you don't hurry up now, you dash late for school. You have been, you are, you will be. Okay, the correct answer is C, you will be. If you don't hurry up now, you will be late for school. Number 3, I would spend my holidays in London if I dash enough money. I would spend my holiday in London if I had. Now if you already have, then you will be in London. Had because you actually don't have. If I had enough money. Number 4, they dash water sports. They are not, they like not, they do not like water sports. The correct answer is C, they do not like water sports. I dash for shopping tomorrow. I will be going for shopping tomorrow. I will go for shopping tomorrow. I went for shopping tomorrow. Now, this is a matter of tense. Here, went is past tense. So, went is past tense of go. Now, tomorrow is future. So, I can't use C. A is a continuous form. I need not use that. So, B is a definite form. I will go for shopping tomorrow. Ram and his team, that's number 6. Ram and his team dash recently won a tournament. To answer this question correctly, you need to understand something called, now let me quickly explain this to you. I'm not sure how many of you have heard this particular term subject verb agreement. Now, what do we mean by subject verb agreement? Let me quickly demonstrate that to you. I'm going to switch over to another aspect, which is subject verb agreement. Let me see if I have created some kind of okay, here we go. So we are talking about subject verb agreement. This is because the subject should always be in sync with verb. What I mean by this, if the subject is singular, I need to use a singular verb. If the subject is plural, I need to use a plural verb. Now, as simple as it sounds, we always make a mistake. So the reason I put the Superman symbol, in case if you have he, she, it, or any of singular form of verb, the singular form of subject, you will use a singular form of verb. What do I mean by this? See here, the players and the umpire is or are tired. Okay, the second sentence is the players or the umpire is or are tired. So what do we need to do here? Now, when I'm using and, I'm combining two singular forms. That becomes plural. So I will use the plural form of verb. Now, how do I identify what is singular form of verb and plural form of word? Let me quickly demonstrate that to you. So if you want to use a singular verb, add s. At the end of the verb. Okay. Example: plays, works, sings. Now, in case if I have to use the plural form, now when I have to use a plural form, if I have to use plural form, drop the s at the end of the verb, which means if I have to talk about the same examples, I will remove the s at the end of the verb. So remember it that way. If it's a singular verb, add s. If it's plural verb, drop the s. So in case if your subject is singular, use s at the end of the verb. If the subject is plural, drop the s at the end of the verb. Okay, let me show you some examples to help you understand this better. I'm going to use all singular verbs here. He plays cricket. She sings very well. It rains every evening. So if you pay attention to the verbs here, action, I am adding an s at the end of it because my subject is singular. Now, if I have to use a plural verb, plural subject, they play cricket. They, or for example, she is singing very well. Now that my subject is plural, I just say they are singing very well because are is a plural form of is. It rains every day. Now, there cannot be a situation in terms of a climate for plurality, so we'll leave it at that. Okay. So when you have a situation like this where you are bound to get confused, the players and umpire is tired or are tired? It should be are tired. That's because when I'm using and, I'm combining these two. Even if it's player and umpire, I'm combining. But in the second case, this is where you will get confused. The players or the umpire is tired or are tired. Here you will use is tired because this is an or situation. So if it is or, after the or, the subject, the closest subject is umpire, which is singular form. And if I have a singular subject, I will use singular verb. Okay. So when we look at some more questions, you will be able to identify more such situation. Now when you see a question, you will be able to identify what should be the correct answer. Alright. So let's move on. Let's look at this question again. Number 6. Ram and his team dash recently won a tournament. Now this is a trick question because Ram is part of the team and team is a collective form. It just won. Ram and his team have recently won? No. Ram and his team has, because it's a singular form. The subject is singular, so I'll use has. Number 7, please make a note of this question. They dash put in all the hard work for the success of the team. They dash put in all the hard work for the success of the team. Now they is a plural form. Now if I have a plural form, I will use plural verb. What is the rule? Drop the S. So I have this particular verb which doesn't have an S. So I will use they have put in all the hard work for the team. Number 8, I think we dash the training session next quarter. Now next quarter means it's in the future. I think we dash the next session, the training session next quarter. I think we begin. No, we will begin the training session next quarter. We are beginning. No, that's not the right form. We are going to begin. That is again a incorrect form because it's a transliteration. So we will begin the training session next quarter. Tomorrow we dash at 2 p.m. Tomorrow we will meet. We meet. We are going to meet. We are meeting. So number 9, this is very easy. So look at the question and think what is the correct answer. Tomorrow we will meet at 2 p.m. So A. Could you please dash me some money? Could you please borrow me or lend me? Borrow means take from me. Lend means give me. So could you please lend me some money? Number 11. I don't mind dash if you are tired. I don't mind to drive. I don't mind driving. I don't mind to be driving. I don't mind drive. So number 11, look at it, think and answer. I don't mind driving if you are tired. So option B. They arrived dash we were having dinner. They arrived while we were having dinner, when we were having dinner, during we were having dinner, for we were having dinner. So number 12, think what is the correct answer, and meanwhile you will see the number flash on your screen 040-2354-0326 or the toll-free number 1-800-425-4039. if you have any questions about the portions that's been completed so far, which is pronunciation and a little aspects of grammar. If you have any questions, please call and ask your question. I will provide you the answer. All right. So let's continue with number 12. They arrived while we were having dinner. So A is the correct answer. Number 13. They have sold dash car which they won in a lottery. They have sold dash car which they won in a lottery. T-H-E-R-E there, T-H-E-I-R there. This is fairly easy. I just spoke about difference between preposition and possession noun or pronoun. But here it's a trick question. The correct answer is C. In this case, they have won the car in the lottery. So denotively speaking, C is the correct answer. They have sold the car which they won in a lottery. Number 14. I dash worked for this company since 1998. I worked, I am working, I work, I have worked. Now, to answer this question, we need to understand something fundamental. Now, let me explain. This is one mistake where a lot of us get confused or make a mistake. From versus since. Okay, this is a preposition in terms of time. If I'm using from, I should be using from when I have specifics on when did it start and when did it end. Okay, I will use since when the stated time continues. What do I mean by this? Let me show you an example. I lived in Bangalore from 2004 till 2006, which means it has ended. So I can use the word from. If I have to continue in the same way, I am living in Hyderabad since 10 years, which means I am still living there, which means the time is still continuing. Okay. So question number 14, when you look at it, I dash for this company since 1998, which means I am still working there. So the correct answer is B. I am working for this company since 98. Number 15, she dashed me to help her develop an IT training program. She has asked, she have asked. Can I use have? I just spoke about subject verb agreement, right? I can't use have because she is a singular form. She has asked me to help her to develop an IT training program. So option A. So verb types, verb is action. It signals an action, an occurrence or a state of being, whether mental, physical or mechanical. Verb always expresses activity, right? Anything in terms of action. Verbs in English have 4 basic parts. Now pay attention. The base form, the ing form, which is a continuous form, the past tense form, the past participle. Now something that you need to remember, we have studied all this in our school, right? We went through basic grammar in our school days, but we don't really remember the rules, but we only remember the usage. Look at it this way. There is something that has already happened, which is past. There is something which is present. a perfect present or continuous form. For example, I am talking, which means it's going on right now. Or I will talk tomorrow, that's a future tense. I spoke yesterday, and that is past tense. Any action that we are talking about, that action has to be relative to a time. Has it happened? Is it happening now, or will it happen in the future? Okay, so keep that in mind in terms of these aspects. A verb has to be in sync with tense. Let's look at some examples. The lines are still open, so please do call. It starts with an expression, hi, I dash you in a long time. How have you been? I was seen, I saw, I haven't seen, I hadn't seen. So think and answer what is the correct answer for question number 1. Option C is the correct answer. Hi, I haven't seen you in a long time. How have you been? Number 2, yesterday I dashed to see my grandparents. Yesterday is a past tense, so I need to use an option which is past. Yesterday I have gone. Yesterday I gone. No. Yesterday I went to see my grandparents. Number 3, some people say that it is better to dash for today. Better to, this is a proverb, right? It's a saying. Better to is living, better to living, better to lives, better to live. It's better to live for today. Have you ever dashed to Canada? Now, have you ever basically means it's a past tense. Have you ever been to Canada? Being is a state. Been means if there was an action involved there. Albert doesn't like dash on weekends. Albert doesn't like working. Albert doesn't like to work. Albert doesn't like work. Now, doesn't like work doesn't make sense. So our answer 1 and 2 are correct. So option D is perfect. He occasionally is a headache in the morning. He occasionally should be a headache in the morning. He occasionally might be, could be. Now, this is in terms of an adjective. So all of the above are correct. So we have various such questions. You can look up simple tests online as well. You will find tons of questions. The best way to learn is to test yourself and find what is the correct answer. We cannot learn grammar in terms of rules anymore. We already learned it, but we don't remember because we don't use it. So if you remember it in terms of usage, if you keep practicing, if you keep testing yourself, that will help you remember for a long time. So grammar is something which is extensive, but you need to put yourself in use. I cannot teach you in a classroom environment. Even when the lines are open, nobody is actually calling and asking questions. So I don't know what seems to be wrong there. So in the next session, that is on Monday, I'll move on to verbal ability, where we will look at certain instances, how to solve certain questions in certain situations. If you have questions, please post your questions on the YouTube channel. I'll take a look and provide you the answer. And thanks for tuning in. Make the best use of your day. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's session. So we are continuing with the communication skill aspect for ESC. So today I'm going to talk about the last two pillars, which is vocabulary and fluency. So what do we mean by vocabulary? So we all have challenges when it comes to using the right word when we are speaking in English. Like I said, we are thinking in a vernacular language, translating that to English directly, but sometimes we fail to understand what words to be used precisely to meet a particular context. Say for example, if I write a particular sentence, I'm going to demonstrate the issue that we face in terms of vocabulary. So there are two sentences I'm going to write. Just a moment. Okay. The medicine, let me add has here, the medicine has expired and hence it cannot be given to a patient, right? Now, the word that I'm going to talk about here is expired. We end up using this word in some other context as well. For example, if I say, the college management has declared a holiday as the founding member has expired. Now this is just an example. Now in India we use this word expired even when somebody passes away or somebody dies. So ideally what should be used here is has passed away. So instead of using expired here, in this context the word expired doesn't make sense because expired is used for medicines or anything that is perishable in nature. Okay. Now, if I have another word which is very, very frequently used, it is compulsory to fill the form for the registration, or say "75% attendance is compulsory to attend the exam. It is compulsory to fill the form for the registration." Now what is happening here is I'm using the same word in both the sentences. I can have few more examples. For example, it's a statement. Please wait, the doctor will compulsorily come by 5 p.m. So I'm using the same word in 3 different contexts. Now, as per the rule of vocabulary, I need to look at the context as well. So here, the correct word is mandatory. 75% attendance is mandatory to attend the exam. Please wait, the doctor will surely come by 5 p.m. Or let me try another sentence. I will definitely pay the loan. So here I'm using the word definitely. Okay. So I have compulsory, mandatory, surely, definitely. Instead of using these 3 words, we end up using the word compulsory again and again. So that's exactly what vocabulary is all about. A set of words within a language that are familiar to the person, the word bank, synonyms and antonyms that you are aware of. So the problems that we face is lack of word bank. For example, in this particular situation, I had 3 other words, but instead of using that, I keep on using the word compulsory. So that is because there is a lack of word bank, lack of synonyms or substitute words, not knowing what is the context I am using it for, lack of reading and writing practice, comprehension of common words. Now this comprehension of common words is a very, very big factor why we lack vocabulary, why we do not understand what words to be used when we are speaking. We hear words but we do not understand the meaning of it, or we hear we see something but we don't know what is the word for it. Say for example, the word oracle, O-R-A-C-L-E. You ask anyone what do you mean by oracle, they will say it's the name of a company, but it also has a meaning. Oracle means prediction, prophecy, the word from the sky, Akashvani that we say in our language. So that is oracle. The word like cognizant. Cognizant, again, you ask someone what do you mean by cognizant, they will say it's a name of a IT company, but it also has a meaning. Cognizant means being aware of something, having the knowledge of something. So that is what the word cognizant means. So we hear a lot of words but we don't understand the meaning, we don't understand the application of it, or we see things but we don't know what is the English term for it. So when you read a lot, when you write a lot, you will build on your skills, your competencies, or your ability to build on your vocabulary as well. So the best way to build vocabulary is to keep on practicing, keep on reading a lot. Please always refer to the dictionary, because the dictionary will also give you the meaning of the word in context of a sentence, and it also give you synonyms. Okay, so the tips to build vocabulary is to read regularly, to listen. When you listen to good speakers, that also helps. Make use of a dictionary or thesaurus. Thesaurus basically is a book that gives you the synonyms and antonyms as well, substitute words and opposite words. Learn a word every day in order to understand what it means, that is comprehension, the context, in what context it can be used, and the usage, and get into the practice of writing. So let's quickly look at some examples to practice. Here we need to fill the blank with one of the word that is given in the option. Hardness is a dash of steel, a property, a substance, a material, a structure. So you need to look at the context of this sentence and pick the right option. Hardness is a property of steel means a nature of steel. So that's why A, property, is the correct answer. Now, property word is also used in terms of assets. I spent 50 lakhs to buy a property. So again, this is what vocabulary is all about, where you understand the context of the word. For example, if I'm talking about a particular training program and I have designed certain content, so that's my intellectual property. Here again, it becomes like an asset. Foods such as, now I'm looking at number 2, foods such as bread and rice dash energy for the body. It controls energy for the body? No. Lose energy for the body? No. Prevent energy for the body? No. Provide. It provides energy for the body. Now the word provide here again can be used in a different context. Look at this example. I'm going to use the word provide as well as provided in two different possibilities or two different contexts. Please provide your contact details so that I can register you. Means please give me your contact details so that I can register you. Now, I can use the word provide or provided in another context. I can come for the meeting provided there is a formal invitation. Now here, the word provided means if there is a formal invitation. Number 3, the tissues, organs and systems of a body dash the living organism. Now a living organism has tissues, organs and systems. So system of a body of a living organism has tissues and organs. That is what it means. The tissues, organs and system of a body consist of a living organism. If you use the word consist of, that means every tissue has living organism in it, but that is not what it means. It means every living organism has tissues and organs in it. So the correct answer is A. So the tissues, organs and system of a body consist of the living organism, constitute living organism, contain living organism, include. So the tissues, organs and system of a body. B, option B. So I try to trick you there. Constitute a living organism means the tissues, organs and system of a body makes a living organism. It constitute living organism. Now the reason I did not use constitutes, I use constitute because we are also looking at subject verb agreement. My subject here is plural, which means I will drop the S at the end of this verb. Number 4, the door was so dash that the X-ray machine would not go through it. The door was so thin, so close, so minor, so narrow. Now what word can I use here? Thin, close, minor, narrow. I should use the word narrow because thin is not applicable. Narrow is in terms of width, right? So the door was so narrow that the X-ray machine would not go through it. Before Muhammad repaired the engine, he dashed it carefully. He recognized it, he examined it, he saw it, he cited it. Now this is fairly easy, just think and answer. Before Muhammad repaired the engine, he examined it carefully. So option B. The upper part of the leg is called jaw, scalp, thigh, ankle. Now jaw is not an answer because it's on the face, scalp is on the head, we are talking about the leg. So the upper part is ankle? No, ankle is the lower part. Upper part is the thigh. The upper part of the leg is called the thigh. Number 7. For good health, everyone needs dash exercise. Almost exercise, inadequate exercise, excessive exercise, sufficient exercise. For good health, everyone needs sufficient. Option D, sufficient exercise. In the alphabet, the letter B dash the letter A. Letter B follows letter A, ascends, precedes, comes. In the alphabet system, the letter B precedes letter A or follows. It should be follows because it's after. Precede means before, pre. So precedes is before, follows is after. Number 9, the river has been seriously contaminated. What you need to do here, you need to replace the underlined word with one of the options. The river has been seriously contaminated, dried up, diverted, polluted, obstructed. What do we mean by contamination? Contamination means pollution. So the river has been seriously contaminated. That means it's been polluted. Number 10, oil dash friction between moving parts so that they can move more easily. Oil dash friction between moving parts so they can move more easily. It permits friction, reduces friction, releases friction, and protects friction. What do you think is the correct answer here? The correct answer is it reduces friction. 10B. What do the experts forecast? What do we mean by forecast? To deny, to declare, to prefer, to predict. It's option D, predict. Forecasting means prediction. The markings on the thermometer make a scale, make extremes, a reading, a grid. So thermometer has markings, right? What do you do with it? You read. It makes a reading. So 12C. Some questions on synonyms and antonyms for you. Synonym of brief. Synonym means similar word. Synonym of brief. Limited, small, little, short. Now little and small is in terms of size. Here it's brief, that means option D is the answer. 13D, synonym of brief is short. Synonym of embezzle. Embezzle means to take money from something and put it somewhere else illegally. So option A is the correct answer. Synonym of embezzle is misappropriate. We keep reading, right? Misappropriation of fund, embezzlements of fund by politicians, by CEOs, CFOs. So embezzle means misappropriation or using the money illegally for some other purpose. Synonym of August. Now August is a month, but it also has a meaning. So synonym of August is common, ridiculous, dignified, petty. We use this sentence, right? You are invited for the August occasion of my birthday, wedding anniversary. So C is the correct answer. Synonym of August is dignified. Synonym of alert. Alert means being energetic, being observant, being intelligent, being watchful. Alert means being watchful. Observe means you are just observing but not taking any action. Watchful means you watch and then take an action. That's alert. Synonym of reckless. This is very easy. Reckless means rash, courageous, bold, daring. Rash driving, reckless driving. So A is the correct answer. Synonym of consequences. Consequences is something that always comes after the action. So that's results. Conclusion, application, difficulties are wrong. Synonym of consequences is results. Synonym of tolerant. Tolerant means like-minded, open-minded, closed-minded, arrogant. The correct answer here is open-minded. Tolerant means you accept anything which is other than what your belief system is. Synonym of abundant. Now I need to show you something. There is a word which is abundant, and there is a word which is abundant. Just a moment, I need to change the spelling, okay? Now both have different meaning, but people use these two words interchangeably and they make a mistake. Abundant means excess. So synonym of abundant is ripe, cheap, plenty, absent. So C is the correct answer, plenty or excess. Okay. Abundant means to leave without providing any help. For example, I'm just going to give you examples here. There is an abundant supply of fertilizers for the farmers, which means excess or more than what is required, plenty. Now, abundant, let me give you example for that. So, abundant means excess or plenty. There is an abundant supply of fertilizers for the farmers. Abandoned means to leave without providing any help. The police team abandoned the people who were stuck in the floods. Okay. Now, here you will see a sentence and you need to pick one word substitute. Okay. It will also help you understanding the meaning of the words. A person of good understanding, knowledge and reasoning power. You call that person an expert, intellectual, snob, literate. Now, literate means somebody who can read and write. Snob means somebody who is arrogant. Expert means who's proficient in one or two specific areas. But here the question is, a person with good understanding, knowledge and reasoning power, who can take the right decision. So the correct answer is B, intellectual. List of business or subjects to be considered at a meeting. So before a meeting, we always list down what needs to be discussed. What do we call it? Schedule, timetable. Now schedule and timetable are pretty much the same. Plan, agenda. Now plan is much more broader aspect. Agenda is the correct answer. Agenda is basically the list of items that needs to be discussed. Leave or remove from a place considered dangerous. So you are in a building, suddenly there is an earthquake, what do? You evade, you evacuate, you avoid, you exterminate. So evacuate is the correct answer. Option B, leave or remove from a place considered dangerous. A person pretending to be somebody he is not. A person pretending to be somebody he is not. Magician, rogue, liar, imposter. The correct answer here is imposter. Imposter is a person who pretends to be somebody he is not. One who possesses many talents, somebody who is multi-talented. What do you call that person? Versatile, nubile, exceptional, gifted. You call that person versatile, who is good in more than one area. So A is the correct answer, 5A, versatile. 6. A person interested in collecting, studying and selling old things. Antiquarian, junk dealer, crank, archaeologist. Now archaeologist is a person who studies civilization by digging up, right? Monuments. So here we are talking about something which is collected and also sold and bought. So antiquarian, somebody who deals with antique stuff. Antiquarian is the correct answer. A drawing on transparent paper, a blueprint, red print, negative, transparency. Correct answer is blueprint. A small shop that sells fashionable clothes and cosmetics. A store, a stall, a boutique, a booth. Now stall and booth are temporary, but here it says a small shop, but it deals with only fashionable clothes and cosmetics. So it's called a boutique. C. An object which is used to calculate distance. Speedometer, barometer, odometer, thermometer. Now thermometer is used to measure temperature, right? Speedometer is to calculate speed. Barometer to calculate pressure. Odometer, now you have seen odometer on all the modern bikes, cars. There is a meter which you can keep changing. So which keeps changing. There is something which you can reset, that's called a trip meter, to measure the distance between for a specific trip. Odometer is the numbers which keeps scrolling, right? So that's odometer. A disease of mind causing an uncontrollable desire to steal. There are some people who have this problem. Even though they are rich, they keep stealing from stores and houses. That's called schizophrenia, claustrophobia, kleptomania, megalomania. Megalomania means somebody who thinks he is the greatest. Claustrophobia, who has the fear of being trapped in a small enclosure, small space. Schizophrenia means somebody who has split personality disorder. So correct answer is kleptomania. Now again, there are some more synonyms for you. Hesitated means stopped, paused, slowed, postponed. Now when you hesitate, you're doing something, you hesitate but you still do it, right? Hesitate means you pause for a while. So pause is the correct answer. Neutral. Neutral means unbiased, non-aligned, undecided, indifferent. The correct answer is A. Neutral means unbiased. Feeble. Feeble means weak, vain, arrogant, sick. Feeble means weak. Now, don't make a mistake between W-E-A-K and W-E-E-K. Both are pronounced the same way. A week is basically 7 days. W-E-A-K means something which is not strong. Okay, so feeble means weak. Restraint, hindrance, repression, obstacle, restriction. Please restrain the protesters from coming inside the meeting room. That means to restrict. 14D. Antonym. Antonym means opposite word. Toil. Toil means working hard, kind of a coil, being lazy, being unwell. Toil itself means working hard. That means the opposite is being lazy. C. Submissive. Aggressive, passive, assertive, obstructive. Submissive means somebody who accepts everything anybody else says. Aggressive means somebody who always opposes. So A is the correct answer. Opposite of submissive is aggressive. Choose the word which best expresses the meaning of the word shallow. Here again we are looking at synonyms. Shallow means artificial, foolish, superficial. We usually say that, right? This person has a shallow personality. That means he is not showing what he is in real. So superficial is the correct answer. Choose the word which best expresses the meaning of the word diversion or diversion. So diversion, distortion, deviation, obstruction or obstructive. Diversion means deviation. Now let's look at antonyms. Choose a word which best expresses, this is not looking opposite. Let's look at the opposite antonyms here. Choose a word which is exactly opposite of the word crowded. Deserted, empty, quiet. Now quiet, there are two ways to spell it. Quite means little or some. Quiet means silence. Q-U-I-E-T is pronounced as quiet. Quite means Q-U-I-T-E. So choose the word which exactly opposite of the word crowded means deserted. Deserted means there is nobody there. Now desert is different, deserted is different. Alright. Choose the word which is exactly opposite of the word flimsy. Flimsy means something which is not meaningful. So meaningful is the right word here. Opposite of confess, deny, refuse, contest. Confession, what do we mean by confession? When we accept our mistake. So we deny, refuse. Refuse is different, deny is different, okay? So deny is the correct answer. So that's about the vocabulary aspect. Now as far as the fluency is concerned, it's basically ability to bring together the pronunciation, grammar and vocabulary and speaking accurately and speaking well. The reason you lose confidence or lose the fluency, it's because you do not practice much. So when you're speaking to people around, speak as much as possible, read and write as much as possible. By the time you are in the final year, by the time you start going for interviews, you will be absolutely perfect with your ability to speak, ability to read and write. The best way to learn is to practice, to speak to people, to keep reading and writing every day. Try to hear something every day, maybe 15 minutes or 20 minutes on YouTube channel. Try to listen to different kind of speech, watch some interesting programs in English. If any word you come across which you do not know the meaning of, try looking it up in the dictionary and start using those words. That's the best way you can learn these words. Alright, so I hope this was helpful. Feel free to post your comment on the comment section on the YouTube channel. I'll take a look and provide you with the answer. Have a great day. I'll see you again. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, welcome back to our discussion on network security. So in our last sessions we have been discussing about what actually is footprinting. So in footprinting we said we are collecting information about our targeted site or maybe a server, and in this we have gone through with some websites. So today I'll discuss about few tools which can be used for footprinting, and then we will go to our next phase, that is scanning and exploits. So the first application that I'll be discussing here is something like DNS data view. So this application is designed to identify all the DNS records of a specific domain. So if you have to see only the DNS information, like how many web servers they have, or maybe how many email servers or DNS servers are available, we will be able to use this application. So this is DNS data view. This application is a free tool. We do not require any licensing for this. So now let us run the application and check how actually it works. So this is how we have the application interface looking like. So here we have a search query where we will be able to provide the domain name. So here let me give the domain name as microsoft.com. So I'm providing the domain name as microsoft.com, and here you have different options like do you want to search for host records or DNS records or MX records and all, and you'll also be able to give a very specific IP address of your required DNS. So here I'm choosing a DNS server as 8.8.8.8, which is a Google DNS server, and it is free to use for everyone. So here I'm giving the domain name as Microsoft. So let us check with the DNS records. So here as we can see, a number of DNS records will be shown. So it says that for Microsoft.com domain there are 4 name servers. So here the NS record mentions the name server or how many DNS servers we have. So the NS record is for DNS server. It tells us how many DNS servers are associated with the domain name. And if you look into MX record, MX is for mail exchange. So this is showing you with your email servers. And then you'll also find A record, which is for host, generally used for your web servers and all. And then you'll also have SOA, stat of authority. So stat of authority is telling you which DNS server is primary. If you have more than one DNS servers configured, stat of authority tells us which is a primary DNS server. So that's how we can find information in this application, DNS data view. So here, as we can see, it shows us with 4 DNS servers like NS1, NS2, NS3 and NS4.msft.net. Along with that, it also shows us the IP addresses of the server. Then it is also giving us with the MX record, which is generally denoting your email servers along with the IP address, and multiple host records were found. This shows us like Microsoft is actually hosting multiple servers for their website. So as the name tells, this application DNS data view is very specific about the DNS records. But let us say I have a requirement that I don't want to get only the DNS information, but I want to find out more information about a domain, like when exactly it was registered or who has done the registration, how many servers are available and where they are available. For this we can go with an application called Domain Hosting View. This is also a free application. We do not require any licensing for this. So let me show you how do we use this application to collect information. So this is how we have the application interface. Here it is asking us to give the domain name. So let us give the domain name as Microsoft.com, and let us say find out all the information. So application would get connected to the WHOIS servers and then fetch all the information related to that specific domain what we have requested. And here, as we can see on the screen, it says that this particular domain name Microsoft.com what we have requested is registered from markmonitor.com. So markmonitor is the domain registrar who have taken the registration of this particular domain called Microsoft.com. And similarly, when we look into the other information or the details, it says the domain Microsoft.com is registered to this organization called Microsoft Corporation. And now it says that your web server is hosted using Microsoft information in Brazil. So this is the location of your server. And then when you speak of the mail servers, they are again hosted by Microsoft Corporation in Washington. Similarly, when it comes to their DNS servers, they are again hosted by Microsoft in Washington. Now, not only telling us the location where exactly the servers are present, this application is also showing us when exactly this domain name was registered. So here, if you can see on the screen, it says the domain name was registered on 5th of January 1991 and would expire on 5th of February 2021. So shows us like when exactly the domain name was registered and when it would expire. And additionally, we can also see all the DNS records associated with the domain. So here we are getting the same information which we have already seen in DNS data view. Shows us how many name server records are available along with the host name and the corresponding IP address. Shows us with information about the email server, the host name of the email server, what is the IP address, along with what is the preference value. So as we were discussing earlier, if you have multiple email servers, the email server which has the lower preference value will be given with high priority. And it also shows us with multiple records for the host, that is generally with your web servers. So shows us with their IP addresses as well, and the stat of authority record. which is saying that ns1.msofta.net is the primary DNS server. So though we have 4 DNS servers here, it says ns1.msft.net is the primary DNS server and the others are only backup servers. And then further coming into the server details, as we can see here, it shows us with our web server information, what is the present IP address, where is it hosted. So as we have seen earlier, it says it is hosted in Brazil, and shows you who is owning this, means who is actually hosting this particular server. And if we also look into the IP address details, we will be able to find out the range of IP addresses. What is the range of IP addresses to be used for hosting the server? And in the similar fashion, we also get details about email servers. What is the present IP address of the mail server, where exactly it is hosted, who is hosting it, and also the range of IP addresses which can be used for hosting this server. In the similar fashion, we also get details for their DNS server as well. What is the primary DNS server, where is it hosted by which organization, and the range of IP addresses. Now if you see, similar information we have already been able to see in technicalinfo.net. So the range of IP addresses and DNS records, we have already seen it, but there the major difference is we are only able to view the information about their web server. We did not get information about their DNS servers or maybe their email servers. So here when we go with the domain hosting view, we are also able to find that information. So now let us speak of the next application. So here I will be using a tool called SAMSPADE. So SAMSPADE shows us information from who is .NET. So here as we can see, this is how the application interface looks like. In SAMSPADE we have to provide the host name, or you can give the domain name. So here I am giving the domain name as microsoft.com, or you can also mention it as www.microsoft.com. So it tells us the who is information, that microsoft.com domain is registered with Mark Monitor, and also tells us how many DNS servers are available. Now again, as we can see, this is nothing new. We have already seen this information in multiple websites, right? But what SAMSPADE can also help us is with trying to ping the server. So we will be able to ping the server and get to find out what is the IP address of it. So this activity will be considered as active footprinting, because when we say ping, there is a request directly from our computer towards a remote server. But when we are going with who is information, this is passive footprinting. So based on what sort of activities we try to perform, this application either behaves as active footprinting or passive footprinting tool. Now let us go with further details. So let us check with another application called IDServe. Now IDServe is also a free tool. It shows us which application is being used for hosting a website. Now let us say I want to see the details of the web server application which is used by Microsoft. So I am directly typing in www.microsoft.com, and let us say query this server. Okay, so here as we can see, it is showing us with all the information about Microsoft, and here in the detail it is also telling us the server details as Microsoft IIS. But this application is again an active footprinting tool where we have to send a request, and then manually from this information or the response whatever is coming in from the server, we will have to find out where exactly the server application is being used. Now similar to IDServe, we also have few more tools like IP to country, which tells us information about a specific IP address. So let's say I am looking for an IP address 8.8.8.8. So it says that this IP address is assigned to USA. But this application does not give us with any information like who is the ISP or which organization is actually using it. It only tells us that a specific IP was assigned to so and so country. Now let us say I look into this IP address 202.153.32.2, it says that this IP address is given in India. Or if I make a small change, instead of 202, if I say 212, it says that this IP address is in Netherlands. So based on the IP address, this application tells you in which country this IP address is being used. But if you want more information like who is the ISP or which organization is using it, for that you can go with whatismyipaddress.com server. So you can go with this particular web page, whatismyipaddress.com, which gives us with information about who is the ISP and also which organization is using this IP address. But when we go with IP to country, we will only find out information about to which country this specific IP address was assigned. Now here, as we can see, in footprinting we are just trying to collect the information. We are not launching any sort of attack, or even if I have to find out the location of a server, where exactly it is present, we can use some tools like Path Analyzer Pro, and this is a commercial tool. So here, as you can see, it's asking us for a license information. So I would say I'll just go with a trial version. So this application can be used as a trial version for a duration of 10 days. So here, let's say I wanted to find out where exactly this particular server Microsoft.com is available, and also the path taken by request from our computer to reach Microsoft servers. So here, as you can see, it shows you with a trace route. So it shows us with all the IP addresses. But if we go into the geolocation, now here you can see that your response is actually coming in from a different location here. So it says like your request is starting from Hyderabad and then it is going on into Poland. So as you can see, your servers are not always responding in the same way. Now based on the amount of traffic that is coming in, right, maybe the nearest server would always respond, or maybe the server which has the lowest amount of number of requests will always respond there. So okay, this application shows us with what is the path taken by request from our computer to reach the remote server. But this is a commercial tool. We would require a license for this, or we can only use it for trial for a duration of 10 days. So here, as we can see, in footprinting we are just trying to collect information. We are not launching any sort of attack. So if you have to launch any attack, you'll have to first understand what is the weakness. To understand the weakness, we go into our second step, that is called scanning. Now here, when you speak of scanning, this is the first active step that is taken against any target system. So far when we speak of footprinting we have two types, active and passive, and in majority of the cases we are depending on passive footprinting to collect information from a third party source. But here, when it comes to the scanning part, we don't have an option of active or passive scanning. So every action that we are going to take up from now on, everything would be an active activity. Means a request has to be sent directly from our computer to the targeted server. Now assuming as a hacker you want to launch an attack on Microsoft server or maybe Google server or anything else, unless you know what is the weakness of the system, there is no way for us to launch any attack. So this is the phase where we are trying to find out. So here we will use information collected from footprinting, like what sort of information did we see there, range of IP addresses, operating system details, application details, server location. Now based on this information, we will go one step ahead to find out if really there is a chance for us to launch an attack or not. Now when we speak of scanning, we have three different activities to be performed here. So the first activity is using IP scanners. So these applications help us to find out how many systems or how many servers are actually available in a given range. So just now we have seen with tools like domain hosting view that every organization, they are actually taking a range of IP addresses. They would reserve a range of IP addresses for hosting the server. Now assuming I was given with information like my data center has been configured with IP addresses 192.168.1.1 to 192.168.1.254. So here you have a range of 254 IP addresses. but there is no guarantee that all 254 IP addresses will be in use. Maybe out of this 254 IPs, only 20 or 30 might be used, others may not be used or may not be active. So here in IP scanners we are going to find out how many of these IP addresses are actually used, and then we go with our second step, that is port scanning. Now once we know how many IP addresses are actually used by the organization, then we will see what services are running on each and every IP address. So if there is an IP address, it means that there is a server alive. Now on this server we will see what all services are running in. So that's done by port scanners. And then we follow with vulnerability scanners, where we actually find out what actually is the weakness of the machine, what is the vulnerability on the server. So let us see these things in detail. So when you speak of IP scanners, these are the tools which are designed to identify number of live IP addresses in any given network range. So as I was explaining earlier, you have to take the range of IP addresses which are reserved for this organization. So that has to be done from footprinting. We can use websites like technicalinfo.net or tools like domain hosting view. So that information will be used here. So we take the range of IP addresses and see how many of these IP addresses are actually being used. So for this we can use some tools like MyLAN Viewer or Angry IP Scanner, MegaPing. So there are multiple tools. So you can use any of this application to find out how many IP addresses are actually in use. And then our second step is to see what services are running in. So for this we go with port scanners. So port scanners will identify how many open ports are present. So for this we can use some tools like advanced port scanners or super scan. So port scanners will help you to find out what all services are running in, which can also help us to identify their task, means whether it is behaving as a web server or as a email server or as a DNS server or anything else. So once we are able to identify the services, we can next go with our activity on how do we actually launch the attack. But for launching the attack, we have to first use vulnerability scanners. So here these vulnerability scanners are tools which are designed to audit a host to find out what sort of vulnerabilities exist on it. So in short, in practical language, when we say a vulnerability is nothing but a weakness. So if you understand what is the weakness of a system, maybe the operating system being used or maybe the applications that are used, based on this we will be able to find out how do I launch an attack or what sort of attack can be launched. Now vulnerabilities will either be present on the operating system or maybe on the applications that are used. Now for example, if I say I am hosting a web server application. Now for us to host a web server application, we will require tools like IIS or Apache server or NGINX. So here in vulnerability scanning, we are trying to find out if there is any weakness or if there is any bug in this IIS application or Apache application. So we are looking into bugs in the application, or maybe sometimes bugs might be present on the operating system itself. So vulnerabilities might be present on an operating system. So we are just trying to identify if there is a bug in the operating system or in the application. So that is the task of a vulnerability scanner. Now for example, we have some tools like Shadow Security Scanner, Nessus, Retina, Accutinix. So these applications help us to identify how many vulnerabilities are present on the system. Now again, vulnerability scanners are designed with different things in use. Now let us say I'll go with the Shadow Security Scanner. Shadow Security Scanner has been designed for a very specific purpose of understanding what is the weakness of a computer's or a server's operating system or the application. So Shadow Security Scanner will not be able to identify and tell us if the website what we are using or the website code what is being written is really secure or not. So to do that, we have to use applications like Nessus or Accutinix. So vulnerability scanners are designed for a very specific task. You wanted to audit your server, that is only the operating system and the web application, you can go with things like Shadow Security Scanner. Or no, you want to audit the website itself, whether your website is able to properly take the user input, validation is properly being done or not, then you'll have to go with tools like Nessus or Accutenix. Right. Now, generally speaking of hackers and different kind of attacks they try to launch, the main targeted host is always your web server. So the primary target for any kind of hacking attack is always a web server. Now, why hackers are only interested in these web servers and what are they? So let us see them. So when you speak of a web server, this can either be a hardware or a software that can provide you with access to a web resource. Like say you want to access your social network sites, your Facebook. Facebook is a website. Microsoft.com is a website. Google is a website. So the machine which is actually running this website is called a web server. So that can be a hardware machine like what we have seen in the slide, or it can also be a software. Now when we speak of why do we actually use these web servers, as I already said, if you have to access any kind of website or a web resource, you would require a machine which can host it, a machine which has a capability to give you the responses. So we have to go with web servers for hosting websites, so that people from different regions can access our website and get to see what actually we do, what actually is the job of our organization. And not only for this, even today if you see you want to play some games, you are going on with online multiplayer games. Now how is this online multiplayer game enabled? It's not like all our friends or maybe all the players sit in one room, they connect all the computers to each other and then start working. Maybe there are some people in India, some people are somewhere in Australia, some somewhere in USA. But all these people from different regions are still able to play the online game. So that is made possible by your web server. So web servers are also being used for online multiplayer games. Or no, you want to see a live streaming. So as you are watching the live stream now, right? So that can also be made possible. Video streaming services, audio streaming services. Like say you want to listen to some good music. You don't have to download it and then have it on your system or maybe on your mobile phone. You have some web server applications which can directly do a streaming of your audio, or maybe streaming for your video services, or maybe you want to send and receive messages to someone, or you want to send and receive emails. You are all using Google, you are using Gmail, Yahoo Mail, Live or Outlook.com. So they all give you with options of sending and receiving emails, and they are all web servers there. So a web server is being used for multiple tasks. So not only for hosting the website, can be used for uploading or downloading files. Like say you want to download a driver for your new Wi-Fi card, or you just have formatted your computer, you require all the drivers. You are directly going on into the website of that particular laptop brand and you are downloading it. So file downloads or file uploads or multiplayer games, online video streamings. So these are all made possible by web servers. So now let us see which applications are most widely used for hosting this website. So when you speak of websites, they can be hosted using Microsoft IaaS or Apache server, which can be used on both Windows as well as Linux and Unix platform. Google web server, again a specially designed web server application by Google, and they'll be using it only on their servers, so we cannot directly get this application. Nginx, again very widely being used nowadays in Linux and Unix environments. So these are like some examples of applications which we use for hosting a website. Now when we say so many web servers are available and hackers are also trying to target the web servers, let us see what are the reasons why web servers are being hacked. Now one simple thing is, your website is always an interface between the user and the organization. So whatever your organization is trying to do, how will the end user come to know? It's through your website. So if a hacker is able to hack into your website, he'll be able to do a different sort of damage there. Now for example, hacker can launch a phishing attack. So what hacker does, he'll try to create a web page and host it on his computer, which looks exactly similar to your website. Say for example, I will take up our social media, say Facebook. Now we know that most of us are getting connected to Facebook server to chat with our friends or maybe to exchange some information, right? Now if I say a hacker wants to steal my password, hacker is interested in my password of my Facebook account, so what he can do, he will create a web page which is looking exactly similar to Facebook, and then he will try to trick me by sending a message or by sending an email. So nowadays, if you see, it's very common nowadays. So you receive some messages saying like Facebook is recruiting some beta testers. So if you want to be a beta tester, you wanted to test some new features of Facebook, you can enroll yourself by clicking on the link. So you click on the link, it shows you with a login page where you have to type in your Facebook login ID and password. But the problem is, the web page what you see on your mobile screen or on your laptop is not coming from the original Facebook company. It is coming in from the hacker. So that's what happens in phishing. And when we see this in our next session, we will discuss this in further detail, how actually phishing is done and what all things do we require. So hacker can create a phishing page trying to steal all the user IDs and passwords of the employees or maybe your customers. Information theft. And here when you say hackers wanted to take over full control of your machine and say they are successful, now they can use your server to launch an attack onto someone else's machine. Now I say, for example, as a hacker, if you are trying to access someone's server without their permission, obviously your IP address will be known to the team who is maintaining the server. Just like how we are using websites like whatismyipaddress.com or Path Analyzer Pro. It is telling us the location where exactly the server is present. Now just try to reverse the scenario. You are a hacker, you are trying to launch an attack on Microsoft server. Now what Microsoft people will do? They will see from which IP address the request is coming in and try to trace your location. Right. So hackers, they don't want this to happen. So what they do? They will try to take over someone else's computer into their control. So if you are a hacker, you will try to take over my laptop into your control, and now from my laptop you will try to launch an attack on Microsoft server. So according to Microsoft people, I am doing the attack. So they will never know that a hacker is actually doing it and who is the hacker or from which IP address he is operating. So for that, hacker would require a very large group of computers. So that you call as a botnet. So hacker can make your computer participate in a botnet and launch an attack onto someone else's network. And ultimately you will be facing the blame for all these activities what a hacker is trying to do. Or maybe he can just go on with something like web defacement, which is also a very widely used attack nowadays. So a hacker would log into your machine, he will try to take over the control of your server and change away the contents of it. So instead of showing the original content, hacker would show something else. So that is called defacement, changing away the contents of your website or changing away contents of your web pages. Or hacker will also be able to go with something like a directory traversal attack. So we'll also see all that things. And now when you speak of the consequences, what happens to an organization or maybe a user once their web server has been compromised or damaged? Now here, a compromised web server will have so many consequences onto the organization. First thing, all the data of the web server can be accessed by the hacker remotely. So hacker will be able to access all your data and see what sort of information is present, what sort of projects you are working on, right? Who are all your employees, who are all your clients, and where exactly you are selling your product. He will know everything about your organization, every functionality. Then hacker can misuse this or share this information to your competitors, or maybe demand some sort of ransom from you, right? So once the web server has been compromised and confidential data has been leaked, this would have very bad impact on the organization's business. Now earlier we were speaking of phishing. So hacker can redirect all the users to a fake web page. So I am accessing your company's website, but I'll be redirected to someone else's website where my user IDs and passwords are being stolen. And as an end user, I'm not even aware that someone is trying to steal my usernames and passwords. Now when you speak of phishing attack is one of the most widely used attacks on internet, right? And also a very, very simple attack. Doesn't take much time for someone to create a phishing attack on our network. Now once your data has been compromised or leaked, or your network has been fully compromised, this would also have very big impact on your organization's reputation and trust. So once your servers have been compromised and everyone knows that your server has been compromised or your data was leaked, obviously they will not have trust in your organization and they will not be able to further continue business with you. So once loss of trust or loss of reputation, end user would not be able to continue business, which will have a direct impact on your organization's financial status. So you'll have to have direct financial losses because no one is willing to do business with you, and also indirect financial losses because once the information is leaked. Now let us say last year there was a very bad news that all the processors, or we can call it as a microcontroller, which is made by a brand called Intel, has some weakness. Now what actually happened to the end user? End user is always worried. Now if I am using the same processor on my computer, will I really have any kind of security to my data? Is it really safe to use it or not? Now what happens if you are getting this kind of a doubt? Will you go purchase a Intel processor, or will you see if there is any alternate? So you'll always look for some alternates. Now once you find an alternate, you will purchase that. So basically what happens now? Intel as a company is losing you, is losing a customer. So that has direct and indirect financial losses on their operations, on their business. So these are all the consequences what an organization will have to face if their web server has been compromised. Now let us see what sort of attacks can be done. As we already discussed, directory traversal attacks or website defacement attacks, denial of service or DOS attack, which is also very widely used nowadays, or phishing attack. So these are all the different kind of attacks what hackers can launch on your network or maybe on your web server to compromise it. But when we say web servers are being compromised or data is being stolen, why only web servers? Or why is this attack or vulnerability present in the first place? So let me show you why actually our servers are being compromised and what is the main reason here. So here you can just perform a simple Google search with this particular search query. Lines of source code, information is beautiful. So here the very first search result shows us how many lines of source code is present on each and every application that we use today. So every software, it can be an operating system or it can be a web server application or email server application or even this very web browser. They are all software. So someone will have to write a source code. Someone has to write a program and then compile it. Now maybe most of you would have already written some programs like C or Java programs in our college and all. Now basically what happens there, when we are dealing with C program or maybe Java, like we are only going on with a very basic thing, right? So there maybe our programs are very small, maybe like 20 lines or 30 lines or maybe say 100 lines, right? But here when you speak of an operating system or maybe an application, so here a simple program of 20 or 30 lines would not be used. So here your lines of source code is always counted in terms of millions. So here let me show you how many lines of source code is being used by different kind of applications. Okay, so the image or the infographic is still coming up. So here if you see Adobe Photoshop CS6, so this particular application has nearly 5 million lines of source code, means 50 lakh lines. So Adobe people have written 50 lakh lines of source code to give us with Photoshop CS6. And now this particular web browser, Google Chrome, which I am using here, says it has nearly 8 million lines of source code. Now just imagine a simple web browser which we use every day, right, has 8 million lines of source code. Now imagine you are one of the developer with Google. Now is it really easy for you to write a program of 8 million lines, 80 lakh lines? Now just imagine how complicated things are getting in, right? And that's with just a simple web browser. Now here if you look into different kind of operating systems, so here we have something about Microsoft Windows 7. So let me just try to zoom in. So Microsoft Windows 7 has nearly 40 million lines of source code. Now that's one of the main reason why there are so many vulnerabilities or bugs in all the programs, not only with Windows, it can be Linux, can be Unix, right? So that's the main reason why so many vulnerabilities are actually present in our systems, right? Your software is too complicated, right? And how do we actually find out the vulnerabilities? How do we use this scanning tools and all? We will discuss in our next session. So there we'll go with IP scanners, port scanners, and also with vulnerability scanners. So that will be our next session discussion. We were discussing with how actually hackers are trying to understand what is a vulnerability on a server and how they are trying to launch an attack if there is a vulnerability. So for this, hacker is first going on with footprinting, where he is trying to collect all the information about a targeted host or a network, and then he is going on with scanning, where hacker is trying to identify how many systems or how many servers are present in the network using IP address scanners, and then trying to identify what all services are running in using port scanners, and then finally using vulnerability scanners, hacker tries to identify how many vulnerabilities or what sort of vulnerabilities are available on the server. Now, as we have seen in a last session, if there is a vulnerability, hacker can easily launch an attack and compromise a targeted host. But what if there is no vulnerability on a server? If there are no weakness, we think like hacker would not be able to launch any attack. But actually, there are still different kind of methods what a hacker can use. So here today we will be discussing about a technique called denial of service, or in short we call it as DOS attack. So let us see what actually happens in denial of service and how does a hacker try to compromise a server even if there are no vulnerabilities on the machine. So here when we speak of denial of service is an attack where hacker tries to prevent the end user, that is the consumer or the end user, from accessing the resources of a server. So assuming if I am a hacker and I am trying to target a server, what I will do is I will try to make sure that the server is busy with so many number of requests and it would not be able to process my request there. Now generally what happens is, in case of a DOS attack, hacker would try to launch a large number of requests to the server, making sure that server is too busy to accept any kind of request from the end user and process them. And in case of a denial of service or a DOS attack, hacker would be performing this attack from a single computer. So you would not require multiple systems, you will be doing it from a single computer here. And there is also another variant, or we can say like a different approach here when we go with denial of service, that is called DDoS, or distributed denial of service. Now in distributed denial of service, the main intention is still to make sure that server is not able to accept our request and process that. But at the same time, in case of a denial of service, hacker tries to perform this attack from a very large group of computers or from a very large group of hosts. Now the advantage here is, as we already know, servers are very powerful computers or very powerful machines. Now trying to launch an attack from a single host may or may not be successful in all the cases. So now in case of DDoS, hacker tries to do the same attack at a time from multiple machines. So if one computer is not able to crash a server, maybe 1000 computers can. So what hacker does in case of a distributed denial of service or a DDoS attack, he will first take care of controlling 1000 computers or maybe even more than that by using malwares. So hacker can use malwares to take over control of a very large group of computers. Now from all the computers at a time, hacker would launch an attack and try to compromise the mission. So this is the major difference here between DOS and DDoS. But the intention in both the cases is to bring down a server or make sure that the server is not able to accept and process our request. So here when we speak of what sort of symptoms we may see as a network administrator. Now when there is a DOS attack going on onto any of our network host, it can be on a server or can be onto one of our network device like a router or a firewall. So the first thing is we see that our network activities or network responses would become very slow. So all the network bandwidth is being utilized by the request coming in for DOS attack. But if you are hosting a web server and DOS attack is targeted towards your web server, accessing your website would be very slow. So not only the end user, even employees of our network who are directly connected to the same server within the network will not be able to access the server because server is receiving too many number of requests than what it can actually process. So these are like the symptoms. Either our network bandwidth is fully utilized, server responses become very slow, or sometimes you will not even be able to access internet. So the main reason why these kind of things happen, let me explain it here. So assume there is a DOS attack targeted towards one of my server. Now let us call this as our web server. Now along with web server in my network, I have few client computers also. Maybe my employees are connecting to internet from here. So this is a router and now it's getting connected to internet. So when there is a DOS attack being done, so when hacker is trying to perform a DOS attack on the server, as we said, hacker is sending in too many requests to the server. Maybe it is from a single mission or maybe a very large group of missions are participating in the DOS attack over internet. So when the requests are coming in from so many systems here, right, my server would receive more number of requests than what it is designed to process. So it will not be able to accept all incoming requests and process them. That's one problem. And because the bandwidth whatever is given by ISP, so here let us say I have 1 Gbps of bandwidth that is given by ISP. So all this 1 Gbps bandwidth will be used for the requests which are from hacker. So all the requests coming in from hacker, that is all the DOS attack requests, will use up all the 1 Gbps bandwidth, making sure that even if one of your LAN computer has to reach internet, the bandwidth is not available. So in case of DOS, hacker is trying to send too many requests to the server. Let us say my server is designed to process 1000 requests per every second. So as long as I am receiving 1000 requests, we don't have a problem. But if hacker is trying to send more number of requests, like say he is trying to send in 5000 requests per every second, now my server would not be able to accept and process them. It would crash. So that is what we call as denial of service or DOS attack. So now let us see what different types of DOS attacks can be performed. So here when you speak of DOS attack techniques, we have three major techniques that are being used by hackers, like ping of death, buffer overflow and SYN flood attack. So these are three different methods how a hacker can launch a DOS attack on our system or on our server and compromise it. So let us discuss this one by one. So first we'll start with ping of death. Now generally we all use ping command to see if we are able to get connected to a server or a resource or not. Now generally ping is only sending a request from our system to see if we are able to communicate with the remote host or not. And when we speak of the ping size, if you are doing it from a Windows computer, your ping packet will be 32 bytes in size. Or if you are trying to do it from Linux, you will have it as 64 bytes. But the ping packet can be increased. So we can increase the size of this ping packet all the way up to 65,500 bytes. So in case of ping of death, what hacker does is he'll try to send an abnormally large size ping packet. So he's trying to create a very large size ping packet and then target the server. So this is how it happens. So assuming this is my web server which is connected on internet. Now the operating system of my machine is expecting a maximum of 64 bytes ping packet. So ping uses ICMP protocol. So it is only expecting a maximum ICMP packet of 64 bytes. But as we say, hacker can create a very large size packet. Assume hacker is trying to create a packet of 10,000 bytes and sending it to the server. Now my operating system, whether it is Windows or Linux, is not ready to accept such a large ping packet. It's not expecting it. So whenever you receive a large size ping packet, all of a sudden your operating system would not be able to immediately accept and process it. It would take some time for the operating system to understand what's going on and then respond back. Occasionally 1 or 2 requests of such a large size ping packet, not a big problem to the server. But assume there are 100 computers on internet and they're all trying to send 100 ping packets. They're all trying to send 100 ping packets of 10,000 bytes in size. Now just imagine what would be the situation here on the server. So you are receiving in nearly 10,000 bytes ping packet from 100 computers, each sending in 100 ping packets continuously. So now our operating system would not be able to accept such a load and it would crash, and this we call as ping of death. But today most of the modern networks, ping of death is not successful because your gateway devices are designed in such a way, if there is any abnormal size ping packet coming in, it will deny this, it will not accept it. But there are also other techniques as we discussed. It's like hacker can create something called a buffer overflow attack. So here when we speak of buffer overflow, buffer can be called as a temporary memory. So buffer is like a temporary memory which is used by every application. It can be your operating system or it can be an application. So every application would use a buffer memory to store the request and then process them. So assume my server can accept and process 1000 requests per every second. So assuming it is like this, my server can accept and process 1000 connections per every second. Now if a hacker wants to create a DOS attack, assuming hacker is trying to send 5000 requests per second. Now obviously 5000 requests per second is much higher than 1000 requests per second which my server is designed to accept and process. So in such conditions, what actually happens is your server would accept the first 1000 requests and the other 4000 requests, the additional number of requests which are coming from internet, will be pushed onto your buffer memory, and this 1000 requests will be immediately processed and responses would be sent back to the user. But the problem here is, as we say, hacker is trying to initiate 5000 connections per second continuously. Now this is in the first instance. Second instance, from the pending 4000 requests, server would accept 1000 requests and try to process them. So now here we have 3000 requests present in buffer, and from internet we are receiving 5000 more sessions. So totally it has become 8000. Now in the next instance, you will again try to process 1000 sessions, but here you have total of 7000 pending requests, and from internet again you are receiving 5000. Let us say my buffer memory can only hold up to 10,000 requests in buffer. So here we don't have space or we don't have storage to accept all the 5000 connections from internet. We will be able to accept only up to 3000 connections. Then what about the other 2000 connections pending in? So in this case, your buffer memory will try to erase the old request to accept the new ones. So what it does, request number 1 to request number 2000, which is already present in buffer, will be deleted to accept new requests. So now your buffer memory starts from 2001 to 12,000. So now your buffer memory is from 2001 to 12,000. So it is able to accept all the incoming requests from internet. But the problem is, to accept this, it is deleting the old request which is already pending in the queue. Now your web application, maybe your IIS or Apache server, would come back to the buffer memory and request, I would like to have request number 1 to request number 1000 which is pending. But now the problem is, request number 1 to request number 1000 has been deleted. Now those requests are not available in the buffer storage. So at this stage your application would not be able to accept any new request and process them. So it is trying to access a resource which is not available in the buffer storage, and now your application would crash. So this is what happens in buffer overflow. So here hacker tries to send too many requests to the server, making sure that server would not be able to accept and process the incoming sessions. So buffer overflow is an inconsistency of your program or your application on how to handle the memory properly. Now generally speaking of applications which are designed in C or C++, they are more vulnerable to this particular buffer overflow attacks. So if your applications have been designed in C or C++, you have to be really very careful so that buffer overflow would not occur there. And then the next kind of attack method that a hacker can use is something called SYN flood attack. So here hacker will have to send too many TCP SYN messages to the server to bring it down. So let me explain what actually happens here. So here, in case of a SYN flood attack, hacker is going to send TCP connections. So let me just revise what actually happens with a TCP connection between a client and a server. So if a client has to create any session with a server using a TCP connection, it has to first send a message called synchronize. We mentioned this as SYN. So synchronize is the first request that client computer is sending into a server. Now server has to respond back with synchronize acknowledge. Server has to respond back with synchronize acknowledge or SYNACK, and then client has to respond back to the server with acknowledge. So this we call as three-way handshake or TCP three-way handshake. So without this TCP three-way handshake, we will not be able to establish a TCP connection. Okay. So for any session, it can be a web server or it can be an email server or an FTP server or a gaming application, any kind of session, if it is using TCP connections, it has to establish a TCP three-way handshake. So without TCP three-way handshake, it is not possible for a client to connect with the server. Now here, in case of SYN flood attack, hackers are trying to use these TCP SYN messages to bring down a server. So let us see how actually this happens. So let us see the TCP states. So by default, your TCP connection state so your TCP connection state will be as closed. So this is the default state. Your session is not active, it is closed, and then you receive a TCP SYN message from a client computer, and then you are responding back with TCP SYNACK or synchronize acknowledge. So at this stage, your TCP connection would be in half open condition. It will be in half open state. Now if you are receiving a TCP acknowledgement from the client, this half open state will be converted into established. So these are the states how your TCP session would be there. So by default, your TCP connection would be a closed state. If you receive a TCP synchronize request from a client machine, you respond back with synchronize acknowledge. which converts your closed TCP session into half open session. Now once you receive a TCP acknowledge from the client, half open session would be converted back into established state. But here, in case of a attack, hacker is not going to send acknowledgement. So let us say our server can accept 1000 sessions per every second. It can accept 1000 incoming connections per every second. Assume hacker is trying to send 1000 synchronized messages. Hacker is sending in 1000 synchronized messages, and now server is responding back with 1000 synchronized acknowledged messages. So server is responding back with 1000 synchronized acknowledged messages. So now we can say that all 1000 connections what my server can accept are in half open state. They are all in half open state. But now in SYN flood attack, hacker would not respond back with acknowledgement. So we are not receiving any acknowledgement, zero acknowledge. So now what happens is all the 1000 sessions what our server can accept and process will be remaining in half open state. So they will continue to be in half open state till the timeout period. So this is again based on the application. So assuming my application has a TCP timeout of 120 seconds. So it means that for the next 120 seconds, server will not be able to accept any new connection coming in from a client computer. So after 120 seconds, server would remove all these half open states or the half open connections, but these only after 120 seconds. It will remove all the half open connections and start accepting new incoming sessions. But the problem is, for the next 120 seconds, no one can access our server, be it from internet or be it from local network. Again, there is no guarantee that hacker would stop doing this. So after 120 seconds, once server is ready to accept all the incoming sessions, hacker would again continue with the same thing. He would again send synchronized messages and stop sending the acknowledgements. So if this procedure or this process continues for a long time, our server would not be reachable, our server would not be accessible to anyone. So these are like three different techniques how hackers are trying to create a DOS attack and compromise our mission, either using ping of death or using buffer overflows or using half open sessions, that is through SYN flood attacks. So now let us see what kind of applications are being used by hackers to perform this kind of attacks. So when you speak of ping of death, that can be done directly from your command prompt itself. So in command prompt, we have different options wherein we can also try to increase the packet size. So here if I say go with an option L, you will be able to increase the packet size here. So now let us say I wanted to ping this particular server 192.168.1.222. So here as we can see on the screen, the packet size is only 32 bytes. But if I give an option -L and make it as 100, now here we can see the packet size has increased to 100 bytes. So in the same fashion, we will be able to increase the packet size. Let us say I'll try to keep it as 15,000. So I'm just trying to increase the packet size as 15,000. And the same way, you will be able to go with increasing the packet size up to 65,500. And here if you have observed, earlier it was like less than a millisecond. So it was not even taking 1 millisecond for us to get a response from the server. But now time has increased to 1 millisecond. And here I am doing this in a controlled test environment. So there are not many people who are getting connected to the server. So 1 millisecond, we can still consider that your server is not able to accept and process the sessions. But if this is being accessed by so many people at a time, so many number of sessions are coming in, this time would increase it to few hundreds or even thousands of milliseconds, which actually shows us that your server is not able to accept incoming sessions and it's about to crash. So ping of death, you can directly perform it from your command prompt itself. Now let us see what applications can be used by hackers to create a denial of service. So here, as we can see, there is an application called Anonymous Doser. Now this application is very specially designed to target websites. Means it is going to launch HTTP based DOS attack. So it will continuously keep sending a HTTP request to the server and see how does the server respond to it. So let us give the IP address of the server. So once you give the IP address, you will have to mention how long this request are to be sent. So I am mentioning it as send the number of requests for 999 seconds. So for the next 999 seconds, you will be continuously sending HTTP request to the server and see if it is responding or not. So here, as we can see, it says that your requests have been sent and you are also receiving the responses. It means that your server is up and running. It is able to accept the sessions. So what I would do is, I will try to run the same application multiple times, as if like there are multiple sessions coming into the server at a time, and we will see what would be the result. So as of now, there are 2 instances running in. Let us start a third instance as well. So here if you see, there are actually 3 different instances, and in all 3 different cases, server is able to accept and process our request. We don't have any problem with the server's performance. Now to increase the number of sessions, I'll not be able to run multiple instances using the same application. So I'll use an application called Switchblade, which helps me to create 40,000 connections onto the server. So all I have to do is give the IP address of the server and mention the number of connections. So I'm mentioning it as 40,000 connections at a rate of 5,000 connections. Now let us start this. So here in this, we can see how many number of sessions are being accepted and how many sessions are getting rejected. And here in the background, we are also able to see that your DOS attack is successful and server is not able to accept and process our request. So if there are 2 requests or 3 requests coming into a server, not an issue. But when you try to send some thousands of requests to the server would not be able to accept and process them, and it would crash. So the moment I stop this attack, again server is able to accept and process all the incoming requests. Now if I want to have the same kind of DOS attack performed using TCP half open sessions, I'll have to use an application LOIC, Low Orbit Ion Cannon. So here this application helps us to create half open sessions. So the previous applications, Anonymous Doser as well as Switchblade, both are going on with only HTTP connections. So here let me mention the server's IP address. So there is a server IP address 192.168.1.222, and I would say try to launch an attack on port number 80. That's a default port used for your web server. And here I would say use TCP connections. So we have options for TCP, UDP and HTTP. I am only choosing the TCP connection, and I would also increase the number of sessions to 5,000. So I am trying to simulate as if 5,000 people are connecting to the server at a time. And then I would also uncheck this option, wait for reply. So here if you wait for a response from the server, you will be able to send a new request only after receiving a response. So that will not give you a successful DOS attack. So I am just trying to uncheck that, and let us start this. Now here, as you can see in the background, you are getting a result immediately. So it is not even taking much time to create a DOS attack. And let me stop this. So here I have stopped the attack, and here as we can see, server is not able to respond back immediately. But this was not the case when we are using HTTP based attack. That's because once the HTTP request stops coming in, server will be able to accept and process the new incoming sessions. But here when you go with the half open sessions, server will not be able to accept and process a new request till the timeout period. So now as we can see, once the timeout period is completed, now server would try to flush all the half open sessions and accept new sessions coming in. So this is how hackers can use different applications like anonymous DOSer or LOIC or Switchblade to create and launch a DOS attack onto the server. So when we speak of different techniques that hackers are using, then hackers are trying to go with footprinting to collect all the information, and then scanning to identify what IP addresses are live in the network, what all open ports are present, and also what vulnerabilities exist. If there is a vulnerability, hacker is trying to launch an attack and compromise the system. If there are no vulnerabilities, hackers can use DOS attack techniques to bring down a server. But the difference here is, if you find a vulnerability and you are launching an attack, you will take over full control of the server, or you will have control over the data. In case of a DOS attack, you will not have access to the server, you will not be able to take over the control of the machine or the data. You are just making sure that server is not able to accept and process anyone's request. So not only end user, even hacker himself would not be able to access the server in a DOS attack. Now when we speak of launching the attacks and all, right, there is always a risk associated here. Now when you are trying to go with a scanning, or when you are trying to go with any kind of exploit or DOS attack, your IP address is always known to the targeted host. So as a hacker, if you are trying to communicate with the host, your computer's IP address will always be known to the targeted site or the targeted server. Now generally when hackers are trying to launch attacks, they always try to come up with some new methods or new techniques to hide themselves, to hide their real IP addresses, right? So if the IP address is not known, if your IP address is changed, there is no way that someone can trace you. So now let us see what techniques hackers are using to hide themselves. So there are different kind of techniques like proxy servers, Tor networks, or VPN servers. So these are like three different techniques. So let us discuss about all the three. So here when we speak of a proxy, in case of a computer network, proxy can be a hardware or it can be a software application which is behaving as an intermediary host between a client and a server. So this is how a proxy would work. So assuming this is my user computer, and this is the targeted host, whatever you are trying to access. And now we will have to find a proxy server on internet. We will have to find a proxy server on internet. So what actually happens in case of a proxy? Request coming in from user's computer would first go to the proxy server. Proxy server would then analyze what actually is a request and then send it to the targeted host. So now as per this particular machine who is receiving your session, request seems to be coming from the proxy server, not from your computer IP address. So here your computer's real IP address has been hidden by the proxy IP address. Now here when we speak of proxy servers, we have both free versions available as well as the paid versions or premium versions as we call. Now free versions generally do not give you with any kind of security, and the premium versions give you with security because they do not save your session activities. So in a free version, who is connecting to the server, and after connecting to the proxy, where exactly they are accessing, at what time and how long the session was, all this information will be maintained. So here you will have logs. If you go with the paid versions or premium versions, they don't maintain logs. So there is a major difference here between a free and a paid version. But here there is one drawback when we discuss with proxy. The request which is going on between user's computer and proxy server is in clear text. So there is no encryption or there is no data protection for traffic that's passing in between user's computer and the proxy server. So ISP can still monitor what actually is your request and stop it or block it. So let us see how do we find proxy servers on internet and how do we use them. So before using it, let me check what is my real IP address. So here I am using a website, whatismyipaddress.com, which shows us my computer's real IP address before connecting to internet. So as of now there is no proxy configured. So now to find out a proxy, I'll be using some free proxies. So let me perform a Google search. So in Google search engine, all we need to do is type in proxy IP list. We just have to type in proxy IP list, and here Google has some results. So let me choose some proxy server from this particular web page, usproxy.org. So here it is showing us with different IP addresses for proxy servers. So it shows us with all different IP addresses and the port numbers available. So let me choose a proxy here. I am choosing a proxy server. So we just have to select the IP address and copy this. And along with the proxy server IP, we will also need to check the port number. So here the port number is given as 34156. So let us go to our browser settings. Under options, we just have to scroll down till we see this option, network proxy. Under settings, we say manually configure the proxy settings. So there is a HTTPS proxy, so I have to give it under SSL proxy, give the IP address. And similarly, we should also mention the port number, 34156. Sorry, 34156. So 34156 is a port number being used. So once we mention the IP address and port number, let us say OK, and then try to access the same web page again. Now here, as we can see, the IP address of my computer has been changed, and now it says that I am browsing internet from USA. So this is how, using a proxy, a hacker can change his source IP address. But as we said, in case of a proxy, your data is not secure because there is no data encryption between your computer and internet. So hackers can directly use tools available in Google. Just perform a simple search for proxy servers, take up the IP address and use it on their systems. But when you use a proxy, that particular proxy settings will be effective only on the web browser where we have done the configuration. So here I have done the configuration on my Firefox browser. So only traffic that is initiated from my Firefox browser will be passing on through a proxy, not everything on my computer. So let me just remove the proxy, and we will see what other methods are available for hackers. Now the other technique that a hacker can use is something called Tor browser or Tor network. So here Tor stands for the onion routing. So this is actually designed by US Navy in mid 1990s. So their main intention was to make sure that US Navy, whatever they are going on with communications between maybe their naval fleet and the base stations and all, should not be disclosed to anyone, and no one should be able to see what kind of traffic is being sent and received. But problem was, like in mid 1990s, as we said, Tor network was made as an open source. So US Navy has given away the source code, and now the Tor community has taken this source code and they have made it even better. Right. Now let me explain how actually this Tor network works. So if there is a user computer here, which is connected to internet, and you have to access this destination. So this is the target. So what actually happens in case of Tor when you are using a Tor browser? Request from user computer would first go to something called Tor entry node. Request from user's computer would first go to Tor entry node, and this is all encrypted. So this communication is all encrypted. Now Tor entry node would further forward this to Tor relay. So traffic from Tor entry node will be further sent to Tor relay, which is also encrypted. Now Tor relay will further forward it to Tor exit node, Tor relay will further send it to Tor exit node, which is also encrypted. Now Tor exit node will actually send it back to the destination. Now here the thing is, Tor entry nodes and Tor exit nodes are maintained by the Tor community, and Tor relay can be hosted by any person, right? Now this is how you will have three different missions between your computer and the targeted host if you are using Tor network, and the advantage is all the traffic is encrypted between user's computer and the destination. Okay, so now let us see how do we use this Tor browser. So here I have Tor browser already installed. It's an open source application and it is free. We don't require any license. So this is how the Tor browser window looks like. So let me try to access the same website. What is my ipaddress.com. Okay, so here we have the result. So it says that I am accessing internet from Ghaziabad, and if we look into the Tor route, it says that request from my computer is first going on to Germany, from Germany to France, from France to Sweden, and from Sweden it has again come back to India, and from India it is going on to internet. So in this way, even if I am trying to access some other web page, like say Microsoft.com, I'll be able to access the web page, but if I look into the path or in the route, so here it says traffic is going on from my computer to Germany, from Germany to Italy, Italy to Germany, and from Germany to internet again. So this is how you'll have three different hosts between your computer and the destination network. And of course all the data in Tor network is encrypted. But the same drawback or the same limitation that we have discussed earlier with proxy, traffic is only effective from this particular browser. So if you want to use any other application and still want that to be routed from a specific host or a proxy kind of thing, that's not possible in Tor. For that we will have to go with something called a VPN network. So let me show you how actually a VPN application works. So here I have a VPN application. So again, these VPN tools, you have free and paid versions. So here if I check into my browser settings, I don't have the proxy configured. So here I have already said do not use any proxy, and let me just start my VPN connection. So once the VPN application says that I am connected to a VPN, let me check with what is my IP address now. So here as we can see, it says that I am reaching internet from Finland. So I haven't made any changes to my browser, and not only traffic coming from my browser, even if I try to do traceroute or ping, that will also pass through VPN itself. So I'm trying to perform traceroute to say 8.8.8.8, which is my DNS server. Okay, seems like there's a firewall which is blocking the request. Okay, or I'll just try to go with the ping. Okay, so here as we can see, when I'm trying to ping, it says that the TTL is something like 123, right? But 8888 is actually a Linux based server, so the TTL should be somewhere around 60 or something. Now here as we can see, the TTL is 43. So once I disconnect my VPN, the traffic is actually passing on in a different route, and that can be seen in the changed TTL values. So this is how hackers can use different kind of technologies to hide themselves. So here as a network administrator, what we are supposed to do is try to protect our networks from different sort of attacks. Now there is no way for us to identify where exactly this request is coming in from. Maybe it is really coming in from a direct IP, or maybe hacker is hiding behind a VPN server or a proxy server. So the main intention of me showing you these things is you will not be able to trace where exactly the real attack is originating from, but we will be able to identify what sort of an attack is being done, and also make sure that we take proper precautions to stop it. So that we will be discussing in the countermeasure sections, and also with our network security part, what all precautions we will have to take to stop these kind of attacks. So I hope this session has been informational on how actually DOS attacks are being done, and also how hackers are trying to hide themselves. In our next session, we will see if a hacker is sitting in our network, how does he launch an attack and what approach he'll have to use. So there we will see with the password cracking or password stealing techniques. Thank you all. Hello everyone, welcome to our new topic, that is about system hacking. So in this topic we will be discussing about how a hacker would compromise our system by stealing the passwords or compromising the passwords. So far with our discussions we have been seeing how actually a hacker can compromise our servers or our systems when hacker is somewhere on internet. For example, so this is the scenario what we have considered so far. So we are assuming that we have a network. So in this network I have a server which can be accessed from internet. So this domain can be reached from internet. So far we have seen scenarios like if a hacker is somewhere on internet, what actually hacker will have to do and how hacker can launch an attack onto the system. So this can be considered as an external attack. So we will have to take this as an external attack. But thing is, when we speak of hackers and they are trying to launch attacks and all, it's not always like only external attacks will be done. Hacking attack can also happen from within the local network, that is from within the local environment. So there is a chance hacker might be within our network, maybe one of our employee or maybe one of the user, and hacker is trying to launch an attack here. So in this case we call that as an internal attack. We call it as an internal attack, and this is actually more dangerous than external attacks. That is because when you speak of an external attack, hacker doesn't have all the information or hacker doesn't have all the knowledge about our servers or about our networks. But when you speak of internal attack, there's a chance that hacker has better knowledge about our server. He has better information about what sort of a server we are using, what kind of operating systems or applications are being used, and also what sort of security we have implemented. So now internal attack is actually more dangerous compared to external attack. Now here in our topic regarding system hacking, we will be speaking of what all techniques or what all methods hackers are using now. So here when we speak of system hacking, this actually refers to the hacking attacks or the practices which are followed by hackers to take over control of a computer. So hacker is either trying to take over the control of a computer, or hacker is trying to steal the data or crash the entire system. So either try to take over full control or crash the machine, or no, he doesn't want to crash it, steal the data. So this is the main intention. Now as we said, in case of system hacking, hacker is trying to break it by stealing your passwords. So here password cracking is one of the methods that hackers are using in case of system hacking. So here when we speak of what actually a password is, now we all use passwords in our day-to-day life, maybe for our mobile phone, or maybe for our computers, or maybe for online banking or any kind of social media. So we can say like password is a combination of alphabets, maybe lowercase or uppercase, numbers and special characters. So we take a combination of lowercase alphabets, uppercase alphabets, numbers and special characters to create a password. Now let us say I am having a password like admin_123. So here I am using some lowercase characters and I am using a special character and also some numerics. So in this way, every one of us are trying to use different sort of passwords for so many different kind of accounts. So it can be on our computer, can be on our server, can be on a router, or it can be somewhere on internet with an online account. Now password cracking is a process where hacker is trying to break this password, or he is trying to steal the password, whatever is already saved on your computer. So when you have to log into your computer, you will always come across a login page where it shows you what is the user account, and it is also asking you to type a password. So here password is saved on the system itself. Or maybe if I take an example of something like Gmail or Facebook, user ID and password is saved remotely on a different server, not on our computer. So whatever the username password we are trying to type there will be transmitted from our computer to the remote network. So in password cracking, hacker is either trying to steal the password which is already saved on the local computer, or whatever is being sent from our computer to the remote server. So here when we speak of whether it is really easy to crack a password or whether it is really difficult, that purely depends on how complex is our password. For example, if I have my password as 1234, so if I just take my password as 1234, it is very easy, not a complex password. Or maybe like I take my password as Raghu123. So someone who knows my name can very easily guess what actually is the password. So we cannot say that this is a complex password, right? So here when you speak of complexity, your password should not be easy for someone to guess. So no one should be able to guess what is actually your password, and it should always contain a combination of lowercase characters, uppercase characters, numbers and special characters. And your password should have a minimum length of 10 characters. So the days of minimum password length as 6 character or 8 characters are gone. It's like make sure that your passwords are at least 10 characters. Now that is only the minimum length. Maximum length, that's up to you. You can go around like 16 character or 20 character passwords, just to make sure that hacker would not be successful in cracking the passwords. Now here there are some options where a hacker can find out the default password. This is because most of us, let us say we have just purchased a new Wi-Fi access point or a Wi-Fi router. How many of us are really going into the configuration to change the default passwords? Not everyone, right? There are some people who are really concerned about security, so they directly try to see what is the actual password given by the company, go back into the settings and change it. But most people, they don't want to take up complexity, they don't want to take up additional security issues. So what they do, they simply say, let us continue with the default password. I don't want to make things more complicated by trying to change it. So here, if a hacker wants to find out what is the default password of any kind of network device like a router or a switch or maybe a firewall or maybe your load balancer or maybe your VPN server, or can be for any kind of software like maybe your database server or your application servers, there are some websites like say defaultpasswords.com which can be used to find out what is the actual password of that system from the company. So let us say, for example, I just purchased a new Wi-Fi router, maybe a D-Link Wi-Fi router. Now if I want to see what is the default password of this, I can directly go to any of these websites to find out what is the default password of this D-Link Wi-Fi routers. So I can directly access it from there. So if a hacker has access to my wireless network, or he has access to my Wi-Fi router, and I am not changing the default password, hacker can very easily log into the router and change away all the configuration. So far what I was explaining is about a scenario where hacker is within our network and he has access to our systems. So let us see what different kind of attack techniques he can use to crack the passwords. So here when we speak of cracking the passwords, we have two methods. One is online password cracking and the other is offline password cracking. Now the major difference here, when you speak of online password cracking, in online password cracking, hacker will have to crack the password by directly sending this user ID and password request to the remote host. Say for example, you want to break my password of Google account. So as a hacker, what you have to do is, from your computer, that is from the hacker's computer, you have to directly send different user IDs and passwords to Google server and see whether server is accepting it or not. So here in most cases you are just trying to go with a guesswork, or maybe you are trying to go on with a man in the middle attack. So this is online password cracking, where you are trying to capture the password when user is either logging into the system, or you are directly trying to guess the password and send it to the server. But generally this is not so good, because once you try with multiple passwords, let us say you have already given some passwords for 3 times and all the 3 attempts are wrong, means all the 3 passwords what you have sent are not correct. So automatically your servers are configured in such a way, after 3 failed attempts, block that particular user account. So whatever the user account that you are trying to track or you are trying to crack, that particular account will be blocked. So now what happens is you will not be able to continue with your 4th attempt. So that is a problem with online password cracking, right? So as an alternate, hackers are trying to go with something called offline password cracking. In offline password cracking, you are not directly connected to the router, or you are not directly connected to the server. Instead, you will try to obtain the hash value of this particular password. So in case of offline password cracking, you are trying to obtain the password hash and then you will have to break it. So here you are not directly connected to the remote server and server is not aware of your activities. So for example, I'll take an example in this way. Assume hacker has access to user's computer. So hacker can access my computer. So assume like you are a hacker and you are already having access to my computer or maybe my laptop. Now the only thing that's stopping you from accessing all the data on my computer or on my laptop is my password. So here when you power on the system, on the welcome screen you will see the username, and along with the username your operating system will also ask you to type the password. So this password is actually stopping a hacker from accessing all the data on the user's computer. I'll show you how actually this is working. Now here as we can see, there is a lock screen where you will see what actually is the username, and just beneath this username it is also asking you for a password. So if you don't type a password, you will not be able to log into the system. So here in password cracking, we will see how hackers are able to bypass this. How do they bypass the password and try to log in? So here once I type the password, I will be able to log in here. So here as we say, unless you have a password, you will not be able to log in or access the data. To reset a password in case of having direct access, so if hacker has direct access to user's computer, he will be able to bypass the password prompt. So there is an option for that. Hacker can use something called conboot. So there is a CD called conboot, using which a hacker can directly bypass your login prompt. So once you are booting up your computer through conboot, you will not have to type any password. So just like how I was showing on the computer, it is asking me to type a password. So if I don't type the password, I will not be able to log in. But now what I will do is, I will try to boot up this computer using conboot, and we will see what actually happens here. So I will just try to restart this computer. Already conboot has been connected here. So I am just downloading and then installing conboot on this machine. Now here, as you can see on the screen, it directly boots with conboot. So instead of directly booting up your Windows operating system, it is booting on with conboot, and once conboot is successfully loaded, then it will initiate your Windows operating system. So again, we have a login prompt asking you what is the user ID and password. But here, if you observe, I am not typing any password. I just say login. Now here, as we can see, I did not type any password, but I am able to directly log into the computer. Okay. So if hacker has direct access to our computers, using a tool like conboot, hacker can directly bypass the password of our computer. So that's something very, very dangerous, and that's something that we'll have to always take care of. We'll have to make sure that hacker would not have direct access to our computer in our absence. So if someone has access to our computer in our absence, we will not be able to protect our data. So as I said, hacker is trying to use conboot application So conboot is a ISO image. So hacker would directly connect this ISO image to a user's computer and boot the computer from this ISO, or maybe directly boot it from a pen drive or a CD where the conboot application is present. And once he is successful in booting up, he will not have to type any password and he can directly have access to all the data. But let us say, even though I am able to log in with conboot, I wanted to know what is the actual password of the user, because every time I may not be able to carry a conboot ISO image with me, or maybe a conboot based CD or a USB device. So I just wanted to see what is the actual password of this particular system. So in that condition, I have to go with something called a brute force attack. So instead of conboot, I have to go with a brute force attack or dictionary based attack. So we'll see what actually this brute force attack and dictionary based attack is. So here when you speak of different types of password cracking, as we already said, the first method is trying to guess what is the actual password, and this is purely a non-technical method. If hacker knows something about a user, like maybe what all things he like or what all things he don't like, or what kind of passwords a user can generally use, maybe the patterns of earlier passwords, or maybe their birthdays, or maybe information about people who like, or maybe information about things what actually a user likes, he will be able to guess your password. Now generally most of us, we have a habit of using the words like maybe our names or our pet names, or maybe like information about our birthday, or maybe our vehicle numbers or contact numbers. We use this as a passwords. So someone who knows about maybe a person, or maybe about their interests, they can very easily guess what is the actual password and try to bypass it. Now the other method is a technical approach, that is something called brute force attack. Now here, before we actually discuss about brute force attack, let me explain you how actually our computers are protecting our data. So here when we speak of our servers or maybe our computers, let us say there is a user account and there is also a password. Assume password is something like admin_123. So when you speak of a password as admin_123, your operating system would not directly save this password as a clear text. It will try to apply some protection on it before the password has been saved. Now here the protection method is called as hashing. So the protection method is called as hashing. So what actually happens in hashing is, your operating system takes up your password. Over this password it will apply a hash algorithm. Let us say, for example, it takes up secure hashing algorithm SHA. Now what secure hashing algorithm does, on this user input or on the password what user has configured, it would perform a calculation, and the output of calculation will be something like this. So assuming this is the hash value what secure hashing algorithm has given us for the data admin_123. Now this particular hash value will be saved on the operating system. So this will be saved onto your operating system, maybe in SAM file if it is a Windows computer, or maybe if it is a Linux or Unix environment, you go with something called shadow file. Either on a SAM file or shadow file, your operating system will save the hash value. So here our operating systems are not saving the direct password, they are saving the calculated hash value. Now the problem is, hashing is a one-way process. You will be able to take the data and calculate a hash, but you will not be able to get back the original data from the hash value. So here when I speak of a secure hashing algorithm, this calculates a hash value of 160 bit length. So your password can be something like admin_123, or maybe your password is only one character A, or maybe your password is a paragraph of some 10 or 20 different words. The output hash value will always be in 160 bit length. Now that's something which makes hashing a very complex procedure, because just by looking at the hash value, hacker can never find out whether your password is like a 2 character or 4 character or 10 character. He doesn't know that. So in this case, because there is no way for us to reverse the hash, and just by looking at the hash value we cannot find out what is the length of the password, hacker will have to go with something called brute force attack. Now let me explain what actually happens in brute force attack here. Because every user, when he is trying to use or create a new password, he can use alphabets, both lowercase and uppercase. He can use lowercase alphabets or uppercase alphabets, numbers and special characters. So hackers are also trying to use the same combination. Hacker takes up alphabet A and creates a hash value. So if a hacker knows that your operating system has used secure hashing algorithm, hacker would take up alphabet A, lowercase, create the secure hashing algorithm on it. He just tries to run it, and whatever the value is coming up, that value will be compared with whatever we see in the system. Now let us say the hash value what I have seen is something like this. Right, 9F004AC2. Now assume the hash value of A and the hash value what we see on system are both same. Now hacker knows the password, because user would have typed password as A and system has created the hash value and this is the value. Now when hash value of A is also the same, it's very simple that you know the actual password. But let us say the hash value of A is not matching with what we saw in the system. Hacker can continue with alphabet B, C, D like this till Z. Assuming none of these things are matching up, hacker will go with combination of uppercase characters. Even this did not match up. Hacker can use numbers. Assume even this is not giving us a proper result. Hacker will start checking with special characters. So even if this is not matching up, hacker would start with combinations, 2 character, 3 character, 4 character like this. So these combinations will be tested till we are able to generate a hash value which looks exactly similar to this. So we'll have to keep on generating multiple hash values or multiple hash value of the passwords till we get the exact same hash value in our checkup. Now assume with this particular combination admin underscore 123 we are getting the exact same hash value. We can directly say that this is the password. So here in brute force, hacker is trying to test all possible combinations of lowercase alphabets, uppercase alphabets, numbers and special characters. So hacker is trying with all possible combinations of alphanumerics and special characters to create a hash value which looks exactly similar to whatever is already available on the server. But as you have already guessed, if you have to go with creating multiple combinations and test it, it's going to take a very long time. So brute force attack will take a very long time to crack the password, but you will be able to see what is the original password there. But let us say you don't want to wait for such a long duration. Maybe you don't want to wait for a week or 10 days or 20 days. There's an alternate approach that's called dictionary based cracking. So in case of a dictionary based attack, you're not going to take up multiple alphabets or numbers and special characters and create the combinations. Instead, you'll directly try to guess what is the actual password. Maybe you are trying to guess admin can be a password, or maybe you will guess admin 123 can be a password, or admin underscore 123 can be a password, admin @123 can be a password, or maybe you will just continue with all these words. Maybe a password can be as root or root 123. So you'll just continue with all different words which you think might be the actual password. So this is called as a password dictionary. So all the words what we are trying to guess is called as a password dictionary here. Now in this case, instead of checking with all combinations of lowercase or uppercase alphabets and all this, hacker would take up the first word, create a hash algorithm for this, so calculate the hash value, right, and then compare it with whatever is seen on the system. Now let us say this is the hash value seen on the system. So hacker just have to calculate a hash value for this word admin, compare it with what is already there on the system. If it is matching, it says that okay, your password cracking is successful. If not, take up the second word, third, fourth, like this. It just continues till you test with all the words in the password dictionary. Now this approach has an advantage, that is it doesn't take very long time like in brute force. So because brute force has to test with all possible combinations, takes a very long time. But in case of a password dictionary, it doesn't take much time. But there's also a limitation with password dictionaries. Whether you are able to crack the password or not depends on whether the word is actually present in the dictionary here. So we can say a dictionary based attack is only successful in 50% of the cases. So if you are able to guess what is the actual password and you have it in the password dictionary, you will be able to view it. If you are not able to guess what is the actual password, you will not be able to see the actual password there. So brute force attack will always give you the password, but you'll have to wait for a very long time. Dictionary attack, though it is very fast, there is no guarantee that you will always see the actual password here. So let us see how actually someone can do this kind of attacks on a system. So here, as we say, you have two methods. Either you can go with a brute force attack or you can go with a dictionary based attack. So as we have already used con boot, using which we are able to directly log into the system. Now I want to see what is the actual password on this particular computer. So here passwords are always saved in SAM file. As I am using a Windows computer, they are all saved in SAM file or security accounts manager, and this will be located in your C drive, Windows system32 config. So you will have the SAM file here in this location. So for your reference, it's like this. It will be in C drive, Windows system32 config. Now SAM file is always locked by your operating system. So as long as your computer is running, your SAM file is always locked, means you will not be able to open this, or you will not be able to edit or view the contents. Not only making any kind of changes, you will not even be able to make a copy of this into a different location. So we have to use some third-party tools which will help us to get the content from SAM file. So generally SAM file contains this information: the username of this user and the password hash value. So it contains the username and password hash value. So using some third-party tools like OPH crack, we have to see what is the password hash value of the user account and then try to break this. So let us see how these applications work. So here we have this application called OPH crack. So this is a free application. We don't require any license. Now OPH crack uses password dictionary to crack the passwords. It is not going on with brute force. I'll also show you what is the reason why we don't use brute force here. So we'll be going on with password dictionary. So I just have to download and install password dictionaries from internet. Now these password dictionaries are also given by the same developers who have made OPH crack. So for example, if I want to download the password dictionaries, I can do a simple Google search asking for OPH crack tables. So here, as we can see, there's a result, ophcrack.sourceforge.net, where you will be able to download password tables for OPH crack application. So here password tables will be given separately for Windows XP operating system and for Windows Vista. So the main difference here is, when you speak of Windows XP, Microsoft was using MD4 algorithms. In Windows Vista they started using MD5. Now with Windows 7, Windows 8 and Windows 10, they are going with the same MD5 values. So you don't have to download separately for Windows 7 or Windows 8. So this is how we have password tables. So here, as you can see, this particular password table is around some 460 MB, and they say the success rate of this is 99%, and it includes 64,000 words, 4,000 suffix, 64 prefix and 4 alteration rules, which will give you a total of 274 billion password combinations. So in the same way, you have password tables like 500 MB or maybe 8 gigabits, 3 gigabits, and there are also some commercial tables available like 100 GB, 130 GB, 2 terabytes. So you just have to download these password tables and use it with the application. So here I have already downloaded the password table. I'll have to install it. So it's present on my desktop. So I just have to choose the path where the password tables are available and say select the folder. So here, as we can see, 4 password tables are installed onto my application. So all I have to do is say OK and then load the contents of SAM file using samdump2 or pwdump6. We can use any of these 2 applications. So here, as we can see, it tells us what is the user ID and what is a hash value. So if required, we will also be able to save this particular hash value. So this is how we have it. It shows us the user ID and the hash value. So we can directly obtain the hash value from this application OPH crack. Not only obtaining the hash value, we will also be able to crack it. We say start cracking it, and the application would try to find out what is the actual password. So here, as you can see, it shows you the password as secure, SECURE. So that is the word which is used as password on this computer. Now this password is not so complex, so you are able to find the password in a very less time. But let us say there is some complex password. It would take more time for processing. And as we said, these activities are being done on the victim's computer. So as a hacker, you are accessing someone's computer and you are trying to run conboot, then you are installing the OPH crack application to break it. Now maybe you will not have some time to break the passwords on the victim's computer itself. So what you can do is, the best approach, take the hash value, copy the hash value here, and then you can access a website here called Crack Station. So there is a web page available on internet which helps us to crack the password hashes. So using this you will be able to break it. So I can directly go into this web page, give the password hash there. So you just have to input the password hash value and then prove that you are not a robot or an automated application, which is asking me to select some crosswalk. Okay. So you just have to prove that you are not an automated application here, and once that is done, you will be able to click on verify and say crack hashes. So once we say crack hashes, they will try to break the actual password and show us the result here. So this is how we have the result. So it is showing us the actual password for that particular hash value. So once you are able to obtain the hash value, you can either break it on the local computer using tools like OPH crack, or you can go to a third-party website and let the hash value be cracked. And now this is considered as offline password cracking, because you are directly trying to take the hash value and you are trying to break it either on your computer or you are going on to a third-party website. So you are not directly trying with multiple password attempts on the server itself, right? So if you are directly trying it on the server, you call it as online password cracking. So let us see what application can be used for online password cracking. So here I will be using an application called Hydra, which is actually a command line application. So here if you see, when I try to directly double click, nothing happens. So let me directly access it from command prompt. So once you directly type in CMD in the address bar, it will directly open command prompt into that particular location. And now using this, I'll try to break the password. So for cracking the password, I'll try to use this particular server. It's an FTP server available here in the network, 192.168.1.32. Okay, FTP://192.168.1.32. Okay. Okay. Seems like my FTP server is not started. Okay, so now once the FTP server is started, let us just try to refresh this, and here as we can see, it is asking us for a user ID and a password. Now I don't know what actually is the password, so what I can do is, using this application Hydra, I'll try to break the password. Now Hydra will use a password dictionary. Hydra uses a password dictionary. So this password dictionary can be directly created by the user himself. You don't have to go to internet and download that. So let me show you how we can get it. So here I have taken few words which will be used as a password dictionary for my application, right? So now I'll try to run this Hydra application, and Hydra is a command line application, as I said. Now the command to be used is in this particular format. You'll have to say Hydra -L, give the username. You'll have to mention the username, -P, and mention the password. You have to mention what is the actual password, or maybe the password text file, or you can simply say the password dictionary space the protocol. whatever the protocol you are trying to crack, and server IP address. So this is the syntax. So we can say Hydra -L, let me give a user ID as EHCE -P passwords.txt. So passwords.txt is the password dictionary file that I am using, and I am trying to crack the password of FTP on 192.168.1.32 IP address. So this will be my command. So let me type in here. And here, as we can see, it says that Hydra application has started cracking the password on port number 21 of the remote server. And if you are able to crack the password successfully, it shows you what is the user account and what is the password. So in a dictionary attack, you will have to have a password dictionary, and based on the words which are already present on the password dictionary, your application is trying to crack the password and show you the result. But if it is not available, that is, if the word is not available in the password dictionary, you will not be able to crack the password. Now you may be thinking, like, why can't we go with brute force if dictionary is not successful all the time? Let me show you how long it takes for someone to successfully crack a password using brute force. I'm just directly trying to search for something like a brute force time calculator. So here we have a website which says it has an application trying to estimate the password cracking times. So let us access this and give a password. So here we have an application which will estimate how long it takes for us to crack a password. So here you can type in your password. You can also do it on your computers and see how strong is your password. Now let us say I am giving my password as admin. So here, as you can see, it says like it just takes 0.29 milliseconds to break the password. Not too complicated. But assume I'll just make my password as admin123. Now from being 0.2 milliseconds, now it says to crack this password admin123, it takes 2 days 21 hours. So we are just trying to add 3 characters, that is 3 numbers have been added, and now the time has increased. Now let us say instead of admin123, I'll have the password as admin_123. I'm just adding one particular special character. Now see the time here. Instead of just being 2 days, it has now become 6 decades. So where's the time here? 2 days has now become 66 years. Okay. Now I'll just try to make one of the character as an uppercase character. So I'm just trying to use A as a uppercase, and now instead of 66 years, it says 1 millennia 3 centuries. So that's the main reason. Generally your banking or your online accounts, they all advise you to always use a password which contains lowercase and uppercase characters, alphabets and numbers. So it just makes sure that someone would not be successful in brute forcing your password. So they'll have to always go with a dictionary. Now how do you protect yourself from a dictionary based attack? Very simple. Try to use a password which no one can very easily guess, because in case of a dictionary, you're always having words which someone can very easily guess there. So just make sure that your passwords are configured in such a way that no one can guess that. So simple, your problem is solved. And the other approach, wherever you have an option, always try to use a one-time password. Always try to use a one-time password. Now most of your online services and your net banking solutions, they're all giving you this option. So whenever you type a user ID and password and you try to log in, they'll also send you with an SMS on your mobile. You type in the SMS, whatever the number they have given you, and only then you'll be authorized to log in. So if you are using these kind of solutions, you'll be protected from password cracking based attacks. So that is with today's discussion. Now in our next topic, we will see how actually a hacker can crack your password even if he does not have direct access to your computer. So today all the discussion was about hacker having direct access to a computer. So next we will discuss about what actually a hacker can do if he doesn't have direct access to the system. Okay. Thank you all. Hello everyone, welcome back to our session on password crackings. So in our last session we have discussed about how a hacker can crack the passwords if he is having direct access to the system and how he is able to bypass the login. So to bypass the login we have seen with a software called conboot, which will directly bypass the Windows login system and let a hacker directly have access to our computer. So for password cracking we have gone with conboot. So now let us see if a hacker will be able to crack our system's passwords which are already saved. Now when we speak of most of the users, right, so most users have their passwords saved on their web browsers or applications. Okay, so here when we speak of saving a password on a web browser or any third-party application, in most cases we do this only for our convenience, right? So we don't want to type our user ID and password every time we log into our website. So we directly say let us save the usernames and passwords. But this is not a very secure way, right? So this is not a very good practice. So let me show you how actually a hacker can steal our details if passwords are saved on a web browser. So for this, here I have access to our web page. So this is the same web page that we were looking in earlier regarding the hacking part. So here I have an option for logging in. So when I click on the login page, now the website is asking me for user ID and password. So here let us say already a username and password has been saved. So now here it is convenient for me. So next time whenever I want to log in, I don't have to type in the username or password. I can directly click on the login button and you will be able to log in. But the problem is, as we say, hacker has physical access to our computer and he is also able to bypass the system login. He will be able to view all the passwords which are already saved on our computer. So for this, hacker has two different options. The first option is hacker can click on the browser's settings. Now within the settings he can go into options menu. Under options, here we see this option called privacy and security. We can click on this and there is an option to show us the saved passwords. So if we end up saving usernames and passwords on a web browser, hacker will be able to view it directly from the browser's menu itself. So here it shows us what all URLs are there and also the user ID. Now to view the password we can just click on show passwords and say yes. Now here as we can see it is showing us the user ID and also the password. So if we end up saving usernames and passwords on a web browser or any third-party application, hacker will be able to directly view the passwords which are stored. So this is one way, or there is one method as we said, and there is also a second method where the second method will be useful only for Firefox, Chrome, Opera, Safari and all this, not with the older Internet Explorer browser. So here in the password field we have to right click and select inspect element. We'll have to select inspect element option. Now here as we can see you'll be getting up HTML code like a developer console. Now let me just look for the line which is highlighted. So here as we can see there's one particular line which is highlighted here. Now this is actually responsible for our password field. So here if I see, when I place my mouse pointer, the password field has been highlighted, right? So this particular line in the HTML code is related to how the text in this particular password field is to be considered. Now generally HTML language says anything that we enter here should be considered as a password, and it should not directly show it in clear text. So whatever the password I am typing in will not be visible in clear text, but it will be shown as dots, and this is what happens with every website. So now here what we have to do is we'll have to just check for something called type equals to password. We'll have to check for something called type equals to password. Now just double click on the keyword password and then convert it into text. So you just have to double click on the keyword password and change it to text. So once you change that, see here, you are able to view the password in clear text, same as how we are having it in the user ID field. So not only this, even if I am trying to type something else, it will all be visible in clear text. So the only change that we have to do is we'll have to click on inspect element, and once we have the HTML developer options, here in the text type we select this as a normal text. So that will be as a password, we just have to change it as a text. So now whatever the password that is already saved in the web browser is visible in clear text. But unfortunately, as I said, this will only work with all the newer generation browsers. If I am going on with, say, Internet Explorer, now Internet Explorer has the option of saving the password, but unfortunately when we right click on this, we don't get the option of inspect element. So there is no option of inspect element here. Or even if I go with internet options, so even if I am going on into the options of this browser and I try to select with the security options or maybe the privacy options, now there is no option for us to say show passwords. So here in Internet Explorer, that is especially with the older versions, now we don't have an option to view the password which is saved. So in such conditions, hacker will have to use some third-party applications to view the passwords. So let us see what sort of applications we have here. So there is an application called IE Passview or Internet Explorer Password View. There is a free application, so we just have to install and run the tool. So here as we can see, it is trying to extract all the passwords which are saved in Internet Explorer browser, and here it is showing us what is the URL, means in which website the password has been saved, what is the username, and also what is the password. So it shows us what is the user ID and what is the password saved in Internet Explorer browser. Because IE doesn't have an option to show the passwords by default, we have to depend on these third-party tools. Now not only with this IE Passview, there is also a tool called SnapBoys Revelation. So this is how SnapBoys Revelation looks like. So here if you observe, you have a pointer. So this pointer has to be taken onto the user address or the password field. Now only thing that you have to consider when you are using SnapBoys Revelation, if you have already used zoom options in your web browser, you'll have to minimize it and go back to the default zoom option of 100%. So if you are going on with zoom in, application would not work. So all you have to do is drag the cursor onto the email address field or the user address field. It will be showing us with the email address or the password, whatever is saved. So let me just try to again run the application and show you. So here as we can see, it is actually showing us the email address field. So let me just zoom in. So here, once I drag this cursor onto the email address field, I'll be able to view the email address whatever is given. So just let me do this. Yep. Again, problem with zoom in. Okay. So if I am trying to zoom in, it's not working properly. So I'll directly take in without zoom and then try to magnify the screen. That will give us a proper result. Okay, so seems like it's not working properly. I'll just try to refresh this. Internet Explorer, accessing the web page, click on the login field. So it shows us the user ID and password saved. Zoom in. Okay, so finally with all these zoom in options and all, we are able to get the actual password. So here, as you can see, once I am trying to drag the cursor onto the password field, it is showing us what is the actual password that's saved. So because Internet Explorer doesn't have an option to directly show us the passwords, we'll have to go with third-party tools like IE Passview or maybe SnapBoy's Revelation. But all these things will only work if a hacker has direct access to our computer and the password has been saved on our machine. But let us take up a scenario where we assume hacker is not connected to our network, or maybe hacker is not having direct access to our computer. In such case, hackers will have to use a different approach called sniffers. So this will be useful if a hacker does not have direct access to our computer. So here when we speak of sniffers, sniffers try to capture the traffic over a network. So it will be like this. So assuming I have my server, and along with server there are also few computers. Let us assume that this is my administrator's computer and this is a hacker's computer. So assuming that everything is connected to a network. So now when administrator has to log in onto the server, hacker will have to capture his user IDs and passwords over the network. So this particular process we call it as sniffing. So what actually happens is, let us say my server has an IP address something like 192.168.1.32 and my administrator's computer has an IP address 192.168.1.33 and hacker has a IP address 192.168.1.35. So here if we observe, IP addresses of all these computers are in the same network. So sniffing will only work if hacker and the administrator are in the same network here. Now I will also assume my router has an IP address something like 192.168.1.1. So here what actually happens when administrator wants to log in to the server, request would be initiated in this way. It says a source is 192.168.1.33 which is the administrator's computer and destination is 192.168.1.32 which is a server. Now assuming the MAC address or the physical address of server as S, administrator's computer as A and hacker's computer as H. So it says the source MAC address is A which is admin's computer and destination MAC address is S which is a server. So this is the original request. So this request is initiated from admin's computer towards the server. So it can be your web server or it can be your FTP server, anything. So now what actually happens is, once the request was created on the admin's computer, this will be sent to this particular network device. So this has to be sent to this particular network device which has to forward it onto the server. Now when we speak of this particular network device, we have two options here. It can either be a switch or it can be a hub. So in your previous sessions, you have discussed with the differences between a switch and a hub. Hub actually does broadcast. So assuming that my network is connected using a hub, so this original request, whatever is coming in from admin's computer, will be forwarded to all the systems in my network. So my server, my router, my hacker's computer and admin's computer, everyone would receive this particular packet. But if it is a switch, it only does unicasting. So it checks what is the source MAC address and what is the destination MAC address, and will forward the packet only to that particular server where the MAC address S is available. So it will not forward it to everyone. Now here, based on the functionality of a switch or a hub, you can classify your sniffing as active sniffing or passive sniffing. Active sniffing if we are using a switch, and passive sniffing if we are using a hub. So in general, when we speak of sniffing, here hacker is trying to capture the traffic on a live network between administrator's computer and the targeted server. But for this, we just have to make sure that in sniffing. So sniffing is a software which can eavesdrop onto someone's network. Eavesdrop in the sense they are trying to monitor what is actually going on and also capture the traffic. And a sniffer does not modify the original packet. Instead, it just makes a copy of all the packets. So it is not making any modifications, but it is just trying to copy all the packets over the wire. So here sniffing generally works on Ethernet and can be worked with Wi-Fi networks also. So over a wire or maybe over wireless signals, you will be able to copy all the traffic that's passing on between two different systems. Now hackers can use sniffers to discover user IDs, passwords or any other kind of confidential data that is being transmitted over a network. So it can be you are trying to log into a social network website or your email, or maybe you are trying to do some online shopping. All your user IDs and passwords can be captured using a sniffer. Now generally when you speak of a sniffer, the way how it works is it places your computer's NIC card or your Ethernet card into something called coming into our IP address. It should not accept this. But problem is, if a hacker wants to capture the passwords, because his computer is not accepting all the traffic, he'll have to convert his computer to behave in promiscuous mode. So once promiscuous mode has been activated, hacker will be able to capture all the traffic. So to place your computer into promiscuous mode, you just have to go with some application called WinPCap. So you just have to go with an application called WinPCap here. So WinPCap will work for Windows operating systems, and if you are working on a Linux based computer, you can use a command like this: ifconfig name of your interface. So this can vary based on your computer. It can be ETH0 or ETH1 based on how many interfaces you have, space promisc. So once this command has been given, your computer's interface, so here assuming your computer's interface name is ETH0, this interface ETH0 will be going on into promiscuous mode. Now as we said, promiscuous mode is where your computer is going to accept all the incoming traffic irrespective of whether you are the actual destination or not. So speaking of different types of sniffing, as I already explained, we have two different types: passive sniffing and active sniffing. So when we speak of passive sniffing, this is about listening to and capturing all the traffic when your networks are connected via hubs. In case of active sniffing, you'll have to launch an attack called ARP spoofing attack or ARP poison attack in order to capture the traffic. So let me explain you what actually is this ARP and why we need to spoof this ARP in our network. So here ARP stands for Address Resolution Protocol. ARP stands for Address Resolution Protocol. So earlier you were discussing about DNS, domain naming system, where DNS server would resolve your host name into an IP address. Here in the similar fashion, ARP is trying to resolve your IP address and MAC address. Now generally speaking of any computer with any sort of network, whether it is a large scale network or a very small scale network, they will always require the MAC address of the remote system to communicate with this. So even earlier when I was explaining with the original request, I was saying the request packet would include the source IP address, the computer which is initiating the request, and the destination of the server along with their MAC address, source MAC address and destination MAC address. So assume there are so many computers in my network with different IP addresses like 192.168.1.32 which is my server, 192.168.1.33 which is my admin's computer, and 192.168.1.35 which is my hacker's computer. Now we have different IP addresses and corresponding MAC address, but when we bring all these systems into a network, we are getting connected to a switch or a hub. Now assume there is a request coming in from administrator's computer, from admin's computer to server. Now who is using this admin's computer? A person. Now this person knows the IP address of my server is 192.168.1.32, right? So the person knows what is the IP address of the server, but the problem is when you say please connect to 192.168.1.32 IP address, your computer would not be able to directly send a request because this particular device, your switch, which is working on layer 2 of our OSI model or data link layer, will only understand the MAC address or the physical address of your NIC card. It will not be able to understand our IP addresses. So though our computer can understand IP address, the switch which is actually connecting all computers together in a network will only be able to understand the MAC address. So here what we do is we use ARP protocol or address resolution protocol to bind the IP address and MAC address. So here on every computer you will have an ARP table which says this is an IP address 192.168 say 1.32 and the MAC address of it is S. In the same fashion there is another IP address 192.168 say 1.1 and the MAC address is R. So your computer maintains this ARP entries. You can call it as ARP table. So this is again similar to MAC address table what you have seen earlier in switches. But in a switch it maintains a MAC address table which says on so and so port number 1 there is a MAC address S connected, on port number 2 there is a MAC address A connected, like this. So in the same fashion our computers also have ARP table which maintains information about all the known IP addresses in our network along with its MAC address. So let us see how do we actually find this ARP. So on our computer we can access command prompt and give a command ARP space -A. So once we give a command ARP space -A, it shows us what all IP addresses are known to our computer so far and what are their MAC addresses. So it is showing you with all the available IP addresses and the MAC address in the network. Now assume my computer has to send a request to an IP address 192.168.1.35, but here if you see in the list 192.168.1.35 IP address is not available. So my computer is not aware of the MAC address of this IP address 192.168.1.35. So here if I say I wanted to ping this IP address, as you can see I am getting a response. So what actually happens in the background, my computer will send an ARP request and then it is also able to identify the MAC address. Now see here, earlier there is no entry for 192.168.1.35 and the MAC address is not available earlier. Now we are able to see this. So now we know what is the actual MAC address of the system. So that's how every computer would require a MAC address to send a communication there, to send a request to that particular system. So here when we speak of ARP poison, we are going to poison this ARP entries. Now assume on the administrator's computer, it has a MAC address as 192.168.1.1 as MAC address R, and for 192.168.1.32 MAC address is S, and 192.168.1.35 MAC address is H. So these all IP addresses and MAC addresses are already available on the ARP table. Now what actually a hacker does, he'll have to create poisoned MAC address, or we can also call it as a fake ARP, or you also call it as poisoned ARP. Now in poisoned ARP, what hacker does, he will associate his computer's MAC address to all the other IP addresses. Now let us say hacker wants to poison traffic between your administrator's computer and the server. So he will say, if you have to reach 192.168.1.32, which is the IP address of your server, you can access it from MAC address H. And the same way, hacker would also create another ARP entry which says, if you have to reach 192.168.1.33, which is the administrator's computer, you can reach it from MAC address H. Now this entry will be sent to administrator's computer, and this entry will be sent to server. So now what actually happens, when the original request has to be sent, your admin's computer says request is initiated from 192.168.1.33 towards 192.168.1.32, which is the server, but the destination MAC address is H. So instead of putting up the original MAC address as S, it says destination MAC address is H. Now because of this, what actually happens in our network, all the traffic between administrator's computer and the server would start flowing into the hacker's computer. Now whatever the request that's coming in from administrator's computer and is supposed to reach the original server will be received by the hacker, because administrator's computer is assuming MAC address H is a server. It sends a request to hacker's computer. Now hacker's computer will accept it and view the context 1.33, and according to the server 1.33 is present on MAC address H, so response will again come back to the hacker. Now hacker will accept it, send it back to the administrator's computer. So here all the traffic that has to flow between admin's computer to server, instead of taking a direct route, it is passing on through hacker's computer now. Now this we call as man in the middle attack. So we call this as man in the middle attack, and one of the most dangerous attack to be performed by a hacker. So if you observe, most of your banking services, they give you a warning message that do not use our net banking applications or net banking web pages when you are connected to a public Wi-Fi network, like maybe a coffee shop or maybe a railway station or maybe an airport lounge or somewhere. That is because in a public Wi-Fi network, you don't know who is connected to the wireless network and who is accessing what resources, and it is very easily possible for a hacker that he will be able to perform a man in the middle attack in a public Wi-Fi network and be able to steal all your data or all your passwords. Unfortunately, this cannot be identified very easily by an end user unless he checks what all MAC addresses are available on his computer. So unless he gives a command ARP-A and tries to see what is the actual MAC address and what is the IP address on the available network resources, he will not be able to identify that someone is trying to sniff his network. So now let us see how do we actually perform this sniffing activity and how do we try to capture the passwords. So for this, I have to use two different systems. So here, as we can see, this is my Windows 7 computer, which would be treated as my administrator's computer. So IP address of this machine is 192.168.1.33. So this I will treat as a victim, and then I have a second system which is a Windows XP machine. Okay. So here if you observe, yeah. The IP address on my hacker's computer is 192.168.1.54. So this Windows XP machine will be considered as a hacker's computer. So the main reason why I require two computers here is I would require a machine which can capture the traffic from admin's computer and the administrator's computer itself to initiate a request. So here let me use a sniffing tool called Cain and Abel. Now Cain and Abel is a free application, we don't require any license. So this will help us to sniff traffic from both wired and wireless networks, and will also help us with both data traffic as well as voice traffic. So here if we check with the sniffing options, it can help us with wired networks and also with VoIP calls, that is data as well as voice communication, and it also helps us with wireless traffic. So this is an all-in-one tool if a hacker wants to sniff our traffic and capture the passwords. Not only sniffing and capturing the passwords, it can also perform brute force attack or dictionary based attack, so it also has a password cracking tool inbuilt. So now let us do the configuration for this application. So we go into configure, and here as we see, it shows us how many NIC cards are present on our computer. So generally I am using this on my laptop, so there is only one NIC card. Maybe if you are trying to do this on your desktop or a server with multiple NIC cards, you will have to choose which NIC card will be used for this sniffing activities. So I am choosing my NIC card, and then I say start sniffer and start ARP poison routing or APR at startup. Apply the settings and say OK. But here sniffing and ARP poison would not be initiated, so we just have to close the application and reopen this. Now once sniffing and ARP poison have been activated, the next step is go into sniffer tab, and here you can see my sniffer has already found two IP addresses in the network. So I'll just have to right click and say scan for all the MAC addresses. So now sniffer will try to identify how many IP addresses and MAC addresses are present in the network. So it shows us with all the available IP addresses and all their MAC address, right? So this is with identifying the available system's IP address and MAC address. So the next step is to launch ARP poison attack. To do this, we go into the sniffing tool. So just besides the host option, we have APR, ARP poison routing. So we'll have to click on this and then choose which traffic is to be captured. So here earlier we are checking it in the host, now we go into APR. So under APR or ARP poison routing, I'll have to choose traffic from which IP address should be captured. So here let me just click somewhere on the blank space and then add the host address. So I wanted to capture all the traffic between 192.168.1.33, which is my administrator's computer, towards 192.168.1.32, which is my server. So on the left hand side we will have to choose the source, wherever the traffic is initiated from. On the right hand side we are choosing the destination, where is the traffic going into. But before we do this, let us once go back to the administrator's computer and try to identify the MAC address ARP-A. Now for 192.168.1.32, this is the original MAC address. So let me just save it onto a notepad. So we will see if the MAC addresses have been changed or not. So this is the original MAC address before ARP poison. Now let us perform ARP poison and see if the MAC address on the system is changing or not. Now let us say OK. Now you have added the source and destination IP addresses into ARP poison, and here as we can see, as of now ARP poisoning is idle. So we'll have to give it some time, maybe few seconds, then it changes the status to poisoning. So here as we can see, it is now poisoning the ARP route. So now ARP poison is successfully done. Let us go back to the victim's machine once and try to execute the same command ARP-A and see if our ARP entries have been changed or not. Now let us look into MAC address of this 192.168.1.32. So this is a MAC address now after ARP poison. So here as we can see, this is actually changed. So this has actually changed. Now this is the same as MAC address of 192.168.1.54, which is a hacker's computer. So if you observe, as of now my administrator's computer is assuming the MAC address of 192.168.1.32 and 192.168.1.54 is same. And this can happen because on your computers you have an option where you will be able to assign multiple IP addresses on the NIC card. Now here, because MAC address is built in, right, it's hard coded onto your NIC card, any number of IP addresses you are using, they will all have the same MAC address. So this sort of ARP entries are not considered to be malicious, they are official. You can have this kind of entries. So your operating system would not report that something is suspicious because of these entries here, right? But only thing is, now if I have to reach my FTP server, my request have to pass through hacker's computer. So let us try to access the FTP server and check if we are able to access this or not. So I am trying to access FTP 192.168.1.32. Now as you can see here, it's asking us for a user ID and password. So I'll just try to give the username EHCE and password as secure. So this is some user account which is available there, and here as we see, we are actually able to log into the FTP server, so it's working. So now let us go back to the hacker's computer and see if we are able to capture the password or not. So here under passwords, it has support for different kind of protocols. So here when we look into the FTP part, it says that traffic coming in from FTP client 192.168.1.33, that is a Windows 7 machine, that is your administrator's computer, towards your FTP server has been captured, and the user ID and password is captured as username EHCE, password as secure. So this is how sniffer can help us to capture the passwords. Not only for FTP, the same thing can be done with HTTP or HTTPS. And here if you can see, there are also some telnet sessions which were captured, and this thing can be done with different networks as well. So here a telnet session was captured between a different IP 192.168.225 dot something to 10.20.30.79. So this is actually captured in a different network. But here as you can see, even if you are trying to go with telnet and try to do a configuration for router or view the configuration, now generally what happens whenever you say telnet a router, it will ask you for your telnet password. So administrator has given the telnet password, and then administrator has said enable, and router is asking us for enable password, which was given as say Cisco 123. Then admin has given this command show IP route. Now router is showing us with all the routes which are available there. Means everything that's happening between administrator's computer, hackers will also be able to capture your telnet sessions or your HTTP sessions and all. And also let me show you, hacker would also be able to capture your RDP. Now remote desktop, if an administrator is trying to take a remote desktop of some user's computer or maybe the server, so here as you can see, the server address is something like 192.168.227.62 and the client is 225.194. Now this is for remote desktop RDP connection. Though RDP is encrypted, Canendable is able to capture this and also decrypt it and show us the content. Now here we are actually interested in the password. So let us search for a keyword called key pressed. Okay. So we are searching for a keyword called key pressed. Now here as you can see, it shows the first key that is pressed by the administrator is S followed by E, C, U, R, E and enter. So now this we are also able to view what is the password that administrator has typed to log into a remote server. So it can be your FTP session or HTTP or HTTPS sessions, or maybe your remote desktop, or maybe your email clients, or maybe a telnet session. If a hacker is within your network and he is using a tool like Cain and Abel or any other sniffer, he will be able to capture all your user IDs and passwords. So just imagine next time when you are on a public Wi-Fi network, if you are trying to access an online shopping portal or a net banking account, what if someone tries to sniff your traffic and capture your user IDs and passwords, or maybe your credit card details? Now that's the main reason most of your online shopping sites and net banking servers, they give you this warning message: do not access internet from a third party or an unknown network. So make sure that you will protect yourself from being a victim of these sniffing attacks. So the best possible way is avoid using public Wi-Fi networks when you are accessing something very secure or confidential, like say a net banking, or where you are giving away your user ID or password credentials. Try to use your existing 3G or 4G connection. That is much better, because hacker will not be able to sniff that traffic as easily as trying to sniff your wireless network or your Ethernet network traffics. And also try to use applications which give you with end-to-end encryptions, so that even if someone is trying to capture your traffic, hacker would not be able to view the original content of it. So using applications which provide us with end-to-end encryptions, or trying to completely avoid accessing confidential services like banking or emails on all this from a public Wi-Fi network, will always protect us from being a victim of this sniffing attacks. But again, in sniffing, hacker should be present in the same network as a victim. What if hacker is not in my network? Hacker is in a different city. Will he be able to go with sniffers? That's not possible. So in the next session, we will discuss about what actually a hacker has to do if he is not in the same network as a victim. So if hacker is not in the same network and he still wants to capture your passwords, what sort of attacks he can go with. So we'll discuss that in the next session. Thank you all. Hello everyone, welcome back to our discussion on how hackers can try to steal passwords of different sort of online accounts or our systems. So in our last sessions, we were discussing about how actually a hacker can steal the password of a system if he has direct access to the computer. And then we were also discussing about sniffers, where a hacker can steal the password of a user when user is logging in to a resource directly. So if he has direct access to the system, or when a user is logging into the system, hacker is able to steal the passwords. But the limitation what we have discussed is, if a hacker has to sniff the traffic and capture the password, hacker should be present in the same network as the victim. But this may not be possible in all the cases. So in such cases, hacker will have to go with something called phishing attack. So here in phishing attack, hacker need not be in the same network as a victim. Hacker can be in a different location and still he will be able to steal the passwords. So let us see what actually happens in phishing attack and how does he steal our passwords. So here when we speak of phishing can be considered as one of the most easiest and also a very popular hacking attack, generally used to steal private information like user IDs, passwords, credit card details, or any other sort of confidential data that belongs to an organization or a user. Now generally speaking of phishing attack, this is mostly done by using fake emails or through sending SMS messages or forum post, right? And now it is like a very popular attack on internet. wherein hacker can just try to create a fake web page which looks exactly similar to the original one, which helps him steal the passwords. So here, generally speaking of what actually happens in phishing, so here hacker would send a link of a fake web page to the victim. So here, when we speak of the fake web page, the web page will be designed in such a way it looks exactly similar to the original web page. So a page has to be designed in such a way that it has to look exactly similar to the original web page, and then hacker will have to host it on his computer, or maybe he can go with any third-party free website hosting providing services, and then create a link of this particular page. So the link of this particular page will be sent to the victim, and once victim receives the link and he clicks on the user ID and password, his user ID and password will be captured by the hacker's server. So in short, phishing attack is where hacker is trying to create a fake login page, and then he is trying to trick the end user to assume that this is the actual login page. Now there is a short video which explains what actually happens in phishing. So you receive an email or a message or a forum post which seems to be coming from your bank or maybe any of your social network website and all. So once you assume that this is a genuine link or this is a genuine message and you click on the link, all your details will be stolen. So this video is like a very old one, but it still says like around $3.2 billion are being stolen by hackers only through this phishing attack. Now again, phishing attack is not too difficult to make. It's very simple and also very easy. So let me show you how actually we perform this phishing attack and what all things are necessary for doing this phishing. So here, when we speak of phishing attack, the first thing that we require is a fake login page. So we need a login page which will be used by the hacker, and then this login page is to be hosted on a web server application. So we can use our computer itself as a web server application and then host the web page. Now to trick the end user and get their computer's request to reach our computer, we would require a public IP address which can be taken from our internet service provider. So we'll have to request ISP to provide us with a public IP address, and once we have the public IP, we would also require a domain name, because when I send a link to someone, it generally looks good if there is a name associated. Now assume as a hacker I want to steal someone's Facebook password. So whatever the link that I am sending to the user, it should have something related to www.facebook.com. If there is something like this, end user would trust, okay, I am getting connected to Facebook. Instead of this, assume I am directly sending in the IP address, something like ISP has given me 123.48.129.21. So if I directly give this IP address, right, end user may not always trust the web page whatever he sees. And of course, again, this would only happen if the end user is actually looking into the address bar. So now let us question ourselves, do we really look into the address bar of a web browser? And how many times in a day do we actually access different websites, and how many times are we actually looking into the address bar? So here when we speak of looking into the address bar, generally we don't do that. Now let me show you how do we actually create a phishing page. So here I am trying to access the Facebook page. So this is the original web page, whatever is coming in from Facebook. Now I want to make a website which looks exactly similar to this. So I would require another login page which is looking exactly similar to the original Facebook page. Only then I will be able to create a phishing page. So here, for me to create a fake login page which looks exactly similar to the original Facebook page, I have two options. If I am very good in programming, I can write up the entire page using HTML or maybe PHP. But assuming I am not very good in programming, I have an alternate option. I can directly view the source code of this particular web page. So I just have to right click on the web page and select this option, view source code or view page source code. So here as we see, we are able to view the entire source code of this particular web page, what Facebook has written. So this is somewhere around 24 lines. So as I already said, I am not even into programming, so I am not even sure what actually they have written. I'll just copy everything. So blindly I am just trying to copy the entire source code, and then I have to use an application called Notepad++. So for us to create the phishing page, I would require an application called Notepad++. This will be much better compared to a normal Notepad application when you are dealing with the HTML codes. So here I would say try to go with Notepad++. That is a free application. We don't require any license for this, and it is freely available for download. So here let me access my Notepad++ application. So here as you can see, this is how the Notepad++ application looks like, and all the source code what we have copied, let us just paste it here. So the entire source code what we have copied from the original Facebook web page, we will be pasting it into our Notepad++ application. Now let us once again go back to the original web page. So here as an end user, if I have to log in to my Facebook account, I am supposed to type in a username and a password and then click on login. So what Facebook is asking us to do is type a user ID, type a password, and then click on the login button. Now as we all know, this user ID and password what we type has to be sent to Facebook server for verification. So verification is not happening locally on our computer like on our desktop or our laptop. This user ID and password has to be sent to Facebook server. Now the key is actually in the login button. So once we click on this login button, our username and password will be sent to Facebook server, and that is already defined in the source code of the web page as an action. So here in the entire source code, there is a field which is defined as action equal to. So there is a field which has this action defined. So as a hacker, we have to look into this action. We'll have to see what actually happens here when a user clicks on the login button. So let us search for that action. So in this Notepad++, we already have the source code of the website. So let us search for this action equals to. Sometimes you may have multiple action fields given, so you just have to verify what actually the action field says. So here the action field in this particular web page says once you type a user ID and password, that has to be sent to https www.facebook.com/login/device-based regular login/login. So here it is actually going on into the login page of that particular Facebook account, and the method being used is post method. Post method means they are trying to send something to the web server. So here when I want to create a phishing page, I don't want user ID and password to be sent to Facebook server. So what I will be doing is I will select the entire URL here, whatever is defined in the action field, and I am going to delete it. So now if you actually look into the action field, we don't have anything. There is nothing defined here. So at this time, even if someone types a user ID and password and clicks on login button, nothing will happen. That is because you did not define any action for the login button. So here, being a hacker, my intention is to capture this username and password and save it on my computer. To do that, I will execute my own script called fb.php. So this is my own script which will capture the username and password, whatever is typed by the end user, and save it on my computer. Now let me show you what actually the fb.php script looks like. So here it is. So this particular script is trying to open a notepad file called fb.txt, and then write the handle and the variable. So here when we actually look into the handle, so the handle is the name of this particular field. So here for this field the name is given as email, and for this particular field the name is given as password. So here it is going to write the field name and whatever the data that end user types in. So it is going to type in the handle name and also the value. So value is nothing but the user ID or password whatever end user is typing into the fake web page. And once the data has been saved onto our notepad file, then user will be redirected back to the original web page, https www.facebook.com. So overall the scenario looks like this. You'll be receiving a message or a mail or maybe a forum post which says that there are some special features available in Facebook which you can also activate by clicking on the below link. So you can click on the link, you will see a login page where you type the username and password and say login. And once you click on login, immediately you will be seeing the same login page. So this would have happened multiple times with you all. So generally what we assume when we see such a behavior, you try to type the user ID and password, you say login, but still the same login page is being displayed. We always keep thinking like maybe there is some problem with our internet connection, or maybe our session was not accepted properly, or maybe the session was reset. Or sometimes we may also go ahead and think like maybe because this particular invitation is not directly given to me by Facebook, they are not accepting my user ID and password there. But we will never think or we will never suspect maybe someone is trying to steal our user IDs and passwords. But unfortunately the reality is someone is trying to steal our user IDs and passwords when these kind of things happen. So here we have the original Facebook page source code, and the action has been defined as fb.php. So we have made all the necessary changes, and now let us save this particular page. Now before we continue to save the page, as I said, we would require a web application for hosting the fake login page. So here I have two different pages, a HTML page, whatever is the original login page from Facebook, and a PHP page which is our script which is trying to steal the user IDs and passwords. So we would require a web application which can handle both HTML as well as PHP. So for this I would prefer to go with Apache web server, which is also open source and free application, and this Apache server can be installed on our Windows computers as well, not just with Linux or Unix. Now for hosting it, I have used an application here called XAMPP. Now here as you can see, XAMPP application gives us with Apache server. So I am going to use this Apache server to host our fake web page or the phishing page. So when you speak of the default location, where exactly we have to save the web pages and what is the location of this and all, let me show you where exactly we have this default location for the fake web page. So that will be under C drive, folder called XAMPP htdocs. So for our reference, this will be the default location where we are going to save our web pages. C XAMPP htdocs. So the fake web page what we have created now will be saved into this particular location, C XAMPP htdocs. And always remember this thing, you'll have to save your default page as index.html, because index.html will be considered as a home page of any website. So now in Notepad++ application, whatever the source code we have to save this as index.html into this location, C XAMPP htdocs. So let us do that. So I am going to save this particular page in htdocs folder as index.html. So once we save it, as you can see, Notepad++ application has identified the type of document that we have saved. So it says that this is a HTML file based on the extension what we have used, and it is also highlighting all the HTML codes. So now what we have done so far is like we are trying to access the fake web page. So we are trying to access the original web page of Facebook, copy the entire source code, put it on Notepad++, make the necessary changes in the action field, and then save this particular fake web page. Now once the web page has been saved, let us start our Apache server. So once Apache server has been started, we can verify if our web page is working properly or not. So in my web browser, I'll just type in localhost to verify if my web page is properly working or not. So here, as you can see, there is a fake web page what I have hosted. So let me just put it here. So there is a fake web page what I have hosted. Looks exactly similar to the official page or the original page, and this is the original page from Facebook. Now the only way for us to differentiate between a phishing page and a genuine page is by really looking into the address bar. Now in the address bar, if it says something like HTTPS, if it is having HTTPS link, it means you are actually connected to the original site, because for a phishing page, hacker will never be able to create a HTTPS session. So a phishing page will always be as plain text or HTTP page. So the way how we can differentiate is by looking into the address bar to see whether it is a HTTPS web page or a HTTP web page. Now as we already said, hacker will always try to create a domain name. So here he can create some domain like www.facebook.com. So if it is an original page, it will be like www.facebook.com. But if it is a phishing page, always remember it will have some additional content, like say facebook.com dot something else, like say friend request dot some xyz.com or something. So you will always see there is some additional content after the keyword www.facebook.com. And again here the trick is to make sure that end user would believe whatever he sees on the web page. Now the moment we see www.facebook.com, our mind would automatically say, yes, you are connected to the actual web page, and we will never continue to read the entire URL. So that's a normal behavior, and hackers are just trying to take an advantage of this behavior here. And the worst thing, if you are opening up this particular link on your mobile phone or something, you don't even have space to completely display the entire URL. You don't even have the required space there, and your mobile screen is very narrow, so hardly you will see only half of this. You will not even see the entire URL. So this just tricks the end user to believe that whatever the web page you see is the actual web page, and then to send a request to the end user, hacker can send it in form of a forum post or a WhatsApp message or an SMS message or an email. So here I have already sent an email to my victim. So let us see how actually this email looks like. So here, as you can see, I am logging into the Gmail of my victim's account, and here it says that there is a message coming in from Facebook mailer. So obviously you will think that this message is really coming in from Facebook, and here you see that it is directly landing into my inbox, not even directly going on into the spam or something. So now let me just try to open this message and see what actually is the content and how it looks like. So here, as you can see, it says that some person, some Jennifer, wants to be my friend on Facebook. So this is how you will always receive a message like there is a friend request by someone, right? And now generally what happens in most cases, end user would not think like, okay, if there is a friend request, let me log into my Facebook account and accept it or verify this. So generally what we do, we are all used to clicking on, okay, confirm the friend request here. Now once you click on confirm friend request, you see the Facebook login page. And once you have the Facebook login page, because this is the same web page that we have been seeing for so many years, right? Your mind will automatically say, yes, this is a genuine page, so why not? Let us directly log in and accept the friend request. Okay, good. Now let us type in some user ID and password. So I'm typing it as test@gmail.com, and I am giving my password as 1234567890. So this is a user ID and password I have given. Now what I will do is I will just say login. Now once we click on login, of course your browser automatically gives you a prompt, do you want me to remember the password? Let me skip this, and as you can see here, you are again getting the same login page. So your browser would not suspect that there is something wrong. It doesn't even give you with any kind of warning message or a caution. It just shows you the Facebook page. In the first attempt, there is a fake web page which is given by the hacker. You have typed your user ID and password, and then you say login, then you are automatically redirected back to the original Facebook page. And because hacker has used the same source code as the original Facebook page, both the web pages looks similar. You don't see any kind of difference there. Now we'll go back to the hacker's computer and see if the Facebook password has been captured. So here there is a notepad fb.txt which was created now, and here as we can see, the email address was captured as test@gmail.com and password 1234567890. So this is the user ID and password what I have typed in the phishing page. So this is how, if you come across any message or a mail or a WhatsApp content or something where they give you with some sort of a message, like you can try to click on the below link to activate some account or to activate some new features. And nowadays if you see, this is actually increasing in through different sort of WhatsApp messages. They say like because of the recent sale which Amazon and Flipkart has done, there are so many products which were purchased by so many people, and because they are not satisfied with the product or something, they have returned it. Now Amazon is not able to resell the same product because the packaging and the content was open. So they are just conducting a lucky draw where few of the Amazon customers will be selected and the products will be given away for free. So to participate in the account, just click on the link, log in with your Amazon login details, that is your email address and password, or maybe log in and then try to add some Amazon Pay balance of 1000 rupees or 2000 rupees, which will make you eligible for this kind of lucky draw. Now end user who is not suspecting that something is wrong with this kind of messages, because he is not aware of phishing attack or what happens there, he will just click on the link, try to type in his user ID and password, and then also click on the second link which says try to add some balance or maybe try to update his Amazon Pay account, so that he will be eligible for this and he can win some mobile phones or TVs or something else. So these are hackers are able to trick end users and steal the user IDs and passwords, or sometimes even the credit card information, net banking details and all this. And there is nothing new. Phishing attack has been happening for a very long time. So this is not something that hackers have started in the recent times. So phishing attack is one of the oldest technique, and at the same time is also successful. But when you speak of phishing attack, there is only one drawback, or we can say only one limitation with this particular phishing attack. The limitation is you are only getting one password. Like say you are creating a phishing page for Facebook page, you are only getting the Facebook password. But at the same time, let us say you also want to get the Google password or Twitter password of a user. You will have to create multiple phishing pages. You will have to create a phishing page for Twitter, you will have to create a phishing page for Gmail, you will have to create a phishing page for LinkedIn. So like this, for every password that you require or every password that you are planning to steal, you will require a separate phishing page. Now the unfortunate thing is, even though you are ready to make multiple phishing pages, is there a guarantee that end user would access all the phishing links that we create? Now maybe we can trick the end user once or twice, but we will not be successful in tricking him in every moment and every time. So basically phishing has a limitation of its own, that you will only be able to see one of the password, not all the passwords. So here hackers have come up with a different approach, a new method where hacker will be able to steal all different passwords of a user even though they are not connected to the same network. So that is called as keyloggers or keylogging. So let us see what actually keylogging is. So here when we speak of keyloggers, these are actually malwares, or we can say malicious softwares. Malicious means something dangerous or something unwanted or we can also say like it is harmful. So keylogger comes under a category called spyware, which is actually monitoring all the user activities. So spyware is a malicious software or a malware or a dangerous application which helps the hacker to monitor all the activities of a user. So here when we speak of keyloggers, again these keyloggers are of both hardware and also software. So we have hardware keyloggers and also software keyloggers. So let us see what actually a keylogger does, and then we will see practically what hackers can do using a keylogger. So here when we speak of a keylogger, this can either be a hardware or a software which is designed to capture all the user activities. Now what sort of user activities keylogger would capture? Things like your keystrokes, like what all things you are typing on the keyboard. It also captures your screenshots, like what all activities you are trying to do or what all applications you are trying to access. It takes a screenshot of it. It will also maintain a list of all the websites what you are trying to access or what you are trying to log in. Or maybe you are trying to purchase something on a website, online shopping. You are trying to type in your net banking details or your credit card information. Keylogger will capture all these things. Or maybe you are just logging into your email account or a social network account. Keylogger captures all that and then forwards this information to the hacker. So keylogger will capture all the user activities and then send it back to the hacker. So here when we speak of keyloggers, as I said, we have two different types of keyloggers, like hardware keyloggers and software keyloggers. So let me show you how actually they look like. So let me do a simple Google search for hardware keyloggers. So here when you speak of a hardware keylogger, this is how they look like. So you have to connect a keylogger between the CPU and the keyboard cable. So whatever the cable that's coming in from your keyboard, instead of directly connecting it to the CPU, you will connect it to the hardware keylogger, and from hardware keylogger you will further connect it back to the end user's computer. Now the job of this hardware keylogger is to capture all the keystrokes, what all things end user is trying to type. Hardware keylogger would capture all that and then save it. Now once all the keylogs have been saved, hacker can take back this hardware keylogger and then connect it back to his computer and see what all user IDs and passwords end user has typed. Now this one is a USB type, and similarly we also have a PS2 type keyboard keylogger. So here this is for the PS2 link. So whether your keyboard is a USB or a PS2 type, in both the conditions a hardware keylogger will be able to capture your details. Now the thing is, when you speak of a hardware keylogger, there are certain limitations or certain disadvantages. Now the first limitation is, when you speak of a hardware keylogger is actually visible to the end user. So when you take up a keylogger and attach it to victim's computer, a victim is aware of what all cables or what all things get connected to his computer. He can very easily identify that there is some additional device or there is an attachment connected to my computer. Now that will always raise some doubts on the victim side. What is this additional device? I don't remember connecting this. So let me just try to remove it and check if my keyboard is working or not. So he'll just try to unplug that, connect the keyboard directly and start accessing the computer. And of course everything works fine, so he'll just remove that. But even before coming up to this stage, how do we connect a hardware keylogger to victim's computer? So to connect a hardware keylogger to victim's computer, you actually have to have physical access to the victim's machine. So you need to go with the victim's computer, right? You'll have to go to the victim's computer and then connect the keylogger. Okay, so that's one biggest drawback, and you may not have access to the victim's computer in all the cases. So if a victim is in the same network or in the office, you will be able to very easily go there and connect it to the victim's computer. But if victim is in a different location, or maybe victim is in a different state or a different country, there is no way for us to connect a keylogger here. So what I am doing is, I will just try to copy a keylogger onto my victim's machine and try to show you how does this software keylogger work. So hardware keyloggers have some limitations, as we said, that is, we'll have to go to the victim's place and then connect a keylogger, which may not be possible in all the cases. So to overcome this problem, we are actually going on with a software keylogger. So here I'll try to install a software keylogger and show you what all features it has. So here I am trying to install a software keylogger called Refog Employee Monitor. So though it says like it is an employee monitor, right, it can be used in any computer. And here, as we see, it shows us with different options like what all things are to be captured. So here I say capture the keystrokes, means what all keystrokes he is typing in, maybe the user ID or password or maybe any message or mail or chat, everything has to be captured. And I would also say try to capture screenshots. So application will take screenshots of all the user activities. Clipboard, if user is trying to copy and paste something, so generally this we see in some cases where user would not be able to remember all the user IDs and passwords, so he will just try to copy and paste the content. So in that case, via clipboard, keylogger will capture all the user IDs and passwords. Websites visited, list of all the websites that end user is accessing. Chat and instant messengers, so end user is chatting with someone, hacker will be able to capture all the details. And hacker will also be able to monitor all your social network activities. Hacker will also have access to all the call recordings. So if you are using any kind of Skype or Yahoo Voice or Google Voice or any kind of VoIP technologies, hacker will be able to record all your conversation and have it uploaded to his machine, and then access to your web camera. So these all things can be captured by a keylogger. So now let us enable this. So here it is asking you like do you want to proceed with the installation? Yes, let us continue. Now here it shows you the shortcut keys to access the keylogger is Alt Control Shift K. Now this is a default configuration for this particular Refog keylogger. Now the combination can be changed by the hacker or he can completely remove this. So whatever the key combinations we are typing in, we will never have access to the keylogger. And Refog is only one of the keylogging software providers. There are thousands of such keyloggers on internet. So once we are done with the installation, now let us go with the fine tuning and configuration of the keylogger application. So here, as we can see under settings, I have options for checking the keystrokes. So what all things end user is typing on his keyboard will be captured here. Then coming into the screenshot, by default the application says we will try to capture the screenshots for every 5 minutes, but 5 minutes is too long, so I would say reduce it to 1 minute. So for every 1 minute, keylogger would capture the screenshot and show us what is actually visible on the victim's screen. Then let us also say make a screenshot when a new window is open. So whenever he opens a new window, maybe my computer or my documents or something, a new snapshot or a new screenshot will be captured. Make a screenshot on mouse click. So this will be very useful for soft keyboards. Nowadays if you see with most of the banking websites, they say don't type the password because someone can capture it, but try to click it using a software keyboard, something like on-screen keyboard like this. So they'll be giving you with a software keyboard on the web page and they ask you to click the password. Now unfortunately a keylogger, a software keylogger will also be able to capture that activities. And I say take a screenshot of only the active window, so only whatever the end user is currently working on, that snapshot will be taken. And because I say take a screenshot for every 1 minute, maybe it will create so many screenshots for half an hour or 1 hour. So I try to reduce the image quality, so when the keylogger is uploading all the things to my email, I will not have any limitation related issues based on the file size. Apply the settings. Then coming into social networks, if end user is accessing some applications like Facebook, Viber, WhatsApp or Telegram applications on his computer, all the activities of this user will be captured. Chat and instant messengers, anyway, if you are using any kind of chat application, all your activities will be captured. For the websites, we say make a screenshot of the website, so we will also get to know which website end user is accessing. Clipboard, nothing to be changed. Whatever you try to copy and paste, everything will be captured by the keylogger. Coming into program activity or user activity, nothing to be changed. It just makes a record of all the applications running on your machine. Now coming into the web camera shot, we can say take a picture from the web camera for every 5 minutes, and I can also say make a web camera shot on logon. So whenever a user is logging into his computer, take a picture of the user, and again reduce the image quality because a high quality image would take up more space. Now not only the web camera shot, we also have options of call recording. Again, we don't require further configurations here. Call recording, if you are using any kind of VoIP application to make a call, automatically all your logs will be captured. Now coming into the log size, on this computer it shows you like how many user accounts are present. So there is only one user account as of now. So it says for this user account it will use 1 GB of storage. So this is again much higher compared to what we get in a hardware keylogger. Hardware keyloggers hardly come with 4 MB or 8 MB of storage, so which is not useful for us. So here a software keylogger is using up to 1 GB of storage, and once it captures all the logs, it will also send it to us on email. So here I can also select with invisibility options. So this is where I can define the key combination like Ctrl+Shift+Alt+K or Ctrl+Shift+Alt+L or something, or maybe completely remove it. But as of now, I'll leave this key combination available because I want to access the keylogger application again and check the logs. At the same time, I can also give a password protection. So even if my end user or my victim types Ctrl+Shift+Alt+K, instead of directly getting access to this keylogger application, it will just prompt him for a password. So I can choose a password. Let me say I'll give the password as keylogger, but make sure you don't forget this password. If you forget the password, you will not be able to recover and have access to the keylogger again. In the delivery options, I can say send me an email for every 10 minutes. So for every 10 minutes, I'll be getting an update about all the activities that are happening on the user's computer. And I will also say clear the logs after successfully sending an email. So for every 10 minutes, I'll be receiving an email of what all things happened on my victim's computer. And at the same time, on victim's computer, all the logs will be removed. So here I can just give my email address. So whatever the email address you are using, you can choose that. Give your email address, user ID and password details so that keylogger application can log into your email account and send the details. So once we have done with all the configurations, let me just close the application. Now it is again giving you a update that you can still use Ctrl+Shift+Alt+K to access the keylogger. Okay, no issue. So now here we have installed the keylogger on this computer. Let us try to do some activities, like say I want to open some web page and type in a password. So I'm going on with Twitter. Okay, so here I say login. I'm typing some user ID as test@gmail.com and my password as test@123. So here I don't have to log in because this is not a phishing page. Keylogger would have already captured my keystrokes if it is active. Okay, and then let me open up a notepad application. So in notepad, let me just try to type something and see if keylogger is really capturing all my activities. So I'm just typing in something like testing for keylogger. Let me also use an on-screen keyboard. So now I'm going to type something using this virtual keyboard here. So I'm just typing it as testing on-screen keyboard or OSK. Now let me try to copy and paste something. So for this I'm going to use some special characters through character map. So now here you can see like there are some English languages or the words from English language. At the same time, I also have some special symbols. I'll try to select some, copy and paste it onto my notepad. So here as you can see, those special characters were also captured here. Now before I check if keylogger has captured all my activities or not, let me first check if keylogger is really present on this computer. So assuming I am the end user, I'll just try to see if there is a keylogger on my computer or not. So first let us start with the start menu. Now let me also run magnifier so we can easily view the things. So here I go with start menu and let me check with all programs. So from the list, let us see if we can find some entry like refog keylogger. So here as we can see, there is no entry with the character R. Okay, so we are not able to view it in start menu. Then let us go to control panel, programs and features, and try to see if keylogger can be found here. So programs and features, similar to add or remove programs in our Windows XP. So here let me just go through with the entire list of softwares that are present on this computer. Now again here we don't see any entry like refog keylogger, so there is no such entry. Okay, so now let us go back to task manager. Now in task manager, if I look into the running applications, again there is nothing about refog keylogger. Now let us look into the running process. So again here we don't see any entry about refog or anything starting with alphabet R. So here as we can see, keylogger is installed on the victim's computer, but there is no way for us to view whether keylogger is present on this computer or not. Good, so keylogger is invisible. Now let us access the keylogger application and view the logs. So for this, Control Shift Alt K is a combination, and here it says that you have 7 days of trial period. Okay, now once you purchase a license, even if user types in Control Shift Alt K or any key combination that is matching with the keylogger, it just gives a pop-up like this. So here it doesn't show you with any name or anything about the software, so you just have to type in the password, but as an end user you are not really sure or you are not really clear about what password is to be typed. Okay, so here anyway we know that this is for a keylogger, so let us type the keylogger password. Now here keylogger has done some capturings, so let us see what all things a keylogger has captured. So let me just run magnifier again. So here keylogger has captured something in our Windows run prompt, that is like OSK, on screen keyboard, and similarly we have gone to Twitter page in Mozilla Firefox, and here it says the user ID given was like test@gmail.com and the password is test@123. So in the same fashion, let us go into Notepad. So in Notepad we were typing in testing refog keylogger. Then using on-screen keyboard or the soft keyboard we have typed testing OSK. Then we are typing in character map in the run prompt, right? So these are all the activities are captured, means all the keystrokes. Now when we look into the screenshots, application shows us all the screenshots of our activities. So what all things that we have been doing in. So right from accessing our Firefox browser, it is showing us with all the information about screenshots or all the websites that we have been accessing. So all our activities, keylogger was able to capture this. So just now we are looking into task manager and all. So keylogger has been able to capture all our activities and click a screenshot of it. And for social network, it says that we have accessed this particular page, Facebook. And now coming into the websites visited, it shows us that you are accessing Facebook and also Twitter. Of course, as we said, we have selected a low quality image. It shows us only in black and white, not in the color mode. Then coming into clipboard, here it is showing us with all the special characters what we have captured. So in this fashion, keylogger is able to capture all our user activities. So everything that we are trying to type or we are trying to access on our computer has been captured. But here if you look into the keylogger, as of now it's present on the hacker's computer. It is not present on the victim's machine. So if you have to send it to a victim, you just have to go into this option called create installer. So when you say create installer, it will just ask you to create a new folder and then export some files. So let me show you how these files look like. So here, as you can see on the screen, we have 3 different files available, like key.bin, which is the license information or the serial key information. mpk net install is actually the name of your keylogger file or the keylogger installer file, and then settings.bin. Settings.bin will contain all your configuration settings and all. So if a hacker has to send some keylogger to you, he'll just change the name. Let us say I'll rename this as Windows 10 Activator. So I'll just upload this file to some Dropbox or Google Drive or maybe a torrent file or something. So end user who is not suspecting something wrong with this machine, he'll directly download this Windows 10 Activator software given by some unknown person, try to install it on his computer. Now what the end user does not realize is, though the name says Windows 10 Activator, this application is not a Windows 10 Activator or a crack or something. It is a keylogger which is trying to steal all the user activities and send it back to the hacker. So if a hacker is not in our network, he can still try to steal the user IDs and passwords by using phishing attack or keyloggers, 2 of the most dangerous attacks which can be done over internet as well. So this is how hacker can try to steal our passwords. So we'll have to be very, very careful when we are downloading some softwares from internet, from unknown websites or from unknown providers. So that is with today's discussion. So in our next session, we will discuss about few more attack methods, how hackers are trying to compromise our systems. Thank you all.
Hello, good morning students, welcome to Mana TV, welcome to Tally training program conducted by APSSTC. Right, in the yesterday's class we have discussed about how to create the stock groups, and we have explained about how to create the stock groups including subgroups and subgroups and categories also, right. So నిన్నటి క్లాస్ లో మనం సబ్గ్రూప్స్ ఎలా చేయాలి, కేటగిరీస్ ఎలా చేయాలి, వాటి కేటగిరీలో ఉన్న సబ్ గ్రూప్స్ ఎలా చేయాలి, మళ్ళీ దానిలో ఉన్న సబ్ గ్రూప్స్ ఎలా చేయాలి మనము డిస్కస్ చేసాం, రైట్. సో కేటగిరీలో అంటే లైక్ విచ్ బిలాంగ్స్ టు ద సేమ్ నేచర్, లైక్ వాట్ యూ సే, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ televisions belongs to one category, okay, fridges, refrigerators belong to one category, okay. Again in refrigerators, if you observe, we have company wise, like LG refrigerators, Godrej refrigerators. Again in LG refrigerators we have single door, double door. The same way you have in this also, like televisions, we have LG televisions, Sony televisions. Again in LG television it's an LED TV or it's an what is a smart TV, right. So we have yesterday created about categories, groups, subgroups and all. Today we are going to discuss about alternate units. So what is an alternate unit? So in units of UM, that is units of measures, we have simple units and we have what you say compound units. Again in simple units, 2 units we have, that is alternate units. What is an alternate units? Okay, yesterday also we have discussed nothing but alternate units, simple units, that any stock item is sold on a same quantity. Like one pencil is there, pencil can be sold only on numbers, that is called simple. Rice is there, rice is sold on only bags, that is called simple. Okay, now what is an alternate unit? Alternate units is nothing but the same one unit is sold in 2 different ways. For example, pencil you can buy in numbers, pencil you can buy in boxes, that is called alternate units. So packing, for example, if you go to some shop and purchase any goods, one will ask for the pencil. What is this pencil? 1 number pencil, and the same pencil consists of in packs. One is 10 number packs, one is 20 number packs. If you go into some pens, pens may be 5 number packs, pens may be 12 number packs, pens may be 10 number packs also. Now how to do that alternate units we are going to see now. So please see the screen. Okay. Now, so how to create a units of measure? So for that purpose, I am having a small problem that create the following stock items with alternate units in Tally ERP9. So here you having Lux soap 1 box, alternate units is 40 numbers, opening balance is 10 numbers, rate per alternate unit rate per box is 800 rupees, and the amount is 8,000. Now how to create this stock items we are going to see now. Okay. So first Lux soap. So come to Tally. So go for units of measures, that is inventory info, units of measures, create. Okay, so simple. So I am telling now get that simple. Now how to convert into alternate unit? Okay, so here we have two alternate units, right? That is, one is numbers and one is boxes, right? Okati number lo undi, okati box lo undi. First are రెండు units of measures మనం create చేద్దాం, right? Yesterday already we have created numbers. Now we are going to create boxes. Right, number of decimal points, if the boxes are sold in 1.5 box, 2.5 box, if you want to give the decimal points, you can access the decimal points, right? Now, so for alternate units, here the alternate units are boxes and numbers, right? So I have created here, okay, just with check display. So we have boxes and numbers, right? So now come to stock items. So first manaki alternate units rendu kavali kabatti okati box kavali, okati number kavali, aa rendu మనం create చేసాము. Now come to inventory info, stock items, create. Okay, so Lux soap, the stock item name is Lux soap. Okay, category, so I am taking a separate category as soap. Press Alt C and you can create that, right? So I am taking alternate. So here be sure that sometimes the screen may show that alternate units and sometimes it may not show. So main units enti, main mana boxes lo amtunnam, what numbers lo kavali. Then how to activate this? Come to F11 features, sorry, F12 feature configuration settings, and you have some item called alternate units. So last one and the third one, use alternate units for stock items. You put as yes. Right. So once again repeating, in the stock create screen, press F12. In that you can see use alternate units for stock item. Okay, you put yes. Okay. Then if you see observe the screen. Okay, here the main boxes, the main units is boxes. Akkadikada main boxes, main unit వచ్చి boxes ఉంది కాబట్టి నేను boxes select చేసుకున్నాను. Okay, alternate units. What is the alternate units for that? So alternate units వచ్చేసి మనము numbers లో సేల్ చేస్తున్నాం. So select numbers. So ఇక్కడ అడుగుతుంది where 0 is equal to how, అంటే ఒక్క బాక్స్ లో ఎన్ని నంబర్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఓకే, దెన్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు గివ్. సో ఇక్కడ మనకు ఇచ్చిన ప్రాబ్లంలో ఒక్క బాక్స్లో మనకు 40 యూనిట్స్ ఉంటాయి, అంటే ఒక బాక్స్లో 40 యూనిట్స్ ఉంటాయి, అంటే వేర్ 40 నంబర్స్ ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు 1 బాక్స్. సో ఆల్వేస్ ఎప్పుడైతే మనం లక్స్ సోప్ మనం ఎంట్రీ చేస్తామో ఒక బాక్స్ అని ఎంట్రీ చేయగానే ఆటోమేటిక్గా 1 బాక్స్ ఇంటూ 40 నంబర్స్ యాడ్ అయిపోతుంది. ఓకే, క్వాంటిటీ ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయి 1. సో ఇక్కడ క్వాంటిటీ 1 అని ఇచ్చాను. సో అక్కడ మెయిన్ యూనిట్ బాక్సెస్ తీసుకున్నాం కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ బాక్స్ అని వచ్చింది. ఓకే, ఇక్కడ ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయి మనకి ప్రాబ్లంలో చూస్తే ఓకే మెయిన్ బాక్స్ 40 అట్లా ఎన్ని తీసుకున్నాం ఓపెనింగ్ బ్యాలెన్సెస్ ఎన్ని తీసుకున్నాం ఇక్కడ మనము 10 ఓకే అంటే 10 అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఎన్నో 10 బాక్సెస్ అంటే ఒక బాక్స్లో ఎన్ని ఉంటాయి మనకి 40 అంటే 400 numbers right the 400 numbers automatically it is calculated and if you observe that in the down you can see the in brackets how many numbers it are. So what is the rate per that? Rate is 800 per box per number per box అని ఇస్తే బాక్స్ తీసుకుంటుంది per number అని ఇస్తే నంబర్ తీసేసుకుంటుంది. So once again we create one more item okay that is Santoor soap. So what this Santoor soap says, this box packing is one box 60 numbers. So I am taking main units as boxes, alternate units as numbers. Okay, where 60 numbers is equal to one box. Okay, so quantity ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయి 20 opening is 20 right you can see opening is 20 and the rate is 1200. So opening are 20 boxes and rate is 1200. Okay, so some students might be getting doubts that the main units how to take. So main units can be taken in numbers and main units can be taken in boxes also. అంటే ఇక్కడ main units మన boxes లోనే తీసుకోవాలా numbers లోనే తీసుకోవాలా that is your depends. అంటే మనం ఏ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ యూనిట్స్ అనేది ఎట్లా డిసైడ్ చేస్తాము అంటే ఎవ్రీ టైమ్ యూ టేక్ అన్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఆఫ్ మీరు ఎక్కువ ఎట్లా సేల్ చేస్తారు అంటే ఎక్కువ నంబర్స్తో సేల్ చేస్తే మీరు మెయిన్ యూనిట్స్ నంబర్స్తో తీసుకోండి ఎక్కువ యూనిట్స్ మీరు బాక్సెస్తో సేల్ చేస్తే మీరు బాక్సెస్తో చేసుకోండి సో ఎలాగైనా సరే సో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ విల్ క్రియేట్ వన్ మోర్ యాజ్ డవ్ సోప్ ఓకే ఓకే సో డవ్ సోప్ ఐఎమ్ టేకింగ్ హియర్ యాజ్ main units as numbers okay alternate units as boxes. So if you observe here one box contain 100 numbers and opening balance is 10. So here what you can take is where one box is equal to 100 numbers right అట్లాగే ఉంది కదా మనకి ఒక్క బాక్స్ లో 100 numbers ఉంటాయి ఇక్కడ one box is equal to 100 numbers అంటే one box is equal to 100 numbers అన్న ఒకటే లేదా 100 numbers is equal to one box అన్న ఒకటే సో యూ క్యాన్ టేక్ ఇన్ ఎనీ ఫ్యాషన్ ఓకే ఇక్కడ now opening balance what is the opening balance we have here we have opening balance is 10 so type 10 so 10 అంటే number of boxes అది so here if you observe that 10 అంటే ఇక్కడ మనకి 10 boxes ఇక్కడ మనం చూస్తే 10 numbers అని వచ్చింది ఎందుకు numbers అని వచ్చింది because tally will accept the first main units here we have created main units as numbers so it is accepting as numbers మరి ఇక్కడ numbers ఉంది కదా మరి ఇవి ఇది ఎన్ని బాక్సెస్ అవుతుంది లేదంటే బాక్సెస్ అక్కడ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ మనకు బాక్సెస్ లో ఉంది వన్ బాక్స్ అని ఉంది we are purchasing 10 box we can calculate it or సింపుల్ గా టాలీలో మీరు అక్కడ బాక్సెస్ లో ఉంది కాబట్టి 10 అని ఇచ్చేసి స్పేస్ అని ఇచ్చేసి బి అని టైప్ చేయండి అంటే బాక్సెస్ సో ఆటోమేటిక్ గా మీకు కింద చూడండి 10 బాక్సెస్ అన్నాం కదా పైన నంబర్స్ తో కన్వర్ట్ అయిపోతుంది ఓకే సో ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ టైపింగ్ హియర్ బాక్సెస్ ఇట్ ఆటోమేటిక్ కన్వర్ట్స్ ఇంటూ నంబర్స్ or if you give numbers it automatically convert into boxes so manam ichina rule enti ikkada one box is equal to 100 numbers ante ikkada meeru 100 and type chesi space ichi boxes ani iste adi numbers tho convert ayipindi leda 10 ani chesi numbers ani iste adi boxes lo convert ayipindi leda 1000 numbers ani chesi adi boxes lo convert ayipotundi so what however it automatically converts so tally will handle this సో నంబర్స్ మీరు 1000 నంబర్స్ అని టైప్ చేసి ఆటోమేటిక్గా బాక్సెస్ లో కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకుంటుంది బాక్సెస్ అని ఇచ్చేసి ఆటోమేటిక్గా నంబర్స్ లో కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకుంటుంది సో టాలీ విల్ హ్యాండిల్ దట్ దర్ ఈస్ నో నీడ్ టు క్యాలిక్యులేట్ దిస్ అంటే ఇప్పుడు మనం ఇక్కడ బాక్సెస్ అని ఇచ్చాం అంటే ఒక బాక్స్ లో ఎన్ని నంబర్స్ అనేది మనం క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేసే అవసరం లేదు టాలీ ఆటోమేటిక్గా క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేసుకుంటుంది ఇప్పుడు ఒక బాక్స్ అనేది మనం 100 బాక్స్ కొంటాము అంటే 10 బాక్సెస్ అన్నాము రైట్ 10 బాక్స్ ఇంటూ 100,000 నంబర్స్ క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు tally will handle that tally will take care okay so tally will tally can handle that సో ఇలాగా మన నంబర్స్ ఇప్పుడు మనం ఆల్టర్నేట్ యూనిట్స్ చేసి చూసాం, రైట్. సేమ్ ఆల్టర్నేట్ యూనిట్స్ నౌ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు సీ హౌ టు పుట్ ఇన్ ద పర్చేస్ వోచర్ అండ్ హౌ టు పుట్ ఇన్ ద సేల్స్ వోచర్, దెన్ హౌ టు కన్వర్ట్ ఇట్. సో సమ్ టైమ్స్ ఏమవుతుందంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మ్యాంగోస్ పర్చేస్ చేస్తారు మీరు. సో వెన్ యూఆర్ పర్చేసింగ్ మ్యాంగోస్ 1 kg you may get 10 numbers or 1 kg you may get 5 numbers or 1 kg you may get 8 numbers. ఇలాంటి సిచ్యుయేషన్ కూడా ఉంటుంది. సో వెన్ యూఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు పర్చేస్ ఎనీథింగ్, సో అంటే మీకు పెద్ద క్వాంటిటీ ఉంటే తక్కువ నెంబర్స్లో వస్తాయి, తక్కువ క్వాంటిటీ ఉంటే ఎక్కువ నెంబర్స్లో వస్తాయి. ఇది పాసిబిలిటీ ఉంది కదా మనకి, ఎస్ ఆర్ నో. సో అలా వేరీ అయినప్పుడు ఎలా చేయాలి అనేది కూడా మనం చేయొచ్చు టాలీలో. సో టాలీ విల్ హ్యాండిల్ దట్. సో ఫస్ట్ మనం 10 numbers ఈక్వల్ టు 1 box అన్నాం కదా, ఒకసారి బాక్స్లో మళ్ళీ సడన్గా ప్యాకింగ్ చేంజ్ అయ్యి 1 box ఈక్వల్ టు 15 numbers రావచ్చు, 1 box ఈక్వల్ టు 12 numbers కూడా రావచ్చు, అవునా. ఇప్పుడు అలాగే మ్యాంగోస్ తీసుకున్నాం, మనం ఒక యావరేజ్గా 1 kg ఈక్వల్ టు 10 numbers అని పెడతాం, ఓకేనా. బట్ డిఫాల్ట్గా ఒక్కోసారి 1 kg ఈక్వల్ టు 8 numbers కూడా రావచ్చు, పాసిబిలిటీ ఉంది కదా. సో అది ఎలా చేంజ్ చేయాలి అనేది కూడా మనం టాలీలో చూద్దాం. నౌ ప్లీజ్ సీ ద స్క్రీన్, ఓకే. So stock items we have seen, now we are going to go for some purchase items also, okay. So here rate, so what is the rate we are going to see here, Dow soap rate and the opening balance law, the rate is 10 rupees per box. So 10 rupees space 10 rupees per number, so per box kada, sorry per number, okay, 10,000 rupees. Right. Now come to purchases. Now purchase the following items from Suhas agencies. So in depth గా మనం జస్ట్ ఇప్పుడైతే పర్చేస్ ఎలా చేయాలి అని ఒకసారి చూపిస్తున్నాను. సో ఇన్ డెప్త్ గా మనం పర్చేస్ ఎలా చేస్తాము ఏంటి అనేది మన వోచర్స్ ఎంట్రీ క్లాస్ లో చూద్దాం, ఓకే. సో పుట్ సమ్ ఇన్వాయిస్ నంబర్, పార్టీ నేమ్, ఐఎమ్ సెలెక్టింగ్ సంథింగ్ ఆదేశ్ పార్టీ, purchase ledger. So any account is not there, we can create by pressing Alt C button under purchase, right. Now what is the product we are purchasing here now, okay. I am purchasing Lux soap. So box lo kontunama, numbers lo kontunama, okay. Here purchasing 1 box, so you can type 1B, 1 box 40 numbers, okay. Then the క్వాంటిటీ, సారీ ఇక్కడ ఎన్ని పర్చేస్ చేసాము, 100 boxes పర్చేస్ చేసాం. సో యూ పుట్ యాజ్ 100 స్పేస్ బాక్సెస్. నౌ రేట్ పర్ బాక్స్ 100 ఇచ్చాడు, పర్ బాక్స్ 800 ఇచ్చాడు, పర్ బాక్స్ 800 యూ టైప్, ఓకే. సో ఒకసారి మన బిల్లింగ్ లో ఎట్లా అవుతుంది అంటే, ఐ హావ్ సీన్ సమ్ ఇన్వాయిసెస్ టు ఇన్ మై క్లయింట్ ప్లేసెస్, సమ్ టైమ్స్ he will give the invoice number, sorry, he will give the quantity in boxes but he mentions rate in per number. Then అలాంటి సిచ్యుయేషన్ ఎలా చేయాలి, సపోజ్ సంతూర్ సోప్, ఓకే. సంతూర్ సోప్ ఉంది మనకి, ఇక్కడ పర్చేస్ చేసింది 200 rupees per box, రైట్. బట్ ఇప్పుడు తను అక్కడ ఏమన్నాడు, మనకి పర్ బాక్స్ 1200 rupees ఉంది. సో అలా కాకుండా 6 rupees పర్ నంబర్ అన్నాడు, ఆర్ 5 rupees పర్ నంబర్ అన్నారు. అప్పుడు ఎలా చేయాలి, 5 అని టైప్, సపోజ్ 5.5 అని టైప్ చేశారు అనుకోండి, ఇక్కడ ఏమవుతుంది 5.5 rupees పర్ బాక్స్ కింద క్యాల్కులేట్ అవుతుంది, అంతేనా. 200 into 5.5 is nothing but 1100. బట్ ద రేట్ ఈస్ నాట్ పర్ బాక్స్, ఇట్ ఈస్ పర్ నంబర్. Then here you have to create, type just number, then it automatically converts into number, okay. Once again explaining, so here Santur soap అనేది మనం బాక్స్ క్వాంటిటీ ఏమో బాక్స్లెస్ లో ఇచ్చాడు, బట్ రేట్ ఏమో నంబర్ లో ఇచ్చాడు. అప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తారు, ఇక్కడ బాక్సెస్ అని సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోండి, ఇక్కడ పర్ లో నంబర్ అని సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోండి. సో టాలీ ఎలా క్యాల్కులేట్ చేస్తుంది ఆ నంబర్, ఇఫ్ యూ అబ్జర్వ్ దట్ దిస్ ఇస్ 12,000 numbers, రైట్. సో అంతగా 12,000 అంటే 200 boxes అంటే ఒక బాక్స్ లో మనకి ఎన్ని బాక్సెస్ ఉన్నాయి, ఇక్కడ సంతూర్ బాక్స్ లో 60 ఉంది, అంటే మనకి 200 rupees ఉంది, 200 numbers ఉన్నాయి, సారీ. సో 200 control N and using 1200 into 5 rupees 50 paisa, so 6,600, sorry 12, so it is 12,000 numbers, 12,000 into 5.5, it is 66,000, సో వచ్చిందా. సో ఆ విధంగా మనము బాక్సెస్ని క్వాంటిటీ బాక్సెస్లో ఇచ్చిన రేట్ని నంబర్స్లో ఇచ్చినా చేసుకోవచ్చు, లేదా బాక్స్ని నంబర్స్ ఇచ్చి దానికి మెయిన్ యూనిట్స్ బాక్సెస్లో ఇచ్చి దాని నంబర్స్లో ఇచ్చిన ఎలాగైనా మనం వైస్ వర్సా క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. సపోజ్ డవ్ సోప్ ఉంది, ఐఎమ్ టేకింగ్ డవ్ సోప్ and Dove soap here, how many numbers we are purchasing Dove soap? 100 numbers, that is 200 boxes, right? 200 boxes we are purchasing here. Okay, 200 boxes we are purchasing here. So in tally you can write 200 space boxes. Okay, and what is ఇక్కడ 2000 రేట్ పర్ బాక్స్ అన్నాడు, ఇక్కడ నంబర్స్ లో ఉంది కానీ రేట్ మొత్తం బాక్స్ ఉంది. బాక్స్ ఎంత అనుకున్నాం మనం ఇక్కడ, డవ్ సోప్ వచ్చేసి పర్ బాక్స్ వచ్చేసి 4000 రూపీస్, పర్ బాక్స్ వచ్చి 4000 రూపీస్. దెన్ హౌ టు టైప్, సో టైప్ 4000, ఓకే, అండ్ పర్ లో బాక్స్ అని స్ప్రెడ్ చేయండి, 8 lakhs వచ్చింది. ఓకే, అంతేనా, టోటల్ అమౌంట్ 8 lakhs రావాలి కదా, 8 lakhs వచ్చిందా, రైట్, ఇక్కడ 8 lakhs వచ్చింది. క్లియర్. సో దిస్ వే యూ క్యాన్ చేంజ్ ఇంటూ నంబర్స్, అంటే క్వాంటిటీ బాక్సెస్లో ఇచ్చిన రేట్ని నంబర్స్లో చేసుకోవచ్చు, క్వాంటిటీ నంబర్స్లో ఇచ్చిన రేట్ని బాక్స్ రూపంలో. సో ఏ విధంగా అయినా మనము క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేయవచ్చు. అలాగే సేల్స్, సో సేల్స్, సునీల్ అకౌంట్, సుహాస్ అకౌంట్, సేల్స్, జస్ట్ అది సేల్స్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తున్నాను. Okay, name of the item, so Dove soap. Now if you want you can sell in numbers. Okay, rate, how much I want to give as 25 rupees per number, then press 25 rupees per number. Okay, Dove pen is Santur soap, how much you want, 50 numbers, sorry 50 boxes undi, so 50 numbers call space n kottandi, so 50 space n, it converts into numbers, so it becomes 8.3 boxes. Okay, how much is the rate, if you want you can put the rate 25 rupees per number, then it is calculates. Okay, so ఏ విధంగా అలా చేసుకోవచ్చు. Okay, now for example I am so one more Lux soap, అవునా, ఇప్పుడు లక్స్ సోప్ ఉంది, లక్స్ సోప్ బాక్స్లో ఉంది, మనం ఒక బాక్స్లో ఏమన్నాము 40 numbers అన్నాము. బట్ సమ్ టైమ్స్ వాట్ హ్యాపన్స్ ఇట్ ఈస్, ఆ బాక్స్ ఏదైతే ఉందో సేల్లో చూసుకుంటే ఆ బాక్స్ అనేది ఒకసారి మనకి పర్చేస్ చేసేటప్పుడు, సో ఇఫ్ యూ టేక్ పర్చేస్ ఫస్ట్, పర్చేస్, ఓకే, నౌ ద ప్యాకింగ్ హెస్ బిన్ చేంజ్, నౌ లక్స్ సోప్ ఇస్ దేర్. ఓకే, నౌ హౌ టు డూ దిస్. ఓకే, క్వాంటిటీ ఉంది, క్వాంటిటీ ఇప్పుడు ఎలా చేస్తారు, మనం ఇక్కడ ఏం టైప్ చేస్తాము, 1 box is equal to 14 numbers అని టైప్ చేస్తాము, అవునా. నౌ టేక్ దట్ 1 box is equal to 50 numbers అని కొట్టండి, 1 box equal to 50 numbers. సో ఆటోమేటికల్లీ చూడండి 1 box 50 numbers క్యాలిక్యులేట్ అయిందా. ఇక్కడ ఏమైనా 1 box is equal to 40 numbers అన్నాం, దిస్ ఈస్ ద స్టాండర్డ్ వీ హ్యావ్ గివెన్. సో నార్మల్గా మీరు 1 box అని కొట్టంగానే 40 numbers వస్తుంది, బట్ ద ప్యాకింగ్ హ్యాస్ బీన్ చేంజ్. Okay, now the 1 box is equal to 50 numbers, then how to do that, then the people may confuse again. If you are going to alternate units also it may not change. చూసారా, ఒకసారి లక్స్ సోప్ ఎంట్రీ చేశాను, ఇక్కడ మనం ఆల్రెడీ మనం ఏం చేసాము, 40 numbers is equal to 1 box అని డిక్లేర్ చేసేసాము. ఇక్కడ we have declared 1 box is equal to 14 numbers, right, but now the packing has been changed and if we want to change that, now we are unable to change that, then how to do that, then here put just as 1 box X is equal to 45 numbers or 50 numbers. Okay, then you press, then automatically gets 1 box is equal to 50 numbers. You can see it down, right, what is the 8 rupees, that may be 850, change it, or per number it is 15 rupees per number. So this is the simplicity of tally. So the boxes can be changed. Okay, you can do anything. ఇప్పుడు అలాగే లక్స్ సోప్, Dove soap, the packing was earlier earlier the packing was what we have given in a, so let me go and see what we have given. We have given one box is equal to 100 numbers. Now the box has been changed, now it has been converted into one box is equal to 50 numbers. Then how to take that? Then one box is equal to 50 numbers, or 50 numbers is equal to one box. Then tally can handle anything. Okay, what is the rate? It is 2000. Then put the 2000. Okay, so itla mana edaina sare chesukochu. Santur soap 5 boxes, okay, 5 rupees per number. So whatever you can do in tally now, right? So this is how to create the alternate units, right? Now just the stock summary. Okay, come to stock summary, right? So stock summary lo manam, if we go for F9 and you for category summary, okay, category lo man soap separate ga తీసుకున్నాము, soap lo undi. ఇప్పుడు soaps lo numbers ఉన్నాయి, boxes ఉన్నాయి. I want alternate units at side, then what to do? Then just go for configuration, okay, just go for configuration and say show alternate units. Okay, kinda చూస్తే ka show using alternate units, then press Y, then you can have the alternate units also. అంటే టోటల్ గా ఎన్ని ఉన్నాయి? సో 2250 అంటే మన 206 బాక్సెస్. సో మన టాలీలో నంబర్స్ తో చూపించిన అక్కడ స్టాక్ బాక్సెస్ లో ఉంటుంది. దెన్ యూ కెన్ సే, యూ కెన్ టేక్ ద ప్రింట్ అండ్ యూ కెన్ సీ. సో 20550 నంబర్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఇవన్నీ బాక్సెస్ ఉండాలి మన స్టాక్ లో? ఇప్పుడు 206 బాక్సెస్ లో ఉండాలి. అలాగే ఇక్కడ చూసే బాక్సెస్ 101 బాక్సెస్ ఉండాలి. ఆ బాక్సెస్ లో కౌంట్ చేస్తే 445 నంబర్స్ ఉండాలి. అలాగే సంతూర్ సోప్ 224.17 బాక్సెస్ ఉండాలి. అలా నంబర్స్లో కౌంట్ చేస్తే 13,450 నంబర్స్ ఉండాలి. సో ఈ విధంగా మనము ఆల్టర్నేట్ నంబర్స్ని మార్చుకోవచ్చు. సో స్టూడెంట్స్, సో వీ హ్యావ్ సీన్ ద ఆల్టర్నేట్ యూనిట్స్ అండ్ ద సింప్లిసిటీ ఇన్ ద టాలీ. సో మనం బాక్సెస్లో ఇచ్చింది నంబర్స్లో కన్వర్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, నంబర్స్లో ఉన్నది బాక్సెస్లో కన్వర్ట్ చేయొచ్చు. బిల్లింగ్లో మన బాక్సెస్లో వస్తుంది, బట్ మన క్వాంటిటీ ఏమో బాక్సెస్లో ఇస్తాడు, కానీ అది నంబర్స్లో మనకి పర్ రేట్ ఏమో పర్ నంబర్ ఇస్తాడు. సో వీ హ్యావ్ దిస్ కన్ఫ్యూజన్స్, రైట్? సో దట్ ఆల్ క్యాన్ బి డన్ ఇన్ టాలీ. సో బాక్స్ వచ్చింది నంబర్స్ రేట్ వేసుకోవచ్చు, నంబర్లో వచ్చింది బాక్స్ రేట్ వేసుకోవచ్చు. సో ఏ విధంగా మనము టాలీలో చేసడానికి ఛాన్సెస్ ఉంటుంది, రైట్? సో దిస్ ఈస్ అబౌట్ ద ఆల్టర్నేట్ యూనిట్స్ వీ హ్యావ్ డిస్కస్. Now we are going to discuss of the compound unit, compound interest, compound ane kalipi, right? Now here also we can have the compound units here. So ninna class lo discuss chesamu, compound units nothing but which is universal, like 1 kg is equal to 100 ml, sorry, 1 kg is equal to 1000 grams, or 1 liter is equal to 100 ml. This is called compound. Then how to create that compound we are going to see. So akada simple ante only one number, 2 numbers, 3 numbers, 4 numbers, right? Simple ante alage chestam, alternate ante alage. So now we just see the screen. Now create units of measures, create the simple undi kada. Okay, first simple lo kg already మనం చేసాము. Now kg is nothing but grams, right? gms కూడా చేసాం అనుకోండి. Let's we check out that display. So ఇక్కడ kg కూడా చేసాం, మనము గ్రామ్స్ కూడా చేసాం, రైట్? రెండు సింపుల్ యూనిట్స్ ఉండాలి. అంటే ఒక కంపౌండ్ యూనిట్ చేయాలంటే ఆ రెండు యూనిట్స్ కలుపుతాడు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ కేజీ గ్రామ్స్, ఓకే, 1000 grams మేక్స్ 1 kg, రైట్? సో మన గ్రామ్స్ ఉండాలి, కేజీ ఉండాలి, అవునా? సో హౌ టు క్రియేట్ దట్ ఆల్టర్నేట్ యూనిట్స్? క్రియేట్. సో గో బ్యాక్, సెలెక్ట్ కంపౌండ్. సో కంపౌండ్ ఉన్నప్పుడు అడుగుతుంది గ్రామ్స్ ఆఫ్ 1000, సెకండ్ యూనిట్స్ kg, అంటే దీని అర్థం వస్తుంది గ్రామ్స్ ఆఫ్ 1000, ఆర్ యూ కెన్ టేక్ kg ఆఫ్ 1000 grams, kg ఆఫ్ 1000 grams అంటే kg 1 kg ఆఫ్ 1000 grams ఈజ్ కాల్డ్ 1 కంపౌండ్ యూనిట్. ఇది ఎలా అవుతుంది అంటే, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఐఎమ్ గోయింగ్ హియర్ అండ్ ఐఎమ్ పర్చేసింగ్ గోల్డ్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ purchase of F9 gold, okay, F9 purchase, just example, I've taken cash, okay, I'm checking the name of the gold, so I'm creating as gold, right? Gold units of measures, appude 1 kg of 1000 grams, so I purchase 1 kg, no alternate units, okay. So I purchase units kg of gold, so akkada 1 iste akkada 1 kg purchase chesanu. So 1 kg ki enta avutundi around 30 lakhs, right? So I am saving it. So now this will I am selling in grams, right? మీ స్టాక్ సమ్మరీ చూస్తే గోల్డ్, So if you see gold, okay, if you see this gold, if you observe here 1 kg is equal to 30 lakhs, right? Sorry, press F12 and say the tail units. And 1 kg and 10,000 manaki 1000 grams, right? So if you observe the tail units, you can see here 1000 grams is called 1 kg. Now you can sell it. Okay, you can sell it for gold. I am selling. So what I am selling? I am selling at 10 grams. Okay, 10 grams. That is nothing. Okay, I am taking 10 grams or 100 grams. You can type 100 grams. Per gram enta 3750. That is coming per kg. So GM as grams 3,75,000. Okay, so how much stock should we have? We have purchased 1 kg of gold. So 1 kg of gold is nothing but 1000 grams, right? Now 1000 grams ante 1000 grams 100 grams ammesam. But stock ఎంత ఉండాలి మన దగ్గర 900 grams. See, you can observe 900 grams 30 lakhs per kg. It is 2,70,000. So like this you can have the alternate units, you can have the compound units and everything, right? So just the problem I am giving to you, అంటే మీరు ప్రాక్టీస్ చేసుకోవడానికి ఒకసారి పాస్ చేస్తున్నాను. If you want you can have the look into it. If you want you can have, so just పాస్ చేస్తున్నాను, మీరు దీని స్క్రీన్ షాట్ చేసుకొని ప్రాక్టీస్ చేసుకోవడానికి ఛాన్స్ ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, క్రియేట్ ద ఫాలోయింగ్ స్టాక్ ఐటమ్స్ ఆల్టర్నేట్ యూనిట్స్ ఇన్ ERP9. So main units అంటే బాక్సెస్, alternate units అంటే numbers, opening quantity is 10. సో ఇక్కడ రేట్ పర్ ఏదైతే ఉంటుందో ఆల్వేస్ ఇట్ విల్ బి ఫర్ మెయిన్ బాక్స్. అంటే ఇక్కడ ఏదైతే రేట్ అని చెప్పి రేట్ పర్ అని ఉంది సార్, మరి ఇది బాక్సా నంబరా అనేది. సో ఆల్వేస్ రిమెంబర్ దట్ వాట్ ఈస్ యువర్ మెయిన్ యూనిట్. మెయిన్ యూనిట్ ఇస్ 1 బాక్స్, అంటే ఇక్కడ రేట్ పర్ కూడా బాక్స్లోనే ఉంటుంది. ఇక్కడ కూడా మెయిన్ యూనిట్ ఇస్ 1 బ్యాగ్, అంటే ఇక్కడ 80 రూపీస్ పర్ బ్యాగ్ అని అర్థం. ఓకే, మెయిన్ యూనిట్ ఇస్ 1 బాక్స్, ద రేట్ ఈస్ బాక్స్. అంటే మెయిన్ యూనిట్ బాక్స్ ఉంటే మనకి ఇచ్చిన రేట్ కూడా బాక్స్ అని అనుకోవాలి. మెయిన్ యూనిట్ బ్యాగ్ ఉంటే మనకి ఇచ్చిన రేట్ కూడా పర్ బ్యాగ్ అనుకోవాలి. ఇట్స్ అన్ అజంప్షన్, రైట్? Okay, right? So students, we have seen how to create the compound units, we have seen how to create the alternate units in Tally, right? So any doubts you can comment on the YouTube, then I can help you. Okay, so this is how we are going to see. So if any information you want, you can go for stock summary and see that. Okay, so gold laki veltaru. So inward outward, what is the inward outward you can see. Okay, right students? So now in today's class we have discussed about the alternate units, we have discussed of the compound units. Okay, compound units, so once again we have quick look that. So alternate unit ante alternate లో 2 types ఉంటుంది, సింపుల్ ఉంటుంది, ఆల్టర్నేట్ ఉంటుంది. సింపుల్ యూనిట్స్ అంటే వేర్ ద యూనిట్స్ ఆర్ సోల్డ్ ఆన్ 1, అంటే ఒక పెన్ను నంబర్స్లోనే అమ్ముతాము, దట్ ఈస్ సింపుల్. అదే పెన్నుని మనం నంబర్స్లో కూడా అమ్ముతాము, బాక్సెస్లో కూడా అమ్ముతాము, దట్ ఈస్ యువర్ ఆల్టర్నేట్ యూనిట్. అండ్ వాట్ ఈస్ కంపౌండ్? కంపౌండ్ యూనిట్ అంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇందాక మీరు చూపించిన ఎగ్జాంపుల్ గోల్డ్ మనం కేజీలో కొంటాం, 1 or 2 kgs కొంటాం, బట్ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు సెల్ ఇన్ గ్రామ్స్. ఓకే, ఆర్ any solutions in manufacturing and research industry, sorry, in research laboratories they will purchase in kgs and liters and they will sell in ml, and the use for research in ml or grams. There the consumption will be in grams. So what is the total stock available in grams or in kgs? Okay, that we can see that is called a compound unit which we can do in Tally. So Tally లో మనకి మన స్టాక్ సమ్మరీలో కూడా టోటల్ క్వాంటిటీ అంటే క్వాంటిటీ లాగా వస్తుంది, వాటి యొక్క ఆల్టర్నేట్ యూనిట్స్ అంటే ఆల్టర్నేట్ యూనిట్స్ పక్కనే వస్తుంది. అలాగే కంపౌండ్ యూనిట్స్లో మీకు టోటల్ నంబర్స్లో కావాలంటే నంబర్స్లో వస్తుంది, కేజీస్లో కావాలంటే కేజీస్లో వస్తుంది. ఎలా అయినా మనం చేసుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. సో నిన్న కూడా కొన్ని క్లాసెస్ చెప్పాను. ద టాలీ ఈజ్ కండక్టింగ్ సమ్ certification program through the authorized centers. You can go and contact them for the training program also. Okay. So in today's class, today's class we are discussed about stock summary, alternate units and stock groups. In tomorrow's class we are going to discuss about the voucher అంటే. సో రేపటి క్లాస్ చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్ అండి. సో స్టూడెంట్స్ షుడ్ బి వెరీ అలర్ట్ బికాస్ టుమారోస్ టాపిక్ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు డిస్కస్ అబౌట్ ద వోచర్ ఎంట్రీ. దిస్ ఇస్ వెరీ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ అండ్ ఇన్ దిస్ వోచర్ ఎంట్రీస్ ఓన్లీ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు డిస్కస్ అబౌట్ ద హోల్ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్స్. అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఇందాక మనం ఏది చేసామో లైక్ లెడ్జర్ క్రియేషన్స్ కానీ గ్రూప్స్ క్రియేషన్స్ కానీ ఓకేనా, స్టాక్ ఐటమ్స్ కానీ స్టాక్ గ్రూప్స్ కానీ అవి వన్ టైం అంటే ఒకసారి స్టాక్ ఐటమ్ వచ్చింది ఒకసారి క్రియేట్ చేసి టాలీలో వదిలేస్తాము అంతే. లెడ్జర్ కూడా ఒకసారి క్రియేట్ చేస్తాము వదిలేస్తాము అంతే. బట్ ఫ్రమ్ టుమారో అంటే డైలీ రిసిట్స్ ఎలా ఎంట్రీ చేయాలి, డైలీ పేమెంట్స్ ఎలా ఎంట్రీ చేయాలి, మనకు వస్తే చెక్ వస్తే ఎక్కడ ఎంట్రీ చేయాలి, మన క్యాష్ వస్తే ఎక్కడ ఎంట్రీ చేయాలి, మన సేల్స్ అమ్మితే ఎలా ఎంట్రీ చేయాలి, పర్చేస్ చేస్తే ఎలా ఎంట్రీ చేయాలి, సేల్స్ ఇన్వాయిస్ని ఎలా ప్రింట్ చేయాలి, పర్చేస్ వచ్చిన ఐటమ్స్ ఎలా ఎంట్రీ చేసుకోవాలి, వాటికి ఏ లెడ్జర్లో తీసుకోవాలి, మనం అసెట్ పర్చేస్ చేస్తే ఏ వోచర్లో తీసుకోవాలి, మనం బ్యాంక్ కానీ క్యాష్ కానీ డిపాజిట్ చేస్తే క్యాష్ డిపాజిట్ చేస్తే ఎలా ఏ వోచర్లో తీసుకో. సో దిస్ ఆల్ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు డిస్కస్ అబౌట్ ది about in voucher entries from tomorrow's class. So from tomorrow onwards we are going to have an very important classes, everyone be should alert. Okay. So students, bye for now today, have a nice day, we will meet you tomorrow.